This handsome-faced kid is our protagonist, Leo Plove. 5,000 years ago, he went by another name, Kyle, who defeated Erebos, the source of evil. But after 5,000 years passed, he discovered that, for some mysterious reason, none of his deeds were recorded at all while his teammates were praised to the ski. And right now Leo was stuck lying there listening to some ridiculous teacher lecturing about fairy tales from the age of dinosaur. The story begins at Delan Royal School, inside one of the classrooms. The teacher was enthusiastically lecturing the students below, everyone. This truly is the age of heroes. 5,000 years have passed since the Hero Chronicle appeared in the world. During that time, the mortal realm has undergone many changes. Just as Delan Royal School was chosen as the venue for this year's Lumern enrollment exam. Among you some will surely pass this exam and be recorded in the Hero Chronicle. I believe the heroes of the future are here among us. To achieve that you must, the teacher said excitedly. But at that moment, a sudden racket cut him off, which annoyed the teacher. Class, pay attention, he said, turning his gaze to a white-haired student dozing in class. The noise had been caused by him dropping his face onto the desk from sleepiness. Leo, if you think you know the lesson, then let me ask the teacher. The young teenager Leo scratched his head, stood up and said, roughly speaking. If you make a name for yourself, people will naturally respect you. This is Leo Plove, 15 years old, of the Plove clan. Across from him, the teacher felt his blood pressure rising at that answer. Used to it, he sighed and turned to ask others in the class, well, does anyone want to answer? In response, a red-haired student beside Leo raised his hand to speak. In ancient times, there was no way to gain the gods' recognition. Heroes were chosen through sacred rites, for example, the blood ritual. After he finished speaking, the teacher praised him without reserve. Excellent, truly the greatest magic genius of our kingdom, Gulliver Tradden. Then, pausing briefly, the teacher continued to encourage the students. We have high expectations for this year's Lumern enrollment. Ignoring these words, our protagonist Leo, after being asked a few questions, woke up, opened the book before him and thought. Back then, meeting the gods was really easy. The holy rituals that honored the great heroes who fought Erebos. The gods bestowed a miracle on the mortal realm, the Hero Chronicle. But why do they treat me as if I'm invisible? He thought sadly as he snapped the book shut. Special note. This is the great hero Kyle reincarnated but currently forgotten by everyone. Then while Leo was still daydreaming, suddenly the student scrambled to the window to look outside, making him curious. They're here, where, look, it's the Zerdinger clan's emblem. Awesome, it's Celia Zerdinger. The students shouted excitedly like they were seeing an idol. As outside in the hallway, a young girl accompanied by countless soldiers calmly advanced. Next, an announcement echoed through all classrooms. All students please gather in the auditorium without exception. The Zerdinger clan is visiting our school, blah blah. Upon hearing this, Leo stood up from his seat. Seeing that, Tradden the redhead teased, Leo, are you trying to impress the Zerdinger clan? Do you think they'll notice you? In response, Leo gave him a look like he was staring at an idiot. I'm heading off. I'm not interested in that stuff. Not like you, he added, then turned and walked straight out without a moment's hesitation. From behind, Tradden felt both embarrassed and angry. I'm not interested either. I just want to see Celia Zerdinger as a rival, he shouted. But all he got was Leo's wave, which almost made him spit fire. I'm serious. Time passed quickly, cut to a training yard somewhere. Now Leo gripped a wooden sword, ready to train. Though he didn't neglect physical training, his body was certainly stronger in this life. He told himself this before a voice sounded beside him. What are you brooding about? No sooner had the words ended than the figure of a woman appeared before him, performing a sword swing with a gaze like she was facing an enemy. Seeing that, Leo had no time to ask, and quickly raised his sword horizontally to block the blow. Then Leo was about to explain a few things. But the woman cut him off. It's been a while since I practiced swordplay. You won't get into Lumern with ordinary talent alone. This will be the final test. Saying that, she raised her sword and attacked the protagonist again, making him grit his teeth as he withstood a heavy strike from his mother. Opposite him, the lady saw her son's body trembling after a single blow and taunted, should I hit harder? Then she began to put more power into each strike, and her attack speed increased a notch, forcing Leo to strain just to barely keep up. After several dozen seconds, he was panting like an ox from exhaustion. Aren't you pushing me too hard, Mom? Leo complained. Unfortunately, those words had no effect on his mother. She even complained, you're fighting and still have time to chat, while parrying every move. What are you saying? Then she once again increased her power and lunged forward at wind-tearing speed. But after that strike, she suddenly recoiled in regret. Oh no, I used too much strength. If Leo couldn't dodge it then, the lady thought in panic. However, not wanting to disappoint her, at the last possible moment Leo tilted his head and calmly dodged to one side. Then while his mother was still startled, He pointed his sword at her throat and gently asked, "Are you okay, Ma?" On this side, the lady was still dazed at being defeated so simply and wondered how deep the child's talent ran. After about 2 seconds of astonishment, she sat up, brushed the dust from her clothes, and asked, "Leo, you still plan to go to Lumern?" Lumern Academy, that's the Human Heroes Academy. Among the 4 heroes academies of the different races that record the hero chronicle, it's the place where one's record is most likely to be preserved. Leo thought to himself and nodded affirmatively. Yes, of course. Seeing that, his mother cheerfully continued, "The Zerdinger clan is visiting Delan and will stay at our manor. The Zerdinger clan staying at our house?" Leo asked with a voice full of curiosity. "That's right, I'm happy about this, and I'll ask Marquis Zeiss Zerdinger to have them teach you the Zerdinger Chifield technique. With that technique, you'll be strong enough to take the Lumern exam next year," she finished, happily ruffling her son's hair. Unbeknownst to her, Leo only smiled inwardly and thought, "Mother, but I plan to take it this year." Time passed quickly, scene cut to the front of the manor. As Leo's mother mentioned, members of the Zerdinger clan had just arrived. A young woman named Celia stepped gracefully out of an elegant black carriage, and she was wondering, "Why do I have to come here? Why did Uncle choose to stay in a place like this? Why not rent an entire hotel? I just want to focus on the Lumern entrance exam. Why come to such a small household?" Questions began to rise in Celia's mind. Beside her, her uncle's eyes suddenly asked, "Aren't you curious about Leo, the one who said he wouldn't care about the Zerdinger clan?" Celia arrogantly brushed her hair back and sneered, "Well, a would-be knight who can't use a chi field isn't worth watching, right? My view is a bit different," Zeiss whispered. Next, the two of them greeted the owners of the manor. "An honor to meet you," both bowed. "Welcome, Zeiss Zerdinger," the lady replied. Her name was Riene Plove, matriarch of the Plove family, and the man beside her was Dade Plove, head of the Plove household. "Greet them, Celia, this is Marquis Plove," Zeiss reminded. Obeying, she calmly placed her hand over her chest and introduced herself. "My name is Celia Zerdinger, pleased to be in your care." "Nice to meet you, Celia," Riene said with a smile, thinking this girl was very like her father and uncle. Across from her, when Celia looked closely at the lady's appearance, she froze for a moment. Wait, black hair, red eyes. Could she also be of the clan? She wondered to herself. As if reading her thought, Uncle Zeiss nodded and explained, "Riene Plove, she's your aunt." Scene shifts to the parlor. Riene and Zeiss were cheerfully having tea and chatting. Zeiss mentioned visiting Leo's school earlier. "We dropped by Delan Royal School. It was packed with students. But I heard Leo said he wasn't interested in us and went home." Upon hearing this, Lady Riene burst into hearty laughter. "The great reputation of the Zerdinger clan is disappointing. If that upset you, on behalf of my son I apologize. He only cares about training." Hearing that, Zeiss grew curious and asked what kind of child Leo was. In reply, the lady affirmed that Leo possessed an almost unbelievable talent. At this, Marquis Zeiss's expression changed, and he asked sternly, "Do you truly believe Leo has the right to inherit the Zerdinger flame?" "Not because he's your son. I believe he's more than worthy," Riene reiterated. Hearing that, Marquis Zeiss smiled. "If you've said that much, then I'm looking forward to it. However, I need to test the boy's potential myself." Cut to Leo's location. He was sitting cross-legged as if focusing on cultivation. At that moment, his right wrist began to flicker with a soft glow. Then, Leo opened his eyes wide and whispered, "The vessel to receive everything is finally complete. The reason I haven't learned Chi Field until now." The vessel to receive everything was finally complete, because the moment a person accepts a Chi Field, their body naturally adapts to that type of field, and they lose the chance to accumulate mana and mental strength. In my previous life, if I had mastered those powers and their nature more perfectly, if I had handled everything exactly right, maybe I wouldn't have left behind budding talent. In this life, I'll fully master it, starting with the Chi Field. Leo told himself when a voice called from behind, "You are Leo Plove, aren't you?" Leo turned curious, and it turned out the visitor was that girl Celia. Seeing Leo pay attention to her, for some reason she kindly offered, "From what I see, your fundamentals are solid. I'll personally teach you swordsmanship. How about it?" Celia said cheerfully, though her true aim was to score points with her aunt, who was also Leo's mother. The protagonist didn't rush to agree and asked, "Who are you?" Celia proudly introduced herself in reply, "I'm Celia Zerdinger, also known by the title, the Sword Maiden of the World." "Is that so? Thanks for the offer, but I don't intend to be taught by someone weaker than me." Leo shrugged. Celia gaped. "Are you saying you're stronger than me?" she asked in disbelief. Leo clarified, "Well, in a life-or-death fight you're stronger, because I don't use a chi field. But if it's a pure sword duel, it's a different story," the hero said confidently while looking at his face, and anger flared on Celia's feature. She glanced at the weapons piled to one side, casually picked up a sword, and challenged Leo to a duel. "Fine, if you're that confident, then fight me," she said. She smirked inwardly, thinking, "You assume your chief field makes you stronger than me. I'll show you the wall of reality." Then Celia proposed the wager. If she won, Leo would serve as her servant for the week they're here. "And if I win?" Leo asked. Celia declared that if she lost, she would be his servant, and with that they sealed the bet. Leo quickly picked up a wooden sword from the ground. "Then let's start." Saying that, he dashed forward and unleashed a powerful wind-tearing slash. Celia reacted just as fast, raising her sword to block as Leo struck. After the clash, her expression shifted and she thought, his speed isn't bad. But that's not enough, she thought, and launched herself forward to attack. Leo met her move in kind, and this time he was a beat faster, having initiated the strike, forcing Celia to raise her sword in front of her to block, and on this second collision she felt as if she'd been hit by a carriage. What power is this? Celia cried out inwardly, and immediately leapt back to dissipate the force of the blow. And that decision was exactly right, because right after, Leo's sword tip struck the ground and shattered the floor into countless pieces. Seeing Celia fall back, he surged forward to give her no chance to counterattack. Faced with the overwhelming momentum Leo generated, Celia realized she couldn't block the incoming attack. Leo then performed a sword swing, aimed straight at the swordwoman. However, it was halted by a barrier of chi field armor. Wasn't this supposed to be a pure sword duel? Leo asked coldly. I was just reacting instinctively, Celia replied weakly. It's fine, I'll still win. Leo said indifferently, which made Celia unable to hide the shock on her face. What? The difference between having a chi field and not having one is like heaven and earth, she shouted. However, Leo simply asked if she wanted to try that feeling, then removed the bracelet from his wrist and threw it to the ground. Seeing the bracelet, Celia immediately recognized it as a Geotrong magic bracelet. Insane, she gasped. Seeing her astonished expression, Leo offered no explanation and only gave a faint smile. He then rushed forward and drove his wooden sword straight into the chi field barrier Celia had formed. And with his strike, even the barrier could not withstand it and shattered into pieces. What is this so brutal, this lunatic? Celia screamed inwardly. Time passed quickly. Scene cuts to Lady Riene's location, where she was walking with her younger brother when suddenly she noticed Leo lingering ahead, and seeing that she called her son over at once. Leo, come over and greet them. They are guests of our family. Hearing that, Leo looked toward his uncle Zeiss and bowed. I am Leo Plo. In response, his uncle extended his hand and said, I am Zeiss Zerdinger, your uncle as you may know. Pleased to meet you. Saying that, he clasped Leo's hand firmly. Meanwhile, Lady Riene beside him asked, by the way, have you met Celia yet, Leo? Upon hearing the question, Leo's face showed a bit of embarrassment as he glanced at Celia lying on the stretcher, being carried out by knights. Miss, what happened? It all happened so fast, the group said in confusion. Seeing his niece lying unconscious, Zeiss hurried over to ask what had happened. Then the knight quickly explained the incident in detail, and the more Zeiss heard, the less he could believe it. The boy defeated Celia without using aura. He beat Celia, that's impressive, he praised. Yet Leo did not bask in victory. He believed Celia lost because she underestimated. Next, Uncle Zeiss asked, what did you two agree on? And Leo answered, the loser will serve the winner. So Celia Zerdinger will be his maid for 1 week. Turning to Zeiss, 3 seconds earlier, his face had been cheerful. But upon hearing his niece was to become a servant, his expression darkened like a steamed pot. Promises are important, but Celia is a member of the Zerdinger family. You can't force her to work as a servant. I want you to cancel that promise. Instead, I'll give you another reward, for example. Before his uncle could make the offer, Leo interrupted him. I refuse. This is a promise between me and Celia. As long as she bears the name Zerdinger, she must honor. Even if you teach me your family's aura cultivation technique. Zeiss made his offer, unaware that the man before him was a legendary hero who already had a basketful of cultivation techniques. Hearing this, Leo snorted. An aura technique used to cover up your niece's failure hardly seems worth my time. Up ahead, being continuously refused stripped Zeiss of his cheerful mood. Leo Plove, you just declared you'll have a direct member of the Zerdinger family serve as a maid, and said our family's aura cultivation technique is worthless. Is that right? Yes, that's right, Leo answered confidently with not a shred of fear. Looking at his face, Zeiss suddenly brightened and asked, don't you think that declaration was a bit hasty? In response, Leo explained his reasons more clearly. I don't mean to insult the Zerdinger family, but if Lord Zeiss gifts me your family's aura cultivation technique as a reward for defeating Celia, I'll gladly accept. But you offered that reward as a way to cover up Celia's mistake, which means you believe that if Celia hadn't been embarrassed, she wouldn't have lost to me. However, even if Celia had been serious in the match, I still would have one," Leo said with overflowing confidence, which made Viscount Zeiss even more intrigued by him. She refused because she dislikes her attitude. Truly interesting. If the Zerdinger family had a child like that. Thinking that, he waved to the knights beside him and ordered them to take Celia to the servants' quarter so she could fulfill her promise. Then he turned back to the protagonist. "Leo, on a personal note, just call me uncle." "Yes, uncle," Leo nodded to please him. Next, once he departed, Zeiss no longer needed to test Leo's potential. "Sis, you asked me to teach Leo the family's aura cultivation technique. Right. I think I'll convince eldest brother to let Leo learn the phoenix breath." Time passed quickly. The next morning, the scene cut to Leo's bedroom. Celia, wearing a maid outfit and blushing with embarrassment, gritted her teeth and said, "For 1 week I'll serve as Master Leo's maid. I am Celia." In the room, Leo was absorbed in a book. Hearing her, he glanced her over and nodded, saying, "It suits you well. The simple maid costume combined with your elegant style. This combo is really..." His teasing tone made Celia so furious she trembled. "I know I'm beautiful, but saying it like that is weird. Oh no, I don't mean to offend you, sorry. I have a friend who always overpraises beauty. Maybe I subconsciously picked up from that." Leo replied. Then he sighed as he remembered the words of a close friend from his past life. "When peace comes to the world, I'll spend my life spreading beauty to everyone." That's what that teammate always told him earlier. Hearing this, Celia calmed a bit. A friend who truly loves beauty must be wonderful. The problem is they're too sincere. Leo muttered inwardly and recalled an incident. That beauty-loving teammate had asked the 2 girls in the squad to model for a painting, though strict Risinat carried herself more gracefully than anyone in Luna. "For the sake of art, could you pose nude for me? I even brought a sketchbook," he said excitedly, and the reply to that request was a beating delivered by the 2 girls in the team. Back to Celia, seeing Leo clutching the book, she grew curious. "That book looks like a special training notebook. What are you reading?" Leo looked at the book in his hands and replied casually, I read it a lot when I was little. It's the origin of heroes." Hearing that, Celia was astonished because she realized it's a fairy tale. Meanwhile, Leo was already 15. Then Celia stepped forward, scanned the books on the shelf, and remarked, "Seems like you really like the origin of hero. Even scholars who study great heroes can't compare to you." She marveled at the number of books Leo had collected, though he merely said he'd gathered them by accident. Responding, Celia reached for Leo's book and murmured that there were especially many books about Kyle. Answering that, Leo's face flickered with memory, as he said that among the deeds of great heroes, there are achievements with unclear authorship. "I think they might belong to him." Contrary to his thought, Celia shook her head in denial. "He's probably a fraud trying to steal true heroes' laurel. That's the common belief." "Of course I think so too," she said as she placed the book back on the chair. "So you think that about me?" Leo whispered very quietly. "What?" Celia asked again since she hadn't heard well, but Leo wasn't dumb enough to repeat it and instead changed the subject. "Let's start training after breakfast." Turning to Celia, upon hearing this, a gleam appeared in her eyes as she asked tentatively, "Young master, may I train with you?" She thought to herself with a secret smile, "I want to uncover the secret of your strength." Responding to the question, Leo agreed since he had no real secret to hide. "It'll be hard to keep up. Are you sure you want to try?" His tone a bit condescending, which made Celia shout in anger, "I am Celia Zerdinger, you know." Having said that, once training with Leo began, Celia realized how intense it was. Not long in, and she was drenched in sweat, panting like an ox from exhaustion. Observing her current state, the protagonist calmly noted that when stamina hits its limit, reflexes slow and movements become sloppy. "Then you'll expose your back like this." Turning to Leo, having heard this, she looked at him with suspicious eyes. "Pushing your body this hard, you're calling this training?" "That's right, these kids seem too weak." Leo shook his head and scoffed. To him, after 5,000 years of development, aura techniques had improved compared to before, but physical training was largely neglected. Aura optimizes the body's physical strength. In the end, strengthening the body also helps improve aura, yet they didn't value physical training. Back to Celia, after a short rest, she forced herself to rise and attack once more. "Don't underestimate me, you damn white-haired fellow," she snarled, then rushed at Leo to strike. But with attack speed as slow as a snail, Leo simply swung his sword once and easily sent Celia flying far away. And by then, she was almost in tears. Why can't I win?" she said with a voice full of frustration. Seeing this, the protagonist calmly stepped in front of her and replied, "It's annoying, isn't it? Then take this." Saying so, he handed Celia a Gia Trong bracelet. And the moment Celia touched it, the weight pressed her hands into the ground. This was a gravity-enchanted bracelet. "Wear it during training from tomorrow." Leo smiled slyly, pleased to see someone suffer alongside him. Time passed quickly. The scene cut to an open dirt lot. While the 2 youths trained, Uncle Zai's quietly watched them from behind. To him, it seemed a good experience for Celia before entering Lumern. Testing her pride beforehand isn't a bad thing. Thinking this, he called out loudly to Leo. Leo replied, "Uncle, I intend to ask the family head to let you inherit the Phoenix Breath technique." On the other side, the protagonist was startled. He'd heard of this technique before. The Phoenix Breath, the source of all aura techniques in the Zerdinger family. I heard only those recognized by the family can inherit it, Leo thought to himself. Meanwhile, Celia immediately turned to object. Father won't agree that easily. In response, Zeiss nodded and said, "Yes, but there is a condition. You must pass this year's Lumern entrance exam," he said calmly. Celia grew uneasy at the added condition and panicked for Leo. What? The Lumern entrance is a live combat test. You know, a fellow who doesn't know how to use aura like Leo. Wouldn't it be too dangerous for him to participate? As for Leo, he wasn't scared at all. Instead, he felt an inexplicable thrill. Real fighting, huh? Right, I guess I have no other choice. Up ahead, Uncle Zeiss saw him brooding and asked, "What do you think about that, Leo?" In reply, Leo gave him a confident nod. "My father and mother have said they'll respect my decision, so I'll take part." Leo's answer didn't surprise Viscount Zeiss much. Just as expected, the boy intended to join this year's entrance exam. With that extra motivation, Leo threw himself into training. "Let's rest a bit, now resume," he said, then returned to his running. "Who says I can't keep up?" Celia shouted. Time flew. A week later, the scene shifted to Deland School. Today was the Lumern Academy entrance exam. From early morning, everyone had gathered, and Celia's arrival naturally drew attention. Isn't that Celia Zerdinger? Amazing to see the swordwoman in person. Who's that beside her? Curious whispers began. Celia glanced and asked Leo, "Are you nervous, young master?" "Not at all," Leo replied gently. Then he shot her a teasing look and reminded the little lady, "Shouldn't you fix the way you speak?" The sudden remark made Celia start. Then a voice behind them called, "Miss Celia." Hearing it, they both turned toward the sound and discovered the speaker was that red-haired fellow Tradden, who was astonished to see Leo standing next to Celia. Leo plowed. "Why are you here when you don't even know how to use aura?" Tradden asked, then hurriedly greeted Celia. "Miss Celia, so good to see you. Are you well?" Across from them, the two just stared at Tradden as if looking at a fool, leaving him awkward and at a loss for words. Finally, he had to introduce himself. "I'm Gulliver Tradden. I greeted you when you visited the school before." The greatest magic prodigy of Deland. Turning to Celia, before the redhead finished, she cut him off. "Sorry, I don't remember you at all." "Then goodbye," she said, tugging Leo's hand and running off. But at that moment, another voice rang out. "Celia, long time no see." The voice boomed so loud the whole hall turned to look. Its owners were a young, silver-haired pair. The brother Abad Llewellyn, 16, and the sister Chelsea Llewellyn, 14, both from the Llewellyn family. "Who's that?" Leo asked curiously. And seeing their appearance, Celia subconsciously clenched her hand and explained. "They're the Llewellyn siblings, from the heroic noble house of the Gold Empire. They're members of the Llewellyn family. Those guys are taking the exam too, so we can't lose." "Leo, Zerdinger losing to Llewellyn is unacceptable," she said, her eyes lighting up like car headlights. "But I'm from the Plove family," Leo replied innocently. Next, the siblings stepped forward towards Celia and greeted her again. "Long time no see, Celia." In response, the swordswoman nodded. "Indeed, long time no see, Abad Llewellyn. Who's the person beside you?" Abad asked, looking at Leo. Answering that, the swordswoman spoke loudly. "He's a member of a Viscount family in the kingdom of Delrod, Leo Plove of the Plove family." Across from them, the sister Chelsea lost interest in Leo at once. "Just a commoner," she said coldly, while her brother Abad showed the same attitude. After greeting, they quickly left, not forgetting to warn Celia. "Celia, the top spot will definitely be mine. Let's go, Chelsea." "Yes, brother," she replied. Seeing their arrogant airs, the swordswoman complained in annoyance. "What nuisances, I'll beat them for sure," she finished speaking. Suddenly a loud voice rang out, drawing everyone's attention. Following their gazes, a young teacher had appeared on the high platform, and it seemed everyone was assembled. "I am Albi, this is Albi Geron, a professor of Lumern Academy." Below, the swordswoman Celia's expression changed at the name as she muttered, "Could it be Albi, the mage of the evil eye?" Beside Leo, seeing her surprised look, he curiously asked who that was. Hearing this, Celia was even more astonished that Leo didn't know the professor. "You really don't know. He's a hero recorded in the heroic chronicles." Her voice full of admiration made Leo take this figure more seriously. "A man called a hero of this era. That mana in his left eye must be the evil eye," Leo thought, for energy kept pouring from Albi's left eye. Who knew what it meant? Hearing Leo's thoughts, Professor Albi explained the test. The exams include fighting other people and hunting monsters. Each person will take part in both events in turn. I think this way. What a bother, he said, and promptly burned the papers in his hand. Then he pulled a book from his coat and began to use his power, opening the heroic chronicles, Albai's World. Chapter 1, The Beastwood. At that moment, a massive magic circle appeared beneath everyone's feet, radiating fierce energy. Professor Albai above coldly told the group, I will absolutely not tolerate tardiness. I will merge you all together and run it at once. Back with Leo, he seized the chance to review memories related to this so-called heroic chronicle. The heroic chronicles aren't simply an archive. Their true value lies in storing the trials past heroes endured and recreating the heroes' worlds. Moreover, if you conquer a hero world, you can inherit the powers of previous heroes. It's practically a hero training system. Returning to reality, when the scene reappeared, they found themselves inside a gloomy forest. Albai's voice echoed from the sky. This is the Beastwood. The test is survival. You may cooperate or eliminate each other. Do whatever it takes to survive. If you want to give up, break the orb you hold in return. That's the only way out. When he finished speaking, his voice vanished, and while everyone was still bewildered by the forest, Leo felt a familiar presence. This place was unchanged from before the beast Queen Silatona corrupted it. It used to be the Fairyfolk's woods. Around them, a few weak-hearted students began to panic. I want to go home. Someone said, it's just an illusion, don't be such cowards. Another complained. However, unlike them, Leo saw it differently. He's wrong. Even though this world was reconstructed from Professor Albai's memories, everything that happens here is real. And if you end up in a life-threatening situation, you will actually die. No sooner had he thought that than a blue arrow of light shot out from the forest toward Leo. Luckily, he was always alert and dodged in time. The one who fired that wind arrow was none other than Chelsea. Seeing Leo dodge, she stepped forward and called out, We've met before, haven't we? It's a pleasure to take down someone from the Zerdinger clan, the girl boasted confidently, and Leo had to remind her of his status. I'm from the Plove family, but you were with Celia earlier, Chelsea shouted, then immediately used her wind-cutting magic, forming a scythe-like blade of energy in her hand. With Leo's experience, he was a bit surprised by the skill. That's a spell that didn't exist in the past. But fundamentally, it hasn't changed, he thought, gripping his sword and bracing for whatever came. Chelsea, seeing Leo remain calm in front of her, seemed annoyed and sighed. You're still calm with me standing here. She finished, spinning her scythe and hurling it forward like a circular saw. However, the attack wasn't enough to trouble Leo. With a single simple swing of his sword, he easily knocked the scythe back. Seeing him do it so casually, Chelsea's expression shifted a bit. He didn't use anything. I can't sense any aura. Is it some hard-to-detect aura type? She wondered to herself. Meanwhile, Leo offered a suggestion. That attack was too simple. Instead, why don't we cooperate? This test usually awards higher points to those who survive the longest. As a mage, wouldn't having a swordsman at your side be useful? He smiled and tried to persuade her. Unfortunately, his words were like water off a duck's back to Chelsea. Too bad I'm a battle mage. And anyway, you say my attack is simple, her tone a little angry. Across from them, she rolled her eyes. You're lecturing me about magic, a direct descendant of the Llewellyn clan. Fine, let's see how you handle a simple attack. Wind blade, wind arrow. Saying that, she waved her staff and fired several blades and arrows straight at Leo. But as soon as she unleashed them, she realized Leo had vanished from his spot. He's gone. I can't sense a trace of mana at all. Why? She panicked, before noticing Leo suddenly reappear right in front of her and land a punch to her gut, enough to make her collapse to her knees. Then I should politely ask you to cooperate, shouldn't I? Next, Leo tied her body to a tree trunk and started a fire with an utterly wicked grin. Time quickly passed until evening, and Chelsea slowly came to from her daze and found herself tied to a wooden stake with a roaring fire beneath her. The scene looked like she was about to be sacrificed. What is this? Chelsea cried in panic. Seeing she was awake, Leo resumed his offer. Are you going to cooperate with me or not? In response, Chelsea grit her teeth with a sour look. Never. I need no one but my brother, Wind Blade, she shouted, channeling her magic to cut the ropes. However, at that moment, a small red magic circle appeared on her wrist, preventing her spell from activating. That's a magic sealing array, Leo murmured, but it won't hold long because it doesn't have much mana. Replying to him, Chelsea said she could easily dispel that kind of spell. Leo sneered coldly. You think I'll let you concentrate? At that, the flames began to lick closer to Chelsea, singeing part of her dress. Wait, stop, it's hot, she yelled. Still, Leo kept insisting she cooperate. With no choice, Chelsea relented. Fine, I'll do it. And Leo wasn't stupid enough to just untie her. Instead, he made her swear on her family's honor. All right, I swear. I swear on the honor of the Llewellyn family that I will cooperate. Stop it now, she said, and tears welled in her eyes. Meanwhile, Leo inwardly laughed like a maniac. Too easy. She must still be a child. Thinking that, he gave the rope a hard tug, so Chelsea dropped down. Then Leo gently caught her and spoke in a warm tone. Pleasure working with you, Llewellyn maid. Cut to outside. While students fought inside, teachers watched them on monitors to score and evaluate. But the more he watched, Professor Albi grew furious. Such low-level fools. Choosing to compete is so idiotic. The ones who grasped the situation quickly were those two. Celia Zerdinger and a bad Llewellyn. Now that's an empire with a bright future. The young professor praised as he saw them team up to slay monsters. Then Albi glanced at another screen and saw Leo and Chelsea teaming up to fight a giant troll. Wait, isn't that Leo Plo? What he did at the campfire earlier was odd, but convincing Chelsea Llewellyn to cooperate was a big plus. He lacks the power or excellence of Celia or Abad, but he's an unpredictable wild card, the young professor whispered, watching Leo's monitor with interest. Back with the protagonists, though forced to cooperate by Leo, Chelsea couldn't help admiring his skill. Having a knight around really is convenient. I'll ask one thing, what kind of aura are you using? I haven't sensed any mana from you this whole time, she asked curiously. The protagonist didn't hide it and said plainly, I don't know how to use aura. Hearing that, Chelsea felt her mind start to lag behind. What? How can you do it without aura? The essence of things is what matters. That applies to wind magic too. What do you think the essence of wind magic is? To answer your question, Chelsea simultaneously unleashed a barrage of wind-shattering spells, spawning razor blades of air that sliced straight back and immediately tore apart a monster that had tried to ambush them. Then she flashed a mocking smile. Leo, talking about magic in front of the Llewellyns is absurd. Hearing that, Leo showed no anger. Instead, he kept lecturing. I praise that power, but the way you use it is all wrong, he said as he stepped forward briskly, and his teacher-like manner made Chelsea grumble. You really are. Before she could finish, Leo suddenly noticed something and signaled her to stop. Wait, stop, he murmured. Chelsea realized why he shouted. Several withered, mummified corpses lay before them. They look like mummies, she frowned, and Leo said he'd seen things like this before. Now I understand the conditions to pass this test, Leo muttered to himself. But at that moment, he suddenly sensed something targeting him. There was no time to think. Leo lunged, grabbed Chelsea, and yanked her aside. His decisive move saved them both from a strange ranged attack. From afar, a few more approached. Too bad, I wanted to take down Chelsea Llewellyn first. When Chelsea Llewellyn gets eliminated, the one beside her is nothing special. The voice belongs to Redhead Tradden, who seems to have allied with other students to eliminate strong contenders. All right, attack together. He shouted, and the surrounding students charged like rabid dogs, but these guys shouldn't brawl with Leo. How could they possibly win one-on-one against him? Indeed, they shouldn't fight Leo in close quarters. Immediately, he floored one attacker with a single punch, leaving the guy sprawled like a dead dog. Seeing their comrade so quickly taken down, the others panicked and stopped attacking recklessly. Support me, Chelsea, Leo urged. Okay, got it, she replied, though her body still trembled from the earlier danger. As for Tradden's group, after a few seconds of shock, they recovered and shouted to each other, What are you doing? Attack now. And the bunch rushed forward desperately. Unbeknownst to them, the mastermind Tradden quietly slipped away while they fought Leo's group. I can't go down like this, I'll change things, he told himself and dashed forward. At the same time, Celia not far off spotted him and headed in the opposite direction. Thus Celia and Llewellyn found Leo and Chelsea. With the students they defeated strewn across the ground. Seeing her brother appear, Chelsea cried out joyfully, Brother. She ran to hug Abad, who comforted and checked on her. Chelsea, are you safe? Nearby, swordswoman Celia asked with interest, How did you two end up together? I proposed we team up. That stubborn one refused to cooperate. So I persuaded her quite well, Leo said with a sly grin which made Celia suspect things weren't as simple. What are you planning this time? She asked cautiously. Then for some reason, Leo stepped forward and helped each fallen student to their feet, which made Chelsea curiously ask, Why are you helping them? To answer that, Leo explained that competition wasn't necessary anymore, since we'd conquer this world together. The monster forest is acting weird right now. Do you see those corpses? It's like all the moisture was sucked out of their bodies, and that's not the only strange thing here. Aren't there too few monsters in this monster forest? Leo shrugged in reply. Only after hearing him did Celia notice and shout, Now that you mention it, I'm seeing it. It's like something's been eating them. There must be a high-tier monster around scaring the others into hiding. Hearing that, the white-haired Llewellyn nodded in agreement. I get it. The first heroic feat for Albi is to slay a high-tier monster, he said. Suddenly, the whole group felt a terrible murderous aura converging on them, making sweat pour down their faces. Looks like it's appeared, Leo muttered. Back with Tradden, he was using a light spell to scout ahead. By any means, I'll take you out, Leo, he gritted. before spotting a shadow blocking his path. Seeing it, the young mage brought his staff closer to inspect the shadow. Then when he realized it was a corpse, he startled and fell back. "What the?" he shouted. At the same time, something slimy suddenly dripped onto his staff from above. The curious mage looked up to see what it was, but he should have left it unseen. Above his head loomed a giant spider staring at him hungrily, enough to make him pee a little. Cut to outside the hall. A few students who'd ended the test early because of danger were happily bragging to each other. "I handled like 15 or 16 of them," the brown-haired guy boasted. "Same here," the one opposite nodded. At that moment, Professor Albi looked at them with disappointment. "About 500 so far, all failures." Hearing this, another professor panicked and urged caution. "But Professor Albi, you still need to select around 100 like other regions. Currently only 50 students remain." In response, handsome guy didn't change his mind. "If they don't meet my standards, I'll flunk them all. Principal Kalian put me in charge because he knows that." He then focused on the monitor showing Leo and thought, "True heroes are found in hard times." Leo Plove, he must have noticed the anomaly in the forest. But can he get through this world? The teacher wondered to himself. Back with Leo's group, they regrouped and hurried forward. "Damn, it's pitch black," complained a long-haired student in the group. Then Celia, leading the party, suddenly stopped and signaled everyone, "Wait, something's ahead, ready yourself." She concentrated mana into the tip of her sword until it glowed a soft red, and quickly, they noticed Celia herself was being held by some. "What the one behind is the real threat," Abad warned. Next, he prepared to use his magic to attack. But before the spell formed, Leo reached out to stop him and said to Tradden, "Gulliver, snap out of it. Break the crystal now." Hearing his reminder, Tradden gritted his teeth, smashed the crystal in his hand, and immediately, his body turned into a beam of light and was teleported out of this world, making the giant spider wail in frustration, who told the prey to run out of the mouth already. With Tradden out of the way, Abad was free to unleash his magic at will. He barely spoke the words "wind fangs" and fired countless razor wind blades straight ahead, drenched the giant spider in blood. Yet despite the heavy bleeding, its wounds healed visibly fast at that recovery rate. The group's faces soured. "Is this still not enough?" "Just as I thought, it's the spider princess Tarantula," Leo muttered inwardly. It seemed he recognized the monster's identity. Elsewhere, an axe-wielding student gripped his weapon and charged in for melee. "Damn it, take this," he shouted. But before his axe could reach the giant spider, one of its legs sent him flying across the clearing. As for swordswoman Celia, with no time to fuss over the fallen, she forced herself to say, "I'll finish it in one strike." "Glory," she declared, channeling fierce energy into her blade until, when fully charged, Celia unleashed it like a laser pillar that pierced straight through the spider's head. However, the spider's life force was absurdly strong. Though its forehead was breached, moments later the hole sealed as if nothing had happened. The unbelievable sight left her dazed. "No way," Celia stammered. Seeing her attack fail, Mage Abad stepped up to show the difference between a wizard's destructive power and a knight's, worlds apart. He said confidently and cast a spell called Bombardment. It spawned wind blades of terrifying force that spiraled into the giant spider. Yet against the Spider Queen, the damage was insufficient. All it did was enrage her further. Up until now, Abad had dealt it the most pain, so it began to focus its hatred on. Seeing this, his sister Chelsea hurriedly used her magic to attack and save. Her big brother was spared by an inch. In the end, he only suffered a slight wound to his arm. "You okay?" Chelsea asked. "Thanks, Chelsea," Abad replied. Seeing even Celia and Abad couldn't hurt the monster, his face showed despair. "What is this thing?" he cried in panic. With his knowledge, Leo stepped forward to explain to the group. "This is a bizarre regeneration ability," he said. "She's the daughter of Siletna, Queen of Tataris, a monster from Erebo's army that ravaged the fairy forest." Hearing this, everyone around turned to Leo as if he were from Mars. Meanwhile, our protagonist replayed old memories in his head. The mana in Albi's left eye really is the mana of a fairy king. Tarantula rules the cursed wilderness. It destroyed the fairy forest and bit off the fairy king's arm during their battle. I thought Luna had killed Tarantula, but it seems the fairy king's right arm inside its belly saved its life. More precisely, the infinite life force from that hand, the Ring of Life. Turning to the group, they were fired up. "If this monster is the key to the test, I'll beat it," Abad shouted. "Who said that?" Celia retorted. Then both of them started unleashing their skills nonstop, bombarding the giant spider relentlessly. However, watching their actions, Leo knew this was completely pointless. "It'll just keep regenerating until your mana runs completely dry," Leo warned in a cold voice. "So what do you suggest?" Celia asked, and Leo said they needed the two of them to cooperate. Hearing that from this idiot, Abad flat out refused. "I decline. I'm going to get the highest score. No, it's going to be me, Celia yelled right back. Up ahead, Leo saw these two morons refusing to face reality and just bickering with each other, so he shouted, "If we don't conquer this hero's world, everyone here gets eliminated." Hearing his words, both of them finally snapped out of it, realized the problem, and quickly dropped their arguing attitudes. Next, Abad offered his opinion. Even if we team up, it'll take way too much time to prepare a strong enough attack to one-shot it. But only Celia and I can hold the monster off long enough. Hearing that, the swordswoman Celia fell silent. And while everyone was still clueless about what to do, Leo stepped up to take on the responsibility. "I'll do it," he said with a face full of confidence. However, Celia didn't buy it one bit. "What? That's basically suicide. You don't even know how to use Aura Field." "I know, but I can still hold it off for 5 minutes," Leo said calmly as if it wasn't a big deal at all. From behind, the mage Abad asked worriedly, "What if the attack fails?" Hearing that, Leo replied he didn't think that would happen, because fire and wind are always great partners. They sync up perfectly. His words made Celia and Abad turn to look at each other, as if something clicked in their minds. Next, while they were still thinking it over, Leo had already charged forward to attack the spider. He gripped the axe tightly in his hand and slammed it straight into its mouth, making the spider let out a pained scream. Back to Leo, seeing how the monster barely took any time to regenerate back to normal, he told himself, "Just as I thought, this is the limit without using Aura Field." Thinking that to find a more efficient way to stall, Leo called out to the mage girl Chelsea behind. "Chelsea, use wind magic to blow all the weapons around toward me." As he spoke, he leaped aside to dodge the giant spider leg that had just stabbed toward his position. Hearing his request, the mage girl panicked and warned, "If you move that fast, you'll get hurt." No time to explain much, Leo affirmed, "I'll catch them, so don't worry, just hurry." "Which weapons?" Chelsea asked again. "Any of them," Leo replied. Following his request, the mage girl quickly used her wind magic to hurl a random weapon flying toward him. Up ahead, Leo relied on the sound of the weapon moving through the air to vaguely guess what it was. From that sound, one's a curved short sword, the other's a double-edged longsword, he thought, then poured power into his legs and leaped high into the air, at the same time extending both hands to grab the two weapons that had just been sent his way. Next, using the downward momentum, Leo unleashed a flurry of sword strikes, slicing several of the giant spider's legs clean off in sections. However, under the pressure of his onslaught, the swords only managed a few swings before shattering into pieces. Seeing that, Leo immediately called for Chelsea to send more weapons. Next one. Without needing him to say much, the mage girl coordinated perfectly and blew weapon after weapon toward. Just like that, the protagonist began showcasing his superhuman weapon mastery, pummeling the spider relentlessly before it could even react. While Chelsea was left utterly stunned, "He looks the same age as us, but this scene. It's like a god of war," Chelsea thought to herself. Meanwhile, the mage Abad, witnessing it all, no longer dared to underestimate Leo. "So he's not just some insignificant ant," he muttered. Back to Leo, while beating the crap out of the massive spider, he took a light wound across his face. Feeling the hot blood trickling down his cheek, Leo flashed an excited grin. "I can still feel it. If I can't take down a bug like this, those guys on the other side would laugh their asses off him." Thinking that, he gripped the sword in his hand tightly and swung with full force straight into the monster's body. As expected, after the strike, the sword shattered into pieces like always, and Leo called for the next one. But in response came Chelsea's horrified face. She explained that was the last sword. The shocking news wiped the excited look right off Leo's face. But luckily, at the same moment, the swordswoman Celia from behind had finished preparing her skill. Right now, her entire body was surging with intense energy. She shouted to let Leo know to get out of the way. "How about that, you flea-bitten monster?" Celia roared loudly while swinging her sword forward with full force, unleashing a terrifying pillar of scorching flames that turned the spider into roasted spider before it could even squeak. And after it perished, everyone received the notification. Albai's world, opening chapter, Wild Forest, cleared. Hearing that sound, Celia's whole body seemed to lose all strength as she plopped down on the ground. "It's over." She let out a relieved breath, then turned to look at Leo and marveled. He really held that monster off for 5 whole minutes. "Leo, well done," the swordswoman praised, but before she could finish, the little mage Chelsea cut in. "That's incredible, so amazing. You look just like a hero from the stories." "Really?" Leo sighed in response. After all, he wasn't just like one. He was a real hero. In reply, Chelsea looked at him with starry eyes like he was her idol. "Exactly. I want to become a combat mage, so I really want to learn more about close combat. It's my biggest weakness. Please teach me." On this side, seeing Chelsea eagerly asking Leo to train her, the swordswoman Celia started smirking inwardly at these naive lambs who had no idea what Leo's training was like. "I really hope everyone gets to experience Leo's training at least once," she said with a wicked grin that left the mage girl behind her completely clueless. Back to Leo, ignoring their chatter. He reached down to pick up the ring that had dropped on the ground and wondered. So the dropped item is this ring. Next, a beam of light shot out from inside the ring, and from within that light, a tiny figure with wings on its back appeared before him. Looking at the face across from him, Leo immediately recognized it as Prince Escilid. Escilid, you still remember me? I'm Kyle, Leo asked softly. In response, the prince gave a gentle smile as if agreeing. Then he turned back into a beam of light and slipped into the ring. From Leo's perspective, seeing his old friend return to the ring, he thought, looks like he became the fairy king thanks to the treasure Albai found. He received the mana eye. Just as he thought that, the space around everyone started collapsing, accompanied by a strange voice echoing, countdown to exit from the trial zone beginning, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Reward for clearing, the fairy king's oath. Suddenly, a mysterious dark figure appeared in front of Leo and whispered to him. The figure's face was hidden by the author. However, upon seeing that face, Leo's eyes went blank, as if he recognized exactly who it was. Time flew by quickly. Scene shifts to some bustling town area. An old man was looking at the report in his hand and muttering, "Looks like the exam in the Western Territory has wrapped up." This old man was Alien Bedian, a master swordsman and the headmaster of Lumern Academy. Beside him, a secretary-like girl was already stressed about the info. It's over already. But the other zones still have tons of people. How many did Professor Albai pass? She asked with difficulty. Hearing that, Alien glanced over the report again and exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, if it's Albai, the number should be decent. 40 people passed. That's a lot," the secretary sighed. However, the old headmaster already had a plan. "Don't stress too much. I was thinking of passing only about 10 anyway," he said while bursting into cheerful laughter, leaving the secretary completely at a loss for words in this situation. Then she curiously asked next, "I guess Celia or Abad would take first place, so who ended up getting it?" In response, Alien said, apparently it was really hard to choose, and one person was nominated as the representative for the new students. Hearing that, the secretary couldn't help but be stunned because she knew just how strict Albai was. Professor Albai nominated someone. That's surprising. Who is it? Celia Zerdinger or Abad Llewellyn? It's a name I've never heard before. I never expected Albai to rate him that highly. I wonder what kind of student he is. I'm nominating Leo Plove as the representative for the new students. Reason: possesses the talent to become a hero. Time passed quickly. Scene shifts to some massive bathhouse. At this moment, our protagonist Leo was relaxing leisurely in the tub. These kinds of aches need healing with care and time. Feels great, Leo said softly while leaning back. And right then, in his mind, echoed the mysterious dark figure's earlier words. Reward for clearing, the Fairy King's oath. Normally, when conquering a living hero's world, you don't get any reward. Yet somehow only I received one, only me. However, before he could think further, suddenly Lady Riene walked right into the bathhouse, leaving him stunned for a second. "Mom, what's up?" he asked. In response, Riene's face was dead serious. "Leo, do you know why Mom was exiled from the Zerdinger family? It was when I saved a teammate. I lost the Zerdinger flame aura, but I've never regretted that decision. Leo, Mom wants you to use your strength and talent for the right things. And congratulations on getting accepted into Lumern Academy," she said with a bright, hearty smile. Time passed quickly. Scene shifts to a luxurious city. This is Lumeria City, home of Lumern Academy. And right now, through the spatial teleportation gate, Leo's group had arrived here. You have arrived in Lumeria City. Please make sure you've collected all your belongings before leaving the gate, a voice reminded. On this side, Leo immediately turned his gaze toward the architectural complex on the other side of the river and whispered, "This place is the center of the world, Lumeria. And that right there is Lumern Academy." At the same time, up ahead, Uncle Zeise's voice rang out, "Leo, how's the past month been for you?" "Congratulations on passing the entrance exam," he said while extending his hand forward in greeting, and Leo quickly shook it. "Thanks, Uncle, but why are you here?" Instead of getting straight to it, Zeiss posed a question. "Our family has been locked in an endless debate for the entire past month. Do you know why?" Hearing that, Leo guessed the issue and said, "Have they finally decided on the inheritance of the Phoenix Breath?" "Exactly, even though my sister is no longer a member of the family. You're still her son, not to mention. The elders were deeply impressed that you passed the notoriously brutal Western Regions exam," he said, then pulled a golden key from inside his coat pocket and handed it to Leo. While instructing, "This is the key to a subspace. Open it." Hearing that, Leo held the key out in front of him and twisted it in the air like turning a door lock. And right away, a mysterious magic book appeared before his eyes, radiating an extraordinarily noble aura. Seeing that, Zeiss asked Leo to drip a drop of his own blood onto the book's page. Following the instruction, Leo quickly bit his fingertip, let a few drops fall onto it, and immediately afterward, the book burst into a blinding flash of light. Next, strange and incomprehensible runes appeared across the pages. Now, only you can read this book. Mastering the Zerdinger family's secret technique isn't easy, but I have a feeling you'll grasp it quickly. Congratulations on becoming a member of the Zerdinger family, he said while giving the protagonist a trusting pat on the shoulder. Next, the scene shifted to a roadside cafe. This was the spot where Leo and Celia had agreed to meet earlier, and while he was still wandering around looking for her, suddenly, he bumped straight into a girl about his age, causing the stack of books she was carrying to scatter everywhere. Sorry, I wasn't watching where I was going, the girl said in a panic as she hurriedly gathered up all her books, and quickly hurried off, probably because she was in such a rush. While picking up her things, she accidentally left behind a student ID card, which Leo noticed and picked up. Chloe Muller, a new student at Lumern Academy, Leo whispered while looking at the card. Next, setting that aside, he quickly headed into a nearby shop. Leo, you're so late. The swordswoman Celia had been waiting for a while. Seeing him finally show up, she couldn't help complaining. Uniforms, textbooks, and a ton of other stuff we still need to buy. Sorry, I had to go meet Uncle Zeiss, Leo said apologetically. Hearing that, Celia's face lit up as she asked, so they've made the decision. What was the result? Across from her, Leo didn't keep her in suspense. He immediately showed off his new ability. Right then, from behind his back, a pair of blazing fire wings suddenly appeared, radiating dazzling light. Is this how you use it? Leo asked calmly. Meanwhile, the swordswoman Celia, witnessing this, was so shocked, she dropped everything in her hands onto the floor. No way. It took me 3 whole weeks just to get a feel for this secret technique. Leo, who the hell are you really? She thought in a daze. Anyway, she couldn't be blamed. After all, Leo was a legendary hero. With his experience, mastering any technique came easily without needing much time to learn it. Time flew by quickly. Scene shifted to a dock. Though a bit surprising, it seemed to be a modern engine-powered ship. At this moment, the new incoming students were all gathered here, ready to depart. Staring at the massive ship in front of them, the whole group couldn't help but gawk in awe. Wow, it's huge. Murmurs of amazement started rising one after another, until a professor approached and addressed the entire group. Welcome, new students. I am Professor Aina Landiu, in charge of the new night class. We'll set sail for Lumern right now. Everyone, board the ship, he said while pointing behind him at the vessel. Just like that, the crowd of new students hurriedly clambered aboard, where a ready-made sweets buffet was already prepared for them to enjoy. While everyone was happily eating and chatting, suddenly a voice called out toward Leo and Celia. Hey you two, that couple over there, got a minute? My name's Car Thomas, I'm from the Kingdom of Moira. From potions to weapons, I sell it all. Come find me if you need anything while you're at school, he said while handing them both one of his business cards. Across from him, Celia was still annoyed at being called a couple, so Leo answered for both. Nice to meet you. I'm Leo Plove from the Kingdom of Delad. Hearing that, Car's eyes flashed with surprise. Delad, so you passed the Western Region's exam. Impressive. Setting that aside, Leo glanced around a bit and felt something off. Anyway, am I the only one who thinks this whole situation feels weird? Everything's way too peaceful. It feels like something's not right. In response, the swordswoman Celia sighed and countered, a warm welcome for new students who passed the exam. Isn't that completely normal? Hearing that, Car, who was munching on cake, nodded in agreement. Yeah, there's no reason they'd be rough with students before enrollment. It has to be fine, he said with total confidence. However, who knows if this guy's jinxed it with his big mouth. Right after he finished speaking, the entire ship suddenly shook violently, signaling something bad was coming. Next, from deep within the sea, a gigantic tentacle burst up and slammed straight into the ship, cracking the deck with huge fissures. One after another, panic screams started ringing out. Professor Ain, help. In another corner, Professor Ain watched the students' chaos unfold. Yet he calmly sipped his wine as if nothing was happening. Help you guys. You're all Lumern Academy students, hero candidates. When danger comes, you need to overcome it yourselves. As he spoke, he glanced forward, where a colossal octopus with a mouth full of jagged fangs had just risen above the sea surface. The sudden drastic turn of events left Leo so pissed, he crushed the piece of cake in his hand. On this side, Leo swung his sword to slice off one tentacle while urgently calming her. Celia, stay calm. In response, the swordswoman told Leo he should worry about himself first. As she spoke, she began attacking it with her sword enveloped in glowing aura. However, right after that, for some reason the giant octopus opened its maw and sprayed a massive column of water straight at Celia. Leo didn't even know what to say to her anymore. It's a natural Kraken behavior. It reacts to heat by spraying water, basic knowledge. Getting drenched made her look like a drowned rat. He reminded her in a resigned tone, making Celia's eyes burn with even more fury. On another side, some nameless student had been grabbed by the leg with a tentacle from the giant octopus, about to become its lunch. Damn croc. Leo growled and rushed over to rescue him. Next, the two of them each unleashed one strike and easily severed the tentacle in half. At the same time, Carr, who was hiding under a table, watched the two of them tag team so powerfully and could barely believe his eyes. That's definitely Celia's strength, the top scorer in the Western region. But what the hell is up with this Leo guy? He said with a completely stunned face. Before he could say more, a frozen tentacle was suddenly hurled his way, nearly hitting him with friendly fire. Hey, watch it, he yelled irritably at whoever had frozen that tentacle, drawing Leo's attention. Turns out it was the same girl he'd bumped into earlier, watching how she used ice magic to attack. Her power was clearly no joke. In response to Carr's earlier comment, she grumbled, "If you can't protect yourself, why didn't you stay in the back?" Hearing that, he could only lament his own weakness. God, the strong ones never care if we get caught up in their fights. With that, who knows if it was sheer bad luck, but another massive tentacle got flung right toward his position, like he'd become a magnet for severed tentacles. And this time, the one responsible was the Llewellyn siblings, Abad and Chelsea. The competition isn't over yet, Celia Zerdinger, Abad reminded her. Feeling the same way over here, Celia replied irritably. While the students were desperately attacking the monster, Professor Ain on this side was happily enjoying his wine glass. As he poured another, he muttered, "There are plenty of monsters in the lake leading to Lumern Academy. A kraken is just perfect for a welcome party." With that, the young professor's eyes narrowed slightly as he observed the standout individuals. As expected, the prominent team leader, Chen Zia from the east, Celia Zerdinger and Abad Llewellyn from the west, Chloe Mueller from the north, Walden Tyden from the south, Duran from the central region. This year's new students are truly exceptional, but the one who impresses me most is that unknown freshman. His swordsmanship has zero wasted movements. He moves like he can predict the Kraken's actions in advance. I'll meet him in the night class soon, thinking that. Ain cracked a small, anticipatory smile. Just like that, with the combined strength of the most outstanding individuals, even a Kraken couldn't withstand the multi-front assault and finally accepted defeat. Not long after, the ship carrying them docked at Lumern Academy, and the moment they stepped off, the whole group started puking their guts out. Faces pale as ghosts. "I thought I'd run out of all my medicine," Carr muttered. Next, Professor Ain lightly leaped down from the bow and addressed everyone. "You'll have to cross that lake many times, so get used to it quickly. Now we'll head to the entrance ceremony hall." Scene shifted inside Lumern Academy, at the Elektra training ground. At this moment, the new students were gathered here. While on all four sides, a few people were observing the newcomers like they were scouting for standouts. "See, I told you, none of them are normal. I hope this year brings some interesting ones." Murmurs of discussion started rising. Ignoring the chatter, Professor Ain announced, "We'll begin the entrance ceremony right now. Line up by region, those with the highest scores at the front of each line. The headmaster will give a short speech first." Following the instruction, the students quickly formed neat rows, and once the formation was set, Old Man Kalyan stepped forward to speak. "You've all come here with the dream of becoming heroes. I only have a few words for you. If you dream of becoming a hero, always put yourself first and surpass your own limit. Those who can't do that don't belong here." With that, who knows if he got too excited, he suddenly raised his hand and smashed the podium in front of him to pieces, shattering it into fragments. This somewhat violent action left the students below dead silent, not daring to make a sound, not even a single clap. Back to Kalyan, seeing his speech met with zero response. The old man looked a bit awkward. "Did I talk too much?" Hearing that, the students finally snapped out of it and erupted into wild cheers, making the old man's face bloom with joy. However, as if the applause still felt too quiet, the headmaster casually said, "I can't hear anything." Hearing that, the professors behind him went completely deadpan. The longer you teach at Lumern, the more the grand image of the sword master gets shattered. Setting aside the headmaster's quirky personality, next the MC continued, "Now we'll have the speech from the new student representative. The representative for the new students is Leo Plove. Please come up to the stage." Down below, Leo was surprised to hear he was the rep, and immediately turned to look at Professor Albi. Catching his gaze, the handsome professor just gave a light smile and nod in confirmation. With no choice, Leo stepped up to deliver the speech. Luckily, they'd already prepared what he needed to say. "To the professors and fellow students, we, the new students, will enter Lumern as proud members of this academy. Blah blah. Thank you." This concludes the speech from new student representative Leo Plove. With that, Leo closed the book in his hand. Next, the MC didn't let him step down yet and instead turned to ask, "Thank you, Leo. Now could you please tell us your goal as the new student representative?" Beside him, Leo immediately guessed the school's intention. They're trying to provoke the people who almost got this spot instead of me, huh? No wonder the teachers behind him, just 3 seconds ago, still thought he was a model-obedient student and figured this year's entrance ceremony would be pretty peaceful. Thinking that, he didn't give a damn about anyone and straight up challenged the whole industrial chicken coop. Hello, I'm the new student representative, Leo Plove. If anyone wants this position, come and take it. No matter who you are, Leo declared with a voice overflowing with confidence. Time flew by until late afternoon. Scene shifted to the Lumeran Academy dorms. The new students were led here by a guide. You all worked hard today. Starting tomorrow, for about a week, the exploratory classes will begin. During this time, no matter what major you're interested in, you can join any class you want. Through the process, you'll choose 3 subjects to study in depth. That's it, get some early sleep so you don't miss the first class. Back to Leo's position. Before stepping into his room, his buddy Car said goodbye. Leo, our rooms are right next to each other. I'm really looking forward to tomorrow. Good night, Leo. Yeah, see you tomorrow, Leo nodded in reply. Next, the moment he stepped inside, he tossed his suitcase onto the bed and lay down to rest. Didn't even bother changing clothes. But of course, Leo wasn't that sloppy. He was lying down to sleep because there was something he needed to check right now. After closing his eyes, Leo's consciousness shifted into a vast space, one that looked like an enormous library with countless books arranged everywhere. What I want from Lumeran is to find something. I hope it's here. My Hero Chronicles, Leo thought silently. Time flew by until the next morning. Scene shifted to the cafeteria. While Leo was eating alone, his friend Car showed up carrying a tray piled 3 times higher than normal, sat down next to him, and suggested, Leo, let's eat together. Seeing that, Leo didn't feel annoyed and just agreed, sure. The words had barely left his mouth when trouble found him. A food tray was suddenly slammed down right in front of Leo, accompanied by a shout, new student representative. You said in your speech yesterday. Were you serious about that? The owner of the voice was one of the standout individuals Professor Ain had noticed, Duran Mora from the central region. His meal was pretty normal, except for the tiny flag stuck in his hamburger like something kids would play with. Everything else was fine. Across from him, Leo kept eating as if he hadn't noticed Duran's pissed-off attitude. Looks like what I said yesterday was pretty provocative. Huh, yeah, it was. If some random stranger came and started trouble like that, it'd be no surprise. Seeing Leo seemingly not taking his words seriously, Duran's eyes bulged as he reminded him again, you don't know who I am. I'm the captain of the central region. Across from him, the 2 starving demons were still ignoring him completely. Happily eating like Duran was some clown desperately trying to get attention while getting completely ignored. Finally, unable to hold back his rage anymore, his whole body surged with lightning as he kicked his food tray flying high. Along with it, Leo's tray got knocked into the air too. But this still wasn't enough to faze our protagonist. With absolute perfect dexterity, Leo's arms moved like a machine, catching every single piece of food back onto the plate without missing a drop. He even casually helped the guy next to him, Car, catch his own food. Not only that, Leo even stuffed a bit more food into the hamburger in front of him, creating a double cheese king hamburger with the finest ingredients. Wasting precious food like that is unforgivable, Leo said with a light smile. Across from him, seeing his provocation do nothing to Leo, Duran went full rabid dog mode. I'll drag you down from that golden perch right now. I can't stand seeing someone weaker than me act so arrogant, he growled through gritted teeth. However, before the 2 could lunge at each other, a massive arm draped over both their shoulders and held them back. The one who arrived was Professor Ain. Regarding their disruption of order in the cafeteria, the professor said coldly, we'll see. One is the captain of the central region. The other is the new student representative. Fighting on the very first day at Lumeran. Looks like you're both ready for what's coming, huh? The professor's voice carried a dangerous edge, making both hotheads swallow hard in worry. Time flew by. Scene shifted to the night department exploratory class. At this point, students interested in the subject had been waiting here for a while. However, Professor Ain didn't explain or mention anything at all. This made one brown-haired student in the class raise his hand curiously. Excuse me, Professor, but class time is almost here. Nearby, the swordswoman Celia was also wondering why Leo still hadn't shown up. At the same moment, as if to answer their questions, Leo and Duran crawled into the classroom looking like they'd just run 10 laps around the field, seeing Leo's body drenched in sweat. Celia quickly rushed over to check. Leo, what happened? Did you get into a fight? To her question, Leo didn't explain much, just shot Duran a glance with a hint of amusement in his eyes. Next, after waiting for everyone to arrive, the young professor officially started the class. All right, everyone's here. Let's begin. Welcome, new students. My name is Aina Landiu, instructor for the first-year night course. Up front, the blonde guy still seemed salty about the thing with Leo, so while listening, he kept shooting him lightning glare looks, which made Car sense something fun brewing in this class. O barely started, and they're already in a full-scale psychological war. He ignored the class drama and continued explaining the lesson. 3 powers from mana: magical energy, soul energy, and aura field. Among them, aura field is the hardest to control. Does anyone know why? From the back, the swordswoman Celia quickly answered, because aura field sacrifices mana flexibility during conversion. Hearing that, Professor Ain gave her an approving look and nodded as he continued, correct. While magical energy and soul energy use mana in its raw state, aura field absorbs mana and processes it to suit the body. Now, can anyone explain how we use the accumulated aura field in our bodies? As he spoke, his own body began radiating a glowing aura. To this question, even Celia wasn't entirely clear. Don't you just use a bit of force and it happens? She thought silently. Finally, seeing no one else step up, Leo answered for the group, because we use aura field power by burning mana. Seeing that, Professor Ain's face showed a hint of surprise as he nodded. Correct. So do you know what's most important when burning mana? It's endurance, Leo explained again, turning back to Ain. Seeing Leo answer his questions one after another, the professor's expression gradually shifted. Impressive, Leo Plove. Have you studied aura field before? No, Leo shook his head, making the professor's evaluation of him rise even higher. Yet someone who hasn't properly studied aura field can grasp its essence. Thinking that, he gave a light smile and continued. Then let's set theory aside. How about we move our bodies a bit? As he spoke, he began concentrating energy into the soles of his feet, and right in front of the stunned eyes of all the students. The professor's footsteps stepped onto thin air as if walking on solid ground. This is aura field stepping. The basic principle is concentrating aura field power into your legs, and its potential applications are limitless. Time flew by. The students started grouping up to try practicing this miraculous skill. However, it was no easy technique, so most people still hadn't truly mastered it. Except for the swordswoman Celia. With her genius title, she'd learned it relatively well and turned to brag to the protagonist, hee. If you call me Big Sis, I'll show you how to do it. Up front, Leo, who found this kindergarten-level principle embarrassing to learn from Celia, declined. No need. The principle of operating aura field isn't that different anyway, he said casually. Back to Professor Ain. Earlier, he'd noticed Duran's eyes constantly staring in one direction, so he cracked a smile like he'd thought of something fun, then clapped his hands to get everyone's attention. Listen up. As you all know, there was a bit of chaos this morning. Hearing that, the mage girl Chelsea, who had no idea what was going on, curiously asked, "What are you talking about, Professor?" Back to Professor Ain. He called Leo and Duran forward to stand in front of him. Turning to question the blonde guy, Duran Mora, "What made you so angry?" "I'm not angry," he replied, but he couldn't even meet the professor's eyes. Seeing that, Ain didn't really need to ask. He already half-guessed the reason, so he created an opportunity for the two to settle it, then take it to the field. Central Region Captain Duran Mora versus new student representative Leo Plove. A one-on-one race to decide who will be the class represented. In this match, you can use aura field with no restrictions whatsoever. Next, the merchant buddy car seized the moment to pull out a betting sign and start taking wagers. Come on, place your bets. The genius of the Moira family and descendant of heroes, Duran Moira, master of thunder aura field, versus the dark horse from the outskirts, who subdued the captains of every region and became the new student representative, Leo Plove. In another corner, students were watching the two and gossiping among themselves. He's the new student rep, so he has to prove something right. From what I saw when he talked to Celia Zerdinger, it seems he can't even use aura field stepping right. And did you hear what he did yesterday? I can't stand this guy. Becoming Central Region Captain isn't something just anyone can do. On the other hand, this new student rep hasn't proven anything. Murmurs of doubt started rising. Ignoring the talk, Professor Ain, seeing both were ready, announced, "All right, the first to reach the finish line wins. Whoever wins, you must accept the result gracefully. That's what we call the knight's spirit." Get ready. Back to the swordswoman Celia. Though her rational mind said Leo couldn't win, for some reason her intuition told her otherwise. To be honest, Leo probably can't win. But that guy, he always knows how to exceed expectation. "Go," Ain shouted loudly, and right after his words, both Leo and Duran exploded forward with full force. Next, it wasn't much of a surprise when Duran, with his aura field advantage, shot straight ahead first. "See ya, rookie." He taunted with a smirk and blasted forward like a rocket. And seeing his speed, everyone couldn't help but throw out some praise. Wow, exactly what you'd expect from Duran, so badass. But the freshman rep though. As they spoke, they turned to glance at Leo and shook their heads slightly. "Can't believe it, he's actually trash. Like we figured, that guy becoming rep is total fraud. Unacceptable." Nearby, the mage girl Chelsea, seeing no one rooting for Leo, yelled out loud encouragement, "Go Leo." Back on the track with his lightning speed, Duran had already covered half the distance. Looking at the current result, Carr couldn't help worrying for his new buddy. Duran's already halfway there. Back to Leo, he naturally noticed this too. So right as he hit the curve, for some reason Leo suddenly slammed on the brake, then poured all his power into the soles of his feet and launched straight off the track, making Celia's eyes fill with total confusion, not understanding what the hell Leo was doing. Following their gazes, the protagonist kept jumping and dashing up toward the observation platform. Then he paused for a beat, eyeing Duran's figure running ahead, gathered every ounce of strength into his legs, and executed one explosive burst. His stomp was so powerful, it cracked the ground into countless pieces, while his body rocketed forward faster than a missile. Even as he shot past Duran, he didn't forget to throw a taunt, "Catch you later, turtle." Just like that, while Duran was still processing what the hell happened, Leo had already crossed the damn finish line. And it wasn't just the blonde guy. Every student who'd mocked Leo earlier was now stunned speechless. Did you see that? This isn't a joke. Duran was supposed to be the fastest in the whole freshman class, but he actually lost to him. But I'm sure he never learned aura field stepping. The group turned to each other in confusion as they watched Leo suddenly accelerate like that. Back to the swordswoman Celia. Unlike them, she recognized the technique Leo had just used. It wasn't aura field stepping. That was Phoenix step. In one corner, the goldfish-brained pair Chelsea and Carr weren't overthinking it. They just felt happy for Leo's win. Back to Professor Ain. With his experience, he saw the most of what happened. Duran used his signature Thunder Aura Field to boost speed. I expected that, but that pace was seriously impressive. Meanwhile, even though Leo Plove started slower, he controlled it better. He focused all his fire aura field into his legs and created a formidable aura step. That's an outstanding application for this generation. Maybe we'll finally see a true hero emerge, he said with an anticipatory smile. Meanwhile, after claiming victory, Leo walked over to greet his opponent. Good race, Duran. If it had been a long-distance run, the result might have been different, he said while extending his hand forward. Too bad Duran was way too salty to show Leo a decent face. Get lost, arrogant loser. He spat and swatted Leo's hand aside. Ignoring Duran's sour words, the mage girl Chelsea ran up to Leo with eyes full of admiration. Leo, you were amazing. I want to train with you too. Seeing her starry-eyed look, the young guy Carr, who apparently had no idea about his own charm, turned to Celia in confusion. But why is she so obsessed with him and not me? She should notice me too, well, obviously. Celia said with a look like she was staring at an idiot. Anyway, class is over now. Everyone, let's hit the cafe. My treat today, Carr suggested cheerfully. It seemed he'd made a nice profit from the earlier betting. However, to this offer, Leo gently declined. Sorry, but you guys go ahead. Where are you going? Carr asked curiously. I'm heading to the summoning class lecture, the protagonist answered straightforwardly. Hearing that, the orange-haired guy was completely baffled that someone from the night department would go to summoning class. Why would a swordsmanship student attend summoning lectures? In response, Celia could only sigh helplessly. Beats me. I don't get what he's thinking anymore either. Back to Leo. While heading to the summoning class, he was lost in his own thoughts. There's one thing I still don't understand. Why did the Fairy King give me his oath as a reward? Rewards from a hero's world are tied to the power of that world's master. The reward I got is related to summoning, but Professor Albi is a pure mage with zero connection to summoning. Normally, I'd get a magic-related skill. Plus, to form a contract with a fairy spirit, I'd need to go to the fairy lands. Right now it's useless. Leo muttered to himself before being snapped out of it by a girl's voice. So you're here for the summoning class too. Hearing that, the protagonist turned around and saw it was the Eastern region's captain. The girl Chenzia, 17 years old. Seeing Leo notice her, Chenzia nodded in greeting. Nice to meet you, Leo. In response, Leo smiled back. Nice to meet you too, Chenzia. Just call me Zia. She waved it off before turning to ask why Leo was here. I'm sure Leo's in the swordsmanship department. I didn't expect you'd be interested in summoning too. Well, I'm curious about spiritual studies, Leo explained casually. Then we'll be seeing each other a lot. Chenzia said softly. Next, Leo asked if she could tell him what spirit she'd contracted with. In response, Chenzia didn't hide it and immediately summoned her spirit for him to see. It appeared to be a water attribute spirit. Next, Chenzia asked Leo, now show me yours too. I haven't formed a contract yet, the protagonist explained, making Chenzia a little surprised. Really? Then if you ever need help later, just call me. I'll give you some tips on summoning spirits. Sure, I'll take you up on that, but how old are you? Leo asked curiously. I'm 17, Leo. You're 15, right? I saw you talking with Celia. Back to Leo, hearing the age of the girl in front of him, he mentally exclaimed, 17. She really looks way younger. She even looks younger than Chelsea. Thinking that, he noticed Chenzia staring at him with suspicious eyes. Next, as if her woman's intuition was kicking in, Chenzia asked doubtfully, You just thought something rude, didn't you? No way, Leo said while glancing in another direction. Setting that aside, she gave a light smile and suggested, but anyway, Leo, I'm really impressed by your race against Durin. Someday, please accept my challenge, okay? In response, our protagonist, who never backs down from a fight, smiled and accepted, of course. Scene shifted to the summoning class. After arriving here, Leo was a bit surprised by how few people were in it. Only this many. From behind, Chen Zia answered with an awkward face. Makes sense. Summoning isn't a popular choice, and this is just an exploratory class anyway. But still surprising that the class is held here. The protagonist marveled at the lesson taking place on this grassy field. Next, a massive dark shadow appeared overhead, startling the whole group. A black dragon, where did that come from? Get away, a scared student yelled as the dragon stared right at him. Seeing their cowardly reactions, a female voice rang out to explain. It's doing that because it likes you, kid. Nice to meet you, first years. My name is Yura Marin. I'm the summoning instructor who will guide you through the coming year. Around them, the boys stared at the beautiful professor's stunning face and vibrant figure, hearts pounding with excitement. I want to be teachers familiar too, the group wished aloud. Not to mention those guys. Even Leo had to admit her beauty. If Duino were here, he'd definitely lose his mind. Leo thought silently while recalling his old friend's womanizing personality from his previous life. Back to Professor Yura. After waiting for the group to settle down a bit, she started the lesson. All right, rookies, your presence here proves you have some talent for summoning, right? Yes, the whole group shouted in unison, making her very pleased. Good, loud, and clear. We'll move straight to the practical area. With that, Yura turned to remind her assistant, Carlo. Carlo was a white-haired guy with glasses, leading a griffin over to assist everyone. He was the teaching assistant for the first-year summoning class. Next, seeing the transport had arrived, Yura continued, you'll go in pairs. Come on, climb onto the griffins. Hearing that, one student in the class nervously raised his opinion. Professor, this is our first time riding griffins, he said with eyes begging for help. Too bad the request was completely shot down. What he got back was a furious glare from Yura. So you're saying you don't want to attend my lesson? If you think you can't do it, just go back. With that, she quickly climbed onto the back of her black dragon and immediately took off, leaving the students below still dazed and clueless about what just happened. Finally, the teaching assistant Carlo stepped up to urge everyone, come on, let's follow the professor. Next, riding the griffins turned out easier than the students expected. While Chen Zia proactively paired up with Leo, can I hold the griffin's reins? Seeing that, though the protagonist's eyes showed a bit of surprise, he still agreed, hold them as long as you want. Just like that, after getting a little familiar, the group quickly chased after the professor, and only when they felt the cool sea breeze hitting their faces did they realize how amazing it was to have a mount. Never thought we'd get to ride griffins. This is Lumen level stuff. Hey, switch with me. I want to try flying too. Wait, just a bit longer. Voices arguing over turns started ringing out. Meanwhile, Chen Zia on this side was super excited. I was a little worried, but it's gentler than I thought. Hearing that, Leo from behind didn't forget to remind her, still, be careful. Griffins are hard for beginners to control. Hearing that, Chen Zia couldn't hold back her curiosity, but it's so gentle though. That's because Leo started to explain. However, before he could finish, suddenly Professor Yura up ahead pulled out some kind of whistle and blew hard into it. The sound was so loud, it made everyone uncomfortable. And the moment they heard it, the griffins' attitudes flipped 180 degrees, suddenly ferocious and completely uncontrollable. This is bad, they're not listening anymore. Why is this happening? Professor, save us. The group panicked and begged for help. But Yura had zero intention of budging from her spot. Instead, she demanded the industrial chicken students handle their own problem fast. You think you're worthy of being Lumern students if you can't even control a griffin. Handle them yourselves. Back to the Leo and Chen Zia pair. The mount suddenly rebelling left the black-haired girl completely flustered. Seeing that, Leo from behind gently wrapped an arm around her waist, took her hand, and slowly guided her. Griffins have very high pride. If you try to force them with strength, they'll just rebel harder. Leo, what are you doing? Chen Zia said with a face red as a ripe tomato. However, Leo paid no attention to that. Instead, he calmly took the reins and slowly regained control of the griffin. Easy now. Following his words, the griffin immediately calmed down and surged forward. His speed in controlling the mount impressed even Yura, who couldn't help praising, not bad at all. With that, she turned to ask her assistant nearby, Carlo. The freshman representative is a candidate for the engineering department, right? Hearing that, Carlo quickly checked the documents and nodded, yes. So does he have his own griffin at home? How else could he ride so well? She asked next, and to that Carlo immediately shook his head. No, he doesn't come from any noble family with griffins. Back to Yura, at this point she felt like she'd just hit the jackpot. Pure talent, Looks like we've found ourselves a real gem, she said while stroking her chin with clear delight. Scene shifted to Summoning Island. This is the practical training area for the summoning department. At this moment, most students were sprawled out on the sandy shore, dizzy from motion sickness after struggling to control the griffins to get here. While they were still reeling from the dizziness, Leo took the chance to wander around and see if anything interesting was here. Then he noticed some kind of fruit nearby and reached out to pick it. More precisely, what caught his attention was the feather stuck to the fruit. A star feather, Leo muttered silently. And seeing his slightly strange expression, Chen Zia asked, "Something wrong, Leo?" "Ah no, nothing," Leo shook his head and said. On another side, Professor Yura didn't even wait for her students to fully recover before yelling, "Stop slacking and focus up. Starting now, you're doing a practical test." Hearing the requirement, the whole group stared wide-eyed and groaned. What, a practical test on the first day? But this is just exploratory time. Why test us already? A student with split hair said in confusion. To explain his question, Yura began brainwashing them. Compared to the other two departments, the path we have to walk is much longer. Does anyone here not know that? For summoning mages, just controlling mana isn't enough. To form a contract with a spirit, you need harmony with the spirit. And to control summon creatures, you need tamming ability. That's why the number of heroes from the summoning department is lower than the other. However, compared to other heroes, those summoning mages who reach the peak achieve far more miracles. Isn't that exactly the kind of hero you came here to become? In response, a white-haired girl stepped forward and admitted, "Yeah, so what's the test?" The girl was Eliza Hergen, from the prestigious northern summoning heroic family, the Hergen clan. Up front, Professor Yura gave her a quick glance and explained, "This island is called Summoning Island. True to its name, it's teeming with summonable creatures. Since summoning is a summoner's weapon, the test will evaluate your tamming ability. The test content is very simple. Tame one summonable creature in this forest and bring it back. Once tamed and contracted, that creature will belong to you," she said with a bright smile. And the students, realizing they could get their own little minion on this island, went absolutely nuts with excitement. Wow, this is Lumern level. With that, the whole group rushed off to explore the forest and find the perfect pet. And while Leo was also getting ready to move and look for a suitable summon, Eliza suddenly spoke up to him. "So this is the freshman representative. Rumors about you beating Duran are already spreading. I can expect something from you in summoning class, right?" "I'm just doing my best," the protagonist replied coolly and quickly walked forward, behind him. Eliza stared at his back, furrowing her brows tightly like she was a bit pissed. Meanwhile, Professor Yura, after scanning the group, smiled secretly to herself. Looks like these ones are gonna be the key players in the freshman year. Time flew by. A few students had already started bonding and tamming their summons, while Leo was still wandering around without a good target. "I tamed it successfully." "Oh, that's the freshman rep, but he's going way too deep into the forest," someone said. Another nearby just shrugged it off, whatever. If he fails to tame anything and gets 0 points, he'll probably just crawl back to the night department. Does he really think summoning is that easy? Ignoring the chatter, Leo kept pushing deeper into the forest until he was sure no one was around him anymore. Then he pulled out the feather he'd picked up when first arriving on the island and started using his fire aura field to burn it. "Ha ha, just as I thought, this is." Leo laughed once, but the smile barely lasted a second before a massive explosion roared behind him. In a different scene at some campsite, Lady Riene was worrying about her son. "Leo will be okay, right?" she said softly. Seeing that, someone brought over a plate of food and shook their head. "It's just the first few days of school, Riene." "You're already this worried." "Yeah, but nothing bad will happen, right?" Riene nodded and took the glass of water from the other's hand. But she had no idea her son really was in trouble, and it was massive trouble at that, this intense heat. "One of the 3 greatest legendary summons, the Phoenix," Leo said with a stunned face. Right in front of Leo, a voice began to speak. "Just the child of Zerdinger, huh? I can smell Riene's flame aura." In response, Leo's eyes showed curiosity as he asked, "You know my mother?" Hearing that, the voice softened a bit. "Your mother, huh? Then I wasn't wrong." "That's right, if she had a child, he'd be about your age. Do I know your mother?" "Of course I do. I owe Riene a great debt." The owner of the voice was a phoenix bathing in flames. Her name was Farina, one of the 3 legendary spirit beasts. At this moment, she looked at Leo with a touch of affection and introduced herself. "My name is Farina, son of Riene." Across from her, Leo greeted back, "Hello, Phoenix Farina. My name is Leo Plove. What's your connection to my mother? You said you owe her." To this question, Farina's eyes showed a trace of reminiscence as she slowly recounted the story. "Riene saved the life of my summoner, Ellen Lund. At that time, Ellen was exploring a dungeon in Saren. She'd lost all her teammates and was in mortal danger. Then your mother arrived and saved her. In the process, Riene lost her blazing aura field. Without that incident, Riene would definitely have become a hero. Back to Leo's perspective. After hearing it, he felt a bit sad for his mother. But then he affirmed, my mother said she has no regrets about what she did that day. Huh, exactly. She's that kind of knight. Farina agreed with a warm smile. Next, Leo asked why Farina was on this island. However, the Phoenix lady didn't reveal the reason, only saying she couldn't tell Leo. Then she shifted the topic back to him. But you're not a knight. What are you doing on this island? Leo said he was taking the summoning class. This surprised Farina at his way of thinking. Then she burst out laughing. Haha, how interesting. This is fate, Leo plowed. Finally, I can repay the debt of gratitude to your mother. Reach out and take this, Leo. This is my son. Someday, when you become a great summoner, I hope you'll form a contract with him. Too bad for the summoner who was supposed to receive him, she said while handing Leo an egg radiating brilliant golden light. Back to the protagonist. After hearing that, he immediately asked, can I do it right now? Up front, Farina's face went blank for a second. Then she hurriedly tried to stop him. It's still too early. You could die. Stop it. Oh no, too late. Your willingness to challenge the impossible, without hesitation, reminds me of Riene good luck. Back to Leo. At this moment, his consciousness had been pulled into a dark space, where right in front of him was a small flame radiating warm light. Seeing that, Leo reached out and gently touched the flame before him. And the instant he made contact, it erupted fiercely and engulfed his body in a vortex of fire. This heat is unbearable. This is Phoenix Flame. To create powerful fire by burning the body, we must endure this pain every day. A creature that lives by eternally regenerating its burned flesh. I understand your pain and share it with you, Leo whispered. Next, as if sensing his thoughts, the flame gradually weakened and became much gentler. At the same moment outside, cracks suddenly appeared across the eggshell. Then it slipped from Leo's hand and slowly floated in midair, drawing all the surrounding flames into itself. Have you succeeded? Farina asked. I did it, Leo answered with a bright smile, making Farina happy for him too. You're a genius, Leo plowed. You'll become the greatest summoner in the world. Congratulations on successfully forming the contract. This little one's name is Fiora. I entrust my child to you with full confidence, Farina said with a warm smile. Talk about touching motherly love. The child barely felt his mother's warmth for 3 seconds before she tossed him to someone else. Across from her, Leo looked at the phoenix's form and felt a bit doubtful inside. Is this really a phoenix? It looks way too much like a chick. He wondered silently. Next, the little chick innocently chirped twice and looked at him curiously, making Leo even more convinced. Yep, this is definitely a chick. Scene shifted to Professor Yura's position. At this point, the students had found suitable summons and returned to report to her. After glancing over the group, the professor turned to ask her assistant, Carlo, what time is it? Hearing that, the assistant immediately understood and answered, 5 minutes left. Only 4 left then. Right as she finished, heavy footsteps echoed from afar, drawing her attention. The one approaching was a gigantic black bear. It was Chen Zia's summon. Professor, I'm not done yet, she said, looking a bit ragged. It seemed taming this bear had been a tough struggle. However, the result was far from bad. Even Professor Yura praised her. You tamed a water bear cub as a trainee knight. Impressive. At the same time, the big guy Walden was clinging to the leg of a massive bird as it landed on the ground. A shadow crow, huh? That's a spirit beast even famous summoning families struggle to tame, Yura praised. But I haven't formed a contract yet, Walden explained further. That's more than enough. Way more than enough, the professor waved it off. Next, Eliza rode in on the head of a gigantic white serpent, making everyone around gasp in awe. I formed the contract right away since my family doesn't have this one yet, the girl said calmly. Meanwhile, Yura recognized what the summon was and didn't hold back praise. A Gorgon snake. Excellent. Nearby, Assistant Carlo reminded her, Professor, time's up. The last student is arriving right on time. Hearing that, everyone turned to look behind them and saw Leo strolling out from the forest. What stood out even more was the little chick perched on his head, looking at its appearance. The students couldn't hold back their laughter. Haha, what is that? He tamed a chicken. What an idiot. He must have given up after realizing he couldn't summon anything decent. Unlike the students' thoughts, Professor Yura, upon sensing the aura radiating from that little chick, her eyes immediately bulged wide. Damn it, you bastard, that's a phoenix. Time flew by, scene shifted to Professor Yura's office. At this moment, Leo had been called in for a private meeting. Outside the door, Leo straightened his clothes neatly before lightly knocking. Inside the room, Yura, knowing he'd arrived, called out, Come in, you said you were looking for me. Leo asked curiously, Come on, sit down. You know, honestly, this is the first time I've ever seen a phoenix. I didn't even know there was a phoenix on Summoning Island, and a freshman forming a contract with one. This has never happened in the Academy's history. I know who you really are, Leo. she said while staring straight into the protagonist's eyes with deadly seriousness. Across from him, Leo involuntarily swallowed hard, worried his identity might be exposed. Even though he hadn't done anything wrong, the fact that a hero could reincarnate after 5,000 years was bound to draw attention no matter what. However, Leo was overthinking it, because right after that, Professor Yura pulled him into a tight hug and showered him with praise. "You're a summoning genius, an unprecedented genius. I want to praise everything you've achieved, but I think the fact that you've contracted with a phoenix should stay secret. If it gets out right now, things will turn into unnecessary chaos." On the day the exploratory classes end, make sure to choose summoning as your main major. "You have the talent to become a summoning hero remembered across the ages," she said while gently patting Leo's shoulder with full confidence. Time flew by until the next day. At this moment, the ice attribute mage Chloe was yawning nonstop while walking down the hallway. When she got spotted by Leo and Car, "Your mouth's about to split open, Chloe, haha. You look exhausted, huh?" Hearing that, Chloe turned around and explained it was because she stayed up late reading magic books. At the same time, Leo remembered her student ID and spoke up. "You're Chloe Mueller, right?" "Here," he said while handing her back the card. And looking at it, Chloe finally remembered she'd met Leo before. "Oh, it's you. Thanks, freshman representative." With that, the three happily headed into class together. "Today's the trial class for magic, but hey Leo, looks like you're joining magic class too," Carr asked curiously. "Since we're still in the exploratory phase, I want to join as many classes as possible," Leo answered calmly, making Carr jealous of his studious nature. "That's awesome. For me, since I'm only interested in magic, I'm just sticking to the magic class." Saying that, Carr suddenly lowered his voice and whispered into the protagonist's ear, the Ice Queen aiming for the top of the magic department. "Her name's Chloe Mueller." As he spoke, he subtly glanced toward the ice gold girl and noticed she was looking right at him. Seeing that, Carr immediately felt a chill run down his spine and quickly backed away. "It's freezing here, isn't it? I think I'll move to the back," he said cheerfully while turning around. However, before he could even leave his spot, a sharp ice pillar shot up from the ground right in his path, obviously courtesy of Chloe. "Carr, come sit in the front with me. Looks like you're interested in class, so I'll help you out," she said while grabbing his collar and dragging him like a little dog, leaving poor Carr silently crying inside. Meanwhile, Leo, watching the scene, couldn't help but find it a bit funny. At the same time, the mage siblings Abad and Chelsea from behind also greeted Leo. Then a few minutes later, the subject teacher stepped through the door. This guy's appearance instantly got all the female students excited. "Oh my god, he's so handsome," they whispered among themselves. Ignoring the chatter, the handsome teacher raised his voice. "I'll be teaching you magic for the coming year. My name is Len Horde." Saying that, he paused for a beat, lightly tapped a stack of test papers beside him, and reminded them, "Before we start today's trial class, you'll take a magic theory test first." With that, the handsome teacher just snapped his fingers, and all the test papers automatically flew toward everyone. The fact that they had to take a test without having learned anything yet made the students' minds go blank. "What? A test on the first day of trial class?" someone shouted. And to their shocked words, Len confirmed once more, "That's right. If you don't meet a certain standard, you can't join my class. If you're Lumern students, this level is the baseline. When you're done, submit to my assistant, Miss Anna." On the other side, the first-year magic department assistant, Anna, waved hello. "Submit your tests to me, everyone." Back to Leo looking at the questions on the test. His whole body felt heavy and started trembling nonstop. This was the first time in the story he showed such an expression. Is this really the current trend in magic? Why are the formulas this complicated? The guy grumbled inward. Time flew by. Everyone was still buried in their tests. And after finishing, they realized the test wasn't as hard as they thought. "Hey, this was easier than I expected. But what's the answer to the last question?" "I solved everything except that one," the group excitedly discussed. Meanwhile, Leo felt like his head was about to explode from overthinking. "I only solved one question. I should have studied modern magic more before coming here," he thought shakily while handing in his pitiful test to the assistant girl. "Well, guess I'll just self-study magic alone," Leo lamented inwardly and quickly left the class. Anyway, with his ancient magic knowledge, showing up in class would just embarrass himself. Back to the handsome Professor Len. The moment he collected the tests, he started grabbing on the spot. In the past 100 years, magic has developed a lot. Magic that once required perfect understanding can now be used just by memorizing activation conditions. However, this development has lowered the overall level of mages. Saying that, a beam of light shot from Len's palm up into the air. Next, the classroom scene changed completely, turning into a vast, mystical cosmic space. Seeing the sight before them, the students in class gaped in awe. Seeing that, Len didn't let their curiosity linger and explained, "This is the essence of magic that I've created, from end to beginning. I want you to become people capable of researching and creating your own magic. That's why I gave you this test. 49 questions, each worth 1 point based on simple memorization, and the final one worth 51 points for analyzing the true essence of magic. I hope everyone here will become mages capable of solving. Back to the ice mage Chloe. Looking at her test, her face showed embarrassment. No surprise, that was the only question I couldn't solve. Leo gave up already. I really wanted to take magic class with him. Such a shame, Chelsea thought regretfully. At the same moment, Assistant Anna seemed to notice something and hurriedly ran to Len's side, whispering in his ear, "Professor, there's a student who solved question 50. Hearing that, the handsome guy's eyes flashed with shock. Then he burst into extremely delighted laughter. Ha ha ha, who is it? Among you, someone has achieved a perfect score for the first time in history. Please stand up, who is it? At this point, Len's face was flushed red with excitement. However, Anna quickly reminded him, that student didn't get a perfect score, Professor. Hearing that, Len still didn't lose any enthusiasm and felt it was only natural. Really, looks like he skipped a few questions because he spent too much time on the last one. That's a bit of a shame, but still good. Come on up. No, wait. He only solved the final question. Anna whispered softly, making the smile on Len's face vanish instantly. What's his name? He asked again. It's student Leo Plove, Anna answered. Then student Leo Plove, please stand up, Len said while scanning the entire class. However, Leo had already vanished after submitting his test. Who knows where he'd gone off to? Finally, the mage girl Chelsea spoke up to explain. Student Leo left after finishing the test, sir. Scene shifted to Leo's position. At this moment, he was happily eating ice cream with Celia and recounting the magic class test to her, making the swordswoman laugh her head off. Haha, so you just ditched after solving only one question. First a chick in summoning class, and only one question in magic class. Leo, do you realize you're doing something kinda wrong? If you're a knight major student, you should focus on your swordsmanship instead. Hearing that, Leo got a bit annoyed and shot back. Then do you want to train endurance with me? That's a bit. Celia's voice faltered when she heard Leo's suggestion. But right at that moment, their conversation got interrupted by Professor Len. So you're a knight major student, huh? Are you Leo Plove, the one who disrespected my class? Why did you leave after solving just one question? Were they too easy so you thought they weren't worth answering? He said, eyes bulging with anger. Across from him, Leo didn't want to offend this professor, so he quickly explained, Professor, there seems to be a misunderstanding. I think I failed the test. Every question except the last one was way too hard, so I couldn't solve any of it. I self-studied magic by reading ancient magic books, so I'm not confident with any modern questions at all. Back to Professor Len. The more he heard, the more his expression changed. Then, instead of getting angry at Leo, he scooped him up like a little cat and said with a face full of excitement, "Come with me for a moment." With that, the handsome professor cheerfully dragged Leo along like a toy, leaving him completely unable to resist. On this side, the swordswoman Celia, watching the scene, was totally clueless about what was happening. Is that the magic theory professor of Lumern Academy? What a weird guy, she whispered with eyes full of confusion. And right at that moment, Assistant Professor Anna came running up with a face full of exhaustion. Have you seen Professor Len, Celia? Or did something weird happen? She said while panting hard, probably from chasing after that madman. Hearing that, Celia recounted everything she'd witnessed. The professor just left here, but suddenly he grabbed Leo and dragged him away. Hearing that, Anna's face turned horrified as she rushed off. Oh God, what is that lunatic planning this time? She screamed inwardly. Back to Professor Len's position. At this moment, he dragged Leo to some meeting room, written a bunch of questions on the board, and demanded, solve these, student Leo. Hearing that, though the protagonist was a bit confused about why, he still quickly started working. And for Professor Len, this was also a test for Leo to evaluate his talent. If he didn't solve the last question by pure luck, then he must have his own magic system in his head. Now show me, I'll understand the true essence of. Before he could finish thinking, Leo stopped his movements and turned to say, I've solved them all. Seeing that, sweat poured nonstop from the handsome professor's head. You solved all these questions in your head. Yeah, pretty much, Leo shrugged in reply, making Professor Len drool with greed. Finally, he whispered inwardly. Back to Professor Albi. While walking down the hallway, he suddenly spotted Professor Len charging straight toward him, with a face like he'd just won the lottery. Seeing his colleague's expression, for some reason Albi suddenly felt uneasy and immediately turned to leave. However, Len wasn't letting him off that easily. A second later, Len lunged forward, grabbed Albi's ankle with both hands, and said with eyes full of gratitude, Thank you, Professor Albi, thank you so much. In response, Albi immediately used his magic to lift Len's body into the air and warned, This isn't the first time I've seen you overreact, but today you've gone too far. To that, Len kept his goofy grin and excitedly shared, He's a magic genius. Leo Plove, the student you nominated as freshman representative. He's truly a genius. Thinking that, now it was Albai's turn to feel confused by the words, magic. Isn't he a knight? No way, Leo has to become a mage no matter what. I won't let his talent go to waste swinging iron sticks. Sending him to the knight department is an insult to the magic field, Len shouted furiously. At the same time, assistant Anna had come running up. Seeing that, Albai released his magic, letting the mage guy's body fall freely. Luckily, Anna had anticipated this, sped up at the last second, and caught her superior just in time. Thanks, Anna, Len said with a beaming face. We really need to get back to class. The assistant gritted through clenched teeth, with veins popping on her forehead in anger. She silently vowed to herself that one day she'd kill this lunatic. At the same moment, Leo was casually strolling over from behind. Hearing his footsteps, Professor Albai noticed and turned back with a nod, making Leo a bit puzzled. Mages haven't changed with time at all. They're all lunatics. Just like that, time flew by. 1 week later, the exploratory class period had ended. At this moment, our protagonist was lying on the rooftop of some building, intently reading the book in his hand. The book, titled Kyle, Is the Origin Hero Really a Cheater? Closing the book in his hand, Leo let out a heavy sigh because he hadn't found any useful information after finishing. In a different scene, inside Headmaster Kalyan's office, while he was still enthusiastically working, suddenly the 3 homeroom teachers of the magic, night, and summoning departments burst in together, holding application forms, and showed them to him. Please look at this. According to the paper, Leo has registered for all 3 majors. This has never happened in the academy before, and the homeroom teachers all wanted to pull Leo into their own class and make him focus on just one major, things like that. Even though they'd already entered the headmaster's office, the 3 were still nonstop arguing with each other, making Kalyan unable to hold back a laugh. Haha, all right, let's see. This reminds me of that fictional hero. The 5th great hero, also known as the origin hero. Kyle, the only one in history proficient in all classes. Scene shifted to the running track at this moment. The 2 girls, Celia and Chelsea, were busting their butts running laps. Meanwhile, the poetic alchemist Gaikar was sitting around playing and laughing. God, why do they have to train on the week? In response, Leo explained, Chelsea asked me to train her. Then why are they only running? Where are their weapons? Carr asked next. And to that question, without Leo needing to answer, Abad and Chelsea, exhausted, came over and spoke for him. This is our endurance training. Endurance is a crucial aspect for combat mages. That's why we're running. Now move aside, Carr, she said while shooing him away like a fly so she could sit next to Leo. Next, just getting to sit beside the protagonist made her expression do a complete 180. Totally different from the annoyed look she gave Carr. It's so great to run on the weekend. I missed this feeling. I want to run with you too, Leo. Really? Leo asked curiously. Meanwhile, the swordswoman Celia, upon hearing that, spit out all the water in her mouth, making Chelsea look at her in disgust. Gross, what's wrong with you? Back to Leo, he obviously knew why Celia reacted like that, so he just said it straight anyway. I was planning to run with you too. Gotta make it proper. I already said I'm not running with you, Celia yelled. Nearby, seeing both their reactions, Carr got curious and asked, what's going on between you two? You're so close, I thought you guys were dating at first. In response, Carr pointed at Leo and explained to the orange-haired guy, God, he's my relative, son of my aunt, my dad's little sister. Hearing the explanation, both people in front widened their eyes in shock. He's from the Zerdinger family. Not exactly. The story's kinda complicated, but whatever, Celia waved it off, not planning to explain much, and maybe even she didn't fully understand why. Back to Leo after letting the 2 girls in front rest a bit, he stood up and suggested, all right, let's get serious now. Hearing that, the mage girl Chelsea got super pumped. Sure, let's go. Nearby, the alchemist buddy Carr, seeing them train, didn't want to stick around and bother them. Then I'll go explore Rumeria City. In response, the night girl Celia turned to him with pleading eyes. Then let me come with. Before she could finish, the protagonist dragged her away like a chick. And seeing her pitiful state, Carr had no idea what to say. Why doesn't my life have any decent nobles? He wondered inward. Time flew by until class assignment day at class 1-5. The moment the protagonist stepped in, his buddy Carr waved him over. Leo, over here. Seeing that, our protagonist walked closer and asked, you already knew you're in class 5. There's nothing I don't know. Carr puffed his chest proudly. Next, Leo glanced at the mage girl, Chelsea, dozing off on the desk, and let out a surprised sound. Chelsea's here too. Looking at her exhausted appearance, Carr turned to Leo with suspicious eyes. What did you do to her over the weekend? Just basic training, Leo shrugged. Meanwhile, Chelsea, upon hearing that, silently vowed to herself never to join that kind of training again. At the same moment, for some reason, mocking voices from upperclassmen suddenly rang out behind Leo. Oh wow, so this is class 5, the class of suffering. I wonder how many of you will still be here after the first semester, poor underclassmen. My condolences, hee hee. They said condolences, but their faces showed zero sympathy. However, they shouldn't have said that, because right after, the homeroom teacher for this class walked in, pitiful. I think you two are way more pity. Don't you agree? The owner of the voice was a teacher whose face looked like a homeless man's. This guy is Herod Edmund, homeroom teacher for class 1-5 at Lumern Academy, nicknamed the Weeping Wall, and right now he just muttered one word, chair. And instantly the two students across from him automatically braced their bodies like a human chair, while the homeroom teacher casually sat right on top of both of them and mocked the students in front. Hello, you useless pieces of trash. This is the class for the biggest failures, with the lowest scores among the freshmen. You've probably heard the rumors about me already. The Weeping Wall, does anyone here know why I was chosen to be the homeroom teacher for this class? Hearing his question, the talkative Guy Carr nervously raised his hand. Why yes, is it to help us improve our score? In response, Teacher Herod turned toward him with contempt. Carr Thomas, a classic answer from someone dead last. No one in this pathetic class understands the duty of a Lumern Academy student, do they? Hearing that, the mage girl Chelsea raised her hand and gave her opinion. It's to conquer the hero world through real missions. Hearing her, Herod finally nodded in satisfaction. Correct, that's exactly it. But all I see are people who'll die the second they step into a hero world. It's better to expel these pitiful creatures who only drag down their teammates and die early. That's why I chose to take charge of Class 5. And that's why they call me the Weeping Wall. Saying that, he observed Leo's extremely calm expression and thought to himself, that guy might actually survive. Then, to teach these industrial chickens what real cruel society is like, Teacher Herod ordered everyone to change into gym clothes and head to the training field, because it's time for combat class. Time flew by, scene shifted to the training field. Very quickly, everyone had changed and gathered here. And right now, Herod was lounging off to the side looking like he was on vacation. Let's start this class, the place to fix the rotten minds you've developed since entering Lumern Academy. What do you think will save you in real life, where lives come and go so easily? Answering the question, a pink-haired girl hesitantly said, Isn't it our teammates protecting us? Her name was Nella Carvin, Knight Major, Special Note, Healing Attribute Aura. To her answer, Herod shook his head. No, it's your own ability. Only when you hone your skills to shine through every danger can you start helping your teammates. But are you confident in your ability to protect? In another corner, an eager arm shot up. I'm confident, Professor. Behind him, when Herod heard that, the homeless-looking teacher let out a surprised sound. Oh, then let's test your ability as a magic knight. Create a fireball. Ileana, hearing the request, the girl Ileana confidently formed a fireball in her palm. However, Herod looked disappointed and mocked. That's it. With that fireball, I doubt you could even kill an ant. Across from him, of course Ileana wasn't that simple. If I pour more mana into it, how about this? Saying that, she increased the mana in the fireball and pulled it apart. And then in everyone's shocked eyes, it formed two gigantic fireballs radiating terrifying heat, forcing the surrounding students to quickly back away. Seeing this, the group couldn't help but marvel. Not only did she split it into two fireballs, she doubled the size. Up front, even Herod had to acknowledge it. Wow, pretty impressive. Why don't you try hitting this tiny creature with your wonderful fireballs? With that, he used his magic to summon a tiny, human-shaped wind spirit. Next, the little spirit guy shot straight toward Ileana at lightning speed. And for some reason, he lightly tapped the tip of the fire mage girl's nose, then clutched his stomach, laughing hysterically. And though she didn't understand why this tiny creature was mocking her, the fire mage Ileana couldn't hold back her anger. Immediately, she started swinging her two fireballs to attack, but they couldn't even touch the hem of the spirit guy's clothes. Next, the spirit guy flew back to Herod's position and covered his mouth, laughing at Ileana. Beside him, Teacher Herod, seeing Ileana miss, kept provoking. What good is doubling the number of fireballs if you can't even hit? Finally, you felt it. What you're lacking is the ability to use skills effectively. You need to train your abilities and break your limits. Have you forgot? Until you catch this wind spirit, our class won't end. Show everything you've got, descendants of Lumern. Back to Leo, though Teacher Herod's words were harsh, he completely agreed with them. His tone might be sharp, but everything he said was spot on. Let me give it a try, he said calmly while stepping onto the field. And watching his back, Herod spoke with anticipation. All right, Leo Plove, let me see. Are you full of lies like that fictional hero Kyle, or are you the first person to truly possess every attribute? All the students in class started charging to surround the little wind spirit, but no matter how hard they tried, he toyed with them like play. Seeing that, Leo, who'd been observing from the side, began enveloping his body in aura field. Then he poured aura field into the soles of his feet and executed an explosive burst. His powerful jump sent his body shooting forward like lightning. On another side, Chelsea and Carr were panting like oxen from constantly chasing the tiny creature. Damn it, how is he so fast? How are we supposed to catch him? Carr complained. At the same moment, Leo used air stepping skill to launch straight into the air. Then, while the spirit guy was still happily playing with the rest of the class, Leo dove down from above like an arrow. However, though slightly caught off guard, the spirit's reaction speed was no joke. At the closest possible moment, he swiftly dodged to the side. But this was within Leo's prediction. At this moment, he gave a light smile and began condensing his aura into a whip-like form, directing it straight toward the spirit guy. You'd think Leo could smoothly complete the test here, but nope. Right at that moment, the troublemaker Duran, who'd been hiding who knows where, suddenly burst out with his thunder aura speed and snatched Leo's achievement at the last second. At the same time, another homeroom teacher walked up behind him and clapped to draw everyone's attention. Looks like we from Class 1 should teach you a thing or two. The white-haired guy with a sly face was Sejin. He was the homeroom teacher for Class 1-1 at Lumern Academy. Special note: he ranked second in the graduation vote, while Teacher Harrod ranked first, so it seemed the two didn't get along much. Hearing Sejin's voice, Teacher Harrod leisurely sipped his milk and replied, "Oh, really? Then you'll teach in my place." In response, Sejin looked at him like he was looking at trash. At the same time, Carr, seeing the Cold War atmosphere between the two, excitedly said, "This is a clash between two pillars of Lumern Academy. Both have been teaching here for over 20 years. From what I've heard, Professors Ain, Yura, and Len were all their students." Hearing this info from his mouth, the girl Nella turned in shock. "Wow, really? How do you know that?" Across from her, Carr's face flushed red as he excitedly shared, "I'm always sharp with information." Haha. Seeing that, the mage girl Chelsea up front nearly puked. Back to Teacher Sejin. At this moment, he laughed loudly. "Haha, Harrod. I don't know what you're scheming by taking the failure class, but I'll figure it out soon. I propose a match between Class 1 and Class 5. As for the event, it's Lumern's historic combat sport, Bastura." Up front, who knows what Teacher Harrod was thinking after hearing the proposal. He excitedly stood up and accepted. As expected, "You really are a genius, Sejin. Learning through real experience is the best." Hearing that, for some reason Sejin felt a bit uneasy in his heart. "Class 1 will probably win," he said hesitant. While Harrod showed a face like he didn't care about the result. "That doesn't matter. Just keep teaching your class." Hearing that, Sejin could only grit his teeth inwardly. Even the students behind felt pity for him. How did I keep losing bets in the graduation vote? Sejin wondered to himself. Professor Sejin looks kinda pathetic for some reason. The students thought silently. Next, Harrod officially announced to his class students, "Class 5, I'll give you a chance to practice your skills. You'll have a Bastura match against Class 1. Also, if you lose, everyone gets expelled," the teacher said with a completely serious face. Hearing that, first everyone went blank. Then right after, they asked him again to check if their ears misheard something. "Professor, are you serious? This is just the first match, and their class has 3 captains." In response, Teacher Harrod seemed completely unbothered by the strength gap. "Then you have to try even harder. Break your limits. And what's there to worry about anyway? When the freshman representative is in your class, choose 6 representatives for the Bastura match, Leo," he said while glancing toward the protagonist. And immediately he realized the teacher's true purpose. This was clearly a test. But Professor Harrod wasn't looking at him with hatred. Some students had already lost spirit after just 1 week at Lumern Academy. It wasn't hard to see why. Maybe Professor Harrod wanted him to rally the almost giving up Class 5 students. So there had to be some way in this Bastura match to boost Class 5's morale, Leo told himself inwardly. And very quickly, both classes started selecting representatives. And sure enough, Class 1 picked their captains, the strongest one. Looking at the opponent's strength, the mage girl Chelsea already started calculating how to explain to her family after getting expelled. Seeing her panicked face, Leo couldn't help asking, "What's wrong? You look scared." In response, the mage girl explained to Leo so he'd understand. "Looks like you've never heard of Bastura, probably because you lived in the outskirts. But Bastura is a combat sport and long-standing tradition at Lumern Academy." Hearing that, Leo curiously turned to her. "Isn't it just a ball game?" he asked innocently. And at this point, Carr jumped in to explain. "It's not just a simple ball game. The problem is it's an extremely dangerous ball game." Back to Celia up front, seeing Leo's group's confused faces, she covered her mouth laughing like crazy. "Hey Chelsea, why do you look so scared?" "Haha, already accepted inevitable defeat." Celia's voice dripped with provocation, making Chelsea's eyes roll in anger. "Who's scared of who? You think I'll lose to a Zerdinger?" she yelled full of irritation. And to motivate the whole group, Leo slung his arm around their shoulders and declared, "Don't worry. Our class won't lose." Hearing that, Celia up front clicked her tongue irritably and warned Leo, "Leo, you too. I'll show you the results of my special training. This time I won't lose to you," Leo plove. Back to Professor Sejin. After letting both sides verbally spar a bit, he stepped forward and said, "Contestants from each class, please enter the arena." Hearing that, Leo turned to his classmates and asked, "Who'll come with me?" Hearing the question, the group shrank back in fear. But luckily not everyone in class was a coward, so the two mage girls Chelsea and Ileana immediately stepped up. I'll definitely teach them a lesson, Chelsea said while cracking her knuckles, while Ileana wanted to show Herod. If we lose we'll get expelled, then I'll win with all my rage. I'll show Professor Herod what I'm capable of. On another side, the mage girl Nella timidly stepped up with one other guy. Finally, the alchemist Buddy Carr, who'd been hiding way in the back, was yanked out by Leo. Carr, you know the last spot is yours, right? But why? Carr yelled. However, Leo had already decided, so after gathering enough people, Leo turned to report to the teacher. Class 5 is ready, Professor. Hearing that, Sejin nodded. Good. Then the match begins now. With that, he tossed the ball in his hand into midair, making everyone from both sides immediately fix their eyes on the ball. Next, without any warning, both Leo and Duran simultaneously used their maximum speed to charge for the ball. And in the end, it was still Duran with his thunder aura who was one step faster and successfully snatched the ball right in front of Leo. All right, then my class goes first, he said coldly. Meanwhile, right as Leo landed below, he hurriedly asked the blonde guy next to him, Tide, quickly explain the rules to me. In response, Tide, knowing there wasn't much time, started summarizing everything. Oh, the rules of Bastra are simpler than you think. You just channel energy into the ball and shoot it into the goal without using hands or feet. The team that scores 11 points first wins. Additional info. This blonde guy is Tide Makoa from the summoning department. Meanwhile, Duran started channeling his aura field to prepare an attack. Seeing that, someone in the group shouted, It's coming, get ready. The words had barely left his mouth when Duran poured power into his fist and slammed it straight into the ball in front of him, deforming it and sending it rocketing forward with wind-tearing speed. Seeing that, Leo, who was blocking in front of the ball, jumped in surprise at its speed and hurriedly leaped aside to dodge. Next, the rubber ball smashed hard into the ground and flew straight toward the goal while Carr stared in stunned confusion, not understanding what just happened. Seeing that, Class 1 students excitedly cheered, Duran Mora, nice one. On the opposite side, Class 5 students started panicking, their faces turning pale. Even Tide had zero confidence left. Looks like Professor Herod really plans to expel all of us. Beside him, Leo didn't lose his composure. Instead, he turned and asked, How do we gain control of the ball? Answering that, Tide started explaining there are 3 ways. First, when the ball goes out of bounds on the opponent's turn. Second, when we catch the ball. And finally, before Tide could finish, Nella's worried voice rang out, Dodd. Hearing the shout, both Leo and Tide instantly turned around and saw. Right then, the rubber ball had slammed straight into the fire mage Ileana, making her cry out in pain. And the one who just struck was none other than the swordswoman Celia. Hey, what are you guys whispering about over there? Can't focus on the match, Celia giggled mockingly. Seeing that, Leo and Tide hurriedly ran over to check on their teammate. At this point, Tide also explained, the third way is you can't directly attack or block an opponent. Just now was the third case. A teammate gets taken out after getting hit by the ball. The only way to attack them is with the ball itself. Hearing that, Leo fully understood the rules. Then he calmly reached out, grabbed the ball, and nodded thanks for the explanation. Now it's our turn. Back to Professor Sejin. Even though the situation was going favorably for his class, for some reason he still felt an invisible unease. In Bastra, teams with fire attribute users have an overwhelming advantage due to high destructive power. And among the families, the Zerdinger family's flames are the strongest. Thinking that, he spoke to the lazy professor beside him. You still accept it even knowing Celia Zerdinger is in my class. I don't know what you're scheming, but it'll be really hard for your class to win. Beside him, Herod didn't reply at all and just yawned lazily. This annoyed Sejin even more. Talk properly, he reminded. Only then did Herod finally open his mouth. Hey Sejin, do you still remember your first student? That kid from the Zerdinger family. Hearing that, an image immediately flashed in Sejin's mind and he nodded, of course. How could I forget, the Queen of Bastra? Seeing Sejin still remembered her, Herod gave a light smile and reminded, the daughter of that very queen is in Class 5. Back to Class 5 students, seeing their class was already weaker, and now they'd lost Ileana to injury, they pretty much gave up hope. We're done for. How did we even get into Lumern Academy just to end like this so easily? At the same moment, the swordswoman Celia gave Leo a pitying look. Looks like you finally decided. Following her gaze, Leo's entire body suddenly erupted with powerful flames. It's coming, careful, someone shouted. And right after those words, the protagonist poured all his strength into throwing the ball straight toward the opponent's goal. However, Class 1's strength was no joke. Before the ball could reach their goal, the ice mage Chloe used her magic to create an ice wall blocking it. Leo, as long as I'm here, scoring is impossible, she said confidently. But right then, Leo suddenly appeared beside her and muttered, I can score. Next, without giving her a chance to react, Leo poured power into the soles of his feet and leaped high, straight toward where the ball was stuck inside the ice wall. Then he swung his fist straight into the ball, instantly shattering the ice prison and sending it flying into the goal. On another side, Professor Sejin, seeing Leo react so quickly, praised inwardly, his combat sense is truly astonishing. And seeing that, Professor Herod gave a satisfied smile. Meanwhile, Nella's group seemed to find a glimmer of hope and shouted in unison, Leo Plove, go Class 5. Seeing the opponent's formation regain momentum, Professor Sejin unconsciously smiled. Ah, I get it. So this is when the real match begins. Just like that, time flew by. Both sides started trading blows and staying neck and neck. Neither side gave an in. At this point, Duran unleashed another thunderous throw, sending the ball straight toward the opponent's goal. And with this throw, Carr risked everything and used both hands to grab it tightly. The thunder aura enveloping the ball immediately made his body tremble nonstop from pain. But at least he'd successfully stopped the ball. Haha, my mana's almost out anyway. The rest is up to you, Leo. With that, the guy had zero strength left to continue, and was helped off the field by Eliana and Chelsea. Outside, the group looked at the current score and frowned in worry, tied at 10-10. This is the deciding point. But the opponents are three of the best students, while we only have Leo, way too disadvantaged. Across from them, the ice mage Chloe realized the next ball possession would be decisive, so she went all out, preparing to unleash her full power. I might have lost the magic theory test, but this time I won't lose, she said. Then with a wave of her hand, she used some mystical magic, instantly creating 4 clones of herself around. Not to be outdone, both Celia and Duran enveloped their bodies in aura field and readied themselves to face the protagonist. Come on then, Leo, Celia shouted loudly. In response to their words, Leo started pouring power into the soles of his feet. Then suddenly his figure vanished before the 3 of them, leaving them stunned. He's too fast, all 3 muttered silently. Then with unexpected speed, Leo slipped past Celia, making her instantly realize his true intention. He's not planning to attack. He's focusing on scoring Chloe. Behind her, Chloe immediately caught on. Is this illusion magic? So shallow. Then where's his real body? As she thought, she started channeling mana into her eyes to find Leo's true form. But through her gaze, all of Leo's figures looked like the real one, or at least she couldn't tell which was the actual body. This left Chloe dumbfounded. And just like that, Leo passed her and successfully scored. Star magic, how can a human use fairy tribe magic? Chloe thought in a daze. Meanwhile, the referee, seeing the result, declared the winner is Class 5. Looking at the outcome, 2 students in Class 5 hugged each other and cried tears of joy. Thank God, we're not getting expelled. I was scared I'd have to go home right away. Hearing their words, Professor Sejin curiously turned to Herod. What's this about expulsion? Hearing that, Uncle Herod burst out laughing. Haha, that's what I call motivation. On another side, Celia, Chloe, and Duran were covering their faces in deep disappointment. Seeing that, Sejin sighed and went over to console the 3. Upset about losing, when the match ends, no matter the result, you have to greet your opponents properly. All of you did very well to win for your class. Those who cheered for their friends, and those who gave everything on the field. So stay determined and proud. Up front, Class 1 students, upon hearing this from their teacher, looked at him with eyes full of admiration. Too bad this beautiful atmosphere barely lasted 3 seconds before Herod's mocking laughter shattered it from behind. Haha, hey, losers, come over and wrap this up. Hearing that, Sejin seethed inwardly, but with no choice, he stepped forward to say a few words. Both classes did very well. Class 1 showed their talent and ability, while Class 5 didn't give up until the very end and overcame every challenge. They recognized their limits and succeeded in tough situations. I hope you'll all work and compete with each other harmoniously. So everyone shake hands. Hearing that, students from both sides reached out to greet each. You dragged the match out longer than I thought. I figured you'd lose early, Celia said with a laugh. I was about to say the same. You're as stubborn as a squid prince, Chelsea replied. Nearby, Carr smiled and said to Duran, but this time we won. Across from him, Duran didn't reply and just stared at him, making Carr a bit awkward. On another side, the ice mage Chloe was still so frustrated. She was on the verge of tears from losing. Then Leo reached out to console her. You were amazing, Chloe. With a bit more experience, you'll definitely become extraordinary. Hearing that, the mage girl looked straight at him and asked, are you mocking me? Someday I'll definitely defeat you. She silently swore inwardly and reached out to grip Leo's hand tight. Just like that, time flew by 1 month later. At this moment, Leo's group was happily sitting together drinking tea, while Carr, stuffing his face like a machine, asked the group, by the way, what clubs are you guys planning to join? Seeing his gluttonous demon-like eating, the aristocratic Chelsea felt her eyes hurt and reminded him, eat more properly. Back to Leo. He shared that he wanted to start a club, and of course this bold idea shocked Carr. Hearing that, the mage girl Chelsea excitedly said, if Leo's starting a club, I want in too. What kind of club? Carr asked. And to that, Leo straightforwardly shared his thoughts. A hero research club. I want to learn more about the forgotten hero and the origin hero Kyle. Hearing Leo's words, both Carr and Chelsea exchanged wide-eyed looks and shook their heads. Kyle, but he's not forgotten. He's just fictional. Looks like no one's joining your club, Carr laughed. But Chelsea, upon hearing that, immediately realized, if things were as Carr said, she could be alone with Leo in the club. I want to join, Chelsea shouted loud. Then suddenly, their conversation got interrupted by loud cheers from everyone. Wow, they're back. Hearing that, Carr seemed to remember something and hurriedly stood up. Oh right, it's today. The day the fifth-year students return after clearing the hero dungeon, he said while rushing outside to check it out. Fragments of the Hero Chronicles are scattered across the world. Occasionally they act abnormally and create dungeons. Those places are called hero dungeons. And the upperclassmen at Lumern Academy have to clear these hero dungeons and collect the Hero Chronicle fragments, which means they leave for at least 2 weeks, sometimes even over a month. My mom must have gone through something similar, Leo thought silently to himself. Beside him, the Plove family mage girl looked at the seniors' figures with non-stop admiration in her eyes. Wow, so this is the peak of Lumern Academy. In response, the talkative Gaikar seized the chance to show off a bit and started introducing each one to her. The muscular man on the east side is brother Lee Jamua. The southern woman next to him is sister Toryua Yan. And the pale one wearing a hood over there is probably brother Ulta. But I don't see that person, Carr said puzzled, like there should be someone else with those three. Who is it? Leo asked curiously. That's the top of Lumern Academy, the student council president Reese, Carr replied. At the same time from behind, a hand reached out, gripped Leo's shoulder tightly, and pulled him away. And by the time Carr turned back to continue, he realized his friend's voice had vanished into thin air. Back to the protagonist's position, the one who just pulled him away turned out to be the swordswoman Celia. Seeing her hurried appearance, Leo asked curiously, Celia, what's up? In response, Celia said Leo needed to come with her to Lumeria City because the student council president said he wanted to meet him. Why does the student council president want to see me? Leo asked with eyes full of curiosity. However, Celia wasn't entirely clear on it either, so she couldn't explain. Seriously, you really don't care about school stuff at all. Just go there and you'll find out, Celia. Time flew by, scene shifted to a room with Eastern-style architecture. At this moment, Celia was a bit restless, looking around and muttering, I wonder why he chose to meet in a place like this. This smell though, Leo shrugged and said. Next, before they could talk more, the student council president arrived, and the moment she saw him, the swordswoman rushed straight toward him like a little cat, brother. On this side, Reese gently patted his little sister's head and turned to greet Leo. Nice to meet you, Leo Plove. I've heard a lot about you. You're aiming to become an all-rounder hero, right? This person is Reese Zerdinger from the Night Department, and also the president of Lumern's Student Council. Next, no real talk without food first. Before starting the conversation, Reese called for a basket of steamed buns to treat the group. Is this to everyone's taste? He asked gently. Ah yes, Leo replied. Then Reese noticed his little sister seemed a bit nervous and asked, What's wrong, Celia? In response, Celia said this was her first time eating this dish, so her face looked like that. Next, she slowly took a small bite, and the moment it entered her mouth, her eyes widened as she said in amazement, It's so good. Seeing her expression, Reese smiled contentedly. Haha, this is the restaurant I wanted to bring you to once you joined Lumern. Saying that, he paused for a beat, then shifted the topic toward Leo. But I really didn't expect you to be that person's son. Across from him, Leo knew exactly who he was referring to and asked, Have you met my mother before? Yeah, I met her a few times when I was little, and she was quite famous back in her school days too. Reese nodded, making Leo even more curious. My mother, To explain this, Reese began recounting Lady Riane's feats. Yes, she created many legends. For example, she once said the desserts in the dorm cafeteria were too off, so she gathered all the students and stormed the headmaster's office. Turns out she was the main character of that famous incident. Celia exclaimed. Exactly, ha, Reese laughed. Back to Leo, while the siblings were happily chatting, he was silently assessing the student council president's strength. And he had to admit, as expected, he truly deserves to be called the strongest student at Lumern. It seems like it's only a matter of time before he becomes a hero, Leo thought silent. Next, after everyone finished eating, Reese happily stood up. Then let's go for dessert. I'll go pay, so you guys head out first. Hearing that, both Leo and Celia quickly left the table. At the same time, suddenly Reese felt a slight heat in his chest, so he reached into his pocket and pulled out a glowing piece of paper. What's this? Reese whispered. Scene shifted to Leo's classroom. At this moment, the mage girl Ileana spoke up, Professor, I have a question. In response, the tiger-like professor propped his feet on the desk and arrogantly asked, Ileana Layden, let's hear your pointless question. Hearing that, Ileana didn't get angry and just raised her hand loudly. Why haven't we chosen a class president yet? I heard all the other classes have already chosen. Oh yeah, that's right, Tide nodded in agreement. And only when she mentioned it did the professor remember, class president. Oh right, I forgot about that. Saying that, he immediately turned to Leo. Leo, you do it. Before Leo could agree, the other two immediately complained. Why like that, professor? Shouldn't we choose the class representative democratically by vote? Answering that, Herod tossed a half-meter-high stack of papers onto the teacher's desk and ordered. The class president takes this and organizes it. Looking at the massive workload, Ileana shrank back and didn't dare complain anymore. Next, the announcement speaker on the wall sounded. Announcement. In just a moment, we'll have the joint first-year Hero Studies class. All first-year students, please, prepare to head to the auditorium. Hearing that, Leo glanced at the old professor and asked, Professor, should we head over now? That's the attitude of a class president. Herod nodded approvingly. Scene shifted to the auditorium. According to the announcement, students were slowly gathering. Here, Leo and Herod also ran into the mage girl Chloe, and her current appearance made both of them a bit curious. Hey Chloe, you look exhausted. Hearing the greeting, Chloe's eyes lit up slightly and she immediately asked, do you have any more recovery potions? Can you sell me some? Seeing that, Carr didn't hold back and immediately tossed her 2 recovery potions and said this was all he currently had. Beside him, Leo's voice carried a bit of concern. You're pushing yourself this hard right at the start of the year. On this side, getting the potion, the mage girl immediately downed it in one gulp and said she was fine. Looking at the stubbornness on Chloe's face, Carr couldn't help admiring. Wow, that's impressive. She's top in magic theory. Beside him, the mage girl Chelsea added, but I guess Chloe has no choice but to worry. The moment Leo learns the latest magic trends, he could surpass her in the magic theory exam. Her being second place isn't a big deal, Carr asked confusedly, making Chelsea turn to look at him like he was an idiot. Are you seriously brain dead? Right, she's a tower mage. We're combat mages, so we don't mind falling a bit behind in theory. But researching new magic is the core of the mage tower. Her honor is in a dangerous position. Are you really a mage? In response, the alchemist guy shrugged casually. First, of course, I live off magic. Survival magic is my pride. In a different scene, right after Student Council President Reese noticed the paper in his hand glowing, he immediately went to meet Headmaster Kalyan to report it. And after hearing the story, the headmaster's face changed and turned serious. The damaged hero chronicle reacted. Is it true this hero fragment reacted? He asked, and Reese nodded firmly. Yes, this is a fragment so heavily damaged it shouldn't be able to react anymore, but it really did. Moreover, there was no artifact nearby. Hearing that, Headmaster Kalyan asked next, did it react again afterward? No, Reese shook his head. Back to the headmaster, with too little information, he couldn't deduce this strange phenomenon. Let's see, perhaps I need to investigate this more. You just returned, so you must be tired. Good job. With that, he called his secretary Alina into the room and asked her to bring this to the beginning auditorium. The joint first-year lecture is about to start. Yes, I understand. Alina nodded and quickly headed to the auditorium, leaving the old headmaster behind still pondering this. Sometimes, even small fragments like this can react. If the person recorded in the Hero Chronicle touches it, it will react. Scene shifted to Lumern Academy's lecture hall. At this moment, the joint first-year Hero Studies class was underway, and the main lecturer was female Professor Arshian Nier, in charge of Class 1-8. Right now, because the classes were sitting together, they were chatting noisily like a marketplace, making the petite professor flustered. Please be quiet, Arshian requested. But the students' mouths kept firing like machine guns, pushing Arshian's patience to the limit. Right then, behind her appeared the silhouette of a unicorn. At the same time, the professor's personality flipped 180 degrees. Everyone, if you don't want to get beaten, shut up you damn brats. Wanna die? Who should I deal with first? She roared loudly. Her current appearance was completely different from the gentle face earlier. Damn it, they're still not listening. With that, like a switch was flipped, Arshian suddenly returned to her gentle expression. Ah, finally quiet, thank you, she said cheerfully, making the students above nearly wet themselves in fear. So scary, oh my god, even after seeing it so many times it's still terrifying. Our professor is seriously too scary, the Class 8 students thought tremblingly. Meanwhile, Leo, seeing her personality change as fast as a rocket, let out a surprised sound inwardly. So she's a psychic mage. In my previous life, psychic mages were really rare too. Back to Professor Arshian. After seeing the class finally quiet, she took out a dagger and began her lecture. We'll start the joint first-year Hero Studies class. After the appearance of the Hero Chronicles, the reason heroic families emerged is to open a hero's world requires an object deeply connected or closely related to that hero. Therefore, descendants of heroes can open hero worlds more easily. This is why Lumern Academy, where the hero chronicles are stored. And these families have deep ties with each other. Though political in nature, it can be said to be like the connection between a key and a treasure. Now, do you understand why hero studies is important? Hero studies is important because it helps us find clues to conquer a hero's world or understand them better. By senior year, you'll choose one hero to inherit their power and challenge their hero chronicle pages. At the same moment, Secretary Alina stepped into the lecture hall and handed Professor Arshian the paper from earlier. And just as announced beforehand, the professor happily shared with everyone. Everyone, this is a fragment of the Hero Chronicle brought back by Lumern Academy's fifth-year students. Hearing her, everyone let out odd sounds. And without letting the students stay curious too long, Arshian gently opened the box. Up front, the students held their breath and swallowed hard, staring curiously at the small box. However, before she could fully open it, Arshian suddenly closed it again. All right, before experiencing this Hero Chronicle fragment, everyone, please talk about your goal as a hero. Across from her, the students looked disappointed. Next, the swordswoman Celia raised her hand. I want to become a knight who surpasses the previous generations of my family. Oh, that's a wonderful goal, Arshian praised. On another side, the mage girl Chloe shared her thoughts. I want to write a magic book containing only my original spells. I want to become someone who supports heroes, Carr said boldly. And this dream of his also received praise from the female professor. Looks like Carr wants to become someone who can support heroes. Wonderful indeed. Back to Leo at this moment, he also stated his goal. My goal is to completely eradicate Eribo. His words made the entire auditorium fall dead silent. Then after about 2 seconds of silence, Professor Arshian awkwardly said, yes, that's an astonishing goal. All right, next, ignoring the strange looks around him, Leo calmly sat back down. Meanwhile, the upperclassmen started mocking this dream of Leo. Is he dreaming too big? The freshman representative's goal is really. Back to the two professors Herod and Sejin. After hearing Leo say that, Sejin glanced at his colleague. What do you think? It's chilling. He's not the type to talk nonsense. Herod shared his honest impression. At the same time, thinking back to the protagonist's words, it's been millennia since Erebos was split into fragments and sealed, but he has reincarnated many times over the years. Even one fragment reincarnating is enough to bring disaster. But his dream is to completely destroy Erebos. The more he thought, the more he felt things weren't simple. Back to Professor Arshian. After finishing the dream-sharing session with the students, she continued. So today, we'll read a page of the Hero Chronicle brought back from the dungeon. After each class guesses which hero the page belongs to, we'll learn how to conquer that hero's world. Oh, by the way, in case something unexpected happens, the class professors will also be observing here, so please don't cause trouble. Hearing her, the students' heartbeats started racing non-stop from excitement. Finally, this is our first time touching a Hero Chronicle. So thrilling, the group whispered excitedly up front. And without making the students wait too long, Professor Arshian continued. All right, then representatives from each class, please step up. Hearing that, Leo along with the familiar representatives quickly went up to the stage. And at this moment, Arshian said, this time 2 Hero Chronicle fragments were brought back. Of course, we'll only use one for today's lesson. The other is a very small fragment, but we brought it out to show you that fragments like this also exist. As she spoke, she placed 2 boxes in front of Leo. Seeing that, Leo casually picked up the small paper fragment in front of him. However, right after that, a sudden anomaly occurred when everyone received a notification. Hero Chronicle opened, World of Unknown, Chapter Unknown. At this moment, a gigantic, extremely complex magic circle appeared above the stage. On another side, Professor Sejin, seeing that, shouted loudly, it's going out of control. The words had barely left his mouth when their figures suddenly vanished before everyone's eyes, and when they reappeared, the group found themselves inside a strange world. This was a strange world with a sky blazing red like blood. All around lay countless monster corpses in every shape and size imaginable. Looking at the scene, one of the girls in the group screamed in terror, corpses. Hearing that, Professor Herod dropped his playful attitude and spoke to calm them. Get your minds ready. This is a hero dungeon. Back to Professor Sejin. At this moment, he noticed something and pointed in one direction. Herod, I see a city wall over there. Hearing him, everyone immediately turned toward where the professor was pointing and saw. There stood an ancient, crumbling fortress with countless cracks spreading across its walls. To Leo, the sight couldn't be more familiar. From the Age of Calamity, the final defensive line and last city, Gardeslin Wall. If this is the right time, Leo muttered. At the same moment, a voice suddenly rang out behind everyone. Yes, my unfulfilled wish really was foolish. But we will save the world. Hearing the familiar voice, Leo turned to face his old comrade and whispered in a tone only he could hear, Lysanas. Across from him, the black-haired girl gave a gentle smile before slowly dissolving into a stream of light. Next, the space around them shattered, and the group was teleported back to the grand auditorium. Everything happened at dizzying speed, leaving the representative students completely clueless about what just occurred. Professors, what just happened? Chenzia asked in panic, and to this situation, Professor Herod immediately halted the class, ordering everyone to stay calm and quickly leave the lecture hall. Up above, without needing much prompting from the teacher, the students fled in terror. Only Leo remained, lost in thought while staring at the paper fragment in his hand. Because at this moment, he had realized the identity of this fragment. This is Kyle's page. This is my chronicle. Beside him, Professor Herod stared at him with a thoughtful gaze, no one knowing what exactly he was pondering. Time flew by, scene shifted to Class 5. At this moment, Leo's friends were asking him about what he experienced when teleported to that unknown hero world, and after hearing Leo's account, the whole group stared wide-eyed and slack-jawed. You met the King of Wisdom. That's incredible. This is a historic event. So that was Hero Lysanas's chronicle. The mage girl Chelsea said with eyes full of admiration. Not to mention her, even the mage girl Ileana felt deep regret and pain. Why did I give up the class president position to Leo? I knew I should have been class president. Missed such a great opportunity. Haha, real. The guy Carr said mockingly. As a result, the mage girl immediately turned and pummeled him. Looks like today is your funeral. As she spoke, her fists flew like a machine, while the orange-haired guy could only curl up to take the beating. At the same moment, Professor Herod coldly looked at the group from the doorway. I came here to scold the noisiest class, and here you are. Choose self-study or expulsion. With that, without waiting for the group to stammer anything, he left immediately. Back to Leo from the moment he returned to class, he had been lost in thought about what just happened. Why is my hero chronicle the only one that's messed up? It's in such bad shape that I couldn't even recognize whose world it was. It's almost like someone deliberately destroyed my hero chronicle. The hero chronicle truly is an object that inherits a hero's power. If someone doesn't want a new hero to be born, then it can only be that bastard Erebos. But first I need to investigate why my hero chronicle was fragmented. Leo silently planned in his heart. Just like that, time flew by. 1 month later, scene shifted to the magic department classroom. At this moment, the handsome Professor Len pointed to a magic symbol behind him and explained, original, in other words, a unique spell. This will be your midterm practical exam. Original magic is a type of spell that clearly shows a mage's individuality in today's era. When activation techniques became the main trend, mages stopped trying to create original magic. However, original magic can become a secret technique for self-protection in emergency. For example, the star magic that all elves learn is actually just a small copy of original magic. In history, only one person could use true star magic, and that was its creator, the founder of Nebula Luna. Back to the mage girl, Chloe. Hearing about star magic, she immediately glanced toward Leo, because she still remembered how in the previous ball match Leo had used that type of magic to slip past her. Beside her, as if sensing Chloe staring at him, Leo also glanced her way, and noticed beside her a certain magic book, radiating dark aura. Catching Leo's gaze, Chloe hurriedly hid the book. That's a grimoire, isn't it? Leo wondered silently. Unaware of this, Professor Len up front declared the class over. Now I'm sure everyone is looking forward to discovering their own unique magic. Today's lesson ends here. Hearing that, the whole group noisily left the classroom. But right at this moment, Leo felt a bit concerned about that magic book earlier. So he pulled Chloe's hand. Wait, Chloe, do you want to have lunch with me? As he spoke, he thought about how Chloe had hidden the grimoire earlier, and grew even more suspicious. However, perhaps because the mage girl was a bit wary of him, she immediately refused. I don't have time for that. I'm definitely going to beat you in this practical exam. On another side, seeing the tension, Carr ran over to mediate. Hey, what's going on with you two? Leo, you demon. You dare challenge the top spot in the Magic Academy held by the Ice Queen. In response, Chloe affirmed her determination. I already lost to Leo in technique. However, when it comes to magic theory, I won't let anyone surpass me. So this time, no matter what, I will win, Chloe said with eyes full of resolve. Seeing that, Leo smiled and asked, if I back down now, wouldn't that disrespect you? Across from him, Chloe nodded in reply. Seeing this, the protagonist reached out his hand and promised, all right then, let's both prepare well. Back to Carr. Witnessing the two shaking hands like this, he felt full of admiration in his heart. That's such a natural handshake. Time flew by until late afternoon. Scene shifted to the Hero Tower. At this moment, Leo was here searching for more clues because somewhere around here was Lumern's forbidden library. If I can get in there, maybe I'll find some leads about my missing hero chronicle. Thinking that, he calmly walked up the stairs. Meanwhile, a few female students spotted him, blushed slightly, and whispered, oh, isn't that a first year? Why is he coming here? So cute. On another side, at this moment, a voice rang out in front of Leo. Leo Plove, I've heard a lot about you from Professor Len. Nice to meet you. The owner of the voice was Toru Yan, a fifth-year student from the magic department. Up front, the protagonist, knowing this was his senior, bowed respectfully in greeting, "Hello. What business does a first-year have in the Hero Tower?" As she spoke, Toru extended her leg to block the protagonist's path. Seeing her action, he casually came up with an excuse. "I'm here to meet the student council president. If you join the magic department, you'll have the chance. I've already joined the magic department." Leo answered calmly. Seeing that, Toru stepped aside to let him pass. "Thanks." Leo nodded and said. Then, before he stepped up, Toru reminded him, "Leo, I want you to declare your major as the magic department before the end of this semester." "Understood." In response, the protagonist nodded lightly. Next to go up, he entered an elevator. However, after pressing the floor button, for some reason the elevator refused to move at all. "What the why isn't it working?" Leo asked curiously while repeatedly pressing the button, and to enlighten him, a voice rang out, "You need to channel mana into it. That's how you activate it." "Nice to meet you, Leo Plove. So you're the freshman representative everyone's talking about, huh?" The owner of the voice was the big guy Lee Zamua, a fifth-year student from the night department. In response, Leo, knowing this was his senior, bowed respectfully. Up front, senior Lee Zamua was a bit curious about why Leo was here and asked, "What brings you to the Hero Tower?" Seeing that, our protagonist answered straightforwardly, "I have some things I need to discuss with the student council president." Leo's relaxed attitude made the big senior chuckle and stroke his chin. A freshman who isn't afraid of me at all. Bold enough to barge straight into the student council president's office alone." "I wouldn't call it barging," Leo reminded, but apparently the big guy didn't hear that, so he suggested, "You should seriously consider joining the night department. What do you say?" To this proposal, Leo could only give an awkward smile as one person after another kept inviting him to join their department. "I'm tired before the main topic even starts." Leo complained silently. Scene shifted to in front of the student council president's office. Reaching here, Leo stopped his steps, raised his hand to knock and said inside, "President Reese, it's Leo Plove, may I come in?" In response, the warm voice of the handsome guy Reese rang out, "Come in." Seeing he was permitted, Leo quickly opened the door and stepped inside. And the moment he saw him, the handsome guy asked straight, "What's up?" In reply, Leo paused thoughtfully for a few seconds before stating his purpose. "I want to enter the Forbidden Library." This request immediately changed the student council president's face. Next, he spoke to Leo with a serious expression. "Leo, I know you're not the type to joke around, but there are only two ways for an ordinary student to enter the Forbidden Library. The first is to conquer a hero dungeon. By tradition, the conqueror personally returns the retrieved pages to the hero records. As for the second way, I'll tell you once you join the student council," Reese said with a bright smile. It seemed everyone in the student council was trying to pull Leo to their side. Time flew by, scene shifted to the familiar training field. Today was the practical exam day for the night department. Even though it wasn't his major, many students from other departments had come to watch. Of course, the gossip-loving Gaikar couldn't be missing. Finally, the day has come. The first practical exam of the night department. Tons of people here to watch. "Hey, you can't watch a match like this without popcorn." He excitedly advertised his products to the watching students, making the mage girl Chelsea sigh upon seeing it. "Looks like Car's really passionate about business." In reply, Ileana burst out laughing comfortably. "Haha, that's Car's style. He'd still make money even if he wasn't at Loomer." In another corner, Leo was looking around and noticed the mage girl Chloe didn't seem to be here. Then, without making everyone wait long, Professor Ain stood up and announced the first duel match. Hallow's Snaff from Class 1 and Leo Plove from Class 5. Step up. Hearing the announcement, both of them simultaneously moved forward. Meanwhile, the merchant buddy car, having spotted a potential customer, ran over to pitch. "Professor Sejin, would you like some popcorn and soda today?" he said cheerfully while offering popcorn and soda. However, to this sales pitch, the professor sneered, "HMPH, you think I'd buy that?" asked Harlan. Seeing that, Carr didn't give up. Instead, he turned toward his friend Celia. Beside him, Celia nodded understandingly. And as if they'd rehearsed many times before, at this moment, Celia put on an adorable kitten-like face and turned to the professor with pleading eyes. "Professor, could you buy us some popcorn? It looks really delicious." Not just him, Carr also started loudly chanting Sejin's name, making everyone begin cheering. No choice since the students had put it that way. To preserve his dignity, whether he wanted to or not, Sejin had to agree. "Give one to each person," he said calmly. Meanwhile, our merchant buddy was thrilled because he just sold another big bat. Back to the arena, looking at his opponent in front of him, Leo smiled. "Good luck to you, the first one." Across from him, responding to Leo's friendly face, was an extremely sly expression. This guy was Hallows from the night department, and he was also the heroic descendant of the Snaff family. "Looks like you don't care about me. You'll regret that, Hallows said while licking his lips. Additional info, basic Loomer knowledge from Carr. The midterm practical exam for the night department is passed by winning 5 duels. Up on the stands, many students started looking at Leo with curiosity about his real strength. I wonder how skilled this Class 5 freshman really is, some girl asked. The guy next to her, as if he'd heard some info from somewhere, replied, since Leo's studying 3 majors, there's definitely a gap compared to people who focus on just one. Don't forget Hallows is 3rd in Class 1, right behind Celia and Duran. As for Hallows, he didn't like the protagonist much because he thought Leo was arrogant and always hanging around Celia. Unaware of both students' thoughts, Professor Ayan began announcing the rules. The one who makes the opponent unable to fight wins. Treat this as a real duel. The words had barely ended when Leo's expression suddenly changed. He sensed an evil energy emanating from a building not far away. Scene shifted to Mage Girl Chloe's position to find a way to beat Leo. She was currently buried in studying. But the deeper she researched, the more hopeless she felt, to the point she tore the paper in her hand and gritted her teeth. No way, there's no way I can create this unique magic with just my own ability. Thinking that, she angrily swept all the books off the desk. Chloe told herself, absolutely cannot lose to Leo in this practical exam. Then, as if she'd made a decision for herself, Chloe turned her gaze toward the dark magic book from before, the one Leo had always been worried about, and muttered, with this I can win. This time I will definitely win. As she spoke, her face seemed to change slightly, becoming unlike her usual self. Back to the training field, because he sensed that dark energy, Leo was still standing frozen, staring toward the building. Seeing Leo standing there dazed after the start signal had sounded, how could Hallows miss this golden opportunity? Immediately he gripped his spear tightly and charged at lightning speed. Careless, huh? Got you now, he said, while thrusting the spear tip straight toward Leo's handsome face. However, with his combat experience, Leo tilted his head to dodge, but Hallows' attack was far from over. Right after, he used a skill called Serpent Spear, making the spear tip transform into a wriggling snakehead shape, and shot toward the protagonist's throat at blinding speed. But this still wasn't enough to trouble Leo. He simply reached out and easily caught the spear tip, stopping it dead without moving another millimeter. Leo's arm was so strong it made Hallows question his life. Where did this guy get such power? Next, Leo yanked the spear hard toward himself, pulling Hallows' entire body along with. Then, without waiting for Hallows to react, Leo poured power into his fist and unleashed a thunderous punch straight into the third-ranked guy's face, making him spit blood and fly backward like a cannonball. Done, Leo shook his hand and mocked, who said I was careless. Across from him, that punch from Leo hurt like hell, but Hallows still had enough strength to stand and fight again. Don't get cocky. The battle's only just starting, Hallows said while his whole body began emitting a strange green energy. Unfortunately for him, to Leo this aura just felt a bit contemptible. A guy who can't even use aura properly. Raw strength doesn't mean his basic weaknesses are fixed. Unique aura, huh, pretty special, Leo muttered while looking at the green energy streams rushing toward him. Next, he enveloped his body in blazing red aura to protect himself. Across from him, the foolish Hallows still hadn't realized the massive gap in strength between him and Leo, so he remained full of confidence. Unless it's Celia's fire aura level, it's hard to push me back, Hallows declared arrogantly. That was what he said. But just 1 second later, Leo, with his blazing red aura, broke through the smoke screen and appeared right in front of him. You're the one who's always careless, the protagonist said coldly, his sharp eyes seeming to crush what little confidence the opponent had left. Up on the stands, students were happily munching popcorn while enjoying the match, like watching a real action movie. In one corner, Duran, who had lost to Leo before, frowned slightly at Leo's performance. Meanwhile, Celia herself was full of questions in her heart. Leo, when did you strengthen your fire aura to this level? She thought silently, her eyes unable to hide shock mixed with curiosity. Back to Hallows' perspective, even if he was this foolish, he finally realized Leo's strength was no joke. Looking at the red aura enveloping the protagonist, he thought inwardly, what is this? Is it Celia's fire aura level? A madman who really wants to surpass everyone in every element. Worry about Leo's power made sweat drip down his face. Thinking this, Hallows knew if he didn't use his trump card, he couldn't win against the protagonist. No choice, he had to go all out. I was saving this move to beat Celia. But I never thought I'd have to use it on someone like you, Leo Plove. With that, he focused energy into his palm and used his ultimate technique called Serpent Prison. At this moment, from his palm shot out a green serpent that flew straight forward at lightning speed. And the moment it closed in on Leo, it coiled tightly around him and opened its mouth in a threatening roar. Even Leo's fire aura couldn't repel this serpent, making him inwardly praise, oh, not bad at all. Back to Hallows' perspective, seeing he'd successfully used the skill to restrain Leo, He immediately turned toward Celia on the stands with eyes full of excitement, like a young boy secretly in love wanting to show off to the girl he likes. What do you think, Celia? I prepared this technique to restrain your flame. Across from him, Celia seemed to notice Hallel's gaze, so she sighed and pointed forward to signal him. This puzzled the young man, but when he turned back to look, he saw the energy serpent he'd created slowly evaporating at visible speed. As Leo's flames grew fiercer and fiercer, finally, in less than 3 seconds, it completely vanished, like it had never existed. Seeing his strongest technique, trained for so long, unable to do anything to Leo, made Hallel's eyes widen in shock. No choice. He had no other option but close combat. At this moment, Hallel snorted coldly, gritted his teeth, gripped his two spears tightly, and charged to attack. At the same time, across from him, Leo quickly drew his sword and countered. The force of his strike was so strong that the spear flew out of Hallel's hand in just one clash. The deluded young man sat flat on the ground. Next, Leo pointed his sword straight at him and gave the young guy some advice. Don't let your guard down until the flames die out. That was what he said. At the same time, Professor Ayan, after confirming Hallels could no longer fight, declared, the winner is Leo Plove. Up on the stands, Leo's #1 fan, the mage girl Chelsea, excitedly cheered. Amazing. That's Leo for you, awesome. I knew I could trust you, Leo, Carr added. Back to Hallel's thoughts. After the defeat, he accepted it inwardly. Even in practice, he's this good. No wonder he's on par with Celia. Hallels thought silently before Celia's voice snapped him out of it. Impressive, really great, Celia said with a smile. Her words made Hallels a bit embarrassed, scratching his cheek. What, really? You think it's cool? Setting that aside, very quickly Professor Ayan called the next 2 contestants to the arena. Next, Class 5, Ileana Layden, step up. Hearing her name, the red-haired mage girl eagerly moved forward. All right, who's my opponent? Hearing that, Professor Ayan turned to the other side and continued. Class 10, Chen Zia, step up. For Ileana, the moment she heard her opponent's name, her eyes went blank. What? Why do I have to fight one of the top 3 in the year? She said dazedly. Unfortunately, no one answered her question. Across from her, after Summoner Chen Zia stepped up, she clasped her hands and said to her opponent, please go easy on me. In reply, Ileana also clasped her hands. Yeah, same to you. Beside them, Professor Ayan, seeing both students were ready, nodded and declared, the match begins. The words had barely ended when Chen Zia began channeling her mana, making streams of water swirl around. Meanwhile, Tide gripped his sword tightly and enveloped his body in flames. Then she poured power into her legs and shot forward at blinding speed, thrusting her sword straight toward her opponent. Up on the stands, Leo, seeing this, showed a slight worried expression and thought, this is gonna hurt. And sure enough, as he predicted, the moment Ileana's sword reached Chen Zia, it was blocked by an energy barrier. As a result, her whole body was sent flying like a torn sack and lost combat ability immediately. Unable to get back up, seeing that, Chen Zia clasped her hands toward the audience, and Professor Ayan announced as usual, the winner is Chen Zia. Up front, Ileana had woken up and just waved weakly. But I won't back down against Chen Zia, she said nonchalantly. Meanwhile, Leo felt a bit regretful about Ileana losing so quickly. The match was disadvantageous from the start, but if she'd stayed calmer, she could have done better. Leo muttered. Next up was the match between Celia from Class 1 and Duran from Class 1. Facing you should be fun, Celia said. Duran, hearing that, just stayed silent and said nothing. Up on the stands, Leo grabbed some popcorn from the guy next to him and acknowledged, this match looks interesting. Scene shifted to the arena. At this moment, both Celia and Duran drew their weapons and enveloped their bodies in powerful aura, drawing everyone's attention. Now let's see who's the strongest knight in Class 1. Celia said excitedly. Next, without another word, both simultaneously unleashed powerful, lightning-fast sword strikes, filling the air with intense clashing metal sound. The wind pressure they created was strong enough to blow up to the stands. Wow, is this the skill of top student? Some dazed student said. Meanwhile, Carr covered his mouth and asked Leo beside him, who do you think will win, Leo? Hearing the question, Leo casually tossed some popcorn into his mouth and shared his thoughts calmly. Let's see. Based on the current situation, it looks like Celia will lose. His calm words made Carr gape, you're so cold. Ignoring that, when Leo looked at Celia's still extremely calm eye, he had a different thought, Celia's eyes. It seems she has a secret move to turn the table. Back to the battle. At this moment, Duran took advantage of his aura's special trait to dash forward at thunder speed, and immediately unleashed a lightning-fast strike that grazed Celia's face, leaving a bloody mark on her cheek. Next, he relentlessly unleashed a barrage of fierce attacks, forcing Celia to retreat several steps. Then, after being pushed back a distance, the swordswoman seized the opportunity to use her ultimate technique. At this moment, she raised her sword high overhead, and from within it spread a blazing flame shooting straight up into the sky. Sensing the immense power radiating from her, All the students felt restless. Wow, this isn't a joke. The group exclaimed, not knowing what ultimate move Celia was preparing. Only the protagonist seemed to recognize something and praised. Celia's using her head really well. The first-year training building is quite small. Celia realized it would be hard to keep up with Duran's speed, so she turned the training area into her stage. Now inside that blazing dome of fire, Duran's movements would be restricted, and the high temperature would also affect his vision. She's already amazing, but now even stronger, Celia, Leo praised inwardly. And sure enough, just as Leo predicted, inside the blazing domain Celia created, Duran's vision was obstructed, making him hesitate to charge recklessly. Back to swordswoman Celia, she took advantage of Duran not being able to pinpoint her position and unsure how to deal with this blazing domain. Her figure swiftly slipped behind him and unleashed a surprise strike. Unfortunately, Duran's instincts warned him, allowing him to sense the danger and duck just in time to avoid the strike by a hair. Then he gritted his teeth, enveloped his sword in lightning, and thrust it straight upward. But what Celia did next was something he never expected. She reached out and firmly grabbed the blade, stopping it dead. Seeing this, Celia showed a victorious smile on her face. Got you. With that, she executed a headbutt, slamming her forehead straight into Duran. As a result, right after taking this surprise blow, his eyes rolled back like someone about to die, dazed, and collapsed flat on the ground. As for Professor Ayan, after confirming Duran could no longer fight, he declared, "The winner is Celia Zerdinger." His words made the surrounding friends cheer wildly for her victory. Back to Celia, after seeing Duran beside her wake up, she gave him some advice. Why don't you try building up your stamina a bit? With that, she reached out to pull the blonde guy up. Up front, Duran didn't act all high and mighty, but instead took Celia's small hand and stood up. Looking at this wonderful sportsmanship, some students couldn't hold back their tears anymore. That last move was truly amazing. Gotta record it. One guy said while frantically snapping photos. Back to Leo, seeing his close friend win, he was genuinely happy for her. Your training paid off, Celia. You're awesome. Carr shouted. Then suddenly, Professor Sejin reached over, grabbed a handful of Carr's popcorn, and leisurely said, Celia really did win. Thanks for the explanation, class president. Just like that, the night department's practical exam ended with results. Celia Zerdinger, 4 wins, 1 loss. Duran, 4 wins, 1 loss. Chen Zia, 4 wins, 1 loss. And our protagonist Leo, the only one with a perfect 5-0 record, not losing a single match. Time flew by 1 week later. At this moment, the language studies theory exam had just ended. Looking at the stack of tests in his hand and double-checking the count, Professor Herod neatly organized them and nodded to the students in front. You all did well. Don't fail and get expelled. Study harder, he said. Then slammed the door shut with a thunderous bang. The moment the teacher left, Ileana immediately lost it in frustration. Oh my God, always expulsion this, expulsion that. She complained, looked like her test didn't go too well. Meanwhile, in another corner of the class, 2 guys approached top student Chelsea. Chelsea, let us see your answers. Hee, who should I show first? She said arrogantly, making the 2 bootlickers' eyes light up. Show me first, please. They begged. Scene shifted to another corner. Our protagonist Leo was sprawled on his desk like a lazy cat. Suddenly, pink-haired friend Nella turned around. How was the test, class president? Hearing someone call him, Leo lifted his head, scratched it, and answered, I think it wasn't too bad. Her words made Nella burst into cheerful laughter. Hee, class president always looks like he has everything under control, yet you can still make a face like this. In reply, Leo's face turned dazed like he hadn't woken up yet. Did I really look like that? Across from him, seeing his expression, Nella found it even funnier. She even gave Leo a free healing session. If you're hurting anywhere, just tell me. I'll heal you with my magic. At the same moment, Merchant Buddy Carr popped out from who knows where and whined. Oh, Nella, my shoulders and back are so stiff. Help me out. Before Nella could answer, Mage Girl Chelsea immediately started pummeling his back like a machine, making the orange-haired guy spit out water in pain. Now it doesn't hurt anymore, right? Chelsea asked with a sweet smile before turning to Leo. Leo, how was your summoning practical? Tide said you barely ever show up at the summoning practice room. In response, Leo said he trains hard in places no one sees. To his words, Chelsea fully believed him 100% without a shred of doubt. That's so like you, Leo. So what rank are you aiming for in the summoning test? Definitely first place, Leo confidently shared his goal. Just like that, time passed once more. Scene shifted to the summoning department's training field. Today was the summoning practical exam day. Though it was a summoning department test, many students from other departments came to watch. While everyone waited, the announcer's voice echoed everywhere, hello again. It's that time of year, the biggest first semester event for freshmen. Welcome to the summoning race. I'm Runba Tess, third-year summoning student. In one corner of the stands, siblings Celia and Reese were also here to observe. While waiting, Celia turned to her brother. So this really is a test? She asked curiously. Reese explained. The summoning race is a beloved tradition of the summoning department. Plus, it's a highlight of interdepartment exchanges, so everyone's excited. Back to Merchant Car. As always, whenever students gathered for an event, he seized the chance to sell popcorn and cola for some extra cash. Meanwhile, below on the training field, summoning department freshmen had gathered. At this moment, Summoner Eliza turned and stared at the protagonist. You supposedly did great in the night practical exam. Are you well prepared for the summoning practical? In reply, Leo said of course he was prepared, but Eliza seemed doubtful. Her tone carried suspicion. You say that, yet you've barely shown up to any practice. Are you looking down on summoning? Her words stirred up the other students, making them angry at Leo. Exactly. If you're gonna slack off, just drop out. We haven't even seen you make a proper summoning contract. Angry voices rose one after another. Finally, Tide stepped in to calm everyone. Don't lose your cool. However, Tide's words didn't carry much weight. The surrounding students' frustration didn't ease at all. A blonde student stepped forward to challenge Tide. Don't defend him just because you're classmates. This guy has zero respect for our department. Hearing that, Chen Zia frowned and reminded, this atmosphere isn't good at all, if it's like this before the test. Before she could finish, a black-haired guy with a middle-part haircut mocked, Chen Zia, since you have excellent night department results too, you don't need to care much about summoning, right? His name was Sen Liu, also from the eastern continent like Chen Zia. To his words, Chen Zia's voice faltered well. Before she could continue, the big guy Warrenden stepped out, too noisy. If you're gonna argue and form cliques just because someone did a bit better, please don't do it in front of me. Go somewhere else. To Warrenden's words, Sen Liu, perhaps having eaten something wrong, suddenly puffed up like a mad dog, expressing his anger. What did you just say, Warren? In reply, Warrenden's face showed clear contempt. I said it's really annoying hearing people act like riding a summoned beast. A bit better is some huge achievement. Back to Sen Liu's perspective. At this moment, he suddenly remembered something and pointed at Warrenden. Feeling guilty now. You barely show up to summoning tamming practice either. That's because I think it's not worth training. I'm not an idiot like you, who can't even tame a single griffin, the big white-haired guy smirked. And at this point, the foolish Sen Liu could no longer hold back his rage. He balled his fist and swung straight at Warrenden, forgetting Warrenden was the top student of the southern region, and Sen Liu only reached his chest. Luckily for him, before his fist could connect with the big guy, Leo had already grabbed his arm tightly and reminded, if you fight before the exam, it won't just be a warning, you'll lose your right to test. Leo's reminder was like a bucket of cold water to Sen Liu's face, but he showed no gratitude for being stopped and just snorted full of irritation. At the same moment, Tide came to the protagonist's side and whispered, this year, the summoning department's atmosphere isn't great. Hearing that, Leo looked surprised and asked, why? In reply, Tide's eyes showed a bit of sadness as he explained, summoning is a field where there's a huge skill gap between majors and non-majors. But because you and Tide, non-summoning students, are topping the class, the second years in summoning are really upset with us. Plus you rarely show up to practice. Hearing this, Leo understood everything, why the rest of the class had such hostile attitudes toward him. He wasn't too surprised, makes sense. To others, it probably looks like I'm slacking. But I have no intention of slacking off, Leo silently told himself. At the same moment, in another corner of the stands, a mysterious figure in a black cloak was intently watching Sen Liu below and whispered, it started. With that, he created a spatial gate beside himself and vanished inside. Back to Sen Liu, for some reason, an angry fire burned hotter and hotter in his chest with nowhere to vent. Let's see, you arrogant bastard. I'll definitely crush you, he thought inwardly with bloodshot eyes, looking far from normal. Time flew by. When the exam time drew near, announcer Runba's voice rang out again. Before we begin, I'll explain the event rules. First-year summoning students may only use summoning magic in this test. Even dual major students are forbidden from using aura or other magic. When the event starts, tame the griffin right in front of you and cross Summoning Island. Then return by circling Silent Lake. Who will be the star of the midterm summoning practical exam? We'll find out soon. As his voice echoed, all first-year summoning students stood at the starting line with anxious faces staring ahead. And to ease their tension, Professor Yura loudly said, freshmen, don't be nervous, just do as you've practiced. Anyone who can't handle the pressure can stay behind after. Hearing her words, the students only felt more tense. They reminded themselves not to be nervous, but their bodies still trembled nonstop. Ignoring their state, Yura declared, the race begins. Right after, some guys in the class, who seemed to have planned ahead, looked at each other and nodded understandingly. Next, while some other students rushed toward the griffin, Sen Liu's hunting dogs began using magic aimed straight at two positions. Leo and Warrenden. This made announcer Runba exclaim in shock, "Oh, what's this? It's like they planned it beforehand." All targeting class President Leo Plove and Southern top student Warren. On another side, tied on his griffin's back, saw Leo targeted and worried for him, wanting to rush over to help. However, Leo immediately stopped him. "Don't worry about me. Keep going, this is an exam." Hearing that, Tide could only apologize to him and quickly steered his griffin forward. Up on the stands, the audience saw Sen Liu's dogs play dirty and started booing and cursing. If they had rotten eggs, they'd probably throw them down too. So filthy summoning department people, give up, fight fair. Back to Leo, being played dirty like this made him a bit annoyed inside. "I know they hate me, but I didn't expect them to team up to sabotage me like this." On another side, announcer Runba, being a summoning student, had to defend his juniors. Haha, though Class 5's boos are loud, this is also their strategy. Oh, right as I speak, Warrenden instantly broke the attacking magic. Back to Warrenden, at this moment, he'd stabilized his griffin and turned to ask Leo, "You okay? Need help?" In reply, Leo waved it off. "No, I can handle it myself." Seeing that, Warrenden didn't waste time and immediately steered his griffin to shoot upward like an arrow. Meanwhile, Leo was still stuck dealing with the magic barrage around him, making Chelsea on the stands worry nonstop. In another corner of the arena, Professor Yura witnessed this and couldn't hide the concern in her eyes. "The rift between first years is deeper than I thought. They're openly teaming up against Leo. Leo's main specialty isn't spirits, it's summoning. This test will be tough for that kid." That's what the summoning department professor thought. However, right after, all her worries completely changed upon seeing the scene ahead. At this moment, our protagonist, Leo, was muttering some incantation. "Oh spirits, please release my chains and open the path ahead. Grant me the great mercy of nature." As the chant rang out, suddenly two beams of light appeared before Leo. From within emerged two small spirits, one red, one green. Judging by their appearance, they seemed to represent fire and wind attributes. To Professor Yura, hearing Leo's words left her dazed, because she understood exactly what they meant, spirit language, and spoken so fluently too. But how, she wondered inwardly. At the same moment, Leo across from her looked at her with a slightly teasing face. Seeing that, all of Yura's worries instantly melted away. She sighed and told herself, "Looks like I need to relearn summoning." Time flew by, scene shifted to the remaining students. At this moment, they were riding griffins across a vast grassland. As they flew, one fool in Sen Liu's group laughed loudly. "Haha, serves him right. The freshman representative and Southern top student. He hasn't even started. Definitely dead last." Beside him, Sen Liu nodded. "How's it feel, Eliza? Satisfied?" In response to their words, white-haired Eliza suddenly accelerated her griffin, flying parallel to him and giving him a contemptuous look. "I don't like this. I can completely beat Leo Plove, Warrenden, or anyone without resorting to this." Her words surprised Sen Liu. Then, to enlighten him, Eliza bluntly pointed out the issue. "What do you think others will think of the summoning department after this?" To her words, Sen Liu showed no guilt or worry. He even laughed. "Who cares? Haha, those guys will just face humiliation." Seeing that, Eliza knew this guy was beyond saving, so she only warned him, "Next time, think carefully before acting." With that, she yanked the reins hard, steering her griffin forward at high speed, leaving Sen Liu behind grinding his teeth in anger. He cursed her inwardly, that arrogant brat acting all high and mighty just because of her family back. "But anyway, I'll definitely get second place. Besides Eliza, I'm the best at controlling flying beasts. This time I'll get the top rank," he delusionally thought. However, before this delusion could last a few seconds, from behind came a girl's shout, "Sen Liu, look behind you." Hearing the call, Sen Liu turned and saw. At this moment, Chen Zia standing on her griffin's back. Her posture riding it looked more like surfing than anything. Her face looked like she was out for fun, not taking a test. "What kind of posture is that?" she said awkwardly. All of Sen Liu's earlier confidence vanished like smoke upon seeing this. "She doesn't even need to strengthen the beast with spirit power. This speed is impossible." He yelled and fell back to his old tricks, launching dirty plays. "Everyone, let's take her down together." Responding to his words, an orange-haired girl excitedly said, "All right, take this." As she spoke, the small girl summoned a wind spirit to prepare an attack. However, Chen Zia had already noticed this group's dirty nature. How could she not be on guard? The moment the wind spirit was summoned, she steered her beast into a curving arc, turning back around. This left the orange-haired girl stunned, unable to react. "What?" she cried. Then Chen Zia jumped off her griffin and kicked straight at the twin-braided girl, a precise and powerful kick. Before the small girl could scream, she was sent flying off her beast. "This is cheating," she yelled in panic. Meanwhile, Chen Zia quickly grabbed the reins of this griffin, shrugged, and said, Yeah, well, I don't even need aura anymore. Next, she steered the griffin forward at high speed, flying parallel with Sen Liu and smiling, "Hi, Sen Liu." In response to her cheerfulness was the foolish guy's irritated attitude. He warned her, "You made a mistake turning us into enemies." Hearing that, Chen Zia nodded in acknowledgement but didn't forget to remind him, "I admit I'm not great at aerial combat, but I'm not your only opponent. Someone's really pissed about your little tricks." The words had barely ended before Sen Liu could understand what Chen Zia meant. Behind them came a deafening explosion, drawing everyone's attention, and that wasn't the end. More massive explosions appeared beside several beasts, sending them into panic. Seeing this, Chen Zia wasn't surprised. Looks like Warrenden is the type who holds grudges. With that, she glanced at the big guy, who'd accelerated full force and caught up to the leading group. After spotting Sen Liu ahead, Warrenden's face filled with rage. That track. "Take this payback," he said, then used his magic to hurl countless fireballs forward. The explosions they caused made Sen Liu's group struggle, just to keep their beasts stable. Back to the arena, at this moment, Leo had broken free from the magic barriers around him. Along with that, announcer Runba's voice rang out, freshman representative Leo Plove, famous across Lumern for his ambition to join the Academy's best. But today he seems to be trying hard to steal all the spotlight in this race. But could summoning be Leo's fatal weakness? Observers watched the protagonist, wanting to see what he'd do next. After all, Leo had started much slower than the others. Back to Leo's perspective. He immediately noticed a thorn embedded in the griffin's wing. Looked like blocking Leo with magic wasn't their only dirty trick. This made Leo angry. As a hero candidate, resorting to such petty pranks is truly shameful. With that, he reached for the reins around the griffin's neck. However, the beast's reaction was extremely fierce. It started screeching like the house was on fire. "Leo is trying to tame the griffin. My advice is not to try riding a griffin when it's this wary." Announcer Runba enthusiastically commented. At the same moment, up on the stands, swordswoman Celia worriedly said, "Oh no, why is Leo trying so hard? He must have his reason." Brother Reese replied, "Back to Leo," though the griffin's resistance made it a bit difficult. Very quickly, he poured strength into both hands and yanked the reins hard to control it. "I know how you feel, but right now, you have to listen to me," Neil, Leo said with icy eye. Making the griffin shudder, it sensed that if it kept resisting, it would face tremendous disaster. So very quickly, it became obedient. As for Leo, seeing the beast calm down, he quickly mounted its back and officially set off. Oh, Leo's griffin has joined. The toughest start with risks piling up. Looks like last place is unavoidable. Announcer Runba shouted. Ignoring those words, Leo observed the wound on the griffin's wing and reassured it. "It'll probably hurt a lot, but you've endured well. Very brave. In the name of the contractor, I command you, appear before me." As the words rang out, beside Leo a burst of flames erupted. Then the baby phoenix Fiora appeared. Right after, it enveloped the griffin in phoenix flames, making the griffin screech like it was going mad. In another corner, swordswoman Celia, witnessing this, asked in a daze, "That flame, what is it?" No answer. Student Council President Reese's eyes were fixed on the screen as he thought, "Is that Zerdinger fire?" "No, not quite. This isn't aura fire." "Then what exactly is it?" Back to Sen Liu's group position. Behind him, a girl spoke up. "Their wounds are serious. At this rate, we won't reach max speed." In reply, one in the group calmly said, "But at least we can avoid dead last. Relax a bit." The words had barely ended when they saw a figure shoot past them at wind-tearing speed. And that person was none other than Leo, with speed boosted by phoenix flames. Now his griffin flew like a rocket forward. Now let's see. Speed up even more. Leo thought smilingly after spotting the opposing group ahead, but right at that moment, ahead came a deafening dragon roar echoing everywhere. Looking at its form, Leo immediately recognized it and exclaimed, "That's Fafnir." To explain the appearance of this dragon, we have to go back a few minutes earlier. After seeing the big guy Warrenden charging in, Eliza also steered her mount to attack. "This is the end for you, Warrenden. I can't give up first place." In response to her words, Warrenden said nothing. Instead, he simply flicked his finger lightly, and right beside Eliza a small spark of fire suddenly appeared, then immediately after, it exploded without warning. Luckily, Eliza's skill in controlling her mount was outstanding, so she managed to stabilize the griffin and dodge in time. However, the surprise attack also raised her alertness, a burst strike using fire spirit and wind spirit. This move isn't just a display of spirit control ability. I've never heard he took magic class. Warrenden. But no matter how strong an attack is, if it doesn't hit, it's meaningless. As she spoke, she maneuvered her mount in a zigzag path, evading all the explosions Warrenden created. Seeing that, the big guy realized his burst attacks weren't having much effect, so he switched tactics. Then let's see if you can dodge this one. With that, he used ice magic to create countless sharp ice spears in the air. Next, he combined it with wind magic and launched the ice spears like a rainstorm straight toward Eliza. This was an extremely wide-range attack, leaving the white-haired girl no time to dodge even if she wanted to. Then, without anyone knowing what she did, her griffin suddenly opened its mouth and spat out a scorching pillar of fire straight at the incoming ice spear, shattering them mid-flight. This couldn't help but excite announcer Runba, who commented enthusiastically, "What an amazing battle. Warrenden used 3 spirits for that attack, while Eliza countered by strengthening her summoned beast." Right at that moment, Chenzia seized the opening to surge ahead. "Hee, thanks then," the black-haired girl said cheerfully, but of course Eliza wasn't going to let her overtake so easily. "I won't allow that, Chenzia." As she spoke, Eliza threw out 2 energy whips, wrapping tightly around Chenzia's neck and yanking her back. At the same time, a small spark appeared in front of her. Seeing it, Chenzia instantly guessed what was coming and hurriedly jumped off her mount's back. And sure enough, right after, at the spark's position, a terrifying explosion erupted. Next, she raised both hands and tore the energy whip apart, then gently landed back on her griffin's body. The combined attack from Warrenden and Eliza just now made the young girl break out in a cold sweat. The top students of the summoning department. They're really not ordinary at all. The words had barely left her mouth when a massive roar echoed, drawing the attention of all the contestants, following their gazes. At this moment, no one knew when the foolish Senliu had summoned a black dragon. He looked at everyone with a face full of madness. "I'll kill you all, you bastards." Seeing this, Chenzia rushed forward and reminded him, "Senliu, riding anything other than a griffin is against the rules." To her advice, Senliu, completely lost in madness and unable to think straight, snapped, "Shut up, I don't care about that. Those who rely only on talent, I'll slaughter you all." With that, he commanded the massive black dragon to block the path ahead, preventing the whole group from advancing any further. "Did he form a contract with a black dragon?" Warrenden asked, after observing for a moment. Eliza shook her head and explained, "It's not a black dragon. It looks more like a mutated variant." "Leo, why did you follow me here?" "Whatever, I'll take you down." Before the fool could finish, the protagonist stared straight at him with icy eyes and questioned, "Hey, where did you get that lizard from?" Down below, Senliu didn't catch the odd tone in Leo's voice, so he boasted, "Haha, jealous. This is my ability. I registered the contract with my summoning magic. Looks like you're envious of my summoned beast, huh?" Hearing that, Leo knew this guy was beyond saving. Mistaking that thing for a summoned beast. How ridiculous. That's a mutated monster. A monster controlled by Tartarus mages. One of the powerful beasts from the Tartarus army we wiped out in the Great Calamity era. Where did he get that beast from? Leo wondered inwardly, but before he could figure it out, Senliu began commanding his monster to attack. "Attack, Black Dragon." Hearing its master's order, the dragon opened its maw and spat out a destructive beam of light straight toward the young group. Seeing that, Leo's group hurriedly steered their mounts aside to dodge. However, the one at the very back, Chenzia, was too slow to react to the attack's blistering speed. She knew it was too late to evade, so she used her magic to create an energy shield for defense. But even so, the shield was far too fragile compared to the dragon's attack. The barrier lasted less than a second before shattering into pieces. Chenzia herself, along with her griffin, was blasted downward to the ground. Fortunately, Leo reacted in time. He rushed forward and gently caught Chenzia. After quickly checking her injuries, Leo immediately reacted. "She's unconscious from the fall. First, we need to ensure Chenzia is safe." Thinking that, Leo turned and shouted to the other two, "Everyone, land on the ground right now." In response came nods from both. With that, the group quickly searched for a spot to land. Meanwhile, the foolish Senliu, unaware of the consequences his actions would bring, still grinned like an idiot. "Up here, this is what it feels like looking down from above. Not bad at all." With that, he steered his black dragon downward as if chasing Leo's group. And of course, the entire scene was broadcast back to the arena. Oh, the contestants have veered off course and out of broadcast range. Too much is happening at once. Senliu has summoned a black dragon and is attacking the other frontrunners, the commentator Runba said excitedly. But before he could say more, Professor Yura rushed over, kicked the dazed guy, and yelled, "Hey, idiot, how can you still commentate at a time like this?" With that, she snatched the mic and announced to the entire audience, "Summoning department assistants, deploy flying summoned beasts to that location immediately. The race is temporarily halted." At the same moment, Professors Sejin and Len also sensed something was wrong and hurriedly rushed into the commentary room. "What's going on?" Professor Yura, in response, the female professor said with a grave face, "It seems Senliu has formed a contract with a high-level magic beast instead of a regular summoned beast. He won't be able to withstand its influence for much longer." Her words made Professor Sejin slightly doubtful. Is Senliu really controlling that high-level magic beast himself? he asked again to confirm. At the same time, the lazy Professor Sejin appeared at the door. You mean, there's someone else controlling? I'm not sure, but it's very possible, Sejin nodded. Seeing that, the lazy head professor quickly directed everyone, all right, Yura, lead the summoning department assistants to intercept Sen Liu. If necessary, subdue him and eliminate the magic beast. The rest of the faculty, disperse and protect the student. As for Sejin, you come with me. Hearing that, Sejin nodded, as if he'd already guessed where the two of them were headed next. Back to Leo's position. At this moment, the group had just landed safely. However, Sen Liu was hot on their tail. It's coming, big guy. Warrenden warned. Right after, the massive silhouette of the black dragon dove straight down in front of everyone. On its back, Sen Liu said coldly, if you're gonna run, you should have hidden better, right? All gathered in this open space. Explaining this, Leo shook his head lightly. I'm not running. Besides, the creature you're riding isn't a summoned beast, and it's not a black dragon either. Leo's confident words made the fool burst into laughter. Haha, as a summoning department student, if I say it's a black dragon, then it's a black dragon. Why are you acting like you know better than me? Before he could finish, Leo shocked everyone with his next words. That's a magic beast. I'm waiting here to eliminate that disgusting magic beast, Leo said while slowly stepping forward. I'm waiting here to eliminate that disgusting magic beast, Leo said while slowly stepping forward. Back to Sen Liu, no idea if he'd overdosed on something, but after hearing Leo call his mount a magic beast, he laughed like a madman having a breakdown. Even Eliza behind him shook her head. Oh God, he's completely lost it now. Just as Eliza said, Sen Liu's eyes were bloodshot with blatant madness. What did you say? Do I look like I'll listen to you? Die. At his words, the black dragon understood and opened its maw, spewing a terrifying red pillar of fire straight ahead at horrifying speed. However, Big Guy Warrenden reacted extremely fast. Immediately, he used his magic, slamming both hands on the ground and summoning a massive stone golem to block the fire pillar, then said, he's clearly lost his mind. Eliminating such a disgusting existence, I agree with you, Leo. Across from him, Sen Liu, seeing his attack ineffective against Warrenden's golem technique, gritted his teeth, sweat pouring down his tense face. Meanwhile, white-haired Eliza stepped forward without yielding. HMPH, you guys acting cool on your own. I'm joining too. First, we need to pull that idiot out of the enemy's reach. The summoning golem's about to collapse. Get ready. Warrenden reminded. You're useless, Warrenden. Eliza complained. Beside them, Leo, upon hearing their banter, gave a light smile. It was just like how his old teammates used to argue. Back to the battle. As time passed, just as Warrenden said, the massive stone golem's hands began showing countless cracks under the black dragon's terrifying firepower. Seeing this, Sen Liu's confidence suddenly returned, making him grin uncontrollably. Haha, as expected, my summoned beast is too strong. Where are you now, you fleeing rats? The words had barely ended when the golem was blasted to pieces. The foolish Sen Liu then scanned around for his next prey. However, before he could find them, Eliza took the initiative to attack. In her hand was an energy whip. She lashed it straight at Sen Liu. The lash was so powerful it created a whistling wind in the air. Unfortunately for her, Sen Liu, blessed by his ancestors or something, managed to dodge by a hair. But her attack also enraged him. How dare you attack me, you bitch? With that, he ordered the black dragon to gather firepower for another release. But Warrenden wasn't about to let it happen. Before the black dragon could finish charging, he flicked his finger, summoning a flame right above the dragon's head, and making it explode instantly. Now, he muttered. Leo seized this chance, pouring power into both legs, and leaping forward with full force straight towards Sen Liu. The perfectly coordinated attack from all three left the fool no time to react before the protagonist appeared right in front of him. Next, Leo didn't hold back. He delivered a face-twisting kick to him. However, afterward, Sen Liu's body began trembling uncontrollably and twisting in a bizarre way, as if possessed. Then Sen Liu looked at Leo with mad eyes, his voice now somewhat unfamiliar. Nice try pulling this kid away from the enemy, but this is as far as it goes, you brats. At this moment, it seemed Sen Liu was being controlled by someone. Down below, Eliza, seeing the black dragon carry both Leo and Sen Liu soaring into the sky, froze in shock. Wait. Why is he going alone, Leo? Her voice was full of worry. Scene shifted to atop the black dragon. Sen Liu smirked, scared now, young hero candidate. Across from him, Leo showed no fear at all, unlike what he said. Instead, he took the chance to gather more intel. You're a Tartarus magic beast sorcerer. Where's your real body? It can't be far. His words made a flash of shock appear in Sen Liu's eyes, but very quickly he hid it. You saw through my true identity. Interesting, very interesting indeed. Staying calm in this situation. You really have the makings of a perfect hero. In that case, you die here, he said coldly. At the same moment, he swung his hand, creating a massive energy wave that slammed straight into Leo, catching him off guard with no time to defend, sending him flying off the black dragon's back. while both were still hundreds of meters in the air. For an ordinary person, falling from such height would mean certain death. Unfortunately, this was our protagonist. No matter the situation, he always found a way to cope. Fiora, time for you to shine. Leo smiled at the little phoenix still flapping desperately to keep itself afloat in the air. I'm an all-attribute user, but I've never reached the peak in any single attribute. Aura has Aaron and Dueno, mastering it better. Magic has Luna, and summoning has Lysanas. So what I chose is to fuse all ability. Aura and magic. At this moment, from Leo's palm, he began firing countless golden energy strands straight at the little phoenix to boost its power. Inside the blazing flame, Fiora's body gradually grew larger and finally transformed into a massive phoenix. Thanks to this, it now had enough strength to catch Leo with its two talons. Now you look more like a phoenix, huh? Leo smiled and said. Not far away, the black dragon sensed the phoenix's aura and roared furiously in response. It was reacting to the phoenix's energy, the very thing that counters magic beasts. Up above, the Tartarus sorcerer also noticed this. After seeing the phoenix appear, he raised his guard toward Leo and asked, Phoenix Contractor, what's your true identity? If you tell me where you caught that Fafnir, I'll tell you. Leo answered lightly, but his words only made the Tartarus sorcerer's killing intent grow heavier. You even know about the Calamity-era beasts. I can't let you live. As he spoke, he yanked the reins hard, commanding the black dragon to gather energy in its maw. Seeing this, Leo also concentrated fire at the tip of his sword to prepare a counter. Fiora, it's coming. Zerdinger secret sword technique, Phoenix breath, secret art, point of light. Next, in the same instant, both unleashed their techniques toward each other. Two terrifying energy sources collided, creating a deafening explosion in the air. This was now a battle of endurance, who could hold out longer. However, the one at a disadvantage seemed to be Leo. Sweat poured down his face from the massive energy drain. Seeing this, the Tartarus sorcerer gleefully said, It's over. But right after, for some reason, he suddenly shouted in panic, Who's there? Because of this disruption, the black dragon's attack faltered. Seeing that, Leo guessed inwardly, his real body is under attack, his spirit power is weakening. I have to seize this chance. With that thought, Leo shouted and unleashed all his energy forward, forming a colossal pillar of fire that plunged straight into the black dragon's body. Next, its body began emitting countless golden rays of light and finally exploded like a bomb in the sky, forming a colossal pillar of fire that plunged straight into the black dragon's body. Next, its body began emitting countless golden rays and finally exploded like a bomb in the sky. No one knew if Sen Liu, riding its back, survived or not. Well done, Fiora. Now let's head back, Leo said with a smile. However, things never go exactly as planned. Right at that moment, Fiora's body suddenly reverted to its newborn state, leaving Leo stunned. And just like that, the master and servant duo began free-falling straight down. In another scene, the Tartarus sorcerer, who had been focused on controlling Sen Liu's body, suddenly had a pillar of light crash down from the sky, inflicting immense pressure on him. Come, who are you? He growled. The one who struck was none other than Professor Sejin, who had just arrived. This is for you, Tartarus magic beast sorcerer. The lazy Professor Herod said coldly. As if recognizing their identities, the sorcerer replied, Heh heh, so it's two of Lumern's pillars. Before he could finish, Professor Herod clenched his fist, increasing the crushing pressure from above. The sorcerer's entire skeleton seemed to scream, begging for early retirement. Next, following everyone's gaze, a dark spatial gate suddenly appeared on the ground. At the same time, behind the sorcerer, black smoke containing countless fangs and eyes began to emerge. Too bad, but we'll have to meet again next time. With that, the fanged beast used its jaws to crush the body it controlled into pieces, then slipped into the spatial gate to escape. Seeing this, Professor Sejin stopped his magic, shook his head regretfully. Looks like he got away. Seems they've started moving actively again. Herod said. Sejin nodded. Exactly. Lumern is no longer safe. Back to Leo's position. At this moment, he was still free-falling in midair and preparing to land. At this speed, even Leo couldn't guarantee survival. So he urged the little phoenix, Fiora, return to the summoned beast world. Hearing this, Fiora spread its tiny wings as if trying to hold onto Leo. However, before the master and servant could get too emotional, Leo's body suddenly stopped midair. The reason, his clothes were caught in a massive maw. Along with that came Professor Yura's voice. Haha, you're okay, right, Leo? Thank goodness we weren't too late. Time flew by, scene shifted to some unnamed cave. At this moment, the Tartarus sorcerer was absorbing red energy streams from the wounds of several beasts in front of him. Ahead of him stood a mysterious figure in a cloak who spoke. This isn't easy at all. I didn't expect to be stopped by someone who's merely a hero candidate. His voice carried mockery, making the Tartarus sorcerer struggle to explain. That one isn't an ordinary hero candidate. He contracted a phoenix. Moreover, he saw through Fafnir's true nature. These words surprised the mysterious sorcerer. Then he licked his lips excitedly. Oh, then doesn't this make things far more interesting than expected? Time flew by back to Leo. At this moment, he was walking step by step through a quiet corridor. As he walked, Leo reflected on everything that happened. In the end, the summoning department's midterm practical exam was cancelled, and that Sen Liu had died. This incident made the freshmen realize more clearly the danger of dungeons. Everyone was curious about the true nature of Fafnir, the beast Sen Liu had contracted. But the four of us, under Professor Yura's direction, kept silent after realizing it was a variant of the Black Dragon. Time flew by, scene shifted to the magic department. Today was the magic department's practical exam day. The door suddenly opened, drawing Chelsea and Carl's attention toward the back. Then they saw Chloe enter with exhausted eyes. This made them worry. Chloe, your hair. Did you stay up all night? You don't look okay at all. Ignoring their words, Chloe silently walked to her seat. Seeing this, Leo, watching from the side, remained silent and said nothing. As for Professor Len, once all students were present, he spoke seriously. Good, everyone's here. Pay attention. Today, I believe you've all prepared original spells that reflect your unique personality. It would be a shame if only I witnessed these wonderful magics. So I'll introduce 3 guest judges who will join us. All 3 are Lumern Magic Department alumni who graduated 3 years ago. They're your seniors, and today they'll evaluate your performances. Following Len's introduction, 3 figures stepped in. First was a black-haired girl with glasses. Her name was Rilda Fedni. Next was a stern-faced, green-haired guy, Fidman Slack. Finally, a cute girl with light blonde hair, shiny hue. Nice to meet our juniors, all 3 said in unison. In another corner, merchant Buddy Carl whispered to Leo, "Why do I get the feeling they'll grade leniently? My gut tells me so." In reply, Leo had a different thought and muttered, "Let's see. Will they really grade easy?" Unaware of this brief exchange, Professor Len looked at his list and called loudly, "Ileana Layden, step up." Hearing her name, Ileana eagerly ran to the podium. Standing there, she shouted excitedly, "Seniors, I'm Ileana Layden from Class 5. It's an honor to meet you all." Her enthusiastic self-introduction made Carl's eyes widen. Ignoring this, Ileana began her performance. At this moment, from her palm, a beam of light shot upward and exploded like brilliant fireworks. Then she explained, "My main element is light. If I combine the magic formula with fire attributes like this, I can create powerful heat magic." As she spoke, a small flame appeared in Ileana's palm. Then it merged with her original light magic, forming a blazing fire that danced around her. Its aura was far from weak. However, Shiny across from her, after witnessing this magic, said dazedly, "Oh, but isn't this similar to existing laser-type spell?" Her words made Ileana's face freeze up completely. At the same time, the senior graduates quickly jotted down their evaluation. They scribbled something on the sheets of paper before handing them back to Professor Lu. And the results were honestly not promising at all. She got 2 C- and 1 straight C. Looking at the scores, Professor Len wasn't surprised in the slightest and just said coolly, "Next." From the back, the other students who saw it couldn't help shivering. Do they grade that harshly? Guess I'm dropping out. Just like that, time flew by fast. Every single student ended up with C- or C. It wasn't until Carl's turn that things finally improved a bit. Carl Thomas, B+. Chelsea Llewellyn, A. Seeing their scores, the 2 of them excitedly celebrated together. But they had no idea the seniors still weren't satisfied. Not bad, but it's still missing something. Professor Len had once said the scholarship students this year weren't ordinary at all, yet so far nothing stood out. Let's see who's left. Over here, Fidman glanced at the remaining names on the list and let out a breath. Ahaha, this group looks pretty average. Next, Professor Len's voice rang out again, and right after, the mage Gaiabad stepped forward, looking at his handsome face. The girls in the class started going crazy with excitement. "Oh my god, he looks so cool. Just look at that face and you know he's getting A+ for sure." Ignoring all that, Abad began writing some magic formula on the board and said, "The advanced spell I'm going to demonstrate is called Tempest. Its predicted danger level upon completion is the highest rank." Time passed quickly, cutting to outside. To keep the other students safe, Abad had gone outdoors to perform the spell, and a few mages had even set up a barrier beforehand to prevent his magic from affecting the surroundings. Then, under everyone's focused gaze, Abad slowly channeled his mana, making his body float up into the air. Next, he let out a really loud shout. Suddenly, from high above, a violent green tornado came crashing straight down. It slammed right into the barrier, creating a terrifying explosion. Not far away, some curious deer wandered over, and in an instant, it got swept up by the whirlwind. Seeing that, Abad panicked too. He hurriedly canceled the spell, rushed over fast, and gently caught the deer in his arms, before smiling warmly and asking, "You okay there?" After that, he went on to explain it was an optimized wind-based magic, looked simple on the surface, but in reality, it was an extremely complex formula-based spell. Across from him, all three seniors unanimously gave Abad an A+ for the presentation. That made little sister Chelsea puff up with pride. "That's my big bro for you." On the other side, Professor Len's face lit up as he called out, "All right, next up, Leo Plo." Hearing that, Leo quickly stepped forward and started his presentation. "The signature spell I'm going to show is a non-attribute magic formula system." Hearing him say that, the seniors couldn't help being shocked and asked, "What now? I've never heard of that concept before. Explain it." Instead of answering straight, Leo threw a question back. "Everyone knows basic spells all have a foundational attribute, right?" Answering him, Senior Shin replied, "Of course, that's a necessary condition for any magic." At that point, Leo couldn't help breaking into a smile and shared, "My advanced magic system streamlines the entire incantation process." Across from him, even an idiot could tell what Leo was getting at, but precisely because they understood, it felt unbelievable. Murmurs started rippling through the crowd, while the green-haired guy thought Leo must be delusional to say something like that. "The kid's got some serious delusions, huh?" Right next to him, Shin piped up again, "Just to be sure, are you saying you're going to create an entirely new incantation system?" "Exactly," Leo nodded in confirmation, completely unaware that at that moment Professor Len was staring at him with a face flushed red from excitement. The man's voice grew hurried as he muttered to himself, "All right, this kid absolutely has to become a mage." Meanwhile, Fidman flat out declared, "I still don't believe a word he's saying," shaking his head in mockery, clearly disappointed. "Leo, we're not here to listen to fairy tales." Before he could finish, an exhilarated Professor Len cut in, "I want to see it. Write that magic down right now." "Yeah, let's see it." Turning back to Leo, who was about to open everyone's eyes, the boy quickly grabbed a piece of chalk and started scribbling something on the board. While he wrote, Senior Rilda chimed in right away, "Kid, there's only ever been one mage in history who used a completely different incantation system as their advanced technique." In response, the chalk in Leo's hand paused for a split second before he said, "That's right, the poet of the stars, Luna." Behind him, Rilda felt a twinge of irritation seeing Leo already knew this and still spoke so casually. Shin shot him a sidelong glance and evaluated, "So you think you can stand on the same level as her? You really believe you can compare yourself to the poet of the star?" "Of course not, I can't compare myself to Luna," Leo answered softly. Shin repeated herself for emphasis, "Kids these days are so disrespectful toward the great mage Luna." Her words made Leo recall his old friend's current identity, so he replied, "Yes, yes, the great mage Luna is a legendary wizard. But you don't have to be a genius like her to create a new incantation system." At that point, Leo finished writing, turned around, and looked at everyone, directing their attention to the formula now on the board. The seniors' eyes widened like saucers, because they instantly realized the formula was completely feasible. The kid wasn't making anything up. Based on this magic structure, it could use any spell without attribute restriction. They spoke in utter shock while the mage girl Chelsea just stared blankly and said, "Unbelievable, I can't even wrap my head around its structure." In response, the merchant guy Carl behind her grinned and shared, "I gave up trying to understand ages ago." Back to the seniors, they had completely dropped their earlier condescending expressions and now looked more serious than ever. Fidman spoke up, "Leo Plove, what's the reason you created this magic system?" Leo answered straightforwardly, "Because I want to freely use any type of magic that exists." His reply sent Fidman's interest skyrocketing as he thought to himself, "This kid is seriously insane. Now I get why this year's students feel so special." With that in mind, he asked next, "So what do you call it?" Leo began channeling mana into his palm, forming a glowing white orb, then murmured a single word, "Bible." That word made Shin flinch. She quickly recalled something. Bible. Only one person in history had ever used that name. It was the magic system created by the fictional character Kyle. Maybe Leo would prove that Kyle had actually existed. Thinking this, she swiftly wrote down her score for him. She handed the results slip back to Professor Len. And unsurprisingly, Leo received an A+. After finishing his presentation, Leo stepped down. As he walked, he thought to himself, "I couldn't complete this system back when I was Kyle. But this time is different." Reaching that thought, Leo noticed Chloe up ahead, since she was now the last student who hadn't presented yet. Looking at her lifeless expression, Leo felt a little worried and asked, "You okay?" On her side, Chloe seemed not to hear the protagonist at all. She calmly walked down when Professor Len called her name. Now, the final candidate, Chloe Mueller. Back to the seniors, they were somewhat looking forward to this mage girl's presentation, so Senior Rilda asked, "I heard you're the top student in the magic class. What are you going to show us today? Chloe answered with eyes full of determination. The advanced technique I prepared is the undying flame, she said while conjuring a blazing red fire that roared fiercely in her palm. This left Chelsea up above utterly confused. The undying flame, but Chloe normally uses neutral attributes, so why would she choose an opposing attribute for her advanced technique? On the other side, after observing the flame Chloe created, the senior's eyebrows furrowed tight. They still hadn't spotted anything special about this magic. It seemed pretty ordinary. I thought it would be on the same level as the previous two, they thought with regret. Meanwhile, Fidman was already preparing to write her score. If that's all there is, there's nothing worth watching, I'll give it. Before he could finish, Chloe cut in. Starting now, I'll show everyone the true value of this magic. As she spoke, the young mage cast another spell, creating a gigantic water sphere that floated right above her head. Then it poured straight down onto Chloe. Yet amazingly, the flame in her hand didn't waver in the slightest. This made both Chelsea and Leo jolt inwardly. It didn't go out. Could she have added a permanent effect to that spell? Someone shouted, and Chloe immediately confirmed. That's right. Unless I cancel it myself, this flame will never extinguish. After saying that, she clenched her palm tightly and snuffed out the flame. Returning to Senior Fidman's thoughts, the magic Chloe displayed felt even more unreasonable than Leo's test. All magic follows one universal rule. Any spell will disappear if not continuously supplied with mana. But Chloe had created a spell that broke that rule. How is that even possible? The more he thought, the less he could comprehend. Unaware of the senior's inner turmoil, Chloe continued her cheerful presentation. My advanced magic is the eternal flame. For her performance, all three seniors unanimously gave her an A+. From Leo's perspective, seeing Chloe use such a spell filled him with unease. No way. Creating an undying flame was something even Luna had failed at. In history, only one entity had ever wielded such a flame. That was Aribo. Time passed quickly, and now Leo began recalling a brief memory from earlier when he went to find Chloe to talk. Call Chloe out here. In response, the swordswoman Celia up ahead just shook her head. She's probably asleep already. She said she couldn't sleep at all during review period, so today she's sleeping early. Hearing that, Leo turned to leave right away. That's too bad then, I'll head out. From behind, Celia seemed to sense something and asked, something been up with Chloe lately, hasn't there? She's become really sensitive recently. She's argued with several people in class a few times. I even heard she started hanging out with the delinquent crowd from the sorcery department. But Chloe isn't that kind of person. Thinking this, suddenly a flame appeared beside Leo, and from within it a small phoenix, Fiora, flew out. The protagonist reached out to play with it a bit and asked, how's it going? In reply, a familiar voice rang out. You called for me, Leo Plove. The speaker was Farina, Fiora's mother, who had entrusted the little one to Leo. Then Farina immediately asked the protagonist, all right, Leo, why did you summon me through Fiora? Hearing this, Leo gently set little Fiora down and explained, I wanted to know why Farina is still in Lumer. As he spoke, he secretly thought to himself, species like phoenixes and magical beasts are natural enemies. There has to be a reason for her to stay here. From Farina's perspective, hearing Leo's question made her expression turn colder than ever, as if recalling something. In a low voice she explained, 5 years ago there was an attack at Lumer. 2 students and 3 staff members died back then. The mastermind was never found. In the end, Principal Kalyan Badian asked me to investigate Lumern. From that day until now, I've been tracking their traces. Seeing this, Leo asked right away, so do you know about the Million Summoner magical beast that appeared during the summoning department's exam? Lumern gave a soft nod. I heard 1 student died. Leo continued, do you think Tartarus is behind this? Farina fell silent. Right now I only suspect, so I can't say more. Seeing that, Leo didn't press further. Instead, he asked Farina for a favor. Then please pass this message to Principal Kalyan. Sen Liu might not be the only student Tartarus has approached. This information coming from the protagonist left Farina stunned. Time flew by, and today was the day of the interdepartment practical combat exam between hero research and combat studies. At the moment, the lazy Professor Herod was still lounging in his chair before ordering his students. Class 5, assemble. Once everyone was gathered, the class president began explaining the exam. Hearing that, Leo quickly spoke up. The interdepartment exam between hero research and combat studies requires groups to cooperate and conquer a hero world. The world we're conquering this time is the Chedmothers incident. Hearing that name, every student in the class jolted in shock. Only the mage girl Ileana looked completely clueless and innocently asked, what's the Chedmothers incident? Beside her, her friend Nella turned and stared at her like she was an alien. Oh my god, Ileana, you seriously don't know. It's even on the test material. But before they could say more, Professor Herod barked, quiet. Listen carefully, class president continued. Beside him, the protagonist pulled out a sheet of paper from somewhere and read on. 30 years ago, 5 first-year students from Lumern Academy set out on a mission in the Chedmother's Forest in the central region. They were ambushed by Tartarus there. At the time, Professor Albi, who's now known as the embodiment of leisure, was still a second-year student. He joined the rescue team, and the entire squad was nearly wiped out. This mission's objective is to rescue the injured and eliminate magical beasts. You will also assist Professor Albi, who was a second year back then. Leo had just reached this point when the lazy teacher Herod suddenly turned serious and warned the whole group. This exam isn't a regular midterm. It's meant to sharpen your combat awareness. So stay focused. Anyone judged to lack potential will be expelled on the spot. Hearing that, the entire group felt a surge of anxiety, their faces visibly darkening. Seeing their reaction, Herod chuckled, lightening the mood. Believe in yourselves. You're all mature enough now. Across from him, the students were so moved by their teacher, saying something encouraging that they almost teared up. Ileana even looked ready to ask for his autograph. Too bad before she could open her mouth, he waved her off. All right, shut it. On the other side, Professor Arshian's voice rang out. Now I'll announce the team lists, in descending order of size, starting from Class 1. Hearing that, the students immediately looked dumbfounded. Chelsea blurted out, "Wait, we're not teaming up within the same class." Beside her, Merchant Boy Carl growled, "No way, damn it, so we have to do the exam with total strangers." Ignoring the complaints, the other students began stepping forward one by one, reaching into a large urn and drawing lots. Our protagonist, Leo, drew a ball with the number 11 on it. That meant he was in group 11, and it was the very last group. After everyone finished grouping, Professor Albi stepped forward and announced, "Grouping complete. Group 1, step onto the summoning magic circle." Hearing this, Chelsea and Celia quickly moved forward. Seeing Celia on the same team, Chelsea felt more relieved than ever. What a relief. Teaming up with the princess of the Zerdinger family. In response, Celia turned and smiled brightly. Let's show them the power of the Rodran Empire together. Next, Professor Albi began using his ability, causing the magic circle on the ground to erupt in dazzling light. A screen appeared with the notification, Hero Chronicles, Albi's World. And with that, the two young women were transported into Albi's Hero Chronicle. The professors outside could follow their actions through a floating simulation screen in midair. Watching the two fight on the screen, Professor Sejin said happily, "The moment they stepped in, they moved at astonishing speed. As expected, those from hero families are on another level. With Celia in the group, they're definitely taking top spot, haha." Beside him, Professor Herod sighed and pointed out, "Look, I think Chelsea Llewellyn's performance stands out even more." His words made his friend irritably turn to glare at him. Right then, a voice suddenly cut in between them, startling both men into attention. The first group finished the mission that fast, truly promising first year. The speaker was none other than old Principal Kalyan. Seeing him appear, Sejin and Herod jumped and shouted in unison, "Principal." They hurriedly scooted aside, offering him the middle seat. Then Sejin asked, "What brings you here, sir?" Principal Kalyan answered in extremely high spirits, "I dropped by to see how much our first years have grown." He paused for a moment, then turned to Professor Albi. "Professor Albi, I'm sorry for stirring up painful memories for you every year." In reply, Albi turned around, his face ice cold. "I swore never to forget this incident. So for me, this is a grace I must remember." After that, everyone turned their attention back to the students' test. At this moment inside the screen, Celia and Chelsea had just finished off an orc. When it fell, they received a notification. Group 1 has completed the mission. Seeing that, everyone outside clapped in congratulations, while Principal Kalyan nodded and commented, "As expected, it's still the Zerdinger and Chelsea families. Extremely impressive. They may clash often, but in the end, they're from the same empire." Next, Group 3 also completed the mission easily, because their team had the two strongest members, Abad and Duran. Watching this, even the principal's face flushed a little. They put their two strongest members at the front while the rest supported from behind. A risky tactic, but I'm very satisfied. Then Group 4 finished the mission with the combination of Nella and Chenzia. They cleared the challenge without so much as a scratch. Principal Kalyan remarked, "Nella Cavan's healing aura is truly extraordinary, and Chen Zia's movement were, as expected, very special." Next came Group 7 with the team of Warrenden, Eliza, and Eliana. Observing up to this point, Principal Kalyan was extremely pleased with the students' performances. There were many outstanding participants, but the one he was most looking forward to was still that kid, Leo Plo. Looking at the boy, he couldn't help feeling nostalgic. It was almost like looking at his younger self. Haha. As he thought this, he glanced sideways just as Professor Albi read out another group name. Group number 11 stepped forward. Hearing the call, Leo and Chloe moved forward together. "Is everyone ready?" Albai asked again. Both the protagonist and Chloe nodded firmly. Seeing that, Professor Albai didn't hesitate anymore and immediately used his magic to prepare to transfer them into his own hero chrono. However, right as the magic circle activated, a sudden surge of black smoke, carrying an eerie aura, erupted from within it. Instantly, Leo noticed something wrong and felt a twinge of suspicion in his heart. Wait, something's off. Not just him, the other students also began to sense the issue, as they felt the mana fluctuations turning far more violent than normal. What's happening? Someone shouted. Yet after Leo and Chloe were transported away, the magic circle returned to normal, as if nothing had happened. This left the students stunned, looking at each other. Everything's back to normal. Where are Leo and Chloe? Behind them, Professor Sejin hurriedly stood up and asked, "What?" Beside him, Principal Kalyan spoke up. "Professor Albai, what exactly is going on?" Answering the question, Albai turned around with a tense expression. He opened his book for everyone to see and said gravely, "Principal, we need to stop the exam immediately." Inside his book was the image of a skull, with a tree rooted on top of it. Seeing that image, Kalyan's face darkened instantly. He asked with difficulty, "Don't tell me it's..." Before he could finish, Albai nodded. "Exactly. This is a heroic dungeonization." Back with Leo and that girl Chloe, after they'd plunged into this dungeon, a glaring blood-red notification screen appeared right in front of them. But oddly enough, it didn't specify any clear objective they were supposed to complete. That only made the protagonist's suspicion grow even stronger. Normally, a mission alert with clear tasks would pop up, so he whispered something under his breath while the mage girl Chloe urgently shouted, "Hold on. This is a heroic dungeon. How is that even possible? This isn't a lost page. I've never heard of any page in the Hero Chronicles going out of control." On his side, Leo immediately tried reaching the teachers outside. "Professor, we can't see any other team members anymore. What should we do?" His words transmitted out, but no response came back at all. After a few seconds, Leo gave a small shake of his head. No one's answer. Hearing that, Chloe started freaking out. She raised her hand to bite her nails and said, "No way. I'm sure they'll finish the test and pull us out of here soon." Unlike her naive hope, Leo shook his head and knocked some reality into her. If they could, they would have paused the exam already. This happened because a hero-rank dungeon formed. "Looks like it's just the two of us raiding this dungeon now." Hearing that, Chloe practically jumped and quickly shot back. "Are you kidding me? Clearing a dungeon like this is tough even with a full 10-person team. Don't you remember how many people died here 30 years ago?" Leo replied. "If we want to get out of this dungeon, there's no other choice, Chloe." Of course, Chloe understood that too, but thinking about facing the enemies ahead filled her with nothing but despair. Tartarus caused the Chedmothers incident back then. From the start, they've been wiping out hero cadets like us before we even grow up. This entire forest is a trap. The more she thought, the more her mental state spiraled into panic. Her knees gave out and she dropped to the ground. Then she raised her hands to cover her face while sweat poured down nonstop. Then Leo knelt down right in front of her, called out, and spoke to calm her. "Chloe, you're the strongest first-year student, aren't you? We can easily get through this challenge if we work together." As he spoke, he reached his hand forward with a face full of confidence, which made Chloe curious despite herself. She bit her lip lightly and thought, how can he stay so calm like that? I thought I'd finally caught up to him. The thought sparked a bit of competitive fire in the young mage's heart. Not wanting to look weak in front of Leo, she stood up and asked, "Do you have a plan?" Explaining, Leo shared his thoughts straight up. To clear the Chedmothers incident, we need to satisfy two conditions. First, rescue the first-year students, and second, ensure the first-year students' safety. To meet both, we first need to find reinforcement. As Leo spoke, he traced a diagram on the ground with his finger. Seeing it, Chloe shrugged and replied, "But how are we supposed to do that? Outsiders can't get into this dungeon." In response, Leo gave a small smile, pointed at a circle, and said calmly, "Don't forget, we're not the only Lumern students inside this forest." Hearing that, Chloe immediately caught on and nodded. The ones who were killed back then. Right, they must still be alive. She paused for a beat, then watched Leo turn his back to her and asked, "What are you doing?" Leo answered, "Hurry up and climb on my back." On her side, the mage girl's face flushed bright red like a ripe tomato. She stammered in confusion. "Why?" Leo glanced back and said, "We can't let that girl student run into Tartarus before we do." "You're a mage, so you're too slow. Hurry up." At Leo's explanation, Chloe's face scrunched up in embarrassment, but she reluctantly climbed onto the protagonist back. At the same time, in a different scene, a horned demon was watching the Lumern students through screens in front of him. This was the Tartarus demon named Chubarn. He muttered softly, "It's starting." As he spoke, he looked slightly shocked at the screen showing Leo carrying Chloe and running at full speed. He immediately figured the two were the rescue team. Still, with only two people, Chubarn didn't pay it much mind. "Rescue team, forget them. Our target is only the hero cadets who will become dangerous in the future. The others don't matter, that's what he thought. But just a second later, his eyes changed when he saw Leo using his skill to wipe out the monsters blocking the path. A terrifying killing intent erupted from Chubarn's entire body as something clicked in his mind. He roared, the whole system, Kyle. Back to Leo's position, unaware he was being watched by the demon Chubarn, the boy glanced left and right a bit and thought, the closer we get to the center, the darker it gets around. Should I borrow Aaron's skill? I'll refine and control my aura to push my senses to the limit, super perception. With that thought in mind, Leo began gathering the aura inside him and channeling it into his eyes, making the surroundings clearer than ever before. Then he spotted something and warned Chloe, get ready, there's a pack of goblins up ahead. Leo's words surprised the mage girl Chloe since she hadn't noticed anything, but she quickly nodded. Huh, got it. Sure enough, just as Leo said, after running only a few dozen seconds, they ran right into a group of orcs in front of them. Seeing that, Leo shouted to signal her. Chloe heard him and moved fast. She started channeling mana into her staff and swung it forward hard, sending razor-sharp ice shards flying toward the monsters at tearing speed, and instantly turning them into porcupines. As a result, the moment the orcs spotted the two of them, they were already on their way hand in hand to meet the King of Hell. However, among the monsters, one was still barely alive. On the verge of death, it struggled to raise a horn to its mouth, planning to blow it and alert its comrades, which made Chloe panic. No, if it blows that horn, the whole orc pack will come rushing. She wasn't the only one thinking that. Leo had the same idea. To stop it, Leo swung his sword at lightning speed and sliced the green-skinned monster clean in half. The horn in its hand shattered along with it. Leo's shockingly quick reaction left Chloe's eyes dazed. She thought to herself, how can our strength be so far apart? Will I never be able to beat Leo? Putting that aside, not long after, the two reached the position of the Lumern student group. Right now they were surrounded by several demons, radiating an eerie aura that made Chloe mutter in confusion. Are those demons? But Leo had no time to answer. He charged forward immediately. Support me quick, Chloe. Hearing that, Chloe snapped back to her senses, cast her magic, and created a magic circle right under Leo's feet. Leo used it like a springboard. He planted both feet hard on the magic circle and launched himself forward at high speed. At the same moment, a girl in the student group shouted a warning to the others. Guys, get ready, they're coming. Right as her words ended, a demon charged at the four of them shouting, die. But too bad for him. Before his hand could even touch the students, Leo's figure suddenly appeared in front, swung his sword, and cleaved the demon in two, right in front of everyone's stunned eyes. After being cut down, the demon's body dissolved into black smoke. The sudden action caught the brown-haired girl off guard. She asked, you came here to help us? Leo turned around, nodded, and answered, yeah. Up ahead, another demon saw his comrade die like that and ground his teeth in rage. He immediately cast his magic, creating an ink-black magic circle that looked insanely complex. Die, leech of death. As his words rang out, giant leeches with razor-sharp teeth shot out from the circle like bullets. But that still wasn't enough to trouble the protagonist. He instantly wrapped his sword in fiery aura and slashed forward hard, unleashing a wave of flame that swept everything away. Incredible, some boy students said in awe while the brown-haired girl seized the moment. Right now, move. With that, she began murmuring obscure incantations to perform a spell called Arcane Ray, and fired beams of light straight at the demons. The moment they hit, the demons reacted like red-hot coals doused with water. They fizzled out. The whole pack only managed one pitiful scream before turning to ash. Meanwhile, Chloe, watching the girl's magic, stood stunned and thought, stellar magic, could this girl be? A guess formed in Chloe's heart. After things settled, the brown-haired girl didn't forget to turn and thank Leo. Thank you so much for helping us. We were panicking when those demons showed up, but now I feel completely relieved. The rescue team has arrived to save us. On the other side, Chloe cut her off before she could continue. Sorry, but I need to talk privately with my teammate for a sec. With that, she quickly pulled Leo to a corner and whispered, hey Leo, that girl is Alia Zeron. She's Professor Albai's little sister. Chubarn killed her right here in this forest 30 years ago. I'm sure you noticed too, but we can't save Alia Zeron's team in the Chedmothers incident. Out of everyone, why did we run into Alia's team, Chubarn? He's a night-rank Dark Knight from Tartarus. Their team is famous for being the first ones he attacked. Tartarus kicked off the Chedmothers event from the very beginning, with the goal of eliminating the genius mage Alia Zeron, a highly promising hero candidate. That's why their names were recorded in the Hero Chronicles. With our current strength, we can't save them. To meet the necessary conditions, we need to quickly find another team. Chloe stroked her chin in thought while Leo frowned and asked back, are you saying we just leave? In response, the mage girl turned and shouted, It's not that I don't want to save them, but Leo, this is a hero world. In reality, they died 30 years ago already. By this point, Chloe's voice faltered, and her face showed clear sadness. To her words, Leo shared his own thoughts. Yeah, they're already dead, but we can't just abandon them like that. Hearing that, the mage girl Chloe could no longer hold back her anger. She clenched her teeth hard and yelled, "Snap out of it. You're amazing, you're outstanding, I admit it. But even so, this isn't the time to act recklessly. Stop playing hero." After saying that, as if feeling she'd been too harsh, Chloe's voice trailed off. Tears began welling up in the corners of her eyes. Seeing this, Leo quietly stepped closer, gently patted her head, and whispered, "Playing hero, Chloe. You shouldn't throw words like that around so casually. Since you're a hero candidate, we're not just pretending to be heroes. This is part of the process of actually becoming one." Hearing that, Chloe seemed to snap awake. She lifted her red, teary eyes to look at Leo, as if waiting for his answer. Then Leo scanned the surroundings and said, "History has already been changed." "What do you mean?" Chloe asked in shock. Answering her, the protagonist gave his assessment. "Look around, Chloe. When we met Alia's team, the forest was already shrouded in darkness. Normally, they should have been killed by Chubarn long ago." On her side, hearing the protagonist say that, Chloe jolted and quickly realized something was different about this heroic dungeon this time. "I still think this is ridiculous," she muttered inwardly, then said, "I'll let you decide." In reply, Leo nodded and suggested, "All right, let's retreat together with Alia's team." From behind, Chloe watched Leo's solid back and muttered to herself in her heart, "You're going ahead alone without me again, aren't you?" Do you see it?" In a daze, the dark magic book Chloe carried in her bag was unknowingly emitting eerie demonic auras. Switching scenes to Alia's group right now, the boy Tayed from the first-year Mage Major spoke softly to the others. "Isn't this a bit weird? Only 2 people came as the rescue team." In response, the girl Dina from the first-year Knight Major nodded in agreement. "Yeah, they look about our age too. Could this be a Tartarus trap?" Her friend Belek shared his thought. But Alia denied it all. "What are you guys talking about? If they were enemies, they wouldn't have fought the demons alongside us. And hey, that guy looks pretty cool, doesn't he?" As she said it, Alia's face flushed a little pink. That made the other 3 members' eyes widen in disbelief at what they just heard. Dina yelled, "Are you kidding me, Alia? Out of everyone here, you really just said that?" Hearing that, Alia shot back with a playful complaint. "What's wrong with what I said?" "Oh wait, no, I just thought Senior Albi was your standard for guys." Dina scratched her head and said, before their conversation could drag on any longer. Leo stepped in to remind everyone, "Listen up carefully. We're getting out of this forest as fast as possible." At Leo's suggestion, Tayed immediately stepped forward and asked, "Is it really necessary to rush like that? Since we've got reinforcements now, let's just take our time and clear out the monsters along the way." Not letting him ramble on, Leo laid out the situation bluntly. "We can't do that. There's a night rank demon targeting you guys right now." Hearing that, the whole group's faces turned deathly pale with fear, because they knew that if it was a night rank demon, it would be as strong as an entire army. Someone whispered out loud, and Leo nodded to confirm. "Exactly. That's why we're avoiding a direct fight with it. Our goal is still to get back safe. You all ready? All right, let's move out." Just like that, the whole group started moving quickly before that big guy Chubarn could catch up. While running, Alia snuck a sideways glance at Leo behind and caught sight of Chloe's complicated expression. That sparked a bit of suspicion in Alia's heart. Time passed quickly, cutting to the library at Lumern Academy. Right now, the entire library area was in total chaos because of the heroic dungeonization event. Staff were rushing everywhere hunting down every possible document, while Professor Sejin urgently shouted, "Find every recorded case of a dungeon turning into a heroic dungeon. Time is critical. Move faster, everyone." On the other side, Principal Kalyan turned to ask Professor Albi, "The fact that we still can't get in should be seen as a good sign, right?" In reply came a firm nod from the handsome professor. "Yes, you can't enter a heroic dungeon while the people from before are still inside. That means those 2 are still alive. But it's already been 3 hours since those 2 students went in. Night has fully fallen in that hero world by now." Hearing that, the old principal asked further, "Albi, when exactly did you defeat Chubarn 30 years ago?" Albi answered, "Around midnight." At that time frame, Principal Kalyan could only sigh in frustration. "Sigh, so is all we can do really just rely on our past self?" Right as his words ended, a female staff member rushed in from outside and reported, "Principal, we found the one who sold the magical beast summoning catalyst to student Sen Liu. As for the connection to Tartarus." Her words trailed off before she could finish, because at that moment, Professor Albi's face had turned terrifyingly grim. A surge of energy began radiating nonstop from him, startling even Principal Kalyan, who quickly placed a hand on his shoulder to calm him. "Easy now, Albi." The principal's stern words helped the blonde professor snap back. Still, it seemed Albay needed a moment to fully calm down, so he turned and left the room. I'm stepping out to clear my head for a bit. With that, he hurried off. Only after he was completely out of sight did the female staff member finally let out a relieved breath, then turn to the old principal and say, as expected from someone who rose to become a hero, driven by his hatred for demons. Up ahead, Kalyan replied with a sad expression, "It's understandable. In the incident 30 years ago, they couldn't even find a single trace of his little sister's remains, let alone her body." All right, so who sold the magical beast, summoning Catalyst to send Leo? In answer, the staff woman said, "A black market dealer who's settled in the back alleys of Lumern City. This year he's gotten pretty famous among the first years." As she spoke, she handed Kalyan a note. While flipping through the notebook to look, Kalyan asked again, "Are you implying there's a Tartarus spy who's infiltrated Lumern City?" Beside him, the staff woman shook her head. "They don't work for Tartarus, but clearly Tartarus has slipped some items to them." Hearing that, Kalyan began stroking his chin in thought. He wondered to himself, what exactly is their goal? Then, after turning a page and examining the specific items recorded inside, suddenly Kalyan's eyes locked onto one line. Chloe Muller, Dark Magic Book. Seeing that, the principal quickly closed the book and turned to the staff woman. "Elena, go call Professor Len." "Yes, got it." Elena replied and hurried off, leaving the old principal behind. He stared at his own hand, covered in scars, then thought, my instincts, honed through countless brushes with death, are screaming right now. They're telling me danger is staring us straight in the face. School time passed, cutting back to Leo's group. Right now inside the heroic dungeon, night had fully fallen, and they were facing wave after wave of attacks from countless monsters. On his side, Leo casually swung his sword and cut down a goblin, then glanced at the others in the group and thought, I've been using super perception for too long already. Everyone's reaching their limit too. Thinking that, Leo called out, "Let's take a short break to recover our strength." On the other side, the two boys Tayed and Belak looked at Leo with eyes full of disbelief. They whispered to themselves, "But how come that guy doesn't look tired at all? He's seriously on another level." Next, they found an open clearing to rest temporarily. During that time, the mage girl Chloe took the chance to read her magic book. Then suddenly Alia's voice rang out, "Hey, Chloe." Hearing that, Chloe, startled, quickly closed the book, stuffed it into her bag, and awkwardly said, "Alia, what's up?" Hearing her, Alia smiled brightly and asked, "I've got a question. What's the relationship between you and Leo, Chloe? Are you two dating?" Her blunt question made Chloe's face flush with embarrassment. The mage girl quickly denied, "Of course not." Seeing her strong denial, Alia nodded. "Got it. From that reaction, definitely not." From Chloe's perspective, realizing Alia came over just to ask that made her let out a tired sigh. Then she looked at Alia. A thought crossed her mind. I've got this weird feeling of familiarity. Even though she's a senior from 30 years ago, right now she's still just a first year. Well, maybe she's a lot like the kids in our class. Thinking that, Chloe blurted out, "But why'd you ask that? Are you interested in Leo?" Hearing that, Alia glanced over at Leo resting against a tree. A slight blush appeared on her face as she admitted, "Look, my heart's pounding like crazy." "So love at first sight?" Chloe asked back. Right now, a bit of admiration toward the protagonist stirred in the girl's heart. Alia, the genius mage still talked about after 30 years. In her eyes, Leo looks that amazing too. Unaware of Chloe's inner thoughts, Alia lightly brushed her hair back and shared, "Honestly, I don't even know if this is love yet. My heart just beats really hard. It feels kinda like when my brother does something dumb, or when I finally finish something." Hearing that, Chloe's eyes widened as she exclaimed, "That mage with the evil eye looks that bad in your eyes?" Up ahead, Chloe's words made Alia curious. No, I mean Albay." Chloe quickly corrected herself after realizing her slip. Then Alia explained, "That's because he's always challenging the impossible." After hearing that, Chloe's eyes showed a touch of empathy as she said, "Challenging the impossible, Leo's the same way. At first Leo and I were just friends, but now I'm starting to feel jealous of him." Across from her, the genius mage Alia gave a soft smile, "So we really are alike." Chloe, "Honestly, I used to get mad and jealous of my brother. It sounds stupid, but I thought no matter how hard I tried, he just wasn't that talented. This is a secret, but the foundation for my magic was actually created by my brother. I'm great at using existing spells, but I'm terrible at inventing new ones. I failed the Lumern Academy entrance exam twice. There was a time I really hated my brother. I felt I deserved more, but that jealousy eventually turned into admiration." Beside her, the more Chloe listened to Alia, the wider her eyes opened, as she realized Alia had gone through almost exactly the same thing she had. However, before their conversation could go on, Leo, who'd been resting nearby, suddenly sensed something, and quickly stood up to warn everyone, "Everyone, get ready, plan change. We can't retreat anymore." Seeing Leo's deadly serious expression, the the remaining students gripped their weapons tighter, bracing for whatever was coming. Sensing their anxiety, Leo shouted encouragement. Don't be afraid, remember, you all have the potential to become heroes. The protagonist's words helped calm the group a little. They clenched their teeth and turned their eyes toward the non-stop roaring sounds approaching. And they didn't have to wait long. Right then, the big guy Chubarn arrived. His foot slammed down hard, cracking the ground in multiple places. Found you, the hated one, the seedling of a great hero. As he spoke, he raised his weapon high and swung it straight at Leo. The attack hit the ground with a deafening explosion in the air. The protagonist himself nimbly leaped into the air to dodge. However, Chubarn's earlier words left Leo puzzled. He wondered to himself. In the Chedmothers massacre, Chubarn's order was to wipe out all hero seedlings at that time. But why is he showing hostility toward me and calling me the seedling of a great hero? The more he thought, the more confused he became. But before Leo could find an answer, an overwhelming killing intent burst from Chubarn's body. Seeing that, sweat involuntarily dripped down Leo's face. He shouted, "Hey everyone, it's charging in." Without needing more prompting from Leo, Chloe cast her magic, creating a massive blue magic circle stretching across the ground. At the same moment, the hulking Chubarn hurled his axe forward with full force. But it was stopped dead by the gigantic ice pillar Chloe created. On the other side, our protagonist wrapped his sword in blazing fiery aura. Then he poured power into his legs and launched himself high into the air, aiming straight for the demon. From above, it looked like he was dropping with force. But from below, Leo swiftly swung his sword right at the demon's throat, sending a hot spray of blood into the air. Seeing that, everyone cheered in excitement. He got the cut. But just a second later, everyone's eyes turned stunned. Because from what they could see, Chubarn's neck had been slashed almost clean through by Leo. Yet now it was slowly regenerating at a visible speed. In the end, it sealed back up without leaving a single scar. Watching that, someone stammered. His neck just reconnected itself. Up ahead, Leo yelled, "Focus, keep your distance from Chubarn." That's a magic nullification spell. It makes every attack as if it never happened. Leo's words left Tayed and Alia dumbfounded. Their faces paled as they didn't know how to deal with it. So what do we do? There's no way to beat that monster. In response, Leo gave them a dose of reassurance for the situation. He explained, the nullification isn't omnipotent, plus he can't use it non-stop, so it has limits. Across from them, Chubarn picked up his axe again and sneered contemptuously. "You think you have a chance, remnant of a great hero." In retort, Leo mocked back. "You're the one scared of a new hero appearing, aren't you?" With that, without any warning, Leo, Dina, and Belak charged simultaneously from 3 different directions. Meanwhile, the mage girl Alia from behind also unleashed her magic to provide support in the attack. She cast a spell called Circle of Light, firing out bands of energy laced with dangerous aura straight at the demon's massive body, making every part it hit burn with excruciating heat. "This is the light magic I despise. Just as Lord Silituna said, we have to kill them right here," he muttered to himself while relentlessly swinging his axe at everyone. Then suddenly Chubarn let out a massive roar, raising his arm high into the air as he prepared one incredibly powerful strike. Even Leo felt his hairs stand on end and shouted, "Get out of the way." The moment the words left his mouth, Chubarn's axe slammed straight down into the ground. The impact was so brutal that rocks and dirt exploded outward like bullets. Of course, Leo could easily swing his sword and knock away any stones flying toward him. But Dina and Belak weren't nearly as quick to react. A rock grazed Dina's shoulder, while a sharp shard stabbed straight into poor Belak's stomach. Seeing that, Leo rushed over immediately, hoisted the big guy onto his back, and dashed behind the ice pillar Chloe had created. On the other side, Alia, worried sick about her 2 close friends, ran up asking, "Are you guys okay?" In reply, Dina forced herself to answer, "I can hold on a bit," but Belak, before she could finish, Leo cut in to reassure, "Don't worry, his internal organs aren't hit. Stop the bleeding first." With that, Leo turned and called to Chloe, "Chloe, we need one decisive, powerful strike." Hearing that, Chloe nodded, "Got it, give me just a little time." Next, the protagonist left the injured ones there, while he created 2 clones, and charged forward to pin Chubarn down. Back in Chloe's thoughts, she frantically searched for the right spell. While Leo buys time, I have to hurry. I need an attack strong enough to break through that nullification. With that, she pulled out the dark magic book from her side and flipped through it quickly. Almost immediately, she seemed to find something and muttered, "If I use this spell then." Returning to the battle, the fight between Leo and Chubarn was growing more and more intense by the second. The ground itself started shaking from their clashes, leaving the onlookers stunned. Right now, Leo was directing his clones to attack Chubarn from every angle nonstop. But thanks to the demon's nullification skill, none of Leo's strikes left even a scratch. Worse, Chubarn went berserk, ignoring the clones entirely and charging straight at Leo like a madman. but how could he possibly touch the protagonist so easily? In that instant, Leo's small figure flickered, and suddenly he appeared right beside the demon, swinging his sword hard and carving a deep gash into Chubarn's side, making the demon howl in agony. Not far away, Tayed watched and couldn't hide his amazement as he said to Dina beside him, "Man, do you think one day we could pull off something like that?" In response, Dina could only shake her head bitterly. "I don't know anymore." Unlike them, the genius mage Alia only needed one look at Leo's clone technique to recognize it instantly. She thought to herself, "That's definitely stellar magic. Who the heck is that guy?" Just as that thought crossed her mind, a sudden chilling dread spread through the air all around, making Alia jolt in alarm. And she quickly turned toward the source, only to see that Chloe had finished her spell. She had conjured a massive purple-black magic circle floating in the air. An eerie, bewitching aura radiated from it, filling everyone with fear. "I will kill you, filthy demons," Chloe declared with a smile and an oddly distant expression on her face. Then she shouted toward the protagonist up ahead, "Hey Leo, it's dangerous, get out of there quick. If you get caught in it and die, that's not on me." Die? With those words, the young mage unleashed her magic forward, summoning a pillar of destructive flame that roared straight toward Chubarn. The ground exploded wherever it touched. On his side, Leo watched Chloe's attack, and his brows furrowed tightly. He couldn't understand why an ice attribute mage like Chloe was using a fire-based strike. Unaware of Leo's confusion, Chubarn, once enveloped by the flames, began screaming as if his entire body was on fire. Seeing that, Chloe laughed like she was high. "This is the eternal flame. It can never be extinguished. Die in the agony of the eternal fire." At that moment, from everyone's perspective, the flames covering the massive demon's body slowly shifted to black. Watching the scene unfold, a sudden wave of unease surged in Leo's chest. He urgently shouted, "Chloe, stop the spell, hurry." Unfortunately for Leo, it seemed Chloe could no longer hear him. The mage girl gripped her staff so tightly that cracks began appearing along its surface. "A scum like you deserves to suffer," she said with manic fervor while relentlessly pouring mana into the spell. Just looking at Chloe's face right now told Leo everything. Something was seriously wrong with him. Without a second's hesitation, he dashed toward Chloe, swung his sword hard, and knocked the dark magic book clean out of her hands. At the same instant, the eternal flame spell she'd been maintaining cut off. Next, Leo gently wrapped an arm around the genius mage's waist and safely landed beside. Chloe still looked dazed, like someone drunk who hadn't sobered up yet. Seeing that, Leo turned and asked, "Hey Chloe, be honest with me. Is that unquenchable flame really your unique magic?" For Chloe, by now she couldn't hide it anymore, so she sadly admitted, "No. Actually, it's a chant I found inside an ancient grimoire." Hearing that, Leo let out a quiet sigh in his heart. So it really is Erebos' flame after all. With that thought, he spoke his mind plainly to Chloe. "Listen carefully, Chloe. That spell just now was dark magic." Leo's words left Chloe's face blank with shock. Then her voice stuttered. "What dark magic?" Leo nodded and explained further. "Exactly. That magic book is an artifact of demons." From the mage girl's perspective, only now did she fully realize how dangerous her actions had been. What have I done? Leo, I don't deserve to be a hero." The more she spoke, the more her mental state spiraled into panic. With no other choice, Leo slapped her shoulder hard and shouted to snap her out of it. "Snap out of it. Listen, there's no record anywhere of Chubarn having any anti-magic curse. That means he used up all his anti-magic resistance fighting Alia's group back then. Got it? 30 years ago. Even though they were terrified, none of them gave up. They fought to the bitter end in a battle that seemed impossible to win. What's the teaching of Lumern Academy?" Leo stared straight into Chloe's eyes as he spoke. Chloe hesitated, then answered, "To surpass every limit." Hearing the correct response, Leo gave a satisfied nod. At that moment, the mage girl's mind suddenly cleared. She thought to herself, "Now I get it. I've admired him from afar. He's so incredibly cool that I don't even feel jealous anymore." At the same time, the genius mage Alia stepped forward and handed Chloe her own staff. "Here, take it, Chloe, go ahead." From Leo's perspective, after calming the blonde mage's spirit, he turned his gaze toward the hulking Chubarn ahead. "Anyway, thanks to Chloe's spell, the anti-magic curse is gone. Now's the time to end this." With that thought, before Leo could even charge, Chloe's incantation chants began ringing out beside. "I, Chloe Muller, will also surpass my own limits, so I never have to bow my head in shame before those who believed in me," she whispered inwardly. With every word she spoke, the magic circle formed rapidly in the sky. Meanwhile, Leo couldn't help but smile. Amazing. Pure mage language from a true wizard. It makes me feel this at ease. Right then, an image flashed in Leo's mind of fighting alongside his old comrade Luna years ago. Back then, he'd felt this exact same sense of security. As for the monster Chubarn, he knew his current state could no longer nullify attacks, so he refused to give Leo's group time to finish the spell, gripping his axe tight and charging forward. The instant he closed in on Leo, he unleashed a devastating vertical cleave, forcing the protagonist to raise his sword in front to block. But Chubarn had gone completely mad. He fixated solely on Leo, as if he wouldn't rest until the boy was dead. Die. He roared again and swung another blow. It was so powerful that even though Leo blocked it, the ground beneath his feet cracked into pieces. That made the protagonist stagger and stumble back a few steps. Seeing the opening, Chubarn seized it instantly. He clenched his left fist and threw a mountain-shattering punch at tearing speed. Leo hurriedly raised his sword to intercept. However, the sheer force still sent the boy's small frame flying backward like a cannonball. He coughed up a bit of blood as his body took damage. Seeing that, Chubarn's mocking voice rang out. "That's all you've got, seedling of a great hero." The demon's cold voice echoed right in front of the protagonist. Leo struggled to his feet, but right then a single snowflake drifted down in front of Leo. An icy aura began spreading through the surroundings, covering everything in a thin layer of frost. Just seeing that told Leo Chloe's spell was complete. He declared confidently, "Whether in the past or now, you demons will never be a match for us. This is where it ends for you, Chubarn." Up in the sky inside the massive magic circle, a five-pointed star had formed. Back in the mage girl Chloe's thoughts, she whispered to herself, "Thanks to you, I've finally perfected my signature magic, Leo." "Ice realm," she murmured. Immediately countless sharp ice spikes erupted from the ground. Just like that, under the overwhelming power of Chloe's freezing magic, the Tartarus demon's body froze solid into an ice statue. Seeing that, Leo calmly walked forward and raised a single finger, gently touching the gigantic ice block, which immediately spiderwebbed with cracks spreading outward, until finally it shattered completely into countless fragments. Next, Leo sensed the dark aura leaking from Chloe's grimoire beneath the ground. Without any hesitation, the protagonist wrapped his sword in blazing red aura and thrust it straight into the book. And right after he did, they received a notification screen. Achievement unlocked. Rescue first-year students in critical danger. Rewards. Multiple achievements unlocked. Chubarn has been subjugated. Ignoring the notifications, Leo turned to the bewildered mage girl, Chloe, beside him and praised, "Your unique magic is seriously impressive. If I had to pull off something like that in real combat, I'd probably die and come back to life a few times first." In response to the protagonist's praise, Chloe couldn't meet his eyes, looking away as she said, "Leo, I'm planning to confess everything to the school. I might get expelled." At that, her face couldn't hide the tension. But Leo reassured her right away. "No way, a hero candidate like you getting expelled. I'm certain you'll become a hero." On the other side, Alia's group saw they'd won and rushed over. "You two were incredible. You really looked like a true hero." In reply, Leo nodded. Everyone did their best too. Right then, Leo began handing Alia's staff back. "We used it really well. Thanks to it, we defeated them." Hearing that, Alia smiled and refused, pushing the staff toward Chloe instead. "Chloe, you should keep it." Beside her, the black-haired boy nodded in agreement. "Yeah, thanks to you we survived. Leo, you take this too." With that, he handed the protagonist his own sword. Not stopping there, they also gave Leo and Chloe a necklace and a pair of gloves. And right at that moment, from the distance, someone's panicked voice shouted, "Over here, there are survivors here." The one who just arrived was none other than Professor Albi. Just looking at his sweat-drenched face told everyone how desperately he'd rushed here. Seeing his youthful appearance, Chloe startled and said, "That's Professor Albi. Why does he look our age?" "Because this all happened 30 years ago," Leo explained. Meanwhile, Albi hurriedly grabbed his little sister's shoulders and asked, "Alia, are you hurt anywhere?" Alia smiled brightly in reply. "The rescue team's here, so I'm fine." "Oh right, I met someone who looks exactly like..." At the same moment, Leo's group also received a notification. Strategy complete. Albi's world, prelude to the Chedmother's incident. On her side, Chloe watched the siblings reunite in happiness and felt genuinely happy for them too. She whispered inwardly, "Thank you all for still being alive." With that said, both of their bodies were enveloped in a beam of light and transported away, leaving Alia without even a chance to say goodbye before they vanished. Back to Chloe's perspective. From their view, the space around them began cracking with fissures spreading outward in every direction, making her realize one thing. Looks like the hero world is collapsing. Switching to Leo's view, suddenly another notification screen appeared right in front of him. Strategy reward, gift. After they left, Professor Albi, who usually stayed so cold, could no longer hold back his tears upon seeing his little sister safe and unharmed. Time passed quickly. When Leo opened his eyes again, he found himself resting in the infirmary. The moment he woke up, the handsome professor's voice rang out. "You're awake, Leo. Thank you for saving her. And tell Chloe that I'm very grateful to her too." After saying that, Albi coldly turned and walked out. At the same time, Principal Kalyan stepped into the room. Seeing him, Leo hurriedly tried to get out of bed to greet him, but the old man raised a hand to stop him. Don't bother getting up, just rest a bit longer. How's your body feeling? In reply, Leo waved it off. Me, I'm fine, no problems at all. On his side, Principal Kalyan sat down in a chair and got straight to the point. So then, what exactly happened in there? This has something to do with the grimoire Chloe was carrying, doesn't it? The principal's question caught Leo a little off guard as he asked back, how did you know? To that, Kalyan explained, before coming here we discovered where Sen Liu bought the summoning catalyst, and it was the same place Chloe bought that grimoire. Looks like I guessed right. That grimoire is also a magical artifact. Hearing him say that, Leo quietly pieced it together in his mind. A magical artifact, a fragment of Erebos, in other words, a piece of Erebos' physical body. It would become an extremely powerful weapon if it fell into the demon's hands, but if an ordinary person uses it, they'll gradually go insane. Next, Leo began recounting everything they'd encountered inside that heroic dungeon. After listening to the entire story, Principal Kalyan let out a long sigh. So that's what happened. If what you're saying is true, Leo, then that magical artifact affected the hero world, right? Leo nodded firmly. After we removed the artifact, the heroic dungeon returned to normal immediately. So yeah, it's very likely. At the same moment, the mage girl, Chloe, suddenly woke up. Seeing the old man sitting beside her, she yelped. Huh, Principal Kalyan. Noticing her flustered state, the old man gently raised a hand to calm her. Take it easy. Since you two just woke up, I wanted to ask something. Following his words, the secretary Alina brought in a large cloth-wrapped bundle. She carefully pulled back the covering cloth to reveal the items they received as gifts from Alia's group before leaving. Looking at the staff in her hands, Chloe's eyes widened in disbelief. This is Alia's staff. On his side, Principal Kalyan spoke gravely. Explain, how did a reward that shouldn't exist end up in your hand? From Leo's perspective, he frowned while observing Chloe's reaction and guessed one thing. From this reaction, it seems Chloe didn't receive any reward at all, just like the entrance exam and this Chedmother's event. There's no clear reward in the living person's hero world, and the reward rules are tied to the hero world's owner. That rule has been broken. Why though? Even if the reward is the oath of the Fairy King, why me of all people? Thinking that left Leo's mind in complete turmoil, but he couldn't say any of this out loud, so he had to improvise. Just tell them it's a strategy reward. Hearing that both Kalyan and Chloe looked stunned, and turned to Leo asking, so there was a reward inside Albai's hero world after all? In reply, Leo carefully guessed, yes, probably. I think something abnormal happened when the hero world was restored. As he spoke, he thought to himself, for now I should come up with a reason like this to cover it up. From Principal Kalyan's perspective, even after hearing the protagonist's explanation, the old man still stroked his beard with some doubt and asked, Chloe seems to know nothing about it at all. But why only you, Leo? Before he could finish, the mage girl quickly jumped in to cover for the protagonist. Maybe because Leo played the biggest role in the strategy. I've heard that whether you get a reward depends heavily on your contribution level. Hearing that Kalyan decided not to press further, he slowly stood up and nodded. All right, I understand now. We'll quietly investigate this phenomenon. The relics will be returned to the family after inspection. And everyone, no one is to mention anything about the magical artifact. But after his words, Chloe couldn't hold back her surprise and turned to ask. However, Kalyan only smiled and said, the enemy isn't only outside. You two really did an amazing job. Get some good rest. With that, he quickly left the room together with assistant Alina. Once only the two of them were left, the mage girl, Chloe, shyly glanced at Leo and hesitated. Hey Leo, there's something I want to tell you. Well. At that point, her face flushed a soft pink. But before she could continue, the group consisting of Chelsea, Celia, and Carl burst into the room. Especially the mage girl Chelsea, who even had tears welling up in her eyes. Then somehow out of nowhere, Principal Kalyan turned back and said to them, oh right, hero candidates. Tomorrow night there's a party. If you don't have formal wear yet, you should head into Lumern City early. You young people are so adorable. His reminder left both Leo and Chloe with big question marks over their heads. It seemed this was the first they'd heard about any party. Time flew by, cutting to the welcome party for new students. Right now, the host's booming announcement echoed through the venue. A party for the new students who survived their very first midterm exam at Lumern Academy. First up, our battle-hardened heroes are making their entrance. Tonight, who will shine the brightest? Boys and girls. In some corner of the party, Carl and Tide were smoothing their hair while speaking in smug tones. Man, this is our reward after enduring the brutality of Lumern Academy's midterm exam. Maybe it was a bit too easy for us. With that, the two happily sat down at the banquet table. While eating, they kept chatting nonstop. Why does it feel like only our class is missing? Carl said while Tide beside him nodded vigorously. Lumern doesn't tolerate latecomers, you know that. At the same time, the host's voice suddenly boomed out again. And while they were eating, the two kept chatting nonstop. Why does it feel like only our class is missing? Carl piped up while Tide beside him nodded vigorously. Lumern doesn't tolerate latecomers, you know that. Right in that moment, another group of heroes was making their entrance. From Class 5, Nella Carvin and Ileana Layden. Hearing the announcement, everyone immediately turned toward the entrance and couldn't help gasping at how stunning the two girls looked. "Oh my God, they're so beautiful," someone blurted out in awe. While Carl and Tide watched this, they were so shocked they stopped eating entirely. Tide even spat out the soda he just sipped. "Both of them look absolutely amazing," Carl exclaimed in disbelief. Meanwhile, the red-haired girl Nella saw the two of them and couldn't hold back a burst of laughter. "Haha, did you two just steal your dad's tuxedos or what?" Hearing that, Carl could only let out a heavy sigh. "Man, why was I even excited just now?" Beside him, Tide nodded in total agreement. Ignoring them, the host kept going. Next up, the pride of the Rodran Empire, the Llewellyn siblings. The moment the cold, handsome, ultra-cool Abad Llewellyn stepped in, the girls in the crowd screamed in excitement. "Oh my God, I want to be the young master's subordinate. I'm member number 94,348 of the fan club. No regrets." On his side, Carl couldn't hold back a compliment. "She really looks like a princess." "A total princess," Nella chimed in, completely surrounded by Rodran's elite cream. "This guy's no joke." Up on stage, the host hyped it up. Ah, and finally, a real power couple has entered the room. Celia from the Zerdinger family and Leo Plove are making their way in. Contrary to what everyone expected, the swordswoman Celia stuck out her tongue in mild annoyance. "Seriously, why did my part get sandwiched with yours, Leo?" Leo just shrugged casually. "What's the big deal?" On this side, everyone who saw Leo approach got hyped and shouted, "That's the class rep. Look, the class rep. The pride of Class 5, Leo. Wow, our rep is the absolute best." The friends cheered excitedly before the cheerful vibe got cut off by the white-haired female professor's announcement. Right then, above her head appeared the terrifying phantom of a ferocious beast. "Well, well, are you all enjoying the party?" In response, even though every student's face looked super reluctant, nobody dared not to answer. "Wow, wow, we're having a blast, haha." In their hearts, they were all thinking, "If we don't, she'll lose it again." From the female professor's perspective, seeing the students so lively made her happy too. "I'm glad you're all still enjoying it, so please keep having fun while we announce the results of this midterm exam." Cutting to Leo's group, for some reason, everyone's mood suddenly dropped a little. "How are we supposed to enjoy now?" Carl grumbled. Ignoring them, the female professor continued her speech. "I already predicted how you'd react. That's why here we'll only announce the top 3 students from each department. The rest of the scores will be given by your homeroom teachers tomorrow, so don't worry too much. The head professor of each year will announce your ranks right now." After those words, the Night Department's Professor Ains stepped forward, ready to speak. Seeing him appear, the fire mage girl Nella couldn't hold back and screamed like she was seeing her idol. "So cool, the Ice Knight ain't Ellen do," she yelled at the top of her lungs. Meanwhile, the cold professor began his announcement. "You've all performed very well on your midterm exams. Now I'll name the top achievers in the Night Department in order." At the same time, the lights in the hall suddenly dimmed, and a ranking screen appeared, with Celia at the very top, followed by Duran in second, and Chen Zia in third. The professor announced their names one by one, while Celia looked at the list and felt a bit confused inside. She thought to herself, Leo didn't make the top. Next, the handsome Professor Aeon stepped up. "Now I'll announce the rankings for the Magic Department. First place Abad Llewellyn, second Chelsea Llewellyn, third Emio Lucia." By this point, the mage girl Chelsea couldn't hide her worried expression anymore. She turned to the protagonist and asked, "Why isn't your name there, Leo?" Hearing that, Leo answered calmly, "That can happen." Not stopping there, Carl looked confused too. "I get it, Leo, but Chloe's name isn't on there either." Hearing that, the swordswoman Celia quietly glanced at Chloe, but she only got a forced, awkward smile from the mage girl in return. From Professor Aeon's inner thoughts, because she revealed dark magic, her practical magic exam score was counted as 0. But even so, what she showed, her passion for academics as a mage, is truly admirable. Right then, Professor Sejin suddenly shot to his feet and shouted, "To me, the real top student of the magic department has always been Chloe." His passionate yell made the lazy Professor Herod chuckle and advise, "Sit down already." Celia turned and patted Chloe's shoulder as a form of comfort. While they were still chatting and laughing, the Professor Yura stepped forward and announced, "All right, little summoners, do better next time, okay?" According to her list, the top of the summoning department for first years was Warrenden in first, Eliza in second, and Juredin Rusin in third. Back to Leo's group, by now they'd noticed something strange. Several departments had announced their lists, but Leo's name still hadn't appeared anywhere. As if sensing their curious looks, the petite female professor turned back and announced, "Everyone having fun, right? Finally, we'll announce the overall top student and year representative. This midterm's top student and representative of the year is Leo Plove. Right after those words, the whole group erupted in collective shock. However, at that very moment, one arm shot up in protest. I object. How can a Plove who didn't even make top 3 in any department become the overall top and year representative? The guy was Emio Luchin, the third-place finisher in the midterm. Not just him, even Leo himself was wondering why the year representative title had landed on him of all people. Emio's questions sparked a wave of murmurs and whispers from the crowd. That left the white-haired professor up top looking flustered and stammering. Then just a second later, her attitude flipped completely as she roared, "Listen up, you brats. I'll explain the illogical reason once, so pay close attention. First, dual system students aren't ranked by individual department because they can't compete fairly under the standard evaluation system. For example, a sword mage usually has weaker magic than a pure mage, but when combined they create transcendent power. Second, Leo Plove scored the highest among all freshmen in the combined spiritual studies and practical combat exam. Down below, Emio, hearing that, started looking flustered but still forced out. But on the practical combat part, didn't someone else get perfect marks too? To shut down that question, another shout rang out. Leo cleared the entire objective of the Hero World mission. He defeated Chubarn. Right after those words, everyone's jaws dropped as they turned to stare at Leo in disbelief. Putting a bit of pressure on our protagonist. You actually defeated Churbanan. Was it just you and Chloe? The group asked in astonishment, and Leo quietly nodded, effectively agreeing. Above them, the white-haired professor also spoke, flustered. Everyone, the reason Leo scored the highest on the midterm is because. Before she could finish, Professor Sejin smiled and interrupted. That's enough, Professor Arishian. It seems the other students have already realized that. That concludes today's grade announcement. Enjoy the party. With that, everyone happily enjoyed the celebration together. Cut to the professor's table. While dining, Professor Yura turned to her colleague and asked, "Hey Aeon, if dual-track students count toward departmental rankings, what happens to the scores?" Hearing this, Professor Aeon glanced over and replied, "There'll be a big shift in the magic department. Everyone will drop in rank." Hearing that, Yura asked awkwardly, "Don't tell me the top of magic is." Before she could finish, Arishian silently nodded. "That's right, Leo is the top of the magic department." Yura exclaimed, "My summoning department is the same." Beside her, Professor Ain of the night department calmly said, "The night department too. Leo Plove is the top." At that, Yura couldn't hide her shock. "Oh my, the kid's topping every department." Ain shrugged. "It's not just a fanciful dream." Across from them, two professors slammed the table in anger. "But Leo will develop into a powerful mage. His magic is so." Before Aeon could finish, Yura snapped coldly, "Enough. Do you think summoning talents like that are easy to find?" In response, Ain remained composed and sighed. "Look, Leo is best suited to the sword, okay?" And so the three professors erupted into a noisy argument. Time passed quickly. Cut to class 5. Before the teacher entered, Carl was collapsed over his desk, still feeling the aftereffects of the party. He groaned, I think I drank a bit too much last night." Beside him, the mage Chelsea scolded, "You're the first person I've seen drink 2 liters of orange juice." Then the lazy teacher Harrod entered the room and called for silence. "Quiet. This is an announcement about the school trip. As you all know, we will be going to the elf territory this time." Saying that, the professor pinned a map to the board. At the mention of a trip, everyone grew excited, especially Ileana and Tide. "Yes, we know, and we heard each class will be assigned a location. Our suggestion is Duin Forest, also called the Warm Forest. It's famed for its abundance of delicious fruit." To the pair's disappointment, Harrod pointed to a spot on the map and declared, "We're going to El Solbikia." At that, the fire mage looked bewildered, as if she'd never heard of the place. Carl flipped open his book and explained, "El Solbikia is a small country in the far north, cold year-round in elf territory." Hearing this, the two adventurous humans inwardly wailed, "What can we even do in such a freezing place? This doesn't feel right at all." Explaining further, Professor Harrod scratched his ear and shifted blame to the protagonist. "If anyone's to blame, blame the class rep. The boy chose it." At that, everyone turned to Leo with questioning looks. However, Leo didn't elaborate, only reminding them, "It'd be best if we buy what we need in Lumern beforehand, right?" Ileana wailed, "My friend will start with gloves." Meanwhile, Ice Mage Chelsea excitedly shared, "Time to bring out all my coats." Back to Leo's perspective. Of course, he wasn't foolishly picking a location without purpose. He thought to himself, El Solbikia looks useless to humans, but it's the elves' sanctuary, the place where the fairy soil is hidden. Silron, I wonder if he's all right. Time passed quickly, cutting to a fountain. Leo told Nella, "I'll handle food and supplies. Nella, you pack the potions." Nella nodded in agreement. Then Leo hurried off to buy provisions. However, after finishing, he noticed something and turned back. He thought 13th Street, Kajagu District. This must be the place. Next, Leo approached a shop tucked in a dark corner labeled Lutek. This was where Sen Liu and Chloe had bought the demon artifact. Leo left his satchel outside the door and stepped in. The interior was ruinous and chaotic, as if abandoned long ago. The scene didn't faze Leo much. The Lumern investigation team already swept this place, so there shouldn't be much left. All that remains is a stuffed bear. Speaking of which, Leo grew more alert. Wait a second, a doll. Everything should have been taken by the investigators for examination. It must have been locked when I came in. Don't tell me it's an awareness-numbing curse. Then, just as Leo feared, the stuffed bear suddenly turned toward him. Black liquid-like ink shot from its eyes. Luckily, Leo was alert and dodged to the side. The black fluid then formed into a grotesque monster, covered with countless eyes. Leo guessed this wasn't an ordinary demon and leapt back toward the exit to keep his distance. He thought it doesn't just dull perception, it curses the opponent with every imaginable affliction. The monster shifted into a serpentine form and spoke. Well, a sharp kid indeed. You recognized my curse. At the sound, Leo immediately identified the demon as Queen of Beasts Silituna, one of the demon commanders the group failed to defeat 5,000 years ago. This wasn't the true body, but a copy formed by a spell curse. Unaware of Leo's thoughts, Silituna continued. Light sigils and magic, a sword mage, truly a rare talent. I'll acknowledge that, but blame that useless keen sense of yours. With that, countless tentacles sprouted from the creature and lashed toward Leo, forcing him to retreat rapidly. Still, its overwhelming attack speed left Leo with an injury to his arm. He thought, I can't beat it now, I have to get out. Silituna cornered Leo and gleefully offered, thanks for the meal, seed of a hero. It opened its mouth wide and lunged at him, as if to swallow him whole in one bite. At that moment, Leo smiled faintly, as if utterly unconcerned. Sure enough, his ally had arrived. A cold sound rang out in the light. Then, from above, a giant spear plunged down, pinning the monstrous body to the floor. The one who struck was Professor Albi. Seeing him appear, the demon panicked and said, a mage, the mage with the evil eye. This is even better than a bystander watching. It only makes it more enjoyable. With that, it sent a shattered portion of its body flying outward, aiming straight for Leo, as if to drag him down with it. Too bad for it. How could Professor Albi possibly let that succeed? At that moment, he formed a defensive magic circle, causing that part of the body to explode on contact with the circle. Filthy demon trash, Albi said with scorn. On the other side, Silituna's clone began to howl like a mad dog. Those disgusting goblins. One day I will gouge their eyes out and devour them. As it spoke, it hurled all its tentacles at the two of them. But the attack was harmless to Albi. He said coldly, I have no interest in a cheap copy. Die. Then the professor thrust his hand forward, unleashing a destructive beam of obliteration light that instantly blew Silituna's form to pieces. Seeing that, Leo thought to himself, Albi Zeron, the evil I made. Another title of his is Tartarus the Destroyer. Rumor has it he became a professor at Lumern Academy to gain the freedom to cross borders while hunting his targets. I owe a debt to the hero of this era. With that, he sighed regretfully. Meanwhile, Professor Albi turned and asked, You, Leo Plove, what's going on here? Leo reached down, picked up the stuffed bear's head, and explained, It appeared while I was investigating this place. That stuffed bear carries an awareness-dulling curse. Albi stepped forward, took the bear's head, and instructed, The Lumern investigation team will be held responsible. I'll overlook you investigating this area alone. From now on, if you need anything, tell me. I'm grateful to you for the other day. After saying this, the professor used his magic to leave the room. Meanwhile, Leo stepped outside and picked up his satchel, thinking as he walked, the Zeron family is one of the 3 great houses that manage Lumern Academy. Maybe with his help, I can get into the Forbidden Library. Not long after, he returned to meet Nella. Ah, you're here, class rep. I've finished shopping, Nella said cheerfully. But when she saw the wound on his arm, she hurried over and used healing magic on him. Hey, class rep, what happened to you? Leo shook his head. Not too serious, thanks. That said, Silituna's appearance left him uneasy. So it's true. Silituna is behind the beast controller and that dark magic tome. I wonder what their goal is. Time passed quickly. A week later, cut to the teleportation gate. Everyone was here preparing to go to Elsalbekia. Before departure, Leo asked again, Did you pack enough provisions? Ileana and Nella both nodded. Yes, we've got everything. Nearby, swordswoman Celia said, Hey Leo, why are you going to Elsalbekia? That place is freezing. Leo turned, shrugged, and replied, It's hot now. Going to Elsalbekia is like a summer vacation. The swordswoman waved goodbye. Oh my, it'll be freezing at night. Well, have a good trip. After Leo spoke, she stepped into the teleport gate. After telling Celia to take care, Leo turned to his class and said, Class 5, get ready. Let's set out together for El Solbikia, the land of the elves. With that, the group quickly stepped through the teleport gate. Cut to Saren Academy, the elves' heroic military academy. In front of a fountain, a pair of youths were taunting someone. What a pathetic outfit. An elf like you studying at the prestigious Saren Academy. That bloodline, could you stop flaunting that unknown lineage? The white-haired boy stood trembling, unable to answer. But at that moment, another voice rang out reproachfully. Don't bully a classmate. Behave properly as heirs of Saren. The red-haired girl, Lunia El Lunda, was a daughter of the Lunda house, one of the most prestigious elf families, and the freshman representative at Saren Academy. The duo ignored her and shot back. Don't you feel uncomfortable that a half-blood got into Saren? His existence is an embarrassment. Look at how he dresses, so savage. At that, Lunia abandoned any decorum and bristled like a rabid dog. Really, again. If you hate his clothes so much, strip off yours and give them to him. If you won't help, then shut up. The pair were stunned by her attitude. Lunia, you're from a noble family, don't speak so crudely. Oh my, what is happening? Lunia rolled up her sleeves as if ready to teach them a lesson. Aren't you ashamed to gang up on someone? If you don't like it, fight. Seeing her fierce stance, the two didn't hesitate and bolted. Run, what lunatics. Ignoring the pair, Lunia turned to the student behind her. Hey, why are you dressed so thinly? Makes me want to look after you. She slipped the scarf from her own neck around his, making him beam with happiness. Someone stole my things. The young man, Luca Enners, ranked third in the freshman exams at Saren Academy, was a half-blood. Seeing Luca missing his belongings, Lunia's anger flared again, but she sneezed, prompting Luca's worried plea. Lunia, please take back the scarf, it's cold. Lunia shook her head and waved him off. It's fine, don't worry. Luca, sensing her cheerful mood, asked, Lunia, you seem especially happy today. Lunia cleared her throat and shared, haha, my familiar contract finally hatched. Hearing that, Luca congratulated her. Congratulations, Lunia, that's great. Well, I'll be off then. Lunia hurried home and rushed into her father's office to ask, Father, my familiar contract has hatched, right? Inside, a brown-haired man smiled and reminded her, Lunia, I told you to call me professor while at school. The man, Ellen Lunda, head of the Lunda house, one of the most honored heroic families and keeper of Farina's oath, spoke kindly. To his daughter's question, Ellen nodded awkwardly. Yes, it seems Farina's child has hatched. Lunia trembled with excitement. Told you, so when can I meet it? Her father sighed. There's a small problem, Lunia. Your familiar contract appears to have bound its memories to someone else already. I will investigate the details further, as Farina said. Before her father could finish, the hot-headed daughter slammed the table and shouted, Who stole my familiar contract? Cut to Velkia, the capital of El Solbikia. Leo's group arrived here through the teleport gate. The group gasped at the cold air. Carl in particular shivered uncontrollably. God, I'd rather be killed, he complained. Professor Herod, wrapped in a scarf, stepped forward and said, Stop shouting and line up. This is the capital of El Solbikia. Does anyone know the history of this place? Chelsea the mage eagerly raised her hand too. Share Velkia was founded and named after the elven knight Velkia Ursar, one of Luna's disciples, the Star Priest. Her words stirred a memory in Leo. More precisely, he was a disciple of both Luna and Aaron. Velkia, that provocative name, is now called a knight of the Fey people. Professor Herod nodded in agreement with Chelsea. That's right. He added, the Ursar house descends from the Fey Knights and holds the highest rank here. At that moment, footsteps suddenly sounded from ahead, drawing the group's attention as they turned to look. The snow-filled sky made it hard to make out the silhouettes approaching. Carl grew uneasy. Are there thieves even in elf territory? Professor Herod shrugged. Villains exist everywhere. At those words, a voice called from the front. How have you been, Professor Herod? The newcomer was an exceptionally handsome elf, accompanied by several guards. His appearance was enough to make the female students swoon, their eyes forming hearts. The leading elf greeted again, Professor Herod. His name was Rune Ursar, the spokesperson of El Solbikia and head of the Ursar house. The lazy professor gave a slight bow in response. You're the same as ever. Nearby, Mage Ileana was breathless with excitement, dabbing her mouth and exclaiming, I think I've found my future soulmate. Even Nella gave a small cough. Leo stepped up and crushed their hopes. Does age not matter to you? At that, Ileana nudged him teasingly. What class rep? Don't tell me you're jealous. Leo replied coldly. Don't be ridiculous. You know elves live long and barely change in appearance, right? So tell me, how old do you think he is? The remark ruffled Ileana's feathers, and Rune noticed, chuckling. Such lively students. Unfortunately, the ones Professor Herod brings are always well behaved. Herod shook his head. They're just freshmen, still inexperienced. Children, really. Seizing the chance to satisfy her curiosity, Ileana stepped forward and asked, Hee hee, may I ask your name and age? Rune turned, bowed slightly, and said, sorry for not introducing myself. My name is Rune Ursar. I am 97 years old. His words instantly left the pyromage frozen in place. Meanwhile, Carl rushed over, shoved Ileana aside, and asked, say, will you be our guide? Rune answered warmly, I am the head of the Ursar family and the spokesperson of Elselbikia. Right after that, Carl practically started crying inside. He mechanically reached out, took Rune's hand, and weakly replied, it's an honor to meet you. Beside him, Professor Herod glanced over and said, we'll talk privately later, Carl Thomas. Time quickly passed, and the scene shifted to the lodging area for the field trip. To be honest, probably from being empty so long, the interior was a bit ruined, cobwebs and rats scurrying everywhere. This made the students' faces go pale. Are we really going to stay here? I can't do this, they cried out. Hearing that, Leo folded his arms and said confidently, with a hint of humor, oh, so we're not sleeping outside, right? At this, Ileana cheered happily. Knew it, class rep. You've planned ahead, haven't you? I knew I could trust you. But contrary to her expectations, Leo pointed toward the tents set up outside and casually said, I figured you'd say that, so I prepared sleeping spots out there. Wanna sleep under the star? Looking at the blizzard raging outside, Carl turned back in panic and told the group, what are you all standing around for? Hurry up and unpack. This is our rest spot. It looks like a masterpiece. Have you checked the weather? Step outside and you'll turn into snowmen instantly. Speaking of Carl, right now, he was sneaking up to the second floor with his buddy Eliza, wearing the sly grin of a fox hunting a rabbit. Hey, know what the best part of a field trip is? Sneaking into the girls' rooms. That was exactly what they were hopping for. But before the two could even finish climbing the stair, Chelsea spotted them with a look of pure disgust and hit them with a wind circle spell, sending screams echoing everywhere. Hearing the noises, Leo nodded approvingly. Looks like everyone's having a great time. Maybe I should go check it out too. With that, as soon as Leo opened the door, he saw a blonde elf girl already waiting for him outside. Class rep, the family head wants to see you. Next, following the girl's lead, Leo was brought to Rune's office. Seeing the protagonist arrive, the handsome guy said awkwardly, welcome, Leo. Sorry for calling you here. It's urgent. Can you wait a moment? Leo replied, no problem. Looks like there's a lot of interesting stuff here. Mind if I take a look? Rune happily said. Of course. Just like that, Leo started scanning the equipment hanging on the walls and thought to himself, these are really ancient artifacts. Then he noticed a dagger and unconsciously blurted out, Urquit. Beside him, family head Rune heard it and couldn't hide his surprise as he asked, how do you know about Urquit? Its history is only passed down to the heads of the Ursar family. Hearing that, Leo got a bit startled and quickly bullshitted his way out. I read about Urquit in some ancient texts at Lumern Academy's Great Library. At his explanation, Rune didn't doubt it at all. I see. Makes sense. Lumern really has everything. Back to Leo, he gently touched the dagger and thought, it has star-calling power, but this isn't the original. In his mind, Leo started recalling a bit of the past, when his teammate Luna proudly showed off her dagger to the protagonist. This dagger originally belonged to Luna, but she later passed it to her disciple Velkia. Then, right before the final expedition in the war against Tartarus, Velkia lost it. At the same time, Rune seemed to have finished his work and stepped over to the protagonist, whispering, Urquit is the ancestral reward we received after conquering the hero world of Velkia. Unfortunately, relics from the hero world can only be used by the one who claimed them. Then he continued, all right, have a seat. I heard from Herod, you're taking every class and you're the first-year representative for Lumern Academy. I know it's a bit rude to ask right after meeting, but could you meet my granddaughter once? She's a first-year at Saran Academy. She's really talented and got in with the top score. But the outside world is huge, and right after enrolling, she hit her limits and lost all motivation. Someone her age and from another race like you might be able to inspire her. Following Rune's directions, Leo walked down a hallway. However, looking at the key in his hand, Leo felt a bit awkward and muttered, but seriously, handing a stranger the key to his granddaughter's room like this, is that really okay? He asked himself that before knocking on a certain door. Then the door automatically opened, revealing a completely messy room inside. Books and clothes were thrown everywhere on the floor, the air thick with dust, making Leo cough a few times. Glancing around, he immediately spotted pictures of the hero party from 5,000 years ago, realizing the girl in this room was a hardcore fan of the great hero. He thought to himself, I know people collect this stuff, but this level is a bit extreme. Is this Saran Academy's uniform? At the same time, a sleepy voice came from behind Leo. Grandpa, barging into your granddaughter's room like this is crossing a line. This girl was Iron Ursar, vice class rep of Saren's first year class 1. After saying that, she noticed Leo's face. screamed, and in full panic, dove under her blanket. Leo calmly said, "Hi, I'm Leo Plove. I came to see you at your grandpa's request." Up on the bed, Iron was still stubbornly defending herself under the blanket. With no other choice, Leo tried complimenting her to lighten the mood. "Wow, your Kyle book collection is almost as big as mine. Check out how they write about him from the fairy race's perspective." The northern mountain beast subjugation could have been Kyle's contribution too. Oh, the organization's pretty solid. Hearing that, Iron finally peeked her head out from the blanket and asked, "Wait, do you like Kyle too?" Next, the shy Iron excitedly chatted with the protagonist about the Darno's battle, a fresh take on the boastful Kyle. "You mean the battle where Tiberca's Tartarus army got crushed, right? The first time the great heroes fought together as true teammates. So do you know where Commander Zerga's forces were defeated?" Answering her question, Leo replied in a very gentle voice, "Edvalik, that's where Luna first tested her star magic." The more Leo spoke, the brighter Iron's eyes shone. She chimed in, "Exactly, that's a piece of hero history very few people know about. Even in academia, it's just a minor topic." From the white-haired girl's perspective, our Leo was practically sparkling. A few seconds later, she realized she'd gotten too excited and quickly bowed her head in embarrassment. "Sorry for the late introduction. I'm Iron Ursar. I talked way too much even though we just met, did I?" Hearing that, Leo gave a faint smile and reassured her, "Not at all. Anyone who's heard of the heroes would be thrilled to meet someone still so passionate about those stories." Leo's sincere tone seemed to ease Iron's nerves. She spoke up, "This is just my personal opinion, but even though history only confirms 4 great heroes, I think there might have been a 5th. On that topic, Leo shared, "Kyle, I believe he really existed, so when I get back I'm planning to join a club researching traces of Kyle." Seeing someone who shared her views, Iron lit up with excitement. "Wow, that's so cool." But just 1 second later, her expression suddenly turned sad as she murmured, "School, changing origin." This left Leo a bit puzzled, and he thought to himself, "Shy and reserved, but that's kind of fine, right?" With that in mind, he curiously asked Iron, "Why don't you go to school?" At his question, Iron glanced slightly to the side and answered in a voice full of disappointment in herself, I don't think Saran is the right place for me. Everyone there is way too hardworking. They're all seriously training to become heroes, while I'm just someone who dreams of becoming a hero in a ridiculously idealistic way." Contrary to what Iron was saying, Leo, after glancing at the school uniform she had carefully stored away in the closet, quickly pieced everything together. But seeing how meticulously she still kept that uniform, didn't that mean she hadn't actually given up yet? Then, to give this timid girl a little boost of confidence, he stood up and said, "Iron, I'm not the only human in Berkia right now. My whole class is here on a field trip. I think if my classmates heard your story, they'd really want to meet you. You know there are hero training schools in the human world too, just like Saran Academy, right? If you're curious about the students at Lumern Academy, just come check it out." After saying that, Leo turned and left the room. Outside, Uncle Ursar had apparently been eavesdropping for who knows how long. The moment the protagonist stepped out, the old man looked at him with sparkling eyes, which creeped Leo out so much he jumped and yelled, "Whoa, you scared the hell out of me." Ursar snapped out of his dazed look and quietly asked, "Leo, don't tell me you've been talking to Iron this whole time." Leo nodded. "Yeah, exact." Just hearing Leo confirm, it was enough to make Ursar tear up with joy. "Oh, it's been so long since she talked to anyone for that long. Looks like she's finally starting to open up to you. As her grandfather, I want to repay you somehow. What do you think? I'd like to give you a magical item. Maybe it'll come in handy." Knowing Leo's personality, as long as someone was offering a gift, there was no way he'd be dumb enough to refuse. That'd just be rude. He whispered. Scene shift to the Ursar family treasure vault. To reward Leo for chatting with his granddaughter, Ursar had brought him here. Right in front of them was a treasure room overflowing with gold coins and weapons. Ursar said cheerfully, "Go ahead and pick whatever you like." Seeing that, Leo didn't hold back anymore and walked straight into the vault. Then, on one of the wooden shelves, something immediately caught his eye. "I'll take this one," Leo said as he reached out and picked up an item. In his hand was an orange crystal shard with a tiny figure sealed inside. Next to him, Uncle Ursar stroked his chin and explained, "That's a gem containing the power of a fairy, something our ancestors obtained 1,000 years ago. The fairy's form is carved with exquisite beauty, but beyond that." Before he could finish, Leo cut in, "It's fine." Seeing that, the long-haired uncle just shrugged, "As long as it makes you happy." For Leo, he stared at the crystal shard in his hand and silently calculated in his mind, "I'm positive this isn't just a carving. That's a real fairy." Time passed quickly, cutting back to the inn where the student group was staying. By now, the lazy Professor Herod had finally gathered all his students. "Order. I'm going over the upcoming schedule. Starting tomorrow, wake up is at 6:00 a.m. mornings will be individual training in the nearby fairy forest. and afternoons will be mission practice. Just hearing that much, the painter mage Ileana quickly raised her hand. Wait a second. Haven't we already done plenty of individual training back at school? We still have to do it even on a field trip. Answering her, the lazy professor immediately enlightened them. On this field trip, we're focusing on the areas where you're still lacking. Surely none of you thought you came here just to have fun and slack off, right? And just so you know, this schedule was put together by your class president. He said that while dumping all the blame onto Leo, making Carl wail and turn to accuse him. You bastard. Even the mage Chelsea turned to glare at Leo with an annoyed look. Why would you do that, Leo? To deal with the questions, Leo put on an extremely friendly face and said, the fairy forest has monsters, so it's perfect for real combat training. Let's train till we drop. With no other choice, hearing him say that, Ileana could only cry and complain. Of course, the class president has some noble reason for this. That's what becoming a true hero is all about. Finally, Professor Herod concluded, that's it. Enjoy, this is the last bit of free time you'll have. Back to Leo, sitting on his bed, he took out the crystal shard again to examine. Just one glance, and he immediately recognized what it really was, sealed by the Fairy King's magic. No wonder Luna Ursar thought it was just a statue. After the Great Calamity, those who made contracts with the Fairy King disappeared, and no one in the elf race has seen that kind of magic since. But for me, this is way too familiar. This is Silrod's magic. Finally, it was time to use the Fairy King's oath that he had once received. Just like that, Leo began channeling his own magic into the crystal shard to break the seal. Right after, a brilliant golden light burst out from inside the shard. Then once the light completely faded, a sleepy voice rang out. Oh man, did you finally break the seal? The voice belonged to a young fairy guy. After about a second to get his bearings, he quickly realized he was in Leo's hand and instantly changed his attitude. Huh, why is there a human standing in front of me? How rude. Leo didn't say much, just pulled the tiny guy right up to his face and asked, who are you? On the other side, seeing Leo's attitude, the little guy immediately got annoyed. You dare call me you? I am the son of the great fairy King Silrod, the one who will inherit the fairy throne. The one standing before you is the silver fairy Curran, the arrogant little brat declared, completely unaware that his words had already pissed Leo off. Leo reached out and flicked him hard on the forehead, sending him tumbling backward. How dare you? What the hell was that? In response, Leo put on an extremely serious face, completely different from his usual self. Pay attention. Even your own father has to be polite to me. Who do you think you are, brat? Hearing that, Curran still didn't seem to grasp his situation and kept talking big. You insolent fool. How dare you insult Fairy King Silrod? Leo didn't bother replying, just gave Curran another hard flick on the head, making a big lump swell up on the tiny skull. Curran practically screamed, you little punk. The result was yet another flick to the head. After a few more rounds like that, the little brat finally became obedient and polite. No way, you really are the one who received my father's oath. Leo raised his hand threateningly, as if ready to flick him again. Let's just say that. Your seal is already broken, why can't you accept it? On this side, Curran, intimidated by Leo's aura, shrank back and muttered, now that I think about it, making a contract with a lowly human like you isn't so bad. From Leo's perspective, drawing on his own memories, he quickly figured out Curran's identity. With Silrod's gentle personality, for him to take away all 6 wings and seal you up, you must have been one hell of a troublemaker, huh, Prince Curran. Leo's voice was full of mockery, which made the tiny guy cough awkwardly in embarrassment. You even know about that. You really are the chosen one. Wanting to waste time, Leo got straight to the point. All right then, head back to Fairyland and call Silrod for me. To the protagonist's request, the little guy could only regretfully refuse. I can't. Only after I recover all 6 of my wings can I return to Fairyland. So if you want to meet my father, help me get my 6 wings back first. I believe the first wing is in the fairy forest. It used to be our homeland too. Little brat said that while putting on an extremely smug face, as if he had Leo completely figured out. Seeing that, Leo just gave a small smile and thought to himself, Silrod must have destined his son to end up with me. With that thought to fix Curran's cocky attitude, Leo gave him one more solid flick on the head, making the kid yelp. Ouch. Time passed quickly. The next day, as planned, the lazy Professor Herod led the group of students to the nearby forest for real combat training. The students just stood there with their mouths hanging open, speechless. Meanwhile, the mage Chelsea was kneeling in the snow, her voice trembling. No way, they won using only wind magic. Right in front of her, Leo was smiling brightly and reaching out his hand. Sounds like you've been training too. To explain the situation more clearly, we have to go back a few minutes. At that time, the red-haired mage girl was fuming at the class president. My swordsmanship and magic skills don't mesh at all, and you still. So that's why you're making me train separately today. She spoke with full-on irritation dripping from her voice. But Ileana wasn't the only one with complaints. Leo glanced sideways and immediately spotted Carl and Tide bristling like angry little dogs. I'm lacking summoning creature control skills. Alchemy is the only thing I'm actually confident in. From the other side, Chelsea's voice cut in. I already made it very clear during the entrance exam, didn't I, Leo? I'm really not that good at magic. Then show me, she said it while flashing a confident smirk. Seeing this group of weaklings practically begging for a beating, Leo just shrugged and agreed. Fine then. From Chelsea's perspective, even though she looked cocky on the outside, deep down she wasn't underestimating this at all. Everything Leo done so far has exceeded expectations. Who knows what other tricks he's hiding? No time to prepare. I have to go all in right now. Without a second of hesitation, she immediately cast a defensive wind magic, unleashing a massive gust straight toward the protagonist. Seeing that, Leo responded with his own spell, Storm General, but has carried a deep crimson hue because of his unique mana trait, resulting in the two similar spells directly canceling each other out. Watching from the sidelines, the mage girl Ileana gaped in shock, lips pursed. That speed is supposed to be Chelsea's specialty, right? But he countered just as fast as her. Ignoring the reaction, Chelsea stayed completely focused on the fight. She cast Chain Wind, creating blue chains of wind that shot forward to bind Leo. But those chains were completely meaningless against the protagonist. Chelsea, didn't I already tell you the first time we met? Wind magic isn't used like that. With just a casual flick of his fingers, Leo released his mana, shattering the chains into countless fragments. Next, he pointed forward and unleashed a blazing golden arrow that tore through the air at blinding speed. So fast the red-haired mage girl couldn't react in time, and she tumbled backward. When she lifted her head again, Leo's sword was already resting right in front of her face. At this point, Chelsea could only freeze and lament inwardly. This is what they call wind magic. Not just her, the rest of the students were equally stunned. Carl said in disappointment, I never thought Chelsea would lose when it came to wind magic. Ileana piled on in one breath. Unbelievable. What kind of monster is our class president? As for the lazy Professor Herod, he stepped forward to comment on the match. As a pure mage, Chelsea isn't inferior to Leo at all, but the biggest difference was in how they controlled and applied wind magic that decided the winner. When you move up to the next grade, you'll learn new techniques, so what's important now is mastering the power you already have. So train your fundamentals properly under the class president's guidance, and good luck with this afternoon's mission training. Yes, sir, the whole group answered in unison. But just looking at their slumped, unenthusiastic postures made it obvious they had zero excitement. Time passed quickly, and now Leo was wandering somewhere deep in the forest on a herb-gathering mission, remembering the image of Carl crying and begging him to train together later, then breaking into a small smile. Finally, I can get moving. The moment he finished speaking, Curran flew over carrying a bunch of herbs and shoved them in his face. Hey Leo, look at this. I gathered this much already, see. The tiny guy's face screamed, praise me now, so Leo didn't hold back. Impressive, as expected from a fairy. Hearing that, the little one puffed up proudly. I'm not some ordinary fairy, you know. Brushing that aside, Leo tossed the herb pouch into his storage space. That's enough herbs collected. Should we start thoroughly investigating the fairy forest now? Finally, the journey to get my wings back begins, Curran said excitedly. And just like that, they ventured deeper into the fairy forest. But they hadn't gone far when Leo's footsteps suddenly stopped, making Curran ask curiously, why'd you stop? Instead of answering, Leo asked back, hey Curran, when exactly were you exiled from fairy territory? Curran thought for a second. About 100 years ago, I think. Right in front of them was a faint blue energy barrier blocking the path. Leo reached out to sense it, then said, look closely, it's an illusion. Perched on Leo's shoulder, Curran was a bit surprised. Is this fairy king magic? But it doesn't feel like my father. With his terrifying amount of knowledge, Leo recognized it instantly. This is magic from Silrod's father, the fairy king during the Age of Annihilation. The incantations were only activated within the last 100 years or so. Based on when this spell triggered, combined with Curran's wings, it's a barrier formed from ancient magic and the wings of his son. That means something extremely important is sealed inside. That was Leo's judgment, but before he could find the answer, footsteps sounded from behind, accompanied by an extremely eerie aura that made Curran pinch his nose shut. Even Leo's power shifted slightly, as if uncomfortable. Following their gaze, a black-cloaked figure approached from afar and spoke in an icy tone. Why is a human in elf territory? Leo shot back. That's less strange than an undead like you showing up. Sure enough, beneath the cloak was a skull with blazing red eyes. It shouted, this place has long been under our influence, Tartarus. Hearing that, Curran didn't wait for Leo. He glared and snapped. This is fairy holy ground. What nonsense are you spouting? The undead's attention shifted to him, and it nearly burst out laughing. A fairy. Something as weak as you dares call itself a fairy. The voice dripped with contempt, and with Curran's pride, how could he stand it? His whole body erupted with magic. What did you just say, you bastard? Without the slightest hesitation, Curran charged straight forward. At terrifying speed, the tiny guy pierced right through the undead's body, making it collapse in an instant. Seeing the skeleton crumble so easily, Curran snorted coldly. All that talk for someone so weak. From behind, Leo reminded him in confusion. You call yourself a fairy but charge in like a thug. Curran stretched casually, showing zero shame. As long as it works, who cares? Fairy power and undead are natural opposites anyway. The words had barely left his mouth when that dark aura reappeared, making Curran's eyes change. He whipped around to look and saw the skeleton standing there again. It said, I see, even a low-tier fairy is still a fairy. Curran pinched his nose, face turning purple as he complained. Disgusting stinks and won't stay down. I'll crush you to dust. Just like that, the little guy charged again. But this time Leo seemed to sense something and shouted, Curran, get out of there. The moment the words left his mouth, the skeleton slammed its sword hard into the ground below. Immediately after, whip-like streams of mana lashed straight toward the tiny fairy. Fortunately, he managed to swerve aside at the last second, ultimately crashing straight into Leo. Wait, what the hell was that? He groaned. Meanwhile, Leo's expression had turned deadly serious. He said, this is a Tartarus monster, one that's existed for a very long time, a death knight. From the opposite side, the skeleton introduced itself. My name is Karger, a knight serving the Great Lick, and the one who will lead you to death. As it spoke, the skeleton tightened its grip on the sword and charged to attack. Seeing that, Leo didn't hesitate either. He swung his sword to meet it head-on. Leo's blade pierced through its body. However, what he struck was only an afterimage. The real Karger had already circled behind him. On this side, Leo sensed the deadly presence right at his back and quickly spun around. What he saw was a powerful slash coming straight from Karger. With one simple swing, it unleashed a dark energy blade that slammed toward Leo. Fortunately, Leo reacted in time to raise an energy barrier around himself. Even so, he was still forced back. On the other side, Karger seemed to feel he had Leo cornered and calmly advanced, its voice carrying a hint of praise. To deploy celestial light aura in such a short time, not bad at all. Then, without giving Leo a chance to regain his footing, the skull charged again, forcing Leo to hurriedly raise his sword to block. While the two were locked in a stalemate, Karger kept yapping like a mad dog. All resistance is pointless, human. From the side, Curran saw Leo struggling against the big-headed one's attacks and rushed in to help. Leo, I'll back you up. Well, Curran meant well, but the moment he rammed into Karger's armor, he was instantly repelled, ultimately face-planting into the snow. Am I out of juice already? If only I had my wings. Before he could finish, Leo's voice drowned him out. By the name of the contractor, answer my summons. As the words rang out, blazing red flames erupted from Leo's body. Seeing that, the skull panicked and quickly leaped back. Now in their line of sight, a mysterious magic circle glowed beneath Leo's feet, while fiery wings sprouted from his back, radiating overwhelming heat. Seeing this, Curran's eyes lit up with joy. What? There's another contractor besides me. Ignoring the little one's innocent reaction, Leo launched his attack. He swung his sword forward hard, releasing his aura in the shape of a phoenix head that tore through the air at blinding speed. Karger's body was blasted far back by the force of the strike. Next, the wings on Leo's back slowly faded, transforming into the small phoenix Farina. Witnessing the industrial chicken-looking thing, the tiny Curran ran over and patted the phoenix on the back several times, making it extremely annoyed. Back to Karger, at this point it no longer dared underestimate Leo. A phoenix and a fairy. I absolutely cannot let them live. As soon as it finished, an intense dark aura surged from its body, as if preparing some ultimate move. It raised its sword high and slammed it hard into the ground. From the point of impact, a crimson liquid began spreading outward in all directions. The skull started chanting, Army of the dead, devour every living soul in this forsaken land. As the incantation ended, from within that pool of blood, a horde of skeletons rose up, each one armed, eyes glowing red like rabid dogs that never got their shots. Leo instantly recognized it. It's a curse, continuous summoning. His life force began to fade from the holy aura covering his sword, making Curran freak out. You're giving up. No more aura. In response, Leo flashed a confident smile. As if he bent his knees slightly. Leo dropped into a starting stance, whispering to himself, this is Kyle's mana. It's been a long time since I used it. Thinking it over, he immediately cast Thunder Shock, causing the ground beneath his feet to instantly sink into a large bowl-shaped crater. The shockwave rippled outward in all directions, forcing the advancing undead horde to pause for a moment. Seizing that opening, our protagonist charged forward to attack without hesitation. He unleashed Gale Slash, tearing through the skeletons in a storm of blades. They couldn't react at all and were shredded into pieces. More precisely, Leo deliberately targeted only the weaker undead. This drove Karger into a furious rage. "Stop right now. If you call yourself a knight, face me with honor." He roared loudly, but Leo wasn't foolish enough to play along with that demand. "You're the one who summoned a whole army of minions. Now you're talking about honor." Knowing full well he had no intention of bleeding out here against a bunch of skeletons, Leo gathered a bit of force in the soles of his feet, then shot straight up into the air, leaving Karger screaming helplessly. Damn it, he's running away. Time passed quickly, cutting to a secluded corner of the forest. Leo had finally stopped to catch his breath. This spot should be safe enough. A Death Knight appearing inside Elf Holy Ground. Is Tartarus searching for something here? Leo furrowed his brow in thought. Before long, his attention was drawn by the footsteps of a stray undead, but he didn't let his guard down for a sec. He subtly reached for the sword at his hip, ready to strike. Yet before he could act, the undead's body was suddenly sliced into 3 pieces. Immediately after, a sword tip was pressed right against his throat. "Are you the one who summoned that thing, human?" The question came from a long-haired young man. In response, the protagonist calmly answered, "No, I'm a student from Lumern Academy. I have nothing to do with those skeletons." As he spoke, he carefully observed the other's uniform and deduced that this person was also from Saron Academy. On the opposite side, the long-haired guy didn't seem to believe him at all and shouted, "What a convenient lie. Necromancer scum, drop dead." With those words, he thrust his sword forward hard. But how could such a straightforward attack possibly hit Leo? With a slight tilt of his body, he dodged effortlessly. Taking advantage of the moment, while the other hadn't recovered from his swing, Leo struck the hilt of his sword straight into the guy's torso, making him cry out in pain and drop to his knees in front of Leo. But before Leo could teach him another lesson, another voice rang out from behind. "That's enough. I apologize for his rudeness. My name is Rune El Rundoa, first-year student of Saron Academy. Please don't think all Saron students are like." On this side, the red-haired girl's attitude seemed genuinely sincere, so Leo nodded. "Apology accepted. So what brings you from Saron all the way here?" Rune answered cheerfully. "I've been staying in Berkia for a while on field training." "What about you?" Leo replied that he was here on a practical assignment, then turned to leave, "So I need to go report back to my professor now." Seeing this, Rune didn't try to stop him and gave a slight bow. "Farewell. May the Berkia forest protect." To Leo, Rune El Rundoa, that name sounds familiar somehow. The protagonist pondered for a moment, unaware that while he was lost in thought, the long-haired student was getting thoroughly scolded by Rune. "Worst student in advanced class 1, and you still managed to screw things up while trying to show off. What's wrong with you, idiot? This is so embarrassing." Time passed quickly, cutting to the grand lecture hall. Right after returning, Leo and the lazy Professor Herod went to report everything to Uncle Ursar. However, he didn't seem particularly concerned. A Death Knight in the Holy Land. Tragedies and monsters have been appearing for some time now, but the level of corruption isn't too severe yet. Hearing that, Professor Herod reminded him, he's not the type of student who lies. Before the professor could say more, another voice interrupted. "Misunderstandings and ignorance have always been lies since ancient time." A first-year hero candidate who just stepped onto this path claims to have encountered a Death Knight. The black-haired, bespectacled man was Herdem Wintle, homeroom teacher for Advanced Class 1, first years at Saron Academy. Seeing him appear, Ursar turned to introduce his identity and asked him to continue. Herdem coldly looked at Leo and went on. "He must have seen a Mist Knight and mistaken it. I don't believe he could escape a Death Knight on his own. He's just a first-year student." Then Herdem turned to question Herod. "Professor Herod, do you really believe this student's story?" Herod replied firmly, "Of course. He may be only a first year, but he's the representative of the entire department." Hearing that information, Herdem's eyes shifted slightly as he thought. If what he says is true, this could broaden the perspective of Saron students. But in any case, the Death Knight part is probably nonsense. Having decided, Herdem boldly proposed, "If he's the department representative, surely he's confident in his magic too. I suggest a joint class between Saron's Advanced Class 1 and Lumern Academy." Cutting to a welcoming banquet somewhere, chatter filled the room. "Wanna go on a blind date?" "Sorry, I already have a boyfriend, so I can't." In one corner of the room, the merchant boy Carl said excitedly, "Wow, they're holding such a grand exchange event. Saron really is loaded." Not just him. Even the mage girl Chelsea nodded in admiration. This is practically on the level of an imperial banquet. The red-haired mage girl was so excited she could barely contain herself. "I heard tomorrow we'll get to experience Saron's teaching style. I'm so pumped." Elsewhere, Professors Herdem and Harrod were were also discussing. Observing them, Leo thought silently to himself, proposing a joint class so suddenly. He's probably the type who has to see it with his own eyes to believe. Just then a voice interrupted his thoughts. We've met once before, haven't we? Care to dance a song? The one making the offer was none other than Rune. Next to the gentle melody on stage, Leo and she began dancing together. After witnessing Leo's perfectly synchronized movements, the corner of Rune's mouth curved into a small smile. You know the L's dance, Leo nodded. I learned it a long time ago. Seeing someone who matched her rhythm, Rune asked cheerfully, thinking about it, I still don't know your name. What should I call you? Leo answered Leo Plove, just Leo is fine. The moment she heard that name, the smile on her face froze solid. All the pleasant atmosphere they'd built vanished instantly. Rune immediately grabbed Leo's collar and shouted, then how dare you steal someone else's contract? I'll kill you. Back to Leo in his mind, he recalled what the Phoenix mother Farina had said before. Reina is the one who carries my memories, and also the one who saved Ellen Lundar's life. I'm sorry, the child was supposed to be the original contractor. Remembering those words, Leo immediately realized Rune was that child, the original contractor of Farina. Thinking so, he gave a faint smile, unaware that this very action only fueled Rune's anger even more. You thieving bastard. Before she could say anything else, Leo offered a simple, sincere smile. Farina is doing fine. Right after those words, Leo was basically done for. Rune's teeth clenched so hard. She lunged at him in a full-on brawl, amid the bewildered stares of all the other students. Naturally, not long after, others intervened to stop the fight. Rune was now bowing her head in apology. I'm sorry, Leo Plove. Please forgive my rudeness. She spoke with an extremely forced expression, her whole body trembling from holding back. Fortunately, Leo understood the reason and didn't take it to heart. It's fine. The misunderstanding has been cleared up. We'll take our leave now. And just like that, Leo and Professor Herod slipped away from the area. Once they were gone, it was Professor Herdam's turn to put on a stern face. Student Rune, never make that mistake again. As the first-year representative of Saron Academy, Rune's face darkened. Yes, I understand. The professor continued, in tomorrow's joint class we must prove it. That Saron is superior to Lumern, no superior to all hero academies. The bespectacled professor spoke with fiery determination, while Rune kept trembling. Noticing that, Herdam cleared his throat a few times to adjust his tone. All right, from now on. Before he could finish, Rune, the girl with the bigger mouth, cut in. I will never lose to that bastard again. I'll crush him. Don't worry, teacher, for the honor of Saron. Looking at her current state, Tide suddenly felt a twinge of worry in his heart. And so the next day, the joint class between Lumern and Saron academies took place. On the podium, Professor Herod's voice rang out. It is an honor to meet the first-year students of Saron Academy. I am Professor Herod, currently teaching at Lumern Academy. Today, you will experience a model lesson from Lumern Academy. With that, he glanced toward his 3 students and announced, Carl, Tide, Ileana, step forward. You will lead today's lesson. You are the most outstanding students who have survived at Lumern. Show them what you've learned. On the opposite side, the 3 industrial chickens, who had just received such grand praise from their teacher, were so moved they nearly cried. Even the mage girl Chelsea felt envious, so that's why they called one from each department. Unlike her innocent mindset, Leo immediately guessed Herod's real intention. Feels like the lazy professor just dumped it on us randomly. And so the lesson began, with Carl's group stepping up to demonstrate their magic, while the Saron students eagerly took out paper and pens to take note. Elsewhere, Professor Herdam silently observed everything and thought to himself, looking from the perspective of another race can open new methods. Yet strangely, the class president still hasn't appeared. As he spoke, his gaze drifted toward Leo sitting, not far away. Then, after Carl's group finished their presentation, Chelsea shouted excitedly, "Great job, everyone." Next, Herdam stepped forward and spoke. That was truly an interesting lesson from Lumern students. I can clearly feel that each of you has developed your abilities very deeply in your respective fields. At this point, he paused briefly, picked up a piece of chalk, and began writing something on the board. Saron students follow a different approach from Lumern students. All Saron students learn magic as the foundational base, so we aim for a balanced training model, not overly biased toward any one type of magic. Back to Leo's perspective, hearing Professor Herdam say this, disdain rose in his heart. Balanced, huh? How ironic, teaching everything, but the theory is all just magic tricks. Just a performance, typical arrogant L. Thinking this, Leo yawned openly right in the middle of class, making the other students feel second-hand embarrassment. Naturally, Herdam noticed it too. His evaluation of Leo dropped even further, and he's the one spreading rumors about fighting a death knight. His attitude toward learning is trash. Brushing those random thoughts aside, the professor concluded, theory like this is enough. According to his words, somehow Herdem used a certain spell, and in the palm of his hand, a six-pointed star shape crystallized, emitting a gentle light. Let me show you the true essence of Saron. Originally, the elf race is a race of magic. The small star shot up into the air, then began splitting into many smaller stars, filling the entire auditorium with dazzling light. The mage girl Chelsea shouted in excitement when she recognized it. That's stellar magic, the original magic of the elf race. Back to Herdem, seeing the students' interest peaked, he continued. This is our essence, stellar magic Istar. The formula I'm writing here is the great legacy of our ancestors, Goddess Luna, and it forms the foundation of the entire stellar system. The magic I just used is only one branch among countless variations derived from that formula. Isn't it beautiful? He spoke with a face full of arrogance. Then suddenly Leo's arm shot up as if he had a question. Herdem turned and nodded toward him. Go ahead, class president. In his head, Leo thought to himself, I'm honestly not that into spirit magic anyway. But instead of asking a question, Leo dropped a comment that sent everyone into instant panic. That explanation is wrong. Right after those words left his mouth, Rune's face flooded with murderous intent, while Harrod instinctively wiped a bead of sweat from his brow. Herdem, meanwhile, was barely holding back his rage as he snapped. What did you just say, kid? Hearing that, Leo stayed perfectly calm and repeated himself. I said that spell could never be activated. The air in the room suddenly turned so thick and suffocating it was downright terrifying. After a beat or two of silence, Herdem's scowling face finally admitted, of course it can't, it's an incomplete spell, so it was never meant to be cast in the first place. Our ancestors deciphered Luna's legacy and somehow restored it to the version we have now. Only then did everything click for Leo. So it's a lost magic. Makes sense he wouldn't know the answer. That approval was created by Luna herself when she built the magic system for the sole purpose of passing it down to me, Kyle. Completely unaware of the thoughts running through Leo's mind, Herdem started getting petty and sneered. Looks like this student knows quite a bit about spirit magic. If our explanation is wrong, why don't you show us your version? At that, the lazy professor seemed about to raise a hand to stop things, but Leo had already stepped down from the podium. As he walked, he thought, the magic the elves are using now is just a copy. I'm the one who inherited the full essence of Luna, but I died before I could pass it on to another elf clansman. Maybe we were born to meet each other. Spirit magic is the pride of the fairy race, but it's the founder's legacy. If this keeps going, it could spark conflict across the entire academy. With that in mind, Leo raised his hand. He began drawing formula after formula across the board. Still, the students didn't seem to get what he was trying to convey. What kind of explanation is this? It looks like spirit magic, but I've never seen those formulas before. Ignoring them completely, with just a few swift strokes, Leo finished his entire formula. What he left on the board was a glowing green symbol, shaped like a leaf. Staring at that symbol, Herdem's eyes suddenly welled up with tears. His voice trembled with emotion. This magic, what is it? Have you ever used it before? Inside Leo's mind, memories surfaced of the moment his teammate Luna spoke to him. Hey Kyle, look, I finally finished it. I'm only showing it to you, Kyle. This spell makes flowers bloom in full glory. Right then, in the protagonist's hand, a single flower slowly unfurled out. From the center of his palm, 5 pointed stars began drifting and dancing everywhere, leaving the group of students stunned as they watched. The red-haired girl piped up. Our class rep just did something seriously amazing, right? Off to the side, Rune found it even harder to believe. What the hell is this? What's with the professor's reaction? Is that bastard really holding the founder's legacy? In her eyes at that very moment, Herdem couldn't even stay on his feet anymore. He dropped to his knees. Incredible. So many elemental reactions are coming from it. Don't tell me this spell is just some chant to make flowers bloom. In response, Leo willingly decided to enlighten them. It's not that simple. During the Age of Calamity, flowers were nearly driven to extinction. To Nebula's founder, weren't flowers something truly special? Back in that memory, when Leo saw the spell had 0 combat value, he grumbled. What is this? Some useless magic. He reached out and touched the flower. Meanwhile, the mage Luna was still bouncing with excitement. Do you know how beautiful flowers are? One day, I'll see a world covered in them. Snapping back to the present, Professor Fafnir gazed at Leo with pure reverence in his eyes. It's true, the founder really did embed the truth into it. But who is this student? How does he know things like this? For Leo, of course, he couldn't tell the truth. Instead, he leaned in and whispered to the black-haired guy, My name is Leo Plo. I self-taught spirit magic through ancient texts. I study multiple systems, and I'm a naturally gifted mage. The more Leo spoke, the more shocked Herdem became as he asked, Could you be connected to an elf bloodline? Leo smiled and shook his head. Not at all. Before their conversation could drag on, the lazy professor cut in. My student was rude. I apologize. Let's wrap up this lesson here. For now, it's best we don't take any official stance on this matter. Hearing that, Herdem hurriedly grabbed Herod's hand and asked, Professor Herod, this might be bold of me, but could we possibly transfer student Leo Plove to our school? At those words, Herod's head filled with question marks, while everyone around them erupted in stunned murmurs. Time flew by. Now the mage girl Chelsea was cheerfully presenting her violently purple sausage-looking dish. Tada, Llewellyn's special soup is done. Beside her, the red-haired mage held up a plate of something so horrifying it hurt to look at. And this is deadly risotto, delicious enough that only one person survived. Staring at the food, Carl and Tide both felt their souls leaving their bodies. The biggest nightmare since joining Lumern. Do we seriously have no other choice? They muttered under their breath. When they hesitated, Ileana immediately shoved a spoonful into Carl's mouth with a bright smile. Try it, come on, try it. Carl gritted his teeth, summoned every ounce of courage he had, and swallowed the monstrous bite. Barely a second later, his retching echoed through the room, driving the red-haired girl insane. What the hell are you doing, you idiot? Standing off to the side watching, Professor Herod could only clutch his head in motion for Leo to step in and stop them. Meanwhile, Ursar burst out laughing heartily. Haha, it's great to see the students having fun. Then he turned his gaze toward Leo. Hold on a sec. You should know about this. The Elselvikia Grand Council has made their decision regarding the Death Knights. Simply put, they've confirmed multiple undead and Death Knights appearing in the Fairy Forest. So they're requesting both Lumern and Saron academies to cooperate and investigate the anomaly in the Fairy Woods. But sending only a group of fragile first years would be extremely dangerous. We've already proposed to Saron that once the mission starts, they'll investigate alongside their upper year students. Thinking it over, Leo asked back. The council leader came all the way here just for that request. Ursar shook his head in reply. No, actually I came here personally for you, Leo. My granddaughter wants to meet you. Following his words, the white-haired girl Iron poked her head in from outside and shyly approached Leo. Leo, how have you been lately? I said I'd come, so I got special permission. Leo nodded and greeted her back. Thanks for coming. I'll introduce you to my class. From behind, Chelsea's eyes sparkled like stars the moment she saw her. She's way too cute. What's your name? Why didn't you come to the exchange event? Class rep, how do you even know her? She's adorable. So cute. The barrage of questions came flying one after another, making Iron's face burn bright red with embarrassment. Finally unable to take it anymore, she bolted upstairs, leaving Chelsea and Ileana looking confused. Did we do something wrong? Is she really that shy? As for Ursar, seeing the scene unfold, the handsome man didn't seem surprised at all and simply looked toward Leo with expectation. Leo, I'm counting on you. The white-haired girl shrank into a corner somewhere down the hallway until a coat was tossed right onto her. The one who threw it was none other than Leo. Iron hesitated and asked, but won't Leo get cold like this? Leo smiled and shook his head. Don't worry about me. But why did you run away from Sarah? That question made the timid girl fall silent for a moment. She clutched the coat tightly and answered, because I'm not cut out to be a hero. When life at Saron started feeling overwhelming, I met someone who was like sunshine. That was Rune. She's truly amazing. She can do anything, always confident and kind to everyone. She's the real hero. So I began admiring her. I wanted to follow in her footsteps. I pushed myself into the advanced class 1 on my own. But during the main evaluation match, I made a huge mistake. And I think she started hatting me after that. By the end of it, her pointed ears drooped low, looking utterly dejected. Seeing her like that, Leo felt a faint memory stir inside him. She's not the type of person who deserves to be hated. And Rune isn't the type to hate someone over something trivial. I should ask her about it sometime. For some reason, I keep seeing traces of Berkia in her. With that thought, Leo gently brought it up. Do you like the story of Berkia? For Iron, just hearing talk about ancient heroes instantly lifted her mood. Yes, that's the story of my ancestor. Leo tilted his gaze up toward the starry sky and continued. Then you probably know how Berkia admired the great heroes who guided her and followed in their footsteps. That's how she became a hero, right? Don't worry about what others think. Just walk the path you want to walk. When you do, everything will feel amazing and fun too. As he spoke, Leo extended his hand toward the shy girl. Time passed quickly until the next day. By now, both classes had gathered in the fairy forest. The red-haired Rune still carried her usual fiery aura as she demanded, "How the hell did you convince Iron?" Leo shrugged casually. I told her she doesn't have anything to be afraid of when it comes to you. That immediately caught Rune off guard. Iron is scared of me. Why? Leo explained. She said you were terrifying during the evaluation match, so she thought you hated her after that. Hearing it, the redhead's face turned a little flustered. Wait, that's only because Iron was so strong I had to focus completely on the fight. Take care of her. She probably needs it. Leo advised. At the same time, hurried footsteps echoed from the distance. Recognizing who had just arrived, Professor Hurdam smiled warmly. You guys are here. Following their gazes, the newcomers were a group of upper-year students, led by Radha Algra, Saron Academy's third-year representative. The purple-haired guy cheerfully waved at the professor, and Hurdam returned the greeting enthusiastically. Radha, your recent thesis was pretty interesting. Standing off to the side observing, Leo's attention drifted to the ring on the guy's finger. Then he turned to the red-haired girl. Rune, who's that? Rune explained, that's Senior Radha. He's the third-year rep. He was nothing special until second year, then he suddenly improved like crazy and became the talk of the whole semester. That information made Leo's eyes flicker with something subtle, unaware of any of this. Once everyone had fully assembled, the two professors began briefing the mission. Now that we're all here, let's start the group task. Each group will have 2 to 3 first years and 1 third year. Group 1, Leo Plove, Rune El Rundoa, and Rata Algra. Lunia walked behind with a sullen, annoyed expression. Yeah, this is irritating. Herdium's words echoed in her head. I hope the two of you grow closer after this opportunity. Lunia scowled, eyes practically spitting fire. Why do I have to be paired with a thief? Leo seemed to see the issue and asked coolly, still talking about theft. Lunia's head felt like it was about to explode. She glared fiercely at him. Of course, I still don't recognize you as Fiona's contract holder. Leo just gave a calm sideways glance and replied, fine by me. On the map, this was the Expedition Squad area, a snowbound region assigned to the Fairy Forest Survey Team. Current status, they had been split into smaller teams. Leo, Lunia, and Radha's group was deep in the woods. Chelsea and Iron, the green-haired boy, were in the area of the golden poplar trees. Elena and Luca, the brown-haired boy, were at the herb cluster. Nella accompanied Carl in the conifer records area. Finally, the blue-haired boy and the dark brown-haired man were guarding the forest entrance. Lunia glanced around. Hey, where did the senior go off to alone? We were supposed to move as a group. Leo recalled that he'd cheerfully said then, I'll go separately, meet at the forest center. He pondered thoughtfully. He must have had something to handle alone. On the ground, Leo's hand sensed a strange aura rising up. Lunia peered carefully to both sides, eyes full of worry. But we've come this deep and still haven't met any undead. Last time there were quite a few. Leo's expression tightened. He suddenly realized something. It looked the same as last time. Leo raised his hand for Silrod to inspect, asking for a closer look. Look closely, this is an illusion spell. It's the magic of the Spirit King, right? But it doesn't look like my father's magic, Lunia said. He recalled, this land now carried a curse. The curse of death, one only recognizable to those who lived through the calamity. There, inside a gloomy castle, Kaiser knelt clutching his sword. He was Erebos' most loyal subordinate and commander of Tartarus. You survived the calamity. A worried look crossed Leo's face. The Death King of the Underworld, Kaiser. He remembered a quiet night when Kaiser addressed his followers. The Death King will not act personally. Karger, the Death Knight, may serve as his agent. Back in the present, Leo put his hand on his thigh, readying himself to stand. He raised his hand and looked up at the sky with determined eyes. There's something in the fairy realm that Saron wants to protect. Lunia stared in confusion. What? Do you sense something? Suddenly Leo's eyes widened in shock. He watched deeper into the forest. Something was approaching. Leo immediately assumed a combat stance, gripping his sword. Then a voice called out, Phew, how's the investigation going? Radha stepped out with a beaming face. From the distance, the first-year representatives approached and Lunia shouted, Senior Radha. He came over to the two of them and asked, So did you two encounter any undead? Lunia closed her eyes and complained, You scared us. No, I didn't see any. Radha spread his hands and grinned. You were the first to find the Death Knight, right? Leo politely offered a quick handshake. Yes, he thought to himself. That black ring was exactly as I suspected. Radha looked at Leo and spoke ruefully. You might be mistaken. He laid a hand on his shoulder and smiled softly. There wasn't any undead, let alone a Death Knight. But it's fine. It's normal for first years to get overexcited. Radha raised a hand to explain. Do you know high-tier undead like the Death Knight will be dismissed if their Deathbender doesn't keep supplying enough mana? Of course, that's why demon summoners always stay by the Death Knight's side, Leo replied. Lunia placed a hand on her chest, face panicked. So that means there's a demon in this forest. In the city, people bustled along the streets below. Radha continued, but this is Berkia, the capital of Elsabekia. He looked at Lunia with confidence. If you're a student of Saron, you should know, right? About the grand constellation magic applied around Berkia. Lunia's face showed fear. It's a ward created by the venerable founder, Miss Luna. No demon can get in. That's true, Lunia said, voice still strong. But there's no rule that the Deathbinder must be a demon. Leo's face turned cold as he spoke. Entities other than demons can also wield dark power. Suddenly Radha grew strange, laughing eerily. For example, even fairies. That's an intriguing idea. He looked at Leo, grinning as he said, "It seems you don't know how proud the fairy race is." Then Radha turned away, offering parting words. "Finish the investigation and meet back at the forest entrance." Watching Radha's manner, Leo smartly realized he was searching for something. Lunia, standing beside him, sensed it too, eyes full of dread. This guy knows something. As the sun set, the night sky fell. That night, amid the white snowfall, in a certain house a voice rang out. "Commander, your team didn't find the Death Knight either." Carl had his hand behind his chair, face dejected. "Forget the Death Knight, we didn't even see any undead." Hearing that, Chelsea jumped up excitedly, all the more suspicious. Her face brimmed with excitement, hands clenched. "The headmaster definitely said undead were found here. So how did they vanish as soon as we arrived to investigate?" Carl watched and gave a helpless smile. Then he pretended to be tired, face listless. "I'm going to sleep." Chelsea quick-wittedly grabbed Carl's tie. "Not so fast." Elsewhere, Leo leapt down from the window to the ground, eyes fixed in one direction. At an upscale apartment building, the Saran Academy dormitory, a door was being opened. Leo's cold figure entered, a sword at his hip. A notebook labeled Radha sat on the table. He thought, just as predicted, he slipped out of the dorm. Suddenly, Leo's gaze shifted to the map on the table. He touched the marked spot. "This is the entrance to the fairy realm." From behind, Lunia climbed in through the window, frowning angrily. "What are you doing here?" Hearing the familiar voice, Leo turned. His hand clamped over Lunia's mouth to stop her from speaking. "SH8." She crossed her arms, annoyed and reproachful. "You've been acting weird since earlier. What are you doing here now?" Leo's hand remained on Lunia's mouth, face worried. "I'm looking for Radha, but he slipped away. He's definitely gone to the fairy forest." His eyes stared toward somewhere. Behind the door, a voice called out. "Didn't you say Radha was sleeping? I hear talking." Lunia looked toward the door, puzzled. Why would Senior Radha be? At that moment, Leo's hand suddenly draped over her shoulder. Then he hugged Lunia and lifted her up to her shocked surprise. Then Leo hugged Lunia and jumped out the window. Meanwhile, in another room, Iron was reading when she heard an odd sound. She slowly got out of bed and went to the window. Iron peered out. She saw Leo carrying Lunia affectionately. "Leo, you and Miss Lunia." In that moment, Iron panicked, dropping her book to the floor, legs trembling. This is clearly. In her mind, a love scene bloomed, Leo and Lunia, lovelier than flowers. Handsome Leo stroked Lunia's hair. "Let me join you." Lunia, the honored fire mage, with her beautiful face, gazed at Leo adoringly. "Prince Leo," Iron imagined the scene and exclaimed, brighter than the sun. She cupped her cheeks, eyes full of bliss. A secret romantic date. Night fell with winds rustling and heavy snow sweeping down. Leo led the way, hands in his coat pockets, looking annoyed. "How long are you going to follow me? Go back to the dorm." Lunia followed, scowling. She frowned angrily. "Do you think Senior Radha is connected to all this? He only arrived this morning, while you encountered the Death Knight days ago." Suddenly Lunia stopped, face full of suspicion. "But you too." From behind, Iron collapsed to her knees, exhausted, and called out, "You two have enough distance between you already." Lunia turned back, deeply worried. "Iron, when did you get here?" Leo, unfazed, said coldly, "She's been following us." Iron looked up in a panic and cried, "Oh my God, students must not have unhealthy romantic relationships. Boys and girls can't be alone together." At that, Lunia looked confused, frowning. "What?" Leo was stunned, eyes probing in confusion. "What are you talking about?" Iron, embarrassed, clenched her fists and shouted, "A male and a female. I saw everything, even you sneaking out of the dorm together. It's abnormal." Her face flushed. "Of course Miss Lunia is gorgeous, and Leo, you're very handsome too." Hearing this, Lunia froze like a statue, and Leo rubbed his head helplessly. "Iron, you misunderstood." He stared at Lunia and gestured. "Lunia, say something." She trembled up front, lips anxious. "What?" Then Lunia turned back, cheeks flushed. "It's not like that, I mean." Suddenly something flashed, by that sent a chill through Leo. From the ground, a hand clawed its way up. They all stood there in panic. Leo shouted, "It's undead." Without hesitation, he drew his sheathed sword, while Iron remained in a state of shock. A gloomy voice intoned, "Welcome to the fairy forest." Leo calmly drew his sword and said coldly, "They're all high-tier undead bone soldiers." Lunia gritted her teeth, snarling, "Where did these things come from all of a sudden?" Before acting, he turned and asked, "Lunia ready?" She dropped to her knees, traced a fire magic circle, preparing to fight. Of course. Lunia was blazing with spirit. She unleashed the firestorm skill. A massive blaze erupted, consuming the high-tier undead in an instant. Bragging over her success, she laughed loudly. "How about that? No undead coming out of the fire, right?" Iron's voice warned, "Watch out." Lunia startled and turned toward Iron at the sound. Iron immediately lunged in front of her, raising a shield to block the undead's blow. No matter how fierce the high-tier undead attacked, Iron held firm because the shield in his hand was the shield of Animus. She gathered her strength and launched herself forward, striking at it. Iron shouted, tightening his grip on the sword hilt as his aura surged skyward. With a razor-sharp slash, he easily severed the high-tier undead's head. The remaining torso was neatly dealt with by a violet vortex. Watching Lunia clapped in praise, "You're really good." Iron scratched his head and smiled sheepishly. "Ha ha." Leo nodded in admiration, not expecting that move. Iron replied modestly and embarrassed, "It's nothing special." Iron asked a question that made Lunia uneasy. "Then why are you two out here so late at night?" He seemed to read her thought and denied it immediately. "Lunia and I aren't in the kind of relationship you think." Lunia coughed, regained her composure, and continued, "Yes, we only stopped at the third-year seniors' dorm to investigate." Iron, surprised, "Really?" She pointed at Leo and jabbered on, "Exactly. Wouldn't it be better for you if romantic troubles didn't distract me from studying? That means fewer rivals for you." Iron mouthed a denial. "Why would you try to stop it that much?" He placed a hand on his chest, expressing his point. "Lunia is the top student, and I want you to always be the best, because you will become a hero." Lunia froze, surprised to hear this. Huh, he really thinks that. Evaluating the advanced combat class, Saren fell silent, breathing raggedly but forcing herself to keep fighting. She held a sword in one hand and a shield in the other, and a honeycomb shield floated before her. She blushed with excitement at the sight. Just as Iron predicted, she still holds out. Among all the first years, only Iron can face her. The corner of Lunia's mouth curved into a faint smile. Her expression shifted quickly. Lunia raised her hand, grit her teeth, and cast magic. "All right, I'll go all out too." Iron gaped at Lunia, pupils wide with astonishment. She frowned in alarm, her face paling with fear. A dustan flame burst rose after the thunderous explosion. Now Lunia understood. She finally grasped what his expression had meant then. She closed her eyes and sighed. "And why didn't he come to school after that?" Lunia softly called, "Iron." She took Iron's hand and said, "I want you to keep coming to school because you're my friend." Iron didn't agree immediately. "Wait, me and Miss Lunia friends, don't you hate?" Lunia gave a sincere smile. "We're friends, didn't you know? As a friend and also a rival, I hope you can keep challenging me." Iron's eyes widened in delight, softly uttering, "Friend and rival." Quickly her mood sank. But Iron glanced toward Leo to probe. "You two really aren't a couple." Lunia blushed, jolting, and exclaimed. "Ah," she hurriedly protested. "We already said we're not." Leo stood still inside. Kids really do grow up by fighting. Cut to a deathly forest, where the cawing of crows echoes. A voice from the nether of Kargar rang out. "You must be surrounded, mate." He turned his head back, sneering. "We have some uninvited guests." A cloaked figure appeared and demanded, "What? Isn't that supposed to be your warrior's job?" He took off his hood and growled in greeting, "Death Warrior Kargar." Kargar glared, gritting his teeth. "Bastard." He stepped toward him, each word forced out. "Command to control the warriors of the Death King." Kargar tried to intimidate with his presence. "Are you treating me like a subordinate?" He showed the ring on his hand without fear and replied, "You seem to be forgetting the fact that the Death King has chosen me." He replaced his hood and turned away. "Once the summoning circle is complete, I won't need Tadaris' help anymore." Kargar laughed wickedly, watching his retreating back. "So until then, I'll be relying on you." Kargar's eyes glowed red with a cunning thought. "Of course." The scene shifted to another forest, where a full moon shone through the silent canopy. Lunia followed behind Leo and asked, "You mean the senior said I'm involved in the fairy forest issues?" "That's just his guess, don't take it too seriously." Iron stammered awkwardly, "But isn't it colder than before?" She glanced around and said, "Yes, Berkia is a cold region, but how do I put this?" Lunia's mood also fell. "Now that I think about it, it's still a bit off." Leo frowned, alert and scanning. "I think I'm sensing a curse." As he traced a magic circle, he warned, "Prepare yourselves a bit before we move further." Soon after, Curran appeared. "Look, my entrance." Fiora followed, raising a wing in greeting. At the sight of them, Lunia's face went dark with anger as she ran up, but her voice was sweet as honey. "Fiora." Lunia clasped her hands nervously, looking at the two perched on Leo's head. "How can something be this beautiful?" It's me, big sister Lunia. You remember me, right?" Iron's eyes widened in surprise. "Leo, what are these summoned creatures?" He pointed to Fiora perched above and introduced. "This is a young phoenix, Fiora." Lunia exclaimed emotionally, "Fiora, she's so beautiful." Leo then pointed to Curran and continued, "And this is the fairy prince Curran." She jumped in astonishment. To be a contract holder of both a phoenix and a fairy prince, that's impressive. Leo warned coldly, "Stop the chit-chat and get ready. We're heading toward the center of the forest." The three went deeper into the woods at Leo's prompt. From here, things will get brutal. He decisively swung a razor-sharp sword, cutting down the monster. Lunia waved her hand to summon. Fireball, sparks of flame shot straight at them. Columns of gloomy purple smoke rose from the fallen monster's corpses. The outer flesh gradually peeled away, revealing moving skeleton. Iron's eyes went wide in alarm. Dead bodies. Lunia immediately understood. There must be a necromancer nearby. Leo's sword was wreathed in flame, and he decisively unleashed a strike, dispatching 3 undead at once. The fire leapt across their bodies. Leo turned to deny, "No, there isn't anyone." Lunia still didn't believe it. "Leo, you saw it too." An orc suddenly turned into a bone soldier. He watched Curran touch the undead skull and explained, "That's not an undead created by a necromancer." Lunia asked curiously, "Then what is it?" Leo's answer left both girls stunned. "A death curse." Lunia blurted out, "A death curse? I've never heard of that before." Iron lowered his head sadly. "It will continuously summon undead across the area and turn this place into a death realm." The image of the Grim Reaper flashed through her mind, and the one who cast the curse was the commander of Tadorus, the Hell Death King Kaiser. Hearing that, she panicked and cried out, "Oh no, that means Tadorus is planning a major attack on Elsabekia. Now's the worst time. We have to tell the professors immediately." Suddenly, a strong wind swept through the forest, rattling the leaves. Lunia panicked and covered her face. Iron squinted in bewilderment. "What's that?" From the white smoke, Kargar's voice rang out, "Greetings, would-be heroes." He swung his sword at the 3 of them, growling, "Welcome to the land of the dead." Leo calmly raised his sword to parry Kargar's strike as the madman cackled. "Ha ha, you won't escape today." Kargar flew into a berserk laugh. "Despair and tremble in fear. I'll make you regret stepping into this forest." Meanwhile, Iron and Lunia supported each other fighting the undead before them. Leo cleared his throat and ordered, "I'll handle this Black Knight. Be careful, split the tasks." Iron dealt with the undead and prepared the strongest spell she could cast. The 2 girls echoed the command. "Yes, understood." Kargar spoke in surprise. "Oh, so you've chosen to fight this time." Leo didn't dodge. "I will face you." Those words were a joke to him. "You foolish brat, do you think I'll let things go your way?" Kargar thrust power into his sword, snarling, "Hear the breath of the dark." Leo frowned, pressed his lips, and used the Zerdinger sword technique. He infused the sword with fire magic, making the steel blade blaze brilliant. Leo tightened his grip and drove the tip of his sword straight through the enemy's blade with all his strength. Kargar lowered his sword and stepped back, exclaiming, "Is that a fire phoenix?" He pushed off with his heels and lunged toward him. Leo swung his sword at Kargar and shouted, "That's not just a fire phoenix. Zerdinger's flame essence has fused into it too." His blade began to melt under Leo's sword. Kargar was momentarily stunned. "The sword is melting." Leo continued to slash at him, and Kargar transformed into a red vortex and vanished. Beneath the red moon, he read Leo's mind. "He's overpowering me with combat experience." Very quickly, Kargar reappeared with an army of undead behind him. He stared at Leo's pupils, thinking, "How can a freshman kid do this?" For an instant, he was terrified by that gaze. What is that look? A blinding orange-gold light flared, forcing Kargar to clutch himself and recoil. He and the undead looked up. A blazing fireball hung suspended in the air. It was Lunia's handiwork. She bared her teeth in triumph and summoned the flame devourer. The massive fireball crashed down, swallowing them as Lunia directed it. She shouted with unabashed contempt, "Die, you miserable bone-skulled scum." Lunia flicked her hair, exhilarated. "This is what happens when you mess with me." Iron went pale and stammered, "The forest." Curran grabbed Leo's hair to keep him from being pulled into the flame devourer. "Is she really a spirit? Why so violent?" He looked at the scorched patch of forest inside. "Persistent, huh?" Leo sheathed his sword and urged, "It's not over yet, let's chase them down." But the deeper they went, the more strange eyes appeared, making the 2 girls tremble in fear. "What the hell is that?" Iron grimaced and looked around, distressed. Lunia turned pale, fearful. "Is this the curse of the dead? It's powerful." Rada's voice rose, drawing Leo's attention. A freshman. He put a hand on his hip, lecturing, "Who allowed you to go snooping in the forest at night? Even the freshman representative of Lumen acting like this. It's a disgrace to discipline." Lunia quickly realized, "Senior Rada, what are you doing here?" He stepped out of the ground magic circle and replied, "Undead are appearing in this forest. I'm investigating the cause." She heard this and cried out, revealing, "The cause is a curse, an ancient and very powerful curse." Rada frowned and asked, "A curse? You mean there's a curse here right now?" His expression made Lunia extremely worried. "It's this serious, and you didn't sense anything." Leo's voice brought everyone back. Some Lumen freshmen accidentally touched leaking artifacts from Tadorus. He pointed to the sky at the blinding light and explained, those students accidentally used dark power. That light seemed to pierce the human heart. Lunia and Iron squinted so hard they covered their eyes. The two girls turned pale, horrified by the grisly sight. The red magic circle became clearer, scattered with undead bones inside. Under the glittering aura, Leo followed Radha's posture and explained in detail, but it looks like he willingly cooperated with Tartarus. Only dark magic or necromancy would use monster flesh as a catalyst. Radha clenched his bloody hand and laughed. Cooperate? You're annoyingly, astonishingly stupid. Radha lost his composure, holding his face and gritting his teeth. Those freshmen over there, right at this spot. What he said next left the two girls gaping in shock. Miss Luna's heroic deeds are lying dormant. Radha grew even more shameless and said, but that incompetent council didn't even know it existed. What's wrong with using Tartarus to reclaim our legacy? Iron vehemently objected. That's an insult to a great hero, and you just want that legacy for yourself. Lunia rolled up her sleeves, ready to get physical with him. Leo, deal with him. Smash that annoying face and drag him to the instructors. Before charging, Leo called, Lunia, Iron. He gripped the sword hilt at his side and reminded them, from now on, fight like you're ready to kill your seniors. The two girls cried in unison, shocked. What? No sooner had Leo finished than Radha summoned a sphere that shot out multiple purple Jezia lightning bolts. In an instant, Leo was stunned and pushed back by the electrical energy. He followed up by unleashing a blanket of lightning at the three of them while calling out, Genius. Leo raised his hand to cast a spell but warned calmly, stay composed. This is what facing Tartarus is like. Radha rubbed his chin and laughed with amusement. A human who can use primal magic. What on earth are you? Though outwardly calm, his mind churned. Did he really cast and dispel a spell in that brief instant? His ability to identify me as an enemy and his combat instincts are top-notch. Radha also noted Iron and Lunia. If those two join the fight, this will get really troublesome. Having no other option, he flicked the ringed finger and made his decision. The electrical surge intensified. Leo warned the two girls in alarm. Duck. Radha unleashed an attack. Jai Shiaga. Right where he stood, an explosion rocked the ground and rocks flew everywhere. Without hesitation, Iron used his shield to pin Lunia down and protect. She forced herself upright and coughed. Did he just say Aratiga? Her eyes went wide and dumbfounded. It's just a basic spell, yet it's unbelievably powerful. Lunia's pupils dilated, her face paling in shock. Before them, Leo sank down exhausted. Radha directed 3 purple orbs toward him. Lunia cleared her throat decisively. Damn it, we have to help them. Iron nodded in agreement. Yeah. Kargar, who'd appeared from nowhere, suddenly stood before the two of them. He jeered in a voice that overpowered the girls. This is the end of the road for you, chosen hero. Lunia retorted firmly, in your dreams. Then she rose and pleaded, Iron, stall them for me. Iron stood as well and shielded her. I'll handle it. Radha glowered at Leo sprawled on the ground and sneered. Any last words before you die? You won't give up, you're awfully confident, huh? He then cleared his throat and called, Curran. At Leo's call, Curran swooped in, much to Radha's surprise. The purple orbs hovering beside Radha were blown apart by Curran. He lost his balance and fell hard to the ground. This time the tables turned. Radha was on his knees while Leo stood tall, staring at him with murderous intent. Radha ground his teeth in pain. Damn my leg. Leo's pupils glowed red as they swept over him, as if judging his crimes. Radha looked into Leo's eyes in terror. Leo, you bastard, don't tell me he really is. Now he knew fear and begged. Wait. Before Radha could finish, Leo decisively swung his sword and severed his head. Curran cheered excitedly. Nice, that crazy spirit's down, now let's smash that bony bastard. But before they could celebrate, Radha's voice rang out again to their bewilderment. Rai Ezernia. A bolt of lightning flashed down, startling Leo. Curran realized Radha hadn't fully logged out yet. He reattached his head and sneered. A half-blood fae who can still summon beasts, impressive talent. You're Leo Plove, aren't you? Before long it was healed. One side of Radha's face had been destroyed and turned demonic. His voice echoed as if from the netherworld. How delightful that I'm the one to send you off. The Death King's power wasn't bad either. Curran flinched back in fear. Radha boasted arrogantly. And if I add the founder Luna's power, I can trample those arrogant kids who rely only on talent like. He smirked inwardly. That eye looks like the mechanical demon has already started to devour you. Immediately, he thrust his hand forward, unleashing a massive magic force. Die. Leo tightened his grip on the sword hilt, his gaze unwavering. The blade arced with all his strength. Leo sneered, you failed to assimilate the mechanical demon's full power. Then he hurled himself forward like a whirlwind, the sword drawing a cold streak of light that tore the air. In an instant, one of his arms was severed and flew to the ground. The chill blade once again pressed against the bleeding wound. Radha screamed in agony. Leo said coldly, those who gain power shortcuts always lack combat sense. He urged him, come on, keep regenerating. I'll keep chopping until your mana runs out. Rada gritted out in pain. Gu-ha, having trouble, mage. He looked ahead. The humans before you are your target. Finish the summoning circle and seek the sealed power in this land. Leo replied with determination, yes, if I can absorb that power. He glanced down at his two teammates and thought to himself, those two are holding up pretty well. Looks like I need to take care of this guy first. Across from him, Rada looked at his hand. Why hasn't my arm regenerated yet? Curran pointed forward, Leo. They both looked that way. From the severed hand, blazing red lights began to form, creating a strange matrix. Look, blood suddenly surged from Rada's mouth, but he gritted his teeth and endured. Rada abruptly threw his head back, a dark red stream of blood spouting from his mouth and spraying through the air. It's too late. Iron and Lunia were left stunned as well. The blazing red matrix finally completed. Karger simply stood there, his eyes somber as he watched the whole scene. From Rada's body, a purple aura began to condense behind his back. The air suddenly roiled. Gusts of wind swept through, kicking up dust. Large cracks began to appear in the ground, spreading like a spider web. A giant hand burst up, smashing through the soil and rock above, creating a suffocating, deadly space. Curran's eyes widened. Oh my god, what is that? Leo answered calmly, Ko Lao Vuan. He explained, one of the strongest undead kings remaining. A thick smoke billowed up, swirling as if something inside was slowly taking shape. Rada laughed maniacally as his arm gradually recovered. Ha ha, I'm overflowing with power, so this is the founder's strength. Leo snapped angrily. By completing the summoning circle, he has fully taken on dark magic. He suddenly lunged forward, each powerful step smashing the ground and shattering rock. Leo tightened his grip on the sword. That filthy power can't belong to Luna. Rada laughed. Oh, is that so? The giant hand suddenly lunged toward Leo, aiming to crush him in a single squeeze. Another cluster of bones shot at him from afar like deadly arrows. He clicked his tongue. However, Leo remained unflinching. He immediately took a stance and watched each incoming movement. Rada sneered coldly. Even if it's the Death King's power, I've already got it. Curran shouted worriedly. Leo, should we retreat now? That pile of bones is too strong. Leo reassured him. No, look closely. That Ko Lao Vuong isn't stabilizing properly. Curran asked, what? He explained, it seems he rushed into a pact with the Hellwarden to summon Ko Lao Vuong. He didn't meet the summoning conditions, so it won't last long. Leo knew the basic rule of summoning. Spirit energy is needed to sustain it. He ordered, we just need to hold out until the mana keeping that pile of bones runs out. All right, let's fight, Leo commanded. Curran's support. Curran nodded. On it. He decisively thrust both hands forward. Leave this to me. Leo also began to strike, and the space suddenly filled with brilliant golden light. It radiated a violent, dangerous magic. Guangzhou watched silently, his gaze somber as if weighing something. Suddenly his eyes blazed with red light. He tightened his grip on the sword and let out a low growl. At that moment, Leo quickly took to the air. The skill gap is pretty big, but we just need to buy time. Then he suddenly smiled, a mischievous grin. Someone shouted, Jezia. Leo ground his teeth in anger. Damn it. Lunia raised her hand to form a barrier to support Leo. Phoenix shield. Leo called out, Lunia. Lunia ordered, Leo, focus on Ko Lao Vuong. I'll handle that mad elder. Leo worriedly asked, so Iron has to fight the Death Knight alone. Lunia smiled. Don't tell me you don't trust Iron. She affirmed. Iron chose to face the Death Knight head-on. Karger quickly drew his sword. Iron immediately grabbed her shield and braced. At that moment, Karger's blade descended with terrifying force. Karger roared, you are arrogant. He snarled fiercely, daring to face Karger alone. Faced with the overwhelming power radiating from him, Iron wondered if she could really do it. She watched his every move carefully. Then she suddenly shouted and rushed forward. But if I fail, everyone will be in danger. Iron's sword struck Karger with full force, but he burst into wild laughter. He then counterattacked, leaving Iron unable to react. Iron was flung violently backward. Her shield was knocked from her hand. She thought to herself, I never planned on being a hero, but then looked up. Yet, Karger smashed the shield to pieces. Compared to those two, you're far too green. Iron struggled to rise. At least I won't be a burden to them, she declared boldly. Yes, someday they'll surely become great heroes. Karger proclaimed, I'll take your head and go help the necromancer. Your brat has no chance of winning. Iron lifted her head. But do you know great heroes often have loyal followers? Iron continued, my ancestor, Lord Berkia, followed in the footsteps of a great hero and made a vow. She gripped her sword hilt tightly, to never doubt the great heroes. Karger was surprised. This is fairy power. Iron went on, so I'll believe too. Karger snarled, sword raised. Arrogant brat. Iron's heart burned with resolve. This is a technique passed down through generations of fairy knights. Karger raised his sword high and dove down from above. Die. Iron shouted loudly, endless vitality that repels death. As she yelled, she swung her sword high, eternal field. Karger's shadowy form slowly faded into the air, pieces of his body crumbling away like dust in the wind. A death knight, he whispered weakly, and he lost to a little girl like that. Iron's entire body felt like it was falling apart after that final blow. She dropped to her knees, shoulders trembling faintly, her breathing coming in short, frantic gasps. I have to hurry, help the others. Everything in front of her started to blur. I have to help them. Rada smirked, he's still breathing, the first-year rep. He flung out the spell already charged in his hand. Let's wrap this up. He shouted, Fire Thorn. Rada's eyes widened in shock. A surge of demonic energy stabbed straight into his own throat, blood erupting violently. It reflected back. Lunia appeared with a massive fire dragon roaring behind her. She laughed mockingly. HMPH, you really thought I'd just block? She roared, take this. While Rada was still frozen in place, a small flame suddenly darted in, swirling fiercely before slamming straight into his body. The blaze exploded with ferocious intensity, hurling him backward. Rada crashed hard to the ground, his whole body charred black and smoky. Lunia turned away sharply, nothing impressive. But Lunia suddenly spun back around, eyes sharp with caution. Right then, Rada raised his hand, dark mana swirling violently in his palm. That pitch-black power surged straight toward Lunia. Leo shouted in alarm, Lunia. He grabbed his sword and charged forward without hesitation. A brutal battle erupted, thick black smoke billowing and swallowing the entire area. Curran called out urgently, Leo. He asked worriedly, you okay, your hand? Curran yelped, my arm. Leo reassured him calmly, you won't die from this, don't make a scene. Curse of death. Leo muttered in alarm. In a situation like this, that's the absolute worst curse that could appear. Fiora suddenly materialized in front of him. Leo called, Fiora. Fiora smiled softly and said, cry. Lunia lit up with joy. My body. Iron whispered too. It's healing, Leo requested firmly. One more time, Fiora. The sword in his hand instantly ignited, flames wrapping tightly around the blade. Summoning magic, body swap. Leo shot upward and charged straight at Karger. Lunia exclaimed, Leo. She watched him with open admiration. He's not afraid of death at all, just like the real heroes. She softly called, Fire Thorn. Lunia touched it gently. Good job, rest now. Then she spread her palm wide. A reddish-orange glow appeared. She thrust it forcefully toward Rada. He sneered coldly. Even your proud flames have weakened. Lunia, what do you think you're going to do with that pathetic fire? Lunia shot back, you call it weak. This is the flame of the Rundua clan. But you already know, our clan has always formed contracts with phoenixes. Our very first ancestor swore to burn herself to ashes if it meant incinerating Tadaris complete. Rada frowned, suddenly rambling in confusion. You've given up. Wait, this flame, why hasn't it gone out? He clutched his burning arm in agony. Lunia gripped his hand hard. As long as our ancestors will still burns, we remain true contractors of the Phoenix. This flame won't die until every last demon is reduced to ash. Lunia stared straight into his eyes. And by the way, your left eye is completely demonic, isn't it? The flames surged higher, bathing the area in blinding golden light. This spell is called Holy Fire, a forbidden technique of the Rundua clan. Even the one who casts it can be consumed. Rada panicked, you're insane. Lunia looked at him with iron resolve. I'm not letting you escape. But suddenly the flames around them flickered and died out. Rada smirked, out of mana already. The ring on his hand began radiating dark energy. Then it's my turn. The ring's power spiraled wildly out of control. Lunia gasped in horror. What the? And then the ring slowly devoured his arm. Rada screamed, stop. After that, Rada vanished completely, leaving only the ring rolling across the ground. No, don't. Lunia collapsed in stunned disbelief. He got absorbed by the ring. What the hell just happened? She felt bewildered. When a necromancer dies, the energy source should be severed. So why is the Skeleton King still here? The ring on the ground suddenly glowed, emitting an eerie crimson light. Karger appeared out of nowhere, his killing intent thick and suffocating. Leo whispered, this energy. A mysterious dark figure sat on a throne, face hidden beneath a hood, only a murderous grin visible. Advance, draw your sword swiftly, and complete the mission you've been assigned. Leo wasn't surprised. As expected, this is Kaiser's power from hell. He's channeling strength through the demon machine, still as cunning as ever. He carefully observed everything, and realized it was heading straight for the main gate of the fairy realm. Leo attacked immediately. Curran, back me up. Kaiser raised his sword high overhead and slashed straight down at Leo. The two blades clashed violently, the battle reaching its most intense peak yet. Leo shook his head, trembling. No barrier, it's breaking. Kaiser swung again, sending Leo's body flying far back. The impact shook the ground violently, sending a massive shockwave rippling through the space. Lunia and Iron cried out in panic. Leo. In the land of the fairies, a voice shouted loudly. Leo. Leo lay unconscious on the ground. A sound rang out, beep. The sound repeated several times, jolting Leo awake as he sat bolt upright. He spread his hand open. Damn it. He sighed suddenly. I've completely run out of mana and spiritual energy. Then Leo stood up and surveyed the fairy realm. He was stunned. I never thought this place would end up so ruined. He suddenly spotted something. He muttered, this is. Then Leo fell into nostalgia. You're just gonna throw it away. Leo nodded. Yeah, Berkia, take. Berkia looked up at the dagger. Wise, not your style. Berkia shrugged. Nah, it looks dumb and useless. Leo quickly retorted. What? You know how many life and death battles this thing went through with me. A group of people called from afar. Kai. He quickly said goodbye. Time to go. He ruffled Berkia's head, then waved and left with the group. I'm off, kid. Leo murmured softly. That arrogant little brat. He looked at the dagger in his hand. Back then, he said himself he didn't need it. Then suddenly, the dagger emitted a soft blue light. Leo stared at it in complete astonishment. The dagger continued glowing, activating its magic and spreading blue light that enveloped everything. His figure faded, as if dissolving into the energy flow. Leo mused quietly. Magic sealed inside this dagger for thousands of years. He couldn't help but feel joyful. It responded to its true master, me. Leo calculated, with this much magic. He recalled the confrontation with Karger and muttered, which spell should I use? He weighed every possible strike to eliminate his opponent as quickly and decisively as possible. Leo gave a faint smile. Those kids, if that's how it is then. Lunia shouted, stay right there, you bony freak. Iron panted heavily. Lady Lunia over there. Iron panicked. That amount of magic is terrifying. A massive grand explosion magic circle erupted with overwhelming power. Lunia and Iron stared up in utter despair. Lunia exclaimed, if he's truly the Phoenix contractor, this is the bare minimum he has to be capable of. Leo walked forward slowly. The space around Lunia and Iron was now filled with countless twinkling stars. Even if it wasn't the real thing, for those kids it would be a priceless gift. Iron recalled, I once read in an ancient text about a spirit spell that dyes the entire world in the light of morning star. She continued, it's said to be the most powerful incantation. The stars kept streaming straight toward Karger, leaving him completely stunned. The end. Leo walked away calmly after dealing with the problem. He opened his palm. Curran appeared instantly, roaring aggressively. Executioner, you're mine now. King Frost Leo replied calmly, it's over. Curran blinked in surprise. When, how? Leo ordered, find your wings first. Curran suddenly remembered and flew off excitedly. Oh right. Lunia and Iron called out. Leo, he asked worriedly, you two okay? Lunia teased, worried about us. You're the one who looks roughest here. Iron gave a weak smile. I knew you two would pull through. Lunia asked curiously, but seriously, what kind of magic was that just now? It felt straight out of legend. Leo looked at the dagger. It felt like it came from the magic sealed inside this dagger, definitely connected to the great hero. Iron marveled, an artifact from the great hero. Lunia wondered, could that be why Tadorus targeted this place? Curran shouted excitedly, hey Leo, look at this. I finally found the wings Dad hid for me. He urged, yeah, help me get this off. Leo said gently, sure. Lunia suddenly froze. Wait. She pointed, isn't that a fragment of the hero's chronicle? The hero's chronicle of this world. Lunia asked in confusion, what is this? A voice rang out, you planning to defeat Erebos? Leo pondered that voice. The voice continued mockingly, you crazy, whatever, I like it. It laughed loudly, boss hunting, perfect goal for me, I love it. The voice went on, I already told you, didn't I? Now I finally understand what Tadorus is really after. A girl suddenly appeared. My name is Luna. She smiled, I'll shine like the stars in the night sky, so consider yourselves honored to have me in your party. Yes, it's me. This is a piece of Kyle's Hero Chronicle. A moment later, Harrod and Herdium rushed deep into the forest, panting heavily. Herdium called out, Student Lunia, Student Iron. Behind them, the Saren group hurried over as well. On this side, Leo and the others were safe and sound. Seeing the group rushing in, Lunia spoke, Professor Herdium. She stepped forward, holding out a piece of paper. Please look at this. It's the founder's heroic record. Herdium stared at the paper in her hand and stammered. This was on this side. Herod approached, patted his shoulder, and praised. Good job. Then he asked, so everyone who left the dorm is here now, right? He replied, there's still one more. Iron ran toward Saren and asked, Sir, about Senior Rada. Before she could finish, he calmed her. Relax, we'll talk. After that, everyone headed back to the academy together. Leo glanced back at the crumbling space, murmuring softly, Luna. On the last day of the field trip, everyone gathered in front of the teleportation gate. The two professors approached with warm smiles. As they parted, Herdium said, Thanks to this day, the students learned so much. Herod smiled back. I'm truly grateful. Lunia turned to him excitedly. Next time we meet, I'll be stronger than you. We'll see. He smiled. I'll be waiting. While they were talking, Iron came running from afar, calling his name loud. Then she declared firmly, I'm going back to Saren Academy. Her words filled Leo with joy, a satisfied smile blooming in his heart. He stepped forward, ruffled her head gently. All right, see you later. After the farewells, the group turned and stepped through the teleportation gate, returning to the academy. Back in the dorm, a loud laugh suddenly echoed. Haha, finally got my wings back. Curran was overjoyed, soaring around freely again. He shouted excitedly, Take my fist, you red monster. He was currently playing with little Fiora. The tiny chick was furious, but could only chirp angrily while dodging nonstop. Seeing the chick dodge his last attack, Curran's eyes burned with determination. Oh, you dodged that one. Looking at Fiora's mocking gaze, he grumbled, You're still weak. Curran shifted position again, charging at the little chick once more and yelling, What if you can't fly? I'll show you senior-level magic. While they were having fun, a hand reached out and grabbed Curran's wings, leaving him stunned. The one who grabbed him was Leo. He'd just finished training. Watching the struggling kid in his hand, he warned, Do you do this every time I leave? Want me to confiscate your wings for good? Curran shook his head frantically. No, I only have this one pair. Don't you feel bad for me? Suddenly, a voice called his name, drawing his attention. He glanced over. Little Fiora had transformed into a girl around 5 or 6 years old. She bowed politely. It's an honor to meet you formally. I am Phoenix Fiora. Seeing something so familiar, he turned to Curran and asked, Curran, did you do this? Curran puffed up proudly. How's that? Isn't my power awesome? Leo looked at the girl and said, No need for formalities, Fiora. But she continued politely. Mother said I must treat contractors with respect. Curran suddenly lunged, grabbing her hair and shouting, Haha, how about now? Dodge this one, huh? This time it's different from before. He was quickly silenced as Fiora reached out and squeezed his mouth shut. Ignoring his struggles, she turned to Leo. Leo, please open a path to my mother. He agreed without hesitation. Sure, and bring this guy along too. As he spoke, he raised his hand and created a spatial gate in midair. Gradually, the gate widened enough to pass through. The girl stepped forward without hesitation. Meanwhile, the struggling Curran in her grip yelled desperately, Hey, wait. The moment he finished speaking, the two of them vanished through the gate, which then disappeared completely. After finally getting those two troublemakers out of the room, Leo let out a relieved sigh. Finally some peace and quiet. He walked to his bed, sat down, and thought about everything that had happened. The Hero Chronicle and the dagger he found in Berkia. He'd already handed them over to Saren for safekeeping. In Lumern there was the monster queen Silituna, and in Saren, the Hell Death King Kaiser was pulling the strings behind every. Clearly Tadaris had erased all records of the great heroes to hide their internal enemies. It was a dirty tactic, always has been. There were still Tadaris agents lurking in Lumern who hadn't been rooted out. And in Saren, there were direct traitors like Rada. There had to be someone like that in Lumern too. He needed to find them as soon as possible. A traitor was hiding right here. Scene shift to the next day at Lumern Academy's main lecture hall. First-year students stood in neat rows below, organized by department. Up on the platform, Professor Aina Landiu announced, As informed, first years line up by department. The headmaster will arrive shortly. Down below, the students wondered why they were grouped by department instead of class. From inside, the headmaster stepped out and asked warmly, Did everyone enjoy the field trip? The reason we're gathering all first years today is to prepare for an upcoming interdepartment event. It's the departmental tournament. Hearing the headmaster's announcement, Chloe asked curiously, Interdepartment tournament, Chenzia added, so that's why we're lined up by department. Chelsea's Lumern Trivia. At Lumern Academy, each year the top department per grade is chosen. The interdepartment tournament puts each department's honor on the line. It's a massive event. The headmaster continued, To prepare for the tournament, your professors will guide you. But we've also invited special instructors for more intensive training. Chelsea's eyes sparkled with excitement below. Special instructors. In contrast, Carl yawned tiredly beside her. Am I the only one already exhausted? Suddenly someone approached from behind and spoke. I read your report on qualitative magic alchemy, Carl Thomas. The unexpected address made Carl whip around in shock. A dark-skinned girl stepped forward and sneered. That report was garbage. You know that, right? Facing her criticism, Carl trembled in fear and stammered, Senior Toryua Yan. Toryua Yan introduced herself bluntly. Hello, first years. I'll be direct. As mages, I pity all of you here. She was Toryua Yan from the 5th-year magic department at Lumern Academy. I read every midterm magic thesis you submitted. Most were cookie-cutter, zero originality. While everyone sat there getting roasted, one student raised his hand. You said you read all our submissions. The one asking was M. Luchin from the magic department. He questioned confidently. Then do you remember my paper on efficient conversion of fire attribute mana to light attribute? That was mine. Facing his confidence, Toryua Yan turned and replied, oh, that 17-page ramble. Totally average, basically just using heat energy to boost output. Magic is fundamentally a field that demands creative thinking and shows the researcher's personality. It's hard to achieve that with today's cookie-cutter methods. After that came a barrage of harsh criticism, leaving the first years below looking utterly deflated. While everyone was feeling down, a handsome young man stepped forward and introduced himself. Nice to meet you all. I'm Lee Jamua from the 5th-year Knight Department at Lumern Academy. He raised his Knight badge and encouraged them. A Knight overcomes every hardship and crisis with pure physical strength. Body training is the foundation for Knights. I'll train with you all until the inter-department tournament, looking forward to it. Facing his grand introduction, the students below raised their hands and shouted, yes, senior. Then another blonde young man entered and asked the juniors, according to you, what's the most important ability for a summoner? This is Ulta Rigdetition from the 5th-year summoning department at Lumern Academy. Eliza answered, the power to control spirit beasts. Ulta immediately shook his head. Warrenden chimed in from the side. What about overwhelming strength? Ulta replied, not always. Then he explained, the most important ability for a summoner is love. That utterly empty-sounding statement left both of them frozen for a few seconds, faces stiff. The headmaster stepped forward to introduce. All right, the top 5th-year students from Lumern Academy will be guiding you first year. Then the headmaster glanced toward Leo, who was still standing there lost in thought. He asked curiously, Leo, why are you standing there? That spot doesn't belong to any department. He was positioned in a place where no other student stood. That immediately drew everyone's attention. He declared clearly, this is the all-department zone. At his confident announcement, Toryua Yan shouted in disbelief, what, all-department zone? She warned him, Leo, are you insane? Don't you see how many people are here? This is an inter-department competition. Everyone's eyes turned toward him. Celia called out invitingly, hurry up and join the Knight department. Chelsea reminded him, Leo, you're in the magic department, remember. Looking at him, the headmaster stroked his chin and chuckled. Haha, all department zone, huh? You're right, Leo. But being personally guided by a 5th-year Lumern student is a rare opportunity. You don't want to waste this chance, do you? He answered firmly. I didn't mean I don't need the seniors' help. I just plan to participate in every class like normal. That only made the headmaster more amused. Haha, well said. Then let me ask one more thing. His tone turned cold. If you don't change your mind, you understand you'll be facing them alone, right? He showed no fear at the threat and replied calmly, of course. The students below started discussing which department to join for training. Looking at the first years, Toryua Yan spoke to Len beside her. We should focus on magic research. Didn't he analyze a spell left by the founder during the field trip? Len smiled faintly, remembering Leo's words. I like teacher Len's class the most. Then he nodded. I agree, definitely the magic department. Lee Jamua's gaze fixed on him with clear interest. He muttered to himself, that straight posture. He really has the makings of a true knight. Professor Yura was currently playfully choking Ulta and reminded him, as a 5th year, you need to be more proactive in training your juniors. Her action made the students behind her tremble even more in fear. But then the headmaster's voice rang out, stunning everyone. He announced, I've decided. This year's first-year inter-department event will be a survival battle. Scene shift to the headmaster's office. One professor asked in confusion, Headmaster, I'm not sure I follow. I thought the tournament was meant to build unity between departments and help everyone grow through friendly competition. But a survival battle sounds like individual fighting. There's no precedent for this. The headmaster replied, as you all know, this year we have a rather special student, don't we? Aina Landiu answered, you mean Leo Plove? The headmaster nodded, yes, Leo Plove. At first, everyone was just surprised he chose the all-department zone. We thought he'd hit his limit soon enough, right? Yet he keeps ranking near the top in nearly every field. Because of that, the Academy Council is paying more and more attention to him. Those words left all 3 professors stunned. Aina Landiu asked, they want Leo Plove registered in the Hero Chronicle as an all-department student. The headmaster confirmed, exactly. The founding families of Lumern Academy, Geron, Rigard, and Tercia, are the ones backing Leo. The headmaster's words made Len clench his fist in excitement. If that happens, it wouldn't be impossible for future generations to inherit Leo's abilities and create an entirely new kind of student class. Seeing the three professors' enthusiasm, the headmaster held up a hand. Of course, in the end he still has to choose one department. Scene shift to the next day at the Academy Stadium. 8 students stood shivering in front of a massive ice wall, teeth chattering as one asked, "Why is it like this? It feels like stepping into a freezer. What's that thing up ahead?" While the students were still murmuring, Aina Landiu let go of his hand to draw attention and announced, "All right, everyone listen up. I created this ice wall to teach you the breathing technique. It'll serve you in the interdepartment tournament, and even in conquering the hero world." Then he turned to Celia and suggested, "Celia, draw your sword." He explained, "Do you think your fire can break through that wall?" She gripped her sword tightly, flames already flickering around the blade in her body. Her voice rang with confidence, easy as pie. Then she unleashed a cross-shaped slash straight at the ice pillar ahead. The powerful collision created a massive explosion, sending dust and smoke flying everywhere. Leo watched her attack closely from behind, but surprisingly, the ice wall remained completely intact, not even a scratch. That made her furious as she cursed inwardly. "It's hard as rock." Her instructor remained thoughtful before speaking. "The technique I'll teach today is the hero's breath. It originates from the unique breathing style of Beastkin, adapted to suit human vitality." He stepped forward, passing in front of Celia. Then he drew his sword and gripped it firmly. At that moment, brilliant flames wrapped around the blade. Once ready, he decisively swung a powerful slash at the massive ice pillar ahead, creating an enormous explosion. Watching the blast, Durin narrowed his eyes and thought to himself, "The destructive power is incredible." So that's how that breathing style makes the energy burst out so strongly. The other students stared in awe and asked, "How can he create fire like that?" But Professor Aina Landiu is ice attribute. Durin explained, "Professor Aina Landiu was once a dungeon conqueror. It's not surprising if one of the hero abilities he inherited is fire-based." Aina Landiu nodded in approval. Durin's right. "Because it's different from my innate energy, it should actually be weaker than Celia's. But thanks to the hero's breath, it can be amplified." Then he addressed everyone, "Let's start training." Right after he spoke, he turned his gaze to Leo, who was standing motionless with a stunned expression. Leo muttered to himself, "Isn't that Arian's technique?" After that came a period of relentless training for the entire group of students. Some couldn't succeed after a few tries, while others achieved noticeable progress after some time. And the one showing the clearest improvement was Celia. Watching her, Aina Landiu thought to himself in admiration, "Well done." Ileana stuck out her tongue, panting through her mouth from exhaustion. She plopped down on the ground and complained, "So tiring, but we're finally done." Then someone approached and handed her a handkerchief to wipe her sweat, making her eyes light up as she smiled brightly. "Thank you. Even the Eastern Department head acknowledged my skills. Haha." Then she and Chen Zia turned their gazes toward Ling, who was still standing like a statue, completely motionless. That made Ileana curious. The class rep is still standing there. Right now sweat was pouring down his face, his hands clenched tight, his whole body trembling from something. Watching from the sidelines, Aina Landiu thought in admiration, "I really didn't expect this." Leo is the only one who hasn't started yet. Maybe this is a chance for him to focus more on swordsmanship. But then he seemed to notice something and muttered, "Wait, the way he's breathing." Realizing the anomaly, he looked toward him and asked, "Hey, who taught you that breathing technique?" The sudden call snapped him out of it. He looked over and replied, "What, sir?" He stepped closer and explained, "The hero's breath originally comes from the Beastkin style at Asnia Academy. I modified it so humans could use it. But the way you're breathing, it's exactly like a Beastkin's." Right then, he recalled the figure of Arian. Then he answered, "That's right, it's not human." He stepped even closer and suggested, "Can you change the starting point of your energy? Try initiating mana directly from your breath source. Use the technique I taught, but imagine you're a real beast." Following Aina Landiu's instructions, a massive burst of fiery energy suddenly exploded from his body, leaving Durin's eyes wide in shock. Once the dust settled, the students buzzed with excitement. What just happened? How did he do that? The unexpected result made Aina Landiu's eyes sparkle with excitement. He smiled broadly. "Haha, Leo Plove, you really are something special." Right then he looked at his own blazing hands and said happily, "Thank you, senior, I did it." Chloe was lugging a tall stack of books, walking alone down the academy hallway when Leo's voice came from behind. "Need a hand with that, looks heavy." Hearing him, she jumped a little and spun around. Leo walked up and asked casually, heading to the practical magic class. Let's go together then. She nodded quickly. Yeah, thanks. Her eyes turned super shy right then. In her head, she was freaking out. Why is this happening? Why can't I even look straight at Leo? While she was all flustered, Toru Yen strolled over from down the hall, breaking the awkward vibe. Wow, cozy atmosphere you two got going. She waved. Hey, Chloe. Chloe blinked in surprise that Toru knew her. You know me, senior. Toru nodded with a grin. Of course, I really liked your breakdown on northern magic in that paper. Chloe lit up. That's such an honor. Then Toru turned to Leo. So when are you finally switching to the magic department? He shot back smoothly. Senior, pressuring someone to change departments is against school rules, you know. They walked a bit further and ran into Professor Albi, standing in front of a group of first years. That sight left Torua completely stunned. She marched right up and yelled, Professor Albi, what are you doing in the first-year lecture hall? He turned and answered calmly, at Professor Len's request, starting today I'm giving a special session for first-year magic students. Toria felt totally robbed and shouted, What? That's so unfair, Professor Albi. We begged for special classes how many times and you always said no, even when we were fifth years. He just smiled. Haha, I was busy. Carl and Chelsea were both shocked they got to join Albi's class. Professor Albi was one of the rare mages who could channel spirit magic through a human body. Any mage would kill to attend his lessons. From behind, Len walked up and greeted, Senior, you made it. Then he turned to the group. Everyone, pay attention. This is Professor Albi. I personally invited him to teach you first years. Consider it an honor. He scanned the room and spotted Torua clapping nonstop in the lineup, which made him raise an eyebrow. Is there some contaminant mixed in here? He marched over, grabbed Torua by the collar, and dragged her out. Come on, we still have prep work for the interdepartment tournament. She protested loudly. I'm a first year too. I want to take Professor Albi's special class. Once the lineup settled, Albi spoke. All right, let's begin the special session. As you know, my nickname is the Demon Eye Mage, but plenty of people also call me the Tadaris Slayer. That alone should tell you how many battles I've been through. What do you think is the most important thing in a magic battle? Emio raised his hand. Mana capacity, sir. Albi shook his head. Wrong. Next. Chelsea raised hers. Chant speed, sir. Albi glanced at the rest. Next, Carl tried. The variety of spells we can use. Albi kept going. His voice cut off as his eyes landed on Leo. Leo, you answer. What's the most important thing in a magic battle? Leo raised his hand clearly. Mobility. Finally, someone got it right. Albi praised. Exact. Off to the side, Toru and Len were prepping materials for class. She muttered, I knew that too. Sensing her frustration, Len changed the subject. Yeah, hurry up and cast already. Down below, Emio raised his hand again. Professor, I don't get it. Mobility is important, sure, but I don't think it's the deciding factor in modern magic battles. Plus, hasn't mobility already been solved with magic? Albi asked back, you mean flight spells? Emio nodded. Yes, sir. Carl turned to Chelsea. We already have flight spells, so isn't that better? Chelsea nodded. Yeah, right. Truth is, Caro's flight spell, a levitation-type magic invented just 10 years ago, is way easier to learn than the old-school levitation flight spell. It moves faster and is a superior version, with its standout feature being the ability to make objects fly. To prove the point, Albi called. Leo and Emio stepped forward. Both walked up at the same time. Emio shot Leo a glare, thinking angrily, some guy who doesn't even belong in magic is such a pain. Sensing the hostility, Leo wondered to himself, did I mess up my school life somehow? Albi turned to Leo. Do you agree with Emio's opinion? He answered bluntly, no. That made Emio jump. What? Albi continued. Then let's test your mobility. We'll see who's right here. Do both of you have your own flight tools? Emio nodded. I do, sir. Leo shook his head. I don't. That made Albi even more interested. He said, then use whatever method you can. Leo smiled. Yes, sir. He explained the rules briefly. The turnaround point is at the monster wall. First one there wins. Hearing that, Emio got pumped. Really? Then get ready to be my stepping stone. With those words, magic surged from his body, wrapping around the hoverboard under his feet and lifting it into the air. Without hesitation, he shot forward, yelling, let's go. Then he glanced back at Leo and taunted, a guy without any magic tool dares. Before he could finish, a sudden lightning storm struck right at Emio's position, making him yelp, what the hell? Chelsea jumped at the sight. Hey Leo, what are you doing? Leo explained calmly, since this is a test to understand why mobility matters for a mage, isn't it logical to hinder the opponent's mobility? Albi smiled. Exact. Then Leo created a swirling fire vortex beneath his feet. He stomped hard, stepping on empty air to launch himself upward step by step. Carl stared in shock from below. That's aura. Can you really use it in a magic class? Albi explained, think about who you'll face in the interdepartment tournament. They're monsters from other departments. That made Carl's eyes go blank for a few seconds. Emio was still speeding along on his hoverboard, but Leo's attacks had left it smoke. He looked down and cursed angrily. Damn it, you lunatic, this thing's expensive. Sneak attack, I won't let this slide. Right after he spoke, violent ripples appeared in the air behind him. He glanced back and saw Leo closing in fast, yelling in shock, "You're already catching up." Leo's eyes burned with determination as he charged straight ahead without hesitation. After a few stunned seconds, Emio regained composure and shouted, "Ice arrows." He fired countless ice arrows straight at Leo, but Leo casually swung his hand, neutralizing every single one heading his way. Then he closed the distance and delivered a powerful strike to Emio's body, snapping the hoverboard in half and sending him plummeting toward the sea. Not wanting to just watch, Leo summoned Phoenix wings and dove down, grabbing Emio's arm right before he hit the water. That terrifying speed left the other students speechless in awe. Albai explained, "As you just saw, the one relying on a flight spell lost. The moment his tool broke, he instantly lost mobility. Meanwhile, Leo crossed the lake using the most basic flight spell, naturally developed from levitation, without any tool. But because it only focuses on convenience, it lacks precise control. So from now on, what you all need to train is flight magic. Understood?" The students below shouted enthusiastically in unison, "Yes, sir." After that, everyone dove into relentless training. Most made some progress, but Carl still couldn't grasp the basics and ended up hanging upside down in midair. He just laughed awkwardly. "Haha, guess I'm the one dangling now." Albai looked down at the group. "A first year already using flight magic this well. I honestly don't know what else to teach. Any questions?" Leo stepped forward. "Sir, may I access the Academy's forbidden library?" That request caught Albai off guard. What? Entering Lumern's forbidden library is beyond a teacher's authority. Not wanting to trouble him, Leo clarified, "I'm not asking as a student. I'm asking as a member of the Geron family." Albai asked back, "Why do you want in there?" Leo answered, "I'm looking for a document, a previously unpublished hero chronicle from history." Hearing that, Albai summoned a letter. "Then I'll write you a recommendation. But to enter, you'll need approval from the Geron family head, my older brother, Altek Geron." Leo repeated the name, Altek Geron. He was known as the Infinite Mage because he could cast magic without limit. This wouldn't be easy. Albai continued, "However, the family head is currently deployed at the southern Tartarus front, so you'll have to meet his representative." Leo asked, "Representative?" Albai added, "You'll meet them right here at the academy. She's your senior." Leo asked curiously, "Who is it, sir?" Albai sighed lightly, adjusted his glasses, and answered, "It's third-year student Alina Geron, my niece." Scene shift to the Phantom Monster Island. The academy trainees had gathered on the beach, chatting excitedly. One said, "I heard the night and magic departments already started special training." Another added, "They say Professor Albai is teaching the magic department." Leo stood off to the side, deep in thought for a long time. His gaze drifted far away, recalling his conversation with Carl and Chelsea. Carl had asked, "You don't know Senior Alina?" Chelsea chimed in, "Not knowing her would be weird." He looked genuinely confused. "She's that famous." Across from them, the two were happily eating. Chelsea said excitedly, "Famous is an understatement. She's the third-year class rep." Alina Geron, 18 years old. Her skills currently rank second in the entire magic department. Even as a third year, she only loses to senior Torua Yan. Carl added cheerfully, "And she's drop-dead gorgeous too. They call her the queen. Because she has tons of admirers. Even in third year, she's already a top candidate for next student council president." Back in the present, he thought to himself, "Admirers, huh, haha, how should I approach her?" While he was lost in thought, Professor Yura grumbled from behind, "Where is that guy?" Another instructor replied, "He should be here soon." A student asked, "Who are we waiting for, sir?" The professor answered, "Ulta." Hearing the name, the students got excited. "Finally our turn for special training before the interdepartment tournament. Special prep under Senior Ulta, bearer of the Pegasus Oath." But someone else muttered, "But that senior is..." Right then, footsteps emerged from the forest. "Sorry I'm late, Professor Yura." Hearing the voice, Yura jolted and turned toward it. Ulta stepped out holding a bunch of butterfly nets. He smiled brightly. "Hello, first years." Looking at the guy in front of them, the first years stared blankly and muttered, "He's such a weirdo." As soon as he appeared, Ulta started swinging the nets wildly, making Yura yell in anger. "What the hell is that ridiculous pose? Butterfly nets." Ulta explained, "You must have heard, fairies have appeared on Phantom Monster Island." That statement left the others confused. Fairies. Imagining tiny angels like Curran, Leo narrowed his eyes. No way. Ulta's words made Yura even angrier. She stepped closer, voice sharp. "So you're planning to make first years catch fairies?" He grinned. "Exactly." Yura's last shred of patience snapped. She remembered the time she lost her mind training Ulta. Her stomach twisted just thinking about working with this lunatic. She yelled, "Exactly my ass, you maniac. How long are you gonna play dumb? We're swamped preparing for the interdepartment tournament and you pull this clown show." Seeing her rage, the instructor beside her tried to calm her. "Please calm down." She couldn't. Trusting him for training was a huge mistake. Meanwhile, Ulta acted like he hadn't heard Yura at all. He turned to the first years. "As summoners, you first years must dream of meeting the 3 legendary blood phantom beasts, right? Do you want to meet them?" They shouted in unison. "We do." Seeing their excitement, Yura yelled, "Don't hype the kids up with unproven rumors." Then she calmed herself and warned Ulta, "The tournament is right around the corner. You're not seriously planning to go fairy hunting, are you?" He answered confidently, "Of course not." Scene shift to a few days earlier. Ulta stood before the trainees and asked, "Who remembers what I said about the core mindset of a summoner?" Eliza answered, "Tolerance." Ulta shook his head. "Wrong, it's love. Not just loving the spirit beasts you've contracted with. You have to love every summonable entity, become one with the beasts, merge human and spirit, harmonize with nature. That's the true love of a summoner." His speech left some excited and others looking bored. Leo glanced at him, sighed inwardly. He looks like a total weirdo, but he really understands the essence of summoning. Yura summed up what Ulta meant. He's saying we need to train compatibility until we can communicate even with uncontracted spirit beasts. Ulta confirmed, "It's a bit early for first years, but we'll go in that direction." Professor Yura added, "You'll stay on Phantom Monster Island for 3 days for special training." Ulta grinned, "I already submitted leave requests for your dorms, so no problem." The sudden decision shocked the students, who yelled, "What? No way, I was planning to go to Lomeria City this weekend. How are we supposed to survive 3 days here?" Eliza sighed dreamily. 3 days living with phantom beasts doesn't sound bad at all. Then Ulta stepped forward and handed each person a butterfly net, leaving them confused. He explained, "For those 3 days, summoning, aura, and magic are all banned. You'll survive in that forest using only your own strength." The bizarre rule made the students freak out. What the hell? Ulta ignored their reactions, turned, and walked into the forest while waving, "See you in 3 days. Try catching fairies with those nets." The students on Jade Island buzzed. "That forest is full of wild beasts and spirits." Duran asked, "Professor Yura, you are." Before he could finish, Yura cut in. "I said it from the start, we're not like students from other departments. We summoners are humans who communicate with entities holding the power of nature. In that sense, we have to adapt to nature and control it. That's why Senior Ulta talked about tolerance." How many of you have actually seen the true nature of a summoned spirit beast with your own eyes? How many have formed a contract by yourselves? Most of you inherited them from family or were given one in class, right? Then she smiled at the students. "See you all in 3 days." After that came the various experiences of the trainees inside the fort. Each person had a completely unique experience. No two were alike. They all tried hard to find a connection between themselves and the spirit beast. Holding a few red fruits in his hand, Leo muttered, "These are edible wild berries." The summoning department's class turned out to be unexpectedly difficult. Then from behind him, a loud shout rang out, "Fairy, there's a fairy over there." The shout caught his attention, making him turn toward the source of the voice. After that, he followed the sound. The scene that met his eyes was a student half swallowed by a giant flower plant. The guy was struggling inside, but still couldn't break free. Another student below mocked, "How pathetic. You charged in without realizing that's a plant monster." Eliza sighed in frustration. "I feel so stupid for rushing in blindly like that." Right then Leo noticed something on the monster Curran. He'd come out and was clearly the mastermind behind all these stupid pranks. Leo thought angrily, "Looks like that guy needs a beating to snap out of." Curran was having the time of his life with his antics, zipping around chaotically through the forest. He shouted excitedly, "Now who should I mess with next?" While he was reveling in it, he suddenly got caught in a butterfly net. The one who did it was Leo. Realizing he'd been spotted, Curran panicked. "What the? No way, I got caught by a butterfly net." Leo walked over and said coldly, "I told you to behave yourself." He grabbed the little guy and held him up accusingly. "You think I came here to cause trouble?" Curran looked terrified and stammered, "Misunderstanding. I was just investigating the strange phenomena on this island." Leo asked curiously, "Strange phenomena?" Curran replied, "Yeah, something really weird is going on here." After hearing him out, Leo realized something and said, "So you're saying the beasts on the island are getting increasingly violent, and you're trying to figure out why, right?" Spotting the skewered meat in Leo's hand, Curran's eyes lit up with interest. "Exactly." Then he continued, "I saw some students wanted to have a little fun who knew it'd get this famous." Leo asked angrily, "You expect me to believe that? This is Purina's territory. No way she wouldn't notice something like this." Curran gritted his teeth. "That Phoenix Fiora isn't even on the island right now, seriously." Those words made Leo ask in surprise, What? Curran explained, when we first got here, everything was already like this. The letter sent to the little one said, if you're reading this, you must have returned to the Phantom Island. Fiora, Mom's going to meet the Oath-Bearer for a bit. Curran continued, quoting exactly, she only left a note saying she was going to meet the Oath-Bearer. He teased, I thought I'd get to see a full-grown phoenix, who knew it'd be a bust. Fiora ignored him, scanning the forest with sharp eyes before saying, the beasts in the forest are all showing very strange signs. Then she spotted a pair of glowing red eyes, staring straight at her. Sensing danger, she immediately released Curran from her grip and said, something's definitely happening here. We need to check it out. Feeling like he was about to be left behind, Curran shot after her. Hey, wait for me. After hearing Curran's story, Leo thought to himself, Fiora, Purina's daughter, ranked second among the island's spirit beasts. She must have noticed the abnormality. This happened right when Purina was away. Is this really just a coincidence? He used his mind to call out to little Fiora, if you can hear me, answer. When there was no response, he muttered inwardly, maybe she's too distracted to sense me calling. After sensing something, Leo clenched his fist. He placed Curran on his shoulder and said, let's go find Fiora. I can sense aura coming from the west side of the island. Being dragged away from playtime, Curran grumbled indignantly. Why me? Scene shift to a lake on the west side of the island. Right now, countless glittering stones appeared beneath the crystal-clear water. Their light shone upward, making the entire lake's surface glow and creating an incredibly mystical atmosphere. Holding one stone up to examine it, little Fiora exclaimed in awe, so beautiful, so sparkling. Under the starry night sky, she kept praising, beautiful, so beautiful, oh my gosh. Then she popped the magic stone into her mouth and chewed happily. She rubbed her small cheeks in delight. Then a voice suddenly rang out, what are you doing here? Seeing someone approach, the little girl's eyes glanced toward the sound. She said, HMPH, Leo, this is a fishing village, hee. He walked over and asked, have you been eating magic stones here the whole time? He looked down at the lake in front of him and thought to himself, in places where spirits and beasts live, they naturally form when their energy gathers. Young spirits and beasts absorb them completely to grow, so to prevent reckless harvesting, this area is off limits. The little girl looked sheepish and said, when I was little I was taught that eating a lot makes you grow faster. Curran beside her teased, for superior beings like us, we don't even need magic stones to grow. He explained, even if they taste amazing, they're just dessert. But Fiora, don't tell me you chased away all the other spirits and beasts just to hog them all. Caught red-handed, she said awkwardly. Not quite, I was going to share. Seeing Leo hit the nail on the head, Curran added, seriously, are you a phoenix or a pig? You chased everyone away and ate everything yourself. Hearing that, the little girl turned angrily. Did you just call me a pig? Seeing the two kids starting to bicker again, he stepped in. That's enough, you two. Then he turned to the girl. Fiora, you said something strange is happening in the forest, right? She nodded. Yeah, I sensed a really uncomfortable energy coming from inside the island. He suddenly looked up at the sky. All of a sudden, a natural gust of wind appeared, sending a chill down his spine. He thought to himself, this energy, could it be that beast eater from before? He immediately drew his sword into a combat stance and said, Curran, Fiora, get ready. He fixed his gaze on the lake ahead, fully focused, and shouted, it's coming. Right after his words, a monster with a massive mouth burst up from beneath the lake and attacked straight toward him. But with prior preparation, he leaped back powerfully, keeping distance from the enemy. The dark mage looked toward him and wondered aloud. I was wondering why the number of beasts dropped so sharply. It was that phoenix from last time. Looks like we're fated to meet again. Leo Plove recognized the familiar face and readied his stance with a smile. Our grudge from the previous life wasn't exactly friendly either. The dark mage summoned tentacles and lashed them straight at him, shouting, looks like it's time to end things here. With his natural agility, he easily sidestepped the attack. That seemingly simple strike carried enormous destructive power. It could easily pierce straight through a massive tree behind him. The dark mage mocked, I'll crush you right here. Right then Leo suddenly sensed something. From underground, two tentacles suddenly burst up, wrapping tightly around his legs, making him jolt inwardly. A spirit beast. He hid spirit beasts underground. I didn't sense any trace of them at all. With natural reflexes, he immediately created a protective magic layer around himself. In his mind he thought, don't tell me. His thought cut off as the dark mage swung another powerful strike, shouting, die. Right then Leo closed his eyes slightly, as if preparing something. Several fireballs suddenly appeared, surrounding his body. Then from them, an enormous source of fire energy erupted from his body, creating a massive surge of power. That strength easily severed the tentacles clinging to his leg. Seeing the cut tentacles immediately regrow, he thought inwardly in admiration. Its regeneration is pretty impressive. After escaping the attack, he said, let me ask you something. Those tentacles wrapping around me feel exactly like Gorgon snakes, the kind that hide knowledge. Don't tell me this is a chimera beast. Hearing that, the dark mage praised. You're just a first year, yet you act like you know everything. Who the hell are you really? Leo didn't hesitate for a second. He immediately took a combat stance. Beside him, Fiora had awakened her bloodline power, transforming into a full-grown phoenix. Leo stared straight at him and declared, "You heard me earlier, a first-year hero candidate." Right after his words, Fiora's wings spread wide and gave a powerful flap. Immediately after, he shouted, "Attack." Following his command, Fiora shot forward like an arrow, striking straight at the enemy and creating a massive explosion. Watching the attack, Curran crossed his arms and praised, "Haha, not bad at all for a tiny little chick." After finishing the strike, Fiora returned to her small chick form and perched on Leo's shoulder. Right then, he fixed his gaze on the explosion center and said coldly, "It's not over yet." As the dust settled, the dark mage stepped out from the smoke, countless tentacles wrapped protectively around his body. He gritted his teeth and said, "All my spirit beasts destroyed, I'll make you pay for everyone." As he spoke, he formed a magic orb in his hand and slammed it into the ground, shouting, "Appear, death slime." From where he struck, green slime immediately appeared and began expanding rapidly. On this side, Curran and Fiora covered their noses from the horrific stench the slime gave off. Curran yelled, "What is that smell? What the hell is this thing?" Right then, Leo raised his hand, creating a gust of wind to block the approaching stench. Looking at the entity before him, he marveled inwardly. No way, a high-grade slime. The dark mage grinned smugly. "You won't dodge this one." Right after his words, a voice suddenly rang out. "What do you think you're doing to my respected senior?" From the sky, dark clouds instantly gathered. Immediately after, a massive lightning bolt struck straight down on the slime, turning it to smoke in an instant. That sight left Leo stunned. The newcomer was Ulta riding on the back of a flying unicorn. The unicorn spoke, "Magic beast tamer, what the hell are you doing?" Seeing his summoned beast instantly defeated, the dark mage clutched his body from the backlash and gritted his teeth. "My beast got taken out that fast." As expected from Lumern's strongest summoner, Ulta Rigdetition. Seeing the winged horse hovering endlessly in the sky, Curran asked curiously, "What's that winged horse doing? Get down already." Looking at the horse, Leo said, "Pegasus, that's a spirit beast on the same level as you two." Ulta looked down from the horse's back and said, "Looking at these monsters never feels good." He commanded, "Arya, we have to eliminate this disgusting thing for defiling the world." Right then, the dark mage gritted his teeth and thought, "I need to stall until the tentacles recover." Then he summoned the death slime again. The slimy monster once more charged toward Ulta to attack. In the sky, another lightning bolt struck down, turning the monster to smoke just like before. Down below, Curran turned to Leo. "That thing's really on our level," Leo explained. "It's not the Pegasus itself that's that strong. It's the summoner's domain amplifying its power." With just one light attack, everything was handled cleanly. Down below, the dark mage shouted angrily, "I've been meaning to ask for a while. This is getting interesting. How about this move?" As he spoke, a massive red magic circle appeared beneath his feet. Another surprise appeared before Leo. Right then, Professor Yura appeared in front of him, staring straight at the dark mage and saying, "You talk about interesting while you're about to die." She yelled, "You dare use spirit beasts to create a chimera." Ignoring her words, he continued his summoning ritual. Immediately after, from beneath the magic circle, a gigantic monster slowly emerged. That made him extremely excited. "Appear, Cyclops." After the summoning finished, he looked toward Leo and laughed loudly. "Haha, so what spirit beast do you have? No matter what it is, my Cyclops won't lose easily." Professor Yura looked at the summoned beast. It was just a mouse, which made the invisible Curran ask curiously, "That's just a mouse. Are you kidding me?" Leo explained, "It's an omnivorous rat. It looks cute on the outside." But right after, countless other magic circles appeared, and hundreds, thousands of rats were summoned. Yura pointed confidently ahead. "It will eat everything clean, not even bones left behind." Leo thought inwardly in awe. This is one terrifying little monster. Right now, a swarm of rats poured toward the dark mage like a black tide, ready to attack. They surged forward in waves, starting to tear into the Cyclops' body, making it roar in furious pain. Standing nearby, the dark mage looked extremely worried and quickly pulled a magic scroll from his storage space, thinking to himself, "At this rate, all the prepared magic beasts are going to die." Up in the sky, several more lightning bolts appeared. Right after, they slammed down hard straight onto the dark mage's head, sending excruciating pain through his entire body. He struggled to open the teleportation scroll and held it in his hand. Then, without a second's hesitation, he tore the scroll apart. Instantly, his body was transported somewhere else. Watching from above, Ulta let out a disappointed sigh. "Missed him, huh?" After the intense battle, silence finally settled over the entire forest. The two of them approached Leo, scolding him. Yura leaned in close and yelled, "You little brat, why the hell did you go into a restricted area like that?" He pointed toward Fiora and explained, because of Fiora, she was eating the magic stones in the lake. The professor's attitude flipped 180 degrees in an instant, her face lighting up with delight. For our little Fiora, awa how adorable. Ulta was deeply moved by Leo's actions. He stepped closer and said, "Such deep love for summoned beasts that you'd enter a forbidden zone." Seeing the two of them making a huge deal out of it, Leo thought to himself, this is way too much pressure. Once everything seemed settled, Professor Yura climbed back onto her mount and announced, "Looks like that beast tamer was planning to corrupt the magic stones. I'm heading back to report to Headmaster Kalyan right now." With that, she flew up into the sky and left, not forgetting to call back, "Ulta, stay safe and keep up the special training." He nodded, "Yes, ma'am." Then he turned to Leo. "Leo, you're the one contracted with the Phoenix, right?" Then he glanced at Curran beside him and said, and he's nodding, "Yep, definitely." Leo also noticed the horse behind him and asked, "Is that your Pegasus, Senior?" Ulta looked happily at his little horse and said, "Arya, introduce yourself to Leo." Arya stepped forward gracefully and said softly, "I am Arya. It's a pleasure to meet you." The Phoenix contractor smiled warmly, stepped up, and ruffled the little guy's head. "Nice to meet you too. I'm Leo Plove." Seeing Arya's delighted expression, Ulta asked curiously, "Pegasus usually don't let strangers touch." He turned back, "Leo, want to ride Pegasus sometime?" Leo answered bluntly, "Never have." He thought to himself, back when I was Kai, the phantom beast I contracted with was a Pegasus. Talking about it now brings back old memories. Looking at him, Ulta said, "You don't seem seriously injured. Go ahead and keep participating in the special training. I'll overlook you using external power in this fight." Leo replied cheerfully, "Got it, thank you." Judging from the strength of that beast tamer just now, the real enemy inside Lumern Academy isn't a student. It's most likely a high-level expert. Scene shift to a few days later at a rec training ground. One student said, "This is the first time all the trainees have gathered since the entrance ceremony, huh? Not a single peaceful day." In one corner, looking at his lifeless friend, Carl asked, "So how was the special summoning department training?" Tears streaming down his face, the guy replied, "So exhausting I haven't even showered yet." Ileana scanned around like she was looking for someone and asked, "Hey, where's the class rep?" Carl sighed. "Didn't he say the all-department rep trains separately? Talk about bad luck." Seeing him trying to talk big, Ileana turned and gave Carl some loving punches, making him yelp in pain. Scene shift to some tent. Right then Leo stepped in from outside. The moment they saw him, someone said, "You're here." The other person continued, "Now all the class representatives are gathered." The light green-haired girl looked at him with open admiration, thinking to herself, the all-rounder from the rumors. In person he's even more impressive. I suddenly feel like doing something besides healing. This was Lil Lucher, second-year representative of the summoning department at Lumern Academy. The young man lying on the sickbed was Hark Ligard, fourth-year representative of the night department at Lumern Academy. Right now Leo wasn't paying attention to either of them. He was scanning around looking for someone, thinking to himself, where is that person? Then from behind, a girl approached, lightly touching his cheek and smiling. Oh, how cute. This was exactly the person he needed to find. Alina Jaron, the one who could open Lumern's forbidden library. She said, "So you're the famous first-year representative." Then she immediately proposed, "Want to be my boyfriend?" Faced with such a sudden offer, he froze for a few seconds before gently replying, "I'll have to decline." She leaned in closer, twirling her hair, and asked, "Why not? I'd spoil you so much." He hit her with cold water, "Because you're too old." That slightly harsh remark made her eyes widen in shock. Then she burst out laughing to shake off the embarrassment. "You're such an interesting kid." Watching their conversation from outside, Lil Lucher thought to herself in awe, "Wow, Leo didn't back down at all against Senior Alina. Truly the first-year rep from the rumors. Not ordinary at all. I suddenly want to quit this whole thing." From outside, a handsome young man walked in cheerfully. "Long time no see, Alina. How's the mission going?" She sighed dramatically and grumbled. He laughed. "Haha, figured as much." Then he went over to the bedridden young man and called, "Time to wake up." Hark jolted awake at the voice, immediately proposing, "Senior, let's spar right now." He smiled. "Some other time, I'll fight you later." From afar, Alina chimed in with a sigh. "Just woke up and already wants to fight, so barbaric." He snorted mockingly. "Leading around a bunch of baggage like you, how would you know anything about real battles, Alina Jaron?" Her eyes narrowed slightly as she asked, "Are you saying I'm not the real deal?" He answered confidently, "Is there another Alina Jaron around?" Seeing things getting tense, Lil Lucher trembled in fear and stammered, "Professors, if the seniors start fighting here, it'll be a huge disaster. We'll all die." In another corner, the senior turned to Leo. "So, how do you feel after meeting the department reps?" Leo gave an awkward smile. "Haha, everyone seems really close, huh?" A moment later, the group stood before the headmaster. He said, "Great to have everyone gathered like this. I'll keep it short on why I called all the department representatives here. Starting today, all students and faculty of Lumern Academy, until the first-year inter-department competition ends, will have all external communication cut off. We're officially enacting a lockdown." As soon as the headmaster finished speaking, Leo immediately understood what was happening here. This is to catch the traitor. In his mind right now, all the suspicious names started surfacing one by one. Scenes shift back to the classroom. Right then, Ileana complained gloomily, "Whatever this competition is, who cares? Just hurry up and end the lockdown. How am I supposed to go to Lumeria City and buy snacks like this?" Chelsea added, "Exactly. Self-study without snacks. What's even the point of studying?" Hearing the girls talk only about eating, Carl pouted, "You little demon." Then from outside, a young man rushed in breathlessly. "Big news, guys. The location for the interdepartment competition has been decided." Hearing that, Chelsea asked, "Where is it?" He answered, "Nigram." That made Chelsea curious. "Nigram? Wait, isn't that a restricted area?" Carl started explaining the situation. Nigram is a city in the southeast of the continent, famous for being completely destroyed in a single morning by the eruption of a hero dungeon. Afterward, the dungeon was conquered, but because of the hero's curse that affected it, it became cursed land where humans can no longer live. The pink-haired girl asked worriedly, "Is it really okay to go to a place like that?" Chelsea said confidently, "I heard even though it's restricted, it's not that dangerous. Only common and low-level monsters appear, plus the curse covers everywhere." The blonde guy broke out in a cold sweat. "Sounds dangerous, but you say it so casually." Hearing a somewhat familiar name, Leo started checking information about it. He thought to himself, "This is the place where, in my life as listener, I first defeated a Legion commander." Time flew by, and finally the day of the interdepartment competition arrived. Parents of the students had gathered early. They were buzzing with excitement about witnessing the first steps of the hero candidates. Plus, this batch seemed to have a lot of promising hero potential. One mother looked down anxiously and sighed, "The competition hasn't started yet. Our daughter," her husband comforted her from beside, "she'll do fine on her own, don't worry." Up on the hero tower, the headmaster and Professor Yura looked down at the world. She said worriedly, "If we have to accept so many people at once like this, I'm worried intruders might slip in again." Then she suggested, "Maybe we should keep the lockdown going for a while longer." In contrast to her concern, the headmaster said confidently, "A powerful deterrent has returned. So something like last time won't happen again." The person the headmaster referred to was the Fire Phoenix, Fiora's mother. Yura thought shyly to herself, "With the Phoenix behind me, I almost bet everything last night. Now it's all good." Right now in the center of the plaza, someone announced clearly, "We're very pleased to welcome all the distinguished guests here today. I am Sedum, the one in charge of overseeing today's inter-department competition." As previously announced to the students, this inter-department competition is a survival battle. Prove your strength, strategy, and survival ability. If you want to be the last one standing and claim glory, then this inter-department competition will conclude, and the department with the last survivor standing will be declared the winner. The bracelet you're wearing now is an artifact that monitors your physical condition. If the bracelet detects your life is in danger, you'll be instantly teleported back here through the bracelet setting. Also, one more thing. This inter-department competition is also your final practical exam. As soon as the instructor finished speaking, all the students looked incredulous. They shouted in unison, "What?" The instructor continued, "The inter-department competition is about survival, but the final exam is not. If you just run and hide to survive, your final practical score could be the lowest possible. Every action will be carefully recorded by the bracelet given to you. Students eliminated early can still receive higher scores than those eliminated late at any time, so be careful with every move you make." Hearing the instructor's words, Leo down below smiled and sighed inwardly. Smart. If you sacrifice yourself for the department, the final exam score would drop too. After explaining all the rules, the instructor declared, "Then from this moment, the inter-department competition officially begins." Right as the words left his mouth, magic circles appeared beneath the feet of all the students. The light from them blinded everyone, and just a few seconds later, they were all teleported somewhere else. The moment Leo opened his eyes, he was once again shocked by the scene before him. He muttered under his breath, then shouted loudly, "What the hell is this?" All the students were now floating in midair, everyone terrified. They screamed, "Ah, use magic quick." Leo on this side stayed perfectly calm. He thought to himself, the entire city is covered in all kinds of curses. I understand now why this place became abandoned land. And the activation, a ND Chinese letter of the curses are happening irregularly and repeatedly. The only area without curses is the ancient city ruins. Everyone will definitely gather there. Everyone will definitely gather there. Along with that train of thought, he now closed his eyes toward the ancient city ruins down below. In that case, I guess I should go find Laker Diana first. Over on this side, the girl Eliza was riding atop her summoned spirit beast. Nearby, Duran was unleashing his lightning-fast movement speed, surging forward in a burst of acceleration. The moment the two of them faced off, she thought to herself, third place in the night department, Prince Duran. On this side, he was muttering in his heart as well. Second place in the summoning department, Eliza. Both of them were already in ready combat stances, their faces set with fierce determination. Right now. But just as they were about to clash, Leo standing behind them let out a soft sigh, and with a casual flick of his hand, several missiles began to materialize. In the next instant, he rocketed past the two of them at the speed of light, cutting right across their line of sight and startling Eliza into a loud yell. Huh, what? She gritted her teeth and snapped, you again. Over on this side, Duran was in pretty much the same state, grinding his teeth in fury as he spat. That damn Leo Plove bastard. On this side, Leo suddenly reached up and scratched behind his ear, muttering, man, my ear's itching like crazy. It only took him a few minutes of movement before he touched down in some unknown area, thinking to himself, 10 minutes west from here. Listen has sealed herself away before she could be wiped out. Wonder if she's still there. He glanced down at the map in his hand and started analyzing the real situation on the ground. But then he flicked his eyes toward the ruined city ahead and gave a small start, thinking, chaos lightning messing with perception, huh? I'm used to it, but this is gonna screw over a lot of people. While he stood there lost in thought, Chen Zia suddenly shot toward him from out of nowhere and called out, young Master Leo. Leo was pretty surprised by her sudden appearance. He quickly stowed the map and turned to ask, the ancient city ruins are in the opposite direction though. You've been tailing me. She explained, I have something I need to take care of myself. He asked, something to take care of, what exactly? Her hands stretched forward, and she dropped into an attack stance, issuing her challenge, let's fight. He was caught off guard by the sudden proposal, but immediately started channeling energy to prepare for battle, asking back, why so out of the blue? She answered, from the very first moment we met. I've wanted to know exactly how wide the gap is between me and young Master Leo. The words had barely left her mouth before she vanished from her spot, then came soaring down from above, driving a straight fist right toward where he stood. Her speed was insanely fast, but Leo was no slouch either. He instantly conjured a protective magic layer that completely blocked her incoming strike. After dispelling the barrier, he let out a soft, cold snort. On this side, Chen Zia summoned a magic circle beneath her feet and praised, as expected of young Master Leo. In that split second, you deployed a fire aura armor to nullify my water aura. In that case, she slid 1 foot back, settling into her next attack stance. Her movement made Leo flinch for a moment, and he muttered, she's a high-tier water spirit. She immediately summoned a spirit and swung her arm forward hard, commanding it to charge straight at Leo. On this side, Leo began channeling magic in the palm of his hand, and right after that he raised a wall of flames that cut off her incoming path. He also picked up on her real intention. That last move was definitely just bait. The true strike is coming from this side. Just as he predicted, the moment he finished casting his defensive magic, Chen Zia closed the distance with both fists clenched tight, ready to gift him a loving punch. Boom boom, two massive surges of power collided, making the surrounding space feel like it was about to shatter as dust and debris exploded everywhere, rocks cracking apart. The chaotic pressure from the clash sent Chen Zia skidding backward across the ground. She clutched her arm and stared at him with focused eyes, thinking to herself, he even counterattacked in that tiny opening. So surprise attacks probably won't work anymore. On this side, he spoke up in admiration. This doesn't feel like the usual you, Chen Zia. Water is always the power that flows and adapts. Yet right now you're way too cold and rigid. His voice was ice cold as he gripped his sword tighter and shot toward her to launch his attack. Sensing the danger in his incoming strike, she clenched her teeth and thought, taking this head-on would be way too risky. But right now, I don't have any other choice. She immediately threw up a protective spell to block his assault. But only a few seconds later, cracks began spiderwebbing across her barrier, leaving her stunned as she gasped. If it's only this much, then there's no way. While she was still tangled up in her own thoughts, Leo suddenly appeared behind her and reminded her, I already told you, you're too stiff. A fireball flared to life in his hand, and right after that a massive explosion erupted. As soon as the dust cleared, he stepped forward, summoning his sword toward her and declaring, you lost. She let out a long breath and asked curiously, young Master Leo, are you really only 16? You feel like some grizzled old veteran who's been through 100 battlefields. He cut her off right away. Stop saying weird stuff and just head back to the ancient city ruins already. His unexpectedly blunt action made her blurt out in surprise, what, you're not gonna eliminate me? What kind of pity is this? He turned and started walking away, replying, this is a fight to the death. How I treat the loser is entirely up to me. Deal with the ones tailing behind over there for me. While she was still trying to process what he meant, two enormous energy waves suddenly surged toward them from behind her back. She jumped and exclaimed, huh, who's that? Those two powerful auras belonged to no strangers. They were Duran and Eliza. Seeing them, she could only give a tired, helpless chuckle. Spotting the two of them blocking the way, Eliza shouted, he's my target. Standing off to the side, Eliza smirked and shot back, that's hilarious. Leo Plove is my prey. Seeing how stubborn they were being, Chenzia spoke up. Eliza Duran, the ancient city ruins are that way, why are you two even here? Duran stepped forward and said, looks like you were aiming for Leo Plove too. You lost, where'd he go? She answered, yeah, I lost, and I'm a bit slower now. Duran, I'm injured, can you travel with me to where Kovina is? He let out an exasperated sigh and asked, why should I? She smiled and explained, this is right in the middle of the inter-department competition, and you and I are from the same department. Are you really gonna abandon a fellow department member just for a personal grudge? Her sharp reasoning made Duran's expression tighten slightly. She continued, and you, Eliza, I can barely move. Can't you give me a ride? Eliza pouted and replied, Chenzia, if you were in the summoning department, I'd help, but you know we're enemies right now, don't you? Hearing that, Chenzia exclaimed, oh, come on, don't start. I used to help you study all the time. She recalled Eliza's old words. It's not like I couldn't solve the problem and had to ask you. I just wanted to check if you were actually paying attention in class. I'll definitely repay you for lending me your notes. Chenzia had answered, looking forward to it. Back in the present, she reminded her, you said if you borrowed my notes every day, you'd definitely repay the favor. Realizing she'd been cornered, Eliza raised her hands in surrender and said, yeah, I said I'd repay you, but does it have to be right this sec? Faced with such a flat refusal, Chenzia's eyes turned watery and pleading, leaving her two friends completely speechless. With no other choice, Eliza yelled in frustration, fine, we'll just go together, okay, she warned. Chenzia, we're only traveling together until the center of the ruins, after that we're enemies again. The moment she finished speaking, Chenzia hopped up and settled firmly behind her. The two of them quickly took off. She glanced back over her shoulder, thinking to herself, I don't know why you're not heading to the center of the ruins, but please finish whatever you're doing quickly and get here, young Master Lee. Right then, a group of students came rushing forward in a panic, led by an orange-haired young man. He was Jureden Lesson from the summoning department. His face was lit up with excitement. Once we get inside the city, we can escape the curse, right? But while they were moving, a fireball suddenly slammed down right in front of them, startling everyone. From behind, a pair of slender legs stepped forward as a cold voice rang out, what are you all gawking at? The newcomer was no stranger. It was Celia Zerdinger. They were the ones guarding the northern gate. Jureden's group immediately turned to flee in another direction. He cursed under his breath, damn it, just a little more and we would have made it. He called out to the others, no choice left. Everyone were heading to another gate. Their next destination was the western gate, but the moment they arrived, Chelsea was already standing there waiting. As soon as she spotted them, she raised her staff high, preparing to unleash a magic attack, which made Jureden flinch and curse inwardly. Shit. After that, they kept moving, leaving only the southern and eastern gates. Eliza had already chased after Leo Plove, so all they could do now was pray that Warrenden could secure at least one gate and get inside the city before the curse fully activated. While they were hurrying along, a massive dark shadow suddenly swept across the sky overhead, making everyone look up. One of the students behind them, drenched in sweat, cried out, a dragon, Black Wyvern Dragon. Jureden explained, no, that's a summoned beast from the summoning department. It's the variant Sen Liu was riding. The students were baffled. Why is it suddenly here? Cutting to the central plaza, everyone was now glued to the ongoing interdepartment battle. Up on the observation platform, Zai stood with arms crossed, staring intently at the display screen. He thought to himself, Celia's doing great. Leo still hasn't entered the ancient city ruins yet. The image shifted, and the person appearing on screen now was Chelsea. Seeing her, someone exclaimed, there she is. Watching his niece fight with such confidence, Roses, standing up on the observation deck, sighed in admiration. Looks like she's truly become a combat mage of Llewellyn now. This man was Rose's Llewellyn, Chelsea's uncle and the royal mage of the Rodran Empire. Zeiss beside him burst out laughing and replied, His Majesty of Rodran is definitely going to be thrilled. Roses's eyes welled up with tears as he said, when did she grow up so fast? He was remembering how just the other day Chelsea had still been a one-year-old toddler. Then Zeise's eyes suddenly narrowed. He muttered, "What the hell is that down there?" On the screen now appeared a gigantic bull. It was roaring furiously. He asked in confusion, "Isn't that a magical beast?" Elsewhere, the moment they noticed something wrong, two professors rushed into the central control room and asked, "What's going on? Why is there a magical beast inside the academy?" One of the professors monitoring inside answered, "Did something big happen? We can't get in touch with the control room on the other side." Seeing the situation spiraling out of control, Harrod turned to the person next to him and said, "Sejin, we need to get the students back immediately." He immediately confirmed, "Understood." Right after that, he moved toward the teleportation magic circle. As soon as he arrived, he channeled his mana into the mana stone to activate the transfer. But the moment the light flared up, it flickered out almost instantly, leaving Sejin bewildered. The teleport isn't working. There was no time left to think. Professor Harrod immediately turned and left, calling back, "Sejin, keep trying to reconnect and find a way to bring them back. I'm going to the headmaster." Switching back to the competition. At this moment, somewhere inside, the interdepartment clashes were still raging. A brown-haired young man was panting heavily and cursing under his breath. "Damn it, these guys aren't pushovers. We have to wipe out this magic department group fast before that monster notices this place." As he spoke, he glanced upward. Up there, Warrenden still stood perfectly calm. He was the one guarding the southern gate. Then from the distance, a horrifying, piercing screech suddenly rang out. And right after that, a dragon appeared overhead. Its mouth opened wide, preparing to unleash an attack. Once the energy gathered, it aimed downward and fired straight at the group of students, who still had no idea what was happening. Realizing the abnormal presence, Warrenden instantly appeared in front of the students, thrusting his hand forward to summon a protective magic layer. His sudden appearance left the group of students completely stunned, one blurting out, "Hey Warrenden, why are you helping us?" He didn't bother explaining, just turned back with a cold voice, "Open the city gate and get everyone inside." Faced with his somewhat domineering order, one student snapped angrily, "What the hell? They're from other departments. And why should we listen to you?" But before he could finish the sentence, Warrenden had already appeared right in front of him, hand shooting up to clamp tightly around his throat. And just like that, what was coming happened. Once it was done, he spoke coldly, no time for explanations. He warned the guy, "Sleep it off. From now on, I'm in command." His voice carried a grave edge. "Hurry up and open the gate." Cutting over to Leo's side, he was still deep in his search, having passed several spots with nothing to show for it. And he let out a frustrated sigh. "Nothing here either. Is that lake at the ancient city ruins the last place? Everyone's probably going all out fighting right now, huh? Should we head over there?" While he was casually strolling through the forest, his eyes suddenly froze as he spotted something. He looked up at the sky, noticing something unusual right away. "Is this a Wideria curse? Not the leftover curse from Nigram. This is a brand new one. This is the curse of isolation. The kind Tadarus usually deploys in large-scale battle." Realizing the danger, he shot forward like an arrow, cursing inwardly, "Damn it. The curse itself doesn't harm people directly. Its effect is cutting off all outside communication. A powerful barrier-style curse that seals off an entire zone. Has the traitor in Lumern finally made their move? We need to regroup with the others at the center of the ancient city ruins as fast as possible." Back here, everyone had just survived an incredibly brutal fight. The pink-haired girl was healing Carl. She encouraged him gently, "Hang in there a little longer, Carl." In another corner, a young man gripped his sword tightly, his whole body trembling with fear. "Why isn't it activating? Why?" At the eastern gate, Chelsea was unleashing a relentless barrage of attacks at the monster, but it didn't take a single scratch. It roared loudly and swung its arms straight toward her. Just as the massive axe was about to cleave down, a loud shout came from the distance, "Break the barrier." Right after the words, a barrier appeared and completely blocked the monster's strike. Chelsea collapsed to the ground in terror, shaking uncontrollably. A bat appeared in front of her and reminded her, "Did you forget your multi-chant training already?" Seeing him, she finally regained a bit of composure and whispered, "Big brother." She asked in fear, "What the hell is going on?" The interdepartment competition. Before she could finish, anguished screams suddenly rang out from afar, drawing both their attention. Abad gripped his staff tightly and explained, "The interdepartment competition is over. Something major has gone wrong in this area. Now it's time for everyone to band together." He raised his staff high, conjuring a magical orb in the sky, and right after that it spread out across the entire city. "With this, the quick-witted ones will head to the main city. And what we need to do now is mount a defensive siege." Seeing the signal go up, Eliza turned her gaze toward the sky. From behind, Chenzia pointed upward and said, That looks like an assembly signal over there. Eliza replied, I don't know what's happening, but something definitely went wrong here. Durin clenched his fist and said coldly, I'll clear a path, let's move. The moment he spoke, he shot forward like a bolt of lightning, flashing past two orcs in the blink of an eye. It only took a few minutes of movement before they arrived at the gate of the central ancient city. Spotting people rushing in, a student on the wall shouted, Last group incoming, open the gate quick. As soon as the gate cracked open, the three of them dashed straight inside. Once they were out of danger, Chenzia finally let out a relieved breath. We're alive. Celia jumped down from the wall and approached them, asking, Wait, where, Leo? Chenzia answered. Young Master Leo already headed out to the outskirts. Abad came over and wondered, why'd he go that way? Eliza replied, He's probably got his own plan. I don't know what he's thinking, but he definitely won't be the first one eliminated. Chelsea encouraged, Yeah, brother Leo will be fine. Celia added, Then let's share what we know first so we can get a clear picture. She glanced down at the bracelet on her wrist and said, First off, this thing isn't activating. Heavily injured people aren't getting teleported out. Abad continued, and magical beasts aren't just appearing around the area. They're inside the city too. Chenzia spoke up, This is just my guess, but besides the basic Nigram curse, new ones have probably been layered on, like one blocking communication. Chelsea nearby nodded, Makes sense. After piecing everything together, Eliza summed it up. So basically we're completely isolated inside Nigram because of this freak incident, right? Plus we're getting attacked by monsters and beasts inside the city, so the best move is to make full use of the walls for defense. Right after she finished, a voice suddenly cut in from the distance. No, I think now's the time to go on the offensive. This situation might just be a surprise event the Academy prepared. The one who spoke was Emio from the Magic Department, third place in the midterm exam for third-year magic. He went on, If we perform well here we could score points with the people watching from outside, but holding up and defending will just be a huge waste. Faced with his somewhat reckless idea, Celia immediately shut it down. We can't treat this like some simple surprise event. The condition of the injured is extremely serious. Without Nella's healing magic, more than just one or two people would have died already. Carl, who was being treated by Nella in the corner, muttered weakly. Maybe if someone punched a hole in his stomach, he'd finally wake up. Seeing him still trying to talk, Nella warned, Quiet, Carl. Having everyone push back against him left Emio fuming. He gritted his teeth, then poured all his anger into pointing at the group and shouting, That could be the professor's intention too. If I fail this final term because of you guys, are you gonna take responsibility? Clearing them out instead of just defending will get us way higher score. During cut-in, throwing away the advantage of the walls when we don't even fully understand the situation probably won't get us high scores either. Being constantly shot down made Emio clench his fists so hard they shook. He stormed forward angrily, muttering to himself, I'm going out to kill some beasts, don't come crying to me later when you regret it. The moment he finished speaking, something heavy thudded down right in front of him, startling him into yelling, What the? Looking closer, he realized it was the severed head of a monster, and the one responsible was Warren. He had just leaped down in front of Emio, lifted his face and ordered, Shut up and defend the inner city. Celia spoke with firm resolve, pointing ahead. All right, we're going with the defensive battle plan, split into 5 groups to guard the gates and walls. At the gate, the front defensive line was easily breached by a minotaur, prompting a student to cry out, It's broken through. Instantly, Durin flashed in from behind like a streak of lightning and effortlessly subdued the beast. The mages in the rear unleashed a continuous barrage of attacks, taking it down with ease. On the wall, orcs were marching straight forward. One student spotted them and shouted, Take down that orc first, don't let it reach the gate. A mage gripped his staff tightly and yelled, Ice spears. The moment he spoke, countless ice spears materialized in the sky and rained down toward the orc. But the attacks didn't slow the orcs at all. They kept advancing, clutching boulders in their hands and heading straight for the wall. The mage cursed in frustration, Damn it. Then suddenly something shot up into the air from behind, forming a massive pillar of fire. And the one responsible was none other than Celia. She gripped her sword tightly, activating her flame wing spell and preparing to strike. Outside, watching the battle through the screen, the seniors and instructors looked on with worried faces, one saying, The juniors are doing great. I was really worried at first, thank goodness. Hearing that, the blonde girl beside him asked, Thank goodness. You think this is gonna end that easily? If the enemy pulled off something this big during an official Lumeran event, it's not gonna stop at just isolating us. In the worst case, everyone dies. Along with the teacher's anxiety, the parents watching the situation were equally terrified. Staring at the screen ahead, one person said, See, it's starting. Inside the battle, a massive magical vortex suddenly appeared in the sky. Then a gigantic arm reached out from within, grabbing an orc and leaving everyone stunned. Seeing the scene before her, Ileana's eyes widened in shock as she gasped. That's. She recalled a class where the professor had said, through the hero records of past heroes, among their diverse experiences, the most important one is combat against magical beasts. The hero record we're studying today is. Ileana from class 10, not paying attention, turned to the pink-haired girl and asked, "Where?" Nella answered, "Page 157. The professor continued, "It's the tale of the night of Hermelin Milan, the Battle of Bayorin Plains. A magical beast appeared in that battle, nearly 15 meters tall. It was a giant." The students panicked and cried out, "No way we can fight something like that." The guy next to her trembled, "Please don't look this way." The giant stomped 1 foot hard into the ground, then charged straight toward the group of students. But the moment it moved, icy blasts of air suddenly erupted from beneath the earth. Right after, countless enormous ice pillars shot up from the ground, piercing straight through the monster's body. Chloe from the rear snapped at everyone, "What the hell are you all doing? Get ready to fight." She reminded the terrified group that it was a giant, but look closely, it's not fully matured. One student turned back and said, "How are we supposed to beat that thing? Better to just run." Another added, "Yeah, we should scatter and wait for rescue forces." Her whole body trembled with anger, but she kept her voice steady. "Everyone, do you really think running will save you? I'm terrified too." The giant turned its blood-red eyes toward the students, shrugging off the pain from the ice pillars, and swung its massive arms straight toward the wall where everyone stood. Immediately, the ice pillars on its body began to melt away. A student noticed and shouted, "Its wounds are regenerating. The attacks are useless. Everyone run." Seeing the students only thinking of themselves, Chloe stood there coldly and said, "But someone once taught me that a hero is someone who faces danger head-on with honor. So no matter how hopeless it gets, I'm going to fight." As soon as she finished speaking, countless magic circles appeared around her. Right after, successive pillars of light shot up and blocked the monster's attack. She looked up, voice full of determination. No matter how hopeless. In a split-second lapse, the monster reached out and swung straight toward her. Seeing her just standing there, Celia rushed forward in panic and shouted, "Get out of the way." But Chloe was still lost in her own illusions right now. "I'm not afraid." Then suddenly countless slashes appeared in the empty air above, instantly severing the giant's arm in the blink of an eye. This made the giant let out agonizing roars of pain. Celia rushed over to check on her. "Chloe, are you okay?" Chloe was practically drained at this point. She gasped, "That slash just now." Understanding what she meant, Celia nodded in confirmation. Yeah, that was Leo. He appeared at the perfect moment, standing tall and staring straight at the monster. The instant he landed on the wall, Curran immediately yelled, "What the hell is this stupid stunt?" "Leo, fairy demon magic's healing isn't omnipotent. Once you hit your physical limit, it won't do anything anymore." Annoyed by the kid yapping in his ear, he quickly pulled him inside. "Stop nagging, it's dangerous, get back now." Once that was handled, he immediately leaped toward the two girls, still sitting dazed on the ground. He walked up, flashed a smile, and asked, "You looked pretty badass out there, Chloe." His compliment made Chloe's cheeks flush pink with embarrassment. He continued, "You really looked like a hero." She shyly replied, "I was just imitating someone a little." When everyone saw him returning with the two girls, they all shouted in unison, "Brother Leo, young Master Leo." He glanced toward Carl and asked about the situation. The guy answered, "After we got inside the city, no one took heavy injuries anymore. It's just that monster freaked everyone out." Celia added, "But it took a serious hit from Leo, so it definitely won't attack again right away." After thinking it over, he looked up at the sky and made his decision. "What we need to do now is really simple. We're teaming up to take it down." His firm resolve startled Chloe into blurting, "What, how?" He turned to her with confidence. "Why's everyone so surprised? If you want to become a hero, this is just common sense, right?" Ileana immediately voiced her doubt. "Fighting that thing is impossible." Then he addressed everyone. "I'll take command. Because I'm confident I can defeat that monster." Eliza, standing off to the side, judged. "There he goes thinking he's always right again, Leo Plove. Who said we'd follow your orders?" Warrenden chimed in. "I'm looking forward to your command skills." Seeing the big guy next to her not sharing her view caught Eliza off guard. She turned and snapped at him. "How can someone as arrogant as you suddenly listen to someone else like that?" He replied. "The fact that we need to kill that monster is obvious to everyone." Then a gentle voice spoke up. "So following the orders of someone confident they can beat it is the right call." That was Chenzia. She stepped forward, tugged at Eliza's sleeve, and continued. "Trying young Master Leo's command style for once could be fun, right?" Seeing everyone agreeing left Eliza a bit pissed, but she gave in. "Fine, I was gonna do that anyway." Off to the side, Abad thought to himself. It's just like back during the entrance exam. "Leo, you didn't hesitate at all jumping into an impossible fight then either." Finishing the thought, he spoke up. I thought I'd closed the gap a little, but I'm still way behind, huh? Celia suddenly called out, grumbled. Shut up, you talk too much. The next person he wanted to convince was Duran. He approached and offered, you gonna lend me a hand? Duran glanced down at his arm, then turned, lightly tapped his shoulder and said, the one feeding that monster a hit will be me. The indirect acceptance made Leo grin. Works for me. Outside, watching the scene unfold, everyone cheered excitedly. These first years are amazing. With that formation, they might actually take it down. The green-haired girl glanced at Alina's darkened expression and asked worriedly, Senior, are you okay? She didn't answer right away, instead thinking to herself. The moment that boy appeared, the whole atmosphere changed. There are so many great heroes in this world, but that boy is on a completely different level, turning despair into hope, an existence that lights the path through darkness. It's true, he really deserves to be called a great hero. Cutting to the close combat fighter. After taking countless attacks from the monster army, he let out a few pained grunts and reached out to try stemming the blood. Eliza and Abad had closed in on the monster from high above. Seeing signs of it weakening, Abad excitedly shouted, Awesome, but Eliza replied coldly, Not yet. The monster immediately opened its mouth wide and fired a beam of energy at the two, but Eliza maneuvered her summoned beast to dodge swiftly. After slipping behind the monster, Abad gripped his staff tightly and prepared his next strike. The moment he found the perfect opening, he unleashed his storm spell. Instantly, a massive storm swept across the monster's body, disintegrating its head into thin air. But right away, a new head regenerated, making Eliza gasp in shock. No way, what the hell do we have to do to kill this thing? From high above, Celia was prepping to dive in and shouted, Everyone get out of the way. Abad reached out eagerly, over here, but Celia huffed, no thanks. Then she dove down and wrapped her arms tightly around Eliza. Sorry, I can't let that Llewellyn guy hug. Seeing her suddenly appear, Eliza yelled angrily, Wait, if there are 3 or more, the wind dragon's mobility drops. Celia replied calmly, Leo said to regroup here. Before the magic's fully charged, give that big guy one solid hit. Catching Leo's plan, Abad leaned close to Celia. Got it, fire and wind combo works great together. Ignoring the two, Eliza shouted, I don't know what it is, but when you're ready, just say the word. Down on the ground, Chloe stood on the wall facing the monster, muttering some incantation under her breath, while constant attacks from all sides made the monster roar in fury. Once the spell was complete, countless razor-sharp ice spears appeared in the sky, all aimed at the monster. In another corner, Duran and Chenzia were gearing up too. Duran turned to her. You ready? Chenzia replied cheerfully, Of course. Then she thrust her hand forward and shouted, I'll clear the path. Right after, her water spirit shot toward the monster and wrapped tightly around its legs. The moment its legs were locked down, Duran began channeling energy until his whole body glowed blindingly. Here I go. He transformed into a streak of lightning, following the path the water had created earlier. Water and electricity fused, forming a massive water dragon that coiled around the monster's body. The monster's entire frame shook from the electric shock. While it screamed, countless chains shot up from below and wrapped around its neck. The one responsible was Warrenden. His whole body trembled from the monster's fierce resistance. Up in the sky, Abad unleashed even more attacks. Successive strikes hammered the monster, drawing huge pained roars from below. Leo turned to Chelsea. Ready, she nodded. Yes. The monster formed another magic orb in its mouth to counter. Once charged, it fired straight at the city. Sensing the moment had come, Chelsea created a whirlwind aimed at the monster and yelled, Brother Leg. Just as planned, using the wind force Chelsea generated, he easily leaped high to face the monster. Then he gripped his sword tightly, eyes turning cold, and unleashed his technique. Whirlwind Willow Slash, Phoenix Breath. He spun and delivered a slash straight into the monster, making it scream in agony. Right after his attack ended, Chloe took a deep breath and declared, World of Ice. She instantly froze the monster into a solid statue. The monster struggled, causing cracks to spiderweb across the ice. When the ice shattered, the monster's entire body dissolved into smoke. Seeing the result, the students erupted in cheers. We won, we actually killed it. Hearing the news, Chloe finally dropped to the ground, letting out a relieved sigh. Then suddenly, a hand held out a potion bottle, right in her face as a voice called, Chloe, you really looked like a hero straight out of legend. Amazing. The unexpected praise made Chloe blush as she replied, Thanks. She gripped the potion tightly, her gaze drifting into the distance as she thought to herself, Where Leo go? Right now, he was appearing in some peaceful space. He gently placed his hand on the water's surface and began sensing something. Looking at the 3 glowing orbs in front of him, he smiled warmly. Long time no see, Luminous. From within the magic layer, a pair of eyes slowly opened, and a girl with white hair appeared, looking at him with a hint of suspicion. The one he'd called was indeed Luminous. Hearing her name, Luminous asked curiously, turning to him, "Who are you? How did you awaken me?" He met her gaze directly. "It's me, Kyle." Hearing the name, she finally recognized him, realizing the aura here was indeed his. She continued, "I don't know if she's here, but where? Listenas." He answered calmly, "Listenas is dead." The words caught her off guard. She fell silent for a long moment before speaking. "A sky this impossibly blue in the era of calamity. How long have I slept?" He replied, "About 5,000 years. The number startled her. 5,000 years. Good thing I didn't wake up during all that time, because I fulfilled that child's wish. Listeners, thank you for bringing light back to this world." She went on, "But I can still sense dark energy on this land." Then she asked, "Will you fight again this time?" He looked at her and smiled. "Of course, because I can't let this peace be lost." His attention shifted to countless tiny swallows flying toward him, forming the shape of a spirit. He asked her, "What's this?" She explained, "This is the precious gem passed down through generations of great light spirits. It doesn't have any special power. But if you present it, the light spirits will treat you as one of the great spirits." He took the gem, looked at it, and smiled. "I'll keep it safe." Then she glanced up at the sky and praised, "By the way, the sky really is beautiful." With those words, she too faded into the air, merging with the vast blue sky. Switching scenes back to the academy. Looking at the few sheets of paper with student information on the desk, the headmaster asked, "Is this really the entire list of suspects?" Sejin replied, "For now, yes, sir." The headmaster continued, "Quite a few names nominated by the board of directors, huh?" He rubbed his forehead lightly. "Starting from the second semester, we'll have to bring the vice principal back to work." Those words caught the two professors completely off guard, and they said in unison, "The vice principal." Cutting to a classroom inside the academy. Right now, after receiving their exam results, all the students were screaming at the top of their lungs, shaking the entire academy. Carl gripped his score sheet tightly, his whole body trembling with joy as he shouted, "We're alive." Beside him, his buddy Tide was just as thrilled. "Me too." Professor Herod glanced at Carl and sighed. "The way you almost got expelled was the real thing." Hearing that, Carl immediately bowed his head low and stammered, "Please spare me, sir." Then the professor reminded him, "Don't cause any trouble during the break. See you in the second semester." With that, he turned and left. Not getting punished made Carl ecstatic. He spun around in circles, leaving the two girls nearby stunned. Ileana couldn't hold back her emotions either. The moment the teacher stepped out, she yelled, "First semester ends like this." "Oh man," classic Professor Herod. Nella turned to the class president and asked, "You're heading back to the Rodran Empire for the whole break." Chelsea stepped in and added, "Brother Leo is from the Delan Kingdom." The unfamiliar name made Nella curious. "Where? That? First time I've heard of it." He explained, "It's a kingdom on the western border." Chelsea's face lit up with excitement. "I've gotta visit Brother Leo during the break." Leo gave a small smile, thinking to himself, "It's been so long since I went home." The moment he arrived home, a huge banner suddenly dropped down in front of him, leaving him stunned. "I do have a place to come back to, but I didn't expect it to be this flashy." His mom and everyone else had been waiting early to welcome him. Seeing him, she called out, "Welcome home, my son." Returning here filled him with an indescribable feeling. Only now did he truly feel at ease. During dinner, after hearing all the stories, his father praised, "I never imagined you'd have talent in every element like this." He replied, "I only found out after getting to school, Dad." His father continued, "Even as my son, I have no idea how you turned out so extraordinary." His mom quickly changed the subject. "How's Professor Herod doing?" He sighed. "He's still teaching, yeah." She started explaining, "I heard there's a schedule for Lumern's homeroom professors to visit during the break. Professor Herod's on it, so we'll get to meet him as parents." Meanwhile, over at Professor Herod's side, his ear suddenly itched strange. While the family was eating, a maid stepped in shyly and said, "Madam, young master, there's a visitor." Knowing who it was made Leo's mom visibly annoyed. She turned to her husband. "Demons again, what a nuisance." Then she ordered the maid, "Tell them to leave." The maid hesitated. They said they're from Azonia Academy." Hearing that name, Leo jolted, repeating it silently in his mind. Azonia Academy. Before he could react, the mysterious figure had already appeared in the family dining room. He looked inside and asked, "Excuse me, is this Lady Renee Zerdinger? Greetings, I am the messenger spirit from Azonia." Then he approached and handed Leo a letter. Leo was a bit surprised by the gesture. His mom spoke up, "Here comes the trouble. Just take it, son." He opened the letter and read, "Congratulations, you've been selected as a recommended candidate for admission to Azonia." Those words left Leo even more puzzled. Selected already. Switching scenes to Azraq City, the city of Beastkin. He was now standing there, letting out a frustrated sigh and muttering, the Hero Military Academy for Beastkin, Azonia Academy. Unlike other schools, their entrance ceremony happens in the summer and is notorious for having the harshest entrance exam. He recalled his mom's words, "When I was young, I once helped some Azonia students. As thanks, they gave me a free pass to Azonia Academy. They sent a recommendation letter for your admission. I think I even signed a contract." He sighed. "You shouldn't have signed something like that so casually." His mom snapped back angrily. "So what? How was I supposed to know it turn out like this?" She comforted him. "Anyway, you're still studying at Lumern. This is just a visit. How you spend your break is up to you. Do whatever you want." Leo walked down the street, thinking to himself, "I heard the entrance exam here is a marathon across the desert. A school full of beastkin who worship strength and live by instinct. I'm kinda curious what these beastkin hero candidates are like." Right now he appeared as a full-fledged beastkin, complete with rabbit ears on his head, a little trick from Curran. Thanks to the kid's help, he transformed into a beastkin hybrid form. He continued reading the letter. The entrance exam score will be determined in Azrek's Coliseum arena. He suddenly noticed a statue standing in front of him, with an inscription, "In memory of Aeon, the warrior of unyielding courage." He muttered under his breath, "Could it be Aaron?" He looked at the statue mockingly. "Unyielding courage, my ass." Every fight he was shaking in his boots, but looking at it this way, it's kinda nice. Switching to the Coliseum arena. Right now he was standing in an enormous arena. Suddenly a pair of clawed hands appeared beside him, accompanied by an excited grin. He was still lost in thought. Looks like the other examinees. Then from the distance, someone approached mockingly. "Hey mongrel, you're not seriously saying a guy like you is an Azonia candidate, are you?" Another chimed in. "At least get rid of that mongrel stench." He didn't understand what they meant and pointed at himself. "You talking to me?" The red-haired guy yelled angrily. "Who else here gets called mongrel besides you? A half-breed rabbit like you daring to act tough." He ignored them, turned, and walked away. "You guys aren't even Azonia students yet, just participants in the entrance ceremony, and you're already acting like hotshots." His taunt pissed off the red-haired guy big time. He stepped forward, grabbed Leo's shoulder tightly, and challenged, "You still dare look down on Azonia candidate status? I hate seeing weaklings like you the most." Seeing the guy begging for a beating, he glanced back over his shoulder, then without hesitation spun around and slammed the guy's body to the ground. With superior beastkin physique, the ground cracked apart, and the guy's whole body shook from the pain. A nearby youth came over and asked, "Durkin, what's up? You letting him off?" Durkin clenched his fists tightly and growled, "No, absolutely not." He didn't care, just waved casually and walked off. "See you at the entrance ceremony." On the other side, Durkin suddenly sprang up, eyes blazing. "That guy's badass. He's seriously strong." Then he started yelling like a maniac, running all over the city looking for him. Hearing the shouts, Leo thought to himself, among beastkin, the strong are objects of worship, truly unique. All his actions just now had been spotted by another beast. The guy said excitedly, "I was worried it'd be all boring ones, but looks like we've got an interesting guy here." Inside the square, a fierce battle had just concluded. A young man stepped forward from the back and said, "Completing the purity trial in 36 minutes, everyone scored well. Zur instructor." The other replied, not satisfied at all, "Good and very good, like this won't do." The blond man replied in surprise, this is already a pretty strong result." He retorted, "Haven't you heard the news about the Lumern freshmen? Our new students must include many outstanding ones." This man was Bergaton, an instructor at Azonia Academy. The young man defended himself. "True, this cohort seems to be led by Lumern, but our candidates are also very prominent." He looked down and said indifferently, "Especially since my daughter is participating this time." The person he mentioned was Arton of the Tun clan, a student nominated for admission to Azonia. Here he ground his teeth confidently. "My daughter Arton is more than capable of representing the class." But then his gaze suddenly caught sight of something. He turned his eyes toward Leo, thinking to himself, "Does that kid look familiar?" Then he asked, "Deputy Instructor, do you know anything about that rabbit beastman at the end of the line?" The blond man flinched, rifled through his notes, and answered, "I've never seen that face before. He's not on the watch list." He asked again, "Is he a nominated admission?" The young man nodded. "Yes, exactly. A student admitted by nomination." His gaze remained fixed on Leo as he continued thinking. "That look is exactly like J.A." At that moment, a voice from the stands announced, "Group D of Part, one of the Spirit Beast Festival, has entered the arena." Group D has a notable candidate, right? The heir of the Tun clan, Artun. After the announcement, she strode forward confidently and entered the arena to the greetings of those in the stands. Others turned their attention to her, thinking, If she's the hope of a strength-worshipping beast tribe, can she inherit the Artan technique? Then he added, looking elsewhere, but isn't Azonia's entrance ceremony a desert marathon? What the heck is the Spirit Beast Festival? He asked her, is this also part of the entrance ceremony? She was startled and replied, you don't know the Spirit Beast Festival. He awkwardly answered, I'm a half-blood, so I didn't grow up with beast folk culture. She explained, Azonia's entrance isn't just a ceremony, it's one of the largest festivals. The Spirit Beast Festival is also for entertaining visitors and serves as a ritual for us students. After her explanation, he asked, a ritual? She continued, with the threat from Tadar is still looming, this is a declaration to our kin that we have arrived. So fight well, rabbit of the Black Clan. He snorted and murmured, we have arrived. No sooner had he finished speaking than a gate suddenly opened. A monster lunged out from inside, emitting terrifying cries. It immediately focused on Leo and charged swiftly. But suddenly a swishing sound rang out, startling the monster. Artan and other beast folk rushed in to attack, causing the creature to widen its eyes in shock. Then it turned its attention toward Artan and charged. When a flash of light suddenly streaked through the air, Artan leapt high. Then she let out a courageous exhale and dove down, raking countless claw strikes across the monster's body. The strike was blindingly swift. After finishing, she landed lightly and then stared in shock at Leo standing still, shouting, what are you doing, Black Rabbit? A monster was now charging toward him, but then his arm tightened slightly and shot forward. Two fists collided, compressing the space between them, and the monster's gaze turned ferocious. Then, with his tremendous strength, he dispatched the monster in an instant. His eyes remained calm, like a wild beast. The stands erupted at the sight, yelling, over the top, Black Rabbit, you're number one in our hearts. Artan looked at him with interest, thinking, no doubt about it, that Black Rabbit just bestialized. As she spoke, her eyes narrowed slightly, growing suspicious. When the moon rises, it's the power that awakens the animal instincts within us. Our ancestors studied bestialization long ago, but no one can use it freely. Except for one person. Who is the hero Aeon? The monster Leo killed was the last one. A voice over the loudspeaker announced, the Spirit Beast Festival concludes here. Back in the changing room, from a distance, Artan approached because she was curious. Hey Black Rabbit, I want to ask. But another voice cut in suddenly, praising, hey, not bad, huh? A young man came up to him and introduced himself. I'm Dion Den, and you? Dion Den, a wolf beast folk, a student nominated for admission to Azonia. To this approach, he replied calmly, Kai. Hearing the name, Dion Den sighed and repeated, Kai, I was worried this place was full of the weakest, huh? Having someone with your skill here puts me at ease. Interrupted, Artan angrily stepped forward, clenching her fist and scolding, this meathead is talking nonsense again. Seeing her, he turned to greet her. Artan. She ignored him, leaned close to his face, and proposed, Black Rabbit, talk with me for a bit, I have something to ask. This unexpected request surprised him, me. Lord. Then suddenly something outside caught the attention of all three. A pair of footsteps entered and a voice said, too noisy. The newcomer was Bergatan. He praised, thanks to everyone for taking part in the Spirit Beast Festival. Seeing him, he muttered inwardly, Hero Bergatan looks even cooler up close. He stepped forward and continued, as you know, tomorrow's test will be crossing the Azrek Desert. The rules are simple. Start from Azrek, cross the Great Desert, and finish at Azonia. However, the Azrek Desert is one of the harshest regions on the continent, so I have some advice for you all. Don't do foolish things like mistaking recklessness for bravery. After his reminder, the deputy instructor stepped in to add, nominated students haven't attended free classes for the past half year. Since you don't know the other students, step forward and introduce yourself. Additional info. To enroll at Azonia, you must attend free classes and receive a nomination letter. Nominated students are judged to have such overwhelming ability that they don't need to attend free classes. After hearing this, he turned to Artan and asked, why didn't you attend the free classes? She answered confidently, sighing once, no need for that stuff, I'm strong anyway. Another young woman stepped forward and introduced herself. I'm Stee Lul, my specialty is magic, nice to meet you all. A short-haired woman introduced herself. I'm Rate Vega, a spirit summoner. Then it was Artan's turn. I'm Artan, let's all do our best. He remained cold. Kai, pleased to meet you. All of his words were observed by Bergatan. Then Dion Den spoke up. I'm Dion Den. Immediately after his introduction, his tone turned cold. If you're weak, don't get in the way, best to give up now. Seeing a fight about to break out, the deputy instructor reminded them. Everyone, go outside to check the dorm assignments board and then return. After he spoke, everyone stepped outside. He followed them, but suddenly a hand on his shoulder startled. The one who called him back was Bergatun. He requested, "Stay and see me privately for a moment." When the room held only the two of them, Bergatun spoke. "Kai, I'll ask you this just to be certain." He nodded in agreement. He continued, "You're Riene's son, aren't you?" The question surprised him. His eyes widened as he thought, "He knows my mother." He hesitated for a few seconds, then answered, "Yes, that's right. Do you know my mother?" Hearing this, Bergatun laughed and explained, "So you really are Riene's son. I'm an old friend of your mother. She and I once represented our year for Lumern and Azonia in contests. You must have heard your mother talk about me, Bergatun, right?" But he replied bluntly, "No, my mother never mentioned you even once." This made Bergatun's lip twitch. "Impossible. Jen and I were that close." He explained, "My mother rarely talks about her school days." Bergatun answered, "That could be." Then his hand clenched as he recalled images from the past, and he ground his teeth in anger. If not for that idiot, y'all would have." He cut him off. "Even if she doesn't talk about the past, my mother has never regretted her choice." Hearing that, Bergatun fell silent for a few seconds, then nodded. "It must be so. To be worthy of being the unique Zerdinger blossom, still a beautiful and dignified woman." Hearing Bergatun praise his mother, he frowned slightly, thinking, "My mother a blossom. This guy seems a bit." Then Bergatun changed the subject. "All right, I saw your performance at the Spirit Beast Festival. I'll be looking forward to tomorrow's entrance ceremony." He nodded yes. That afternoon, back in his room after a long day, he looked around and went to the bath. When he came out, he kept praising, "The dorms here are even better than Lumer." Then his gaze suddenly caught some noise outside the window. Immediately the window swung open. Artun appeared and shouted, "Black Rabbit, I came to expose your secret." Seeing him naked, she blushed and covered her eyes, shouting, "Why are you undressing like that?" He replied, "This is my room." Cut to a moment later, he finished dressing, sat on his bed and said, "I'm dressed now, open your eyes. What secret did you come to expose?" She turned and asked, "I saw you earlier at the Spirit Beast Festival. You can bestialize at will, right?" Acquiescing to her request, he shifted into his beastfolk form and said, "Like this." She blurted out, "Oh my god, it's real." Looking at his current form, he thought, "Strange, while in my beast form, using the hero's breath triggered the bestialization. Of course, sustaining it long would leave severe aftereffects." She put on an admiring look and exclaimed, "How is that possible? In history, the only one who could bestialize at will was Lord Aaron." He then offered, "Do you want me to teach you?" Hearing this, she grew ecstatic, stammering, "Really?" He continued, thinking, "I need a successor to follow in Artun's footsteps. Because in the upcoming battle with Tadorus, I'll need more fighting strength. Perhaps this is why I was reincarnated into this era." After thinking it over, he set a condition, "Then you just have to prove yourself." She asked curiously, "Prove what?" He replied, "Prove whether you have the makings of a hero." Those words sent her into a spiral of overthinking, constantly thinking, "This guy is underestimating me. He places himself on a much higher level." A pleased expression appeared on his face as he said, "I'll wait here." Arton. Cut to the next day, a loudspeaker announced, "The second day of enrollment has begun." We can see students lining up for the competency test to cross the Azrek Desert. Holding the registration papers, Professor Yura said, "From Tun, Den Lul, even Vega. Our kids are talented, but this year's nominated candidates for Azonia are no slouches either. Pity I couldn't watch the Spirit Beast Festival." El beside her sighed with regret, "Truly a pity." Then Yura asked, "Hey Kai, there's a student with a strange name, right?" El smiled and replied, "Is it the name of the great hero? Not sure if Kai is a braggart or the primordial hero Kai. It really reminds me of that kid Leo." His gaze drifted downward. Artun was stomping forward in a huff. He wondered, "Isn't that student Artun?" Yura added, "The competitive spirit of beastfolk is rising. Look at Artun, she wants to challenge someone." She stepped toward him, voice edged with irritation. "Black Rabbit, you haven't forgotten your promise from yesterday, have you? I will make you acknowledge me." I was so excited I couldn't sleep all night, so in today's test, don't miss even a moment of my performance." He sighed and answered, "All right." Watching from above, Elend praised, "Interesting. The opponent is that student named Kai." Yura beside him replied with amusement, "A student who makes people curious, truly." But then her expression froze for a moment. El beside her felt the same. Because they recognized that person as Leo, they exclaimed, "Why is he here?" The 5 students were now gathered at the center of the square. Bergatun looked toward them, reminding the nominated candidates. A stern announcement came over the loudspeaker. Before the enrollment ceremony begins, the candidates will swear an oath. On the stands above, Yura and Alend gasped, "What the hell is that guy doing?" The loudspeaker continued, "The 5 nominated candidates, place your hands on Lord Aeon's hero dossier." Hearing that name, he thought to himself, Aeon's hero dossier. I didn't expect to see it like this. And the announcement went on as each person recited the oath. Artan stepped forward first, placed her hand on the hero dossier, and began the oath. "Before the honor of the great hero, I will not act coward." Standing below, ready, he appeared with a hopeless look, lost in thought. Then he stepped forward, placed his hand on the hero dossier, and began the oath. In the presence of the great hero's honor. The moment his words ended, the hero dossier suddenly began to glow, and from it a colossal beam of light shot straight into the sky, leaving everyone gawked. Up in the stands, Yura wondered, "Senior, could it be?" Ain shared her thought, "That must be." Bergatun was also stunned by the spectacle. The beam then swelled even larger, and after a while the light slowly dimmed, and a book hovered in the sky, the hero dossier itself. The book opened to the chapter, Artun's World, the Beginning. The massive light enveloped the two of them, which made the deputy examiner ask Bergatun in astonishment, What is this? Could it be the hero's world?" Bergatun kept a calm face and answered, "Indeed, Lord Aeon's hero world has been opened." The blond man beside him trembled. Wow, has the hero world overloaded? Outwardly composed, inside he was in chaos. Whatever the reason, a page of Artan that has never been opened has appeared. Even if it turns into a dungeon from overload, if conquered, this is a chance to inherit Artan's power. But the question is whether the kids can conquer Artan's world. The two of them were then transported into some other space. Long ago, when darkness shrouded the world, a gloomy space gradually appeared. They sprang awake and looked around. Artan gasped, "What the heck just happened?" Then she turned to him and asked, "Black Rabbit, you saw that too, right? The hero dossier just opened." He calmly replied, "Look up at the sky." Above the sky was a sickly expanse of gray, making Artan startle and exclaim, "What is that? It's all gray." Voices still echoed in the space. "A hero has appeared, a hero who brings light, a hero who brings the future." A voice rang in his head. This might be 5,000 years ago, when Artan was still alive, an age of despair. Voices continued to echo in the space. "Please save us. Beware of being eaten by Jabuak." She scanned around and guessed, "Is this the world where the pseudo-hero Eren once lived?" He answered, "Yes, it seems to be the refuge city Raysar." Artan continued to ask, "Why did the hero world suddenly activate? For thousands of years, there's been no record of Lord Eren's page being open." He didn't know how to answer either, thinking, "In hero studies class and back in Berkia, when I touched my own dossier page, the hero world opened. But all those times it was my own page. This one looks like Eren's page to anyone who sees it." The system then sent a notification. Mission objective, search for Aeon in Raysar. Looking at the mission board, he wondered, mission objective, does that mean this isn't a hero dungeon? He kept pondering, if it's an officially opened world, why can't we communicate outside? Then he glanced at Artan trembling and asked with concern, "Artan, are you okay?" She looked excited and exclaimed, "It says the mission objective is to find Lord Aeon. Does that mean we can meet Lord Aeon again? Finding Lord Aeon will surely be a piece of cake. He's famous after all." He could only smile wryly and reply, "Yeah, that's true." She was ecstatic, exclaiming, "Then let's start asking around." He sighed in frustration, thinking, I suppose people of this era would think that history as written differs from reality. She hurried forward, Black Rabbit, move it. He kept thinking, but Aeon of this period. At that moment a man's voice rang out, I've told you, I've never heard the name Aeon or anything like. Then he angrily waved them away, leaving the two of them stunned. Artan wondered, how can that be? No one knows about Eren. She then turned to another person and asked, Hey, Beastman, have you ever heard the name Aeon? He shook his head and answered, not at all. After a moment a voice suddenly rang out, Ha ha, you half-wiped-nosed Beastman. If you have nowhere to sleep, come into my room. She frowned and whispered to him, the vibe's getting weirder. He replied, before it gets fully dark, we need to find a place to rest. He thought, maybe it's the year 1462 of the Altegra calendar. This is 20 years after the calamity began. If that's the case, there's no point blindly searching for Eren. There's someone else we need to meet. They walked into some area. He thought to himself, probably around here somewhere. Artan hurried over and asked, "Wait, Black Rabbit, where are you planning to go? You led the way, but," she complained, "there's not even a decent in here." Her voice held a hint of caution, then she suddenly turned and swung a kick backward, but a stranger grabbed her. She gnawed her teeth in anger, but Leo immediately intervened. "Wait, Artan, don't start a fight." The man's arm tightened, then reached to grip her throat, startling her. She managed to blurt, "Black Rabbit, you run away now." The man then looked at him and demanded, "Why have you come here? If you don't spill the truth, I'll take this beastman's life." The legendary hero is an honorary student of Aaron's world. Then a man asked, "Who are you?" "There's a Jabberwock outside, be careful." He answered very calmly, "We came because we heard people go to this place." The man continued, "Who told you? Is this a forbidden area?" He replied, "Chicken-hearted Aaron told us, and we came." Hearing that, the man finally released his grip, dropped Artan to the ground, then turned and walked away, ordering, "Follow me." They were assigned a place to sleep. He reminded them, "You can stay here tonight and come back to find me in the morning." He stepped outside, surveyed the surroundings, and thought, "This damn sky, no matter how many times I look at it, I can't get used to it. It's still as ridiculous as ever." Outside Raysar, the world was cloaked in mist and smoke, which means the only operable area in this world is this place. The mysterious voice continued, "Both our shaky rooftops are steered by tiny hands with clumsy skill. During the midterm exam, the mission objective won't appear until the Jabberwock is defeated. If so, then this probably isn't a runaway glitch. But why can't the outside world control the hero?" He recalled the mission notice searching for Aaron in Raysar. The key known to open a hero world is either the world's owner or an item deeply linked to that owner. But what if there's another kind of key? For example, someone with a deep connection. The voice continued, little rabbit, want to call a friend to row the boat with you." He kept thinking, of course this might just be speculation, but if Aaron's world opened because of me, then it makes sense that the outside can't control this world. Was my reincarnation with memories intact really just a coincidence? What if the hero dossier is arranged for a great hero to be reborn in the future, and I can inherit their power once more? The voice kept chiming, little rabbit, a child's tale, and totally wiping out Erebos isn't impossible. He stared up at the distant sky, 1,000 thoughts racing. Then suddenly a loud voice boomed, "Wake up, Black Rabbit." It turned out it was all a dream. The one waking him was Artan. He stretched for the morning, turned and asked, "You awake? That man yesterday was really strong, are you okay?" She cheerfully replied, "My body is tough as nails." Then she asked, "So what happened yesterday?" He answered, "Seems the man thought we were intruders, and I smoothed things over with words." She said, "You're very polite." He mused, "That collision must have been intense. Our beastkin descendants are pretty sturdy, huh?" At that moment the man dropped by, up early. "Are you two recovered already?" This man was Agon, god of the skis, hero of the Calamity Age. He approached Artan and said, "I know beastkin are strong, but you surprised me." Artan snapped back angrily, "Surprised what?" He sighed and said, "You youngsters are more reckless than I thought. About yesterday, my apologies." Then he offered, "Come with me so I can make amends. Breakfast is on me." She felt a bit worried about the suggestion, turned to whisper to him, "Maybe he's not a bad guy after all." He nodded and replied, "Yeah, he's even offering us breakfast." After that, the two of them followed him. After walking for a while, Artan wondered, "This isn't some trick to lower our guard and then attack us, right? Where are we even going?" He sighed and answered, "No clue, but he doesn't seem like a bad person." He thought to himself, the sky god Agon was a hero active during the Calamity era, just like Yura's dad. He was originally someone our team planned to recruit, but for some reason every time we met him early on, his will had already been crushed. What the hell happened in the past month? Suddenly the scene ahead made Artan jolt in surprise. What is this?" Right then a bunch of kids came running toward Agon. One little girl called out, "Uncle Agon, time for breakfast." Then they looked over at the two of them and wondered, "Who are that big sister and big brother?" He answered, "They're guests. I don't need my share. Set the table for these two." Artan suddenly stomped her foot hard on the ground, exclaiming, "Uncle, I misunderstood you. You're really a good person." Then she happily went over and ruffled the little girl's head with delight. Right then he noticed a lone figure sitting by themselves in a nearby corner. When he realized something, his eyes suddenly widened. He thought to himself, "Long time no see, huh?" Old memories from back then flooded into his mind. He exclaimed inwardly, "The great dark spirit Elsie." That strange voice echoed again as the man said, "Little rabbit, how about going along with that shat?" The scene shifted back 5,000 years to this very place. Right then Kyle and the other two approached a man sitting alone in the graveyard. Listen as his voice rang out. "I heard the plague is raging, such a shame." She looked at Agon and asked, "You're the sky god, right?" He lifted his head and wondered, "Who are you people?" The girl beside her spoke up. "I'm here to invite you to join the subjugation team." Luna added, "We need the strength of a hero like you." He lowered his head in exhaustion and answered, "Go away. I'm not joining any subjugation team." Luna kept persuading, "But someone who earned the title of sky god like you." Before she could finish, he stepped forward from behind. "Drop it, Luna." He placed a hand on her shoulder and explained, "His will's already been broken." She replied, "We can rekindle it. It'd be a waste to pass up someone of his caliber." The black-haired girl turned to leave. "Luna, like you said, a lost will can be restored, but someone who's nurtured hatred can't save the world. Let's go find someone else." Then he spoke up, "I can recommend someone. Go look for Aaron." After that, the three of them left. Luna wondered, "Aaron, but in a place this vast, how are we supposed to find him? If you're gonna point us somewhere, at least give real direction." He sighed, "We still have time, so we can take it slow. Someone recommended by the sky god definitely isn't ordinary." Then he turned to Luna and reminded her, "And cool it with the impatience, Luna." That made her snap angrily. "What, you looking to die?" The black-haired girl's eyes in the team suddenly caught sight of someone, Dark Spirit. Then she cheerfully called out, "Oh, hello, it's the Dark Spirit." Back to the present. Right then he was holding a bowl to take some food, thinking to himself, "Never thought I'd run into Elsie here. In the past, we met when we were assembling the subjugation team. Too bad now's not the time to chat with Elsie, since it'll be about a year before Kyle or I actually meet her." He carried 2 trays of food out. Right then Arton sat across from him, all cheerful, and suggested, "Eat with us, uncle." He helplessly picked up the bowl. "Fine, you said Aaron sent you here, right?" He asked back, puzzled. "You don't know where Aaron is either, uncle." He shook his head. "I don't know that foolish disciple of mine. He's been missing for half a year now." That caught Arton by surprise. She jumped to her feet and shouted, "Uncle, you're Master Aaron's teacher." He nodded, "Yeah, teacher to that useless guy. A noble, great, and brave hero who fights against. Raising someone like that, and you call him useless." She let out a breath. "Being too humble isn't good either, you know." Not understanding what she meant, Agon spoke up. "Little girl, I think you've got the wrong idea. My disciple isn't noble, great, or brave at all. Sure, he has impressive power for his age, but that guy's a coward who doesn't deserve that strength. The reason Aaron left Raysar was just because he was afraid to fight." Those words shattered the image of Aaron in Artun's mind. She clutched her head and screamed, "No, no way, it can't be Aaron." Her reaction startled Agon, who turned and asked, "What's wrong with your friend?" He answered, "She's a huge fan of Aaron." Right then she burst into tears and ran off somewhere, yelling, "Lord Aaron can't be a coward. My image of him is ruined. I can't accept this." He quietly closed his eyes. "A fan of Aaron, hard to believe." He continued, "It's because she was saved by your disciple. And yeah, Aaron is a coward. But in places you don't know about, he saved a ton of people. Long, long ago, when darkness covered the world, I was one of the people he saved too. So you can be proud of your disciple now." Those words left him a bit stunned, and he exclaimed, "That kid, has he really grown that much in the past half year?" Artun was now sitting in a corner sobbing, unable to believe Aaron had once been a coward. He walked over to comfort her. "What's so shocking about Aaron being a coward?" She answered, "He's the one who gave me courage in the first place. When I was little, I was timid and shy. Every training session I wanted to quit. But my dad told me my name was inspired by Lord Aaron. So I decided I'd become brave like Lord Aaron, the one who never backs down no matter the situation. And now you're telling me he's a coward." He reached over and patted her head. "That coward saved the whole world. That coward was braver than anyone when everyone else was in despair. That's why the gods called him a hero. Doesn't that make him even more worthy of respect?" Those words struck deep in her heart, and her mood lifted a little. She stood up energetically and said, "Hearing you say that makes me like Lord Aaron even more." He shook his head. "You're such a flip-flop." He thought to himself and suddenly remembered, aren't all these kids supposed to die? When our group arrived, everyone in this area had already died from the plague, except Agon. Wait, that means all these people are gonna die in just 1 more month, even if it's a plague. Then suddenly a voice rang out from afar. "This camp's still filthy as ever, huh?" Looking toward the approaching group, he recognized it was Levite, the right-hand man of Lord Raysar. In the Calamity era, not everyone rose up against evil. The world was divided, and the enemies inside were often harder to deal with than the ones outside. Right then he strode straight toward Agon and greeted, "Greetings, Sky God Lord Agon." He kept thinking, a glory-hungry rat trying to play hero in the subjugation team. He replied coldly, "What do you want?" Levites started mocking. A great hero like Lord Agon rotting away in this cursed land in such chaotic times. Even the gods who abandon the earth probably can't stand it. What do you think about ending this long period of hiding and joining the Hero Legion? He pushed him away. I already told you last time, if the Lord guarantees the safety of these kids, I'll consider it. His gaze dropped downward, where the children were trembling in fear. I understand. I'll report that the Sky God still isn't ready, but I've received strict orders to obtain the sword that devours darkness, Shaitan, no matter what. Sitting nearby, he jolted in thought. Isn't Shaitan one of the strongest swords from the Calamity era? Agon keeping it, I never heard Eren mention this. If Agon had a sword like that, he definitely would have given it to Eren before he set out. He sighed, I've told you countless times. Shaitan broke in the battle 10 years ago. He ignored that. So the Sky God plans to defy the Lord's orders out of personal greed. Why would you lie like that? His voice turned icy. Why would I need to lie? And even if I did, what could you do about it? His words carried a terrifying killing intent that made the group flinch in fear. Levi's teeth ground together in rage. Then he turned to leave. I'll withdraw for today, but the Lord will come find you soon, as long as you're still in Raysar. After they left, Agon turned back to the two of them and said, Sorry you had to see that ugly scene. He replied, No worries, we're used to people like that. Arton fumed, what a bunch of cowards. He wondered, but what's this about joining the Hero Legion? He explained, exactly what they said. It's joining the army fighting against Erebo. Arton's eyes showed a hint of fear. Then, joining the Hero Legion is a good thing, right? He explained, we can't do that. If I join the Hero Legion, there'll be no one left to take care of these kids. Arton said, for the kids, of course the kingdom would. Before she could finish, he continued, Raysar won't take care of these kids, they'll just abandon them. They sacrifice the few for the greater good. That shocked Arton, making her jump to her feet. Abandon them. How can someone called a hero even think like that? He smiled and replied, That's kinda weird. You kids really born in this Calamity era. Never thought you'd be chatting about such dreamy, far from reality ideals. He stepped closer. So what if it's a dreamy ideal? If it's the right thing, then walking the right path is just natural. That's exactly why Agon's taking care of these kids, isn't it? Agon's gaze fixed on him as he thought to himself, just a kid around 15 or 16. But where's this kind of depth coming from? Then he turned and asked, What are your names? Arton answered, I'm Arton, and this black rabbit here is Kyle. Hearing the two names, he stroked his chin lightly and said, Kyle, that's gonna be tough, sharing a name with the surviving hero and all. At that point, Arton's body suddenly stiffened, jolting in surprise. Kyle was a real person. She jumped to her feet and wondered, the surviving hero. Not wanting her to say more, he quickly reached out and grabbed the tip of her tail, yanking her back hard enough to leave everyone stunned. Agon asked, What's that about? He explained, Nothing really. Then he turned to warn her, Keep spouting unnecessary stuff and the conquest plan's gonna fall apart. She blushed and protested, but grabbing a lady's tail like that. Across from them, Agon sighed. If it's truly right, then walking the righteous path is obvious. Yeah, that's spot on. I'd forgotten that simple value for way too long. Then he asked, So what did you two come to Raysar for? He answered, To meet Eren. Agon stood up and explained, Then stay here until he comes back. Even though there's been no word from that disciple of mine for half a year. This is still his home, he'll return someday. With that, he turned and walked away. The moment he left, a notification panel popped up in front of the two of them, catching Arton by surprise. The system sent a notification, Conquest target, meet Aeon upon his return home in 3 days. That got her super hyped. The conquest target's progressing. We're only 3 days away from meeting Lord, nodded in agreement. Yeah, he thought to himself. Going straight to Agon really was the right answer. Right then she jumped up, chased after Agon, and called back to him. Black Rabbit, I'm gonna ask Uncle Agon more about Lord Aeon. He helplessly reminded her. Don't slip up and say something dumb. Then another system screen appeared in front of him, making him startle a bit. Hidden conquest target, save the sky god Agon. Looking at the system screen, he wondered, a hidden target, only I can see this one. Back when I was Kyle, by the time we got here, Agon's will had already been broken. Protecting him means making sure his will doesn't get shaken any further. In these next 3 days, before Eren returns, something's definitely gonna happen. Am I missing something here? Then suddenly a voice whispered right next to his ear. Hey big bro, you know I'm not human, right? He glanced over, it was Elsie. He answered, yeah, you're a spirit. She replied cheerfully, I'm a great spirit master. Observing her, he thought to himself, Elsie smiling like that, this is way too different. Then her eyes narrowed slightly, and an all-class one at that. Looks like you really are the surviving hero, Kyle. He quickly cut in, sorry, but I haven't even. Before he could finish, she interrupted. Stop trying to fool me. Someone who's all class and has the light gem, other than listen as his teammate, who else could it be? Realizing that, he thought to himself, didn't expect the light gem to make Elsie mistake me for Kyle. She continued, I heard the rumors. Listeners took her team and left Guardstront to conquer Erebos, so I was planning to go find you guys anyway. He asked, puzzled, why? She smiled and answered, obviously, to help save this world. What else? Looking at the girl in front of him left him a bit helpless. This kid really is the great dark spirit Elsie who once made a contract with me. She's so different. Then he asked, why do you want to save the world? She answered, I'm a spirit born in the Calamity era, so I really want to see the stars in the night sky. I hear they're so beautiful they're blinding. He kept asking, so where's Listeners right now? She replied, on her way to Raysar. It'll take a while to get here. Seeing that, she said happily, good thing I was about to go search on my own. Lucky I didn't get lost. He asked why she wanted to make a contract with Listeners. She answered, I heard the rumors that you guys defeated Legion Commander Yamangard. In this era, someone bold enough to claim they beat a Legion Commander and then go conquer Erebos. Who else would be worthy of contracting with me? The sight made him helpless, so different I can't get used to it. But the person Elsie chose as her contractor was me, and I never even heard the reason. She suddenly remembered something and exclaimed, oh, right. She leaned close to his ear and whispered, this is a secret from Agon, okay. The sword that devours darkness, Shaitan, that's me. Cut to Lord Raysar's castle. After hearing the report, Lord Rodian wondered. Agon refused my invitation again, Levite answered. Yes, my lord. He continued, Agon needs that power to protect this Raysar. What the hell is he clinging to over there? Levite added fuel to the fire. Seems he's still hung up on those orphan kids in the cursed land. He slammed his fist on the armrest in anger. Idiot. Refusing the greater cause just to protect useless trap. Levite continued. Oh, and according to the rumors spreading among the people, the cursed land is being ravaged by a plague. That made the Lord even angrier. A plague? What now? If it spreads among the refugees, the whole city could get wiped out. Levite stepped forward with a suggestion. Then we have to eradicate it at the root before it spreads. Of course, I'll feel bad about eliminating those helpless orphans too. Rodian worried, but Agon won't stand for it. Levite reassured him. The plague rumors have already spread through the whole city. Stopping the plague is what the masses want. No matter how stupid Agon is, he wouldn't dare do something idiotic like putting the entire populated city at risk. Rodian sighed. You're right, having you here is such a relief. I'm entrusting you with full authority over Raysar's security. He replied, I'll do my utmost to repay your grace, my lord, and I will definitely recover Shait. Cut to the outside. Right then people were buzzing with talk. The cursed land, crazy, there's a plague there. Someone else said, what the hell is the Lord doing? If the plague reaches here, what then? We need measures. One guy suggested, for now just stay far away before we catch it. He looked at the kids in front of him and thought to himself, ever since Levite visited Agon's hideout, the plague rumors have exploded. Recalling his old conversation with Elsie, she said, Kyle's an outstanding summoner and a black dragon too, so he's a perfect match for a dark spirit like me. He answered, everyone knows that, why say it? She turned and asked him, do you think this world is worth saving? That question puzzled him. What do you mean? She continued, exactly what I said. Does this world even have a reason to exist? He sighed, come on, can't we just save it first and figure that out later? She crossed 5,000 years to meet him with countless thoughts in her heart. He kept thinking, the Elsie I met a year later had already lost all hope in the world. It wasn't as bright as now, and even Agon had completely lost his will. He made a judgment. These kids aren't dying from a plague. From afar, Arton came over. Black Rabbit, where'd you go? I've been looking everywhere. Come help me prep dinner. He turned and asked, where? Uncle Agon first. She wondered, Uncle Agon. Just now someone claiming to be from the Lord came and called him away. Right then a squad of soldiers marched up from outside and announced loudly, by order of Lord Raysar, from this moment we begin the operation to eradicate the plague nest. A blonde girl stepped forward puzzled. Sirs, Uncle Agon just went to the Lord's castle earlier. The soldier ignored her, angrily raised his sword and shouted, you filthy plague-infected brat, get back. He swung down hard, scaring the little girl, but luckily Arton rushed in, hugged her, and pulled her back. She yelled furiously, are you insane? He stepped forward too, getting serious. Arton prioritized the kid's safety first. Hearing that, the soldier snapped, you lot planning to resist us. A woman from behind stepped up and introduced herself. I'm Jelen of the Raysar Hero Knight Order. Interfering with our work is the same as defying the Lord's order. Right then he gripped his sword tightly and thought, this has to be Levite's order, not the Lord's right. Using a fake plague excuse to wipe out the kids, and then go after Shane. His eyes filled with killing intent. If you're gonna call yourself heroes, at least have some boundaries. Otherwise, you're just insulting the people who are actually risking their lives to save the world. His words pissed Jelen off, and she charged. Some random punk dares to imitate heroes. He blocked her attack and continued. With that level, you dare call yourself part of the Hero Legion. Those aren't real Hero Legions, they're just pampered knight orders. Right then, he unleashed a blazing red aura that surprised Jelen. Fire attribute aura. Special ability, huh? He charged straight into her forbidden zone. She raised her shield to block and mocked. Flames like that won't do anything to my shield aura. But then his sword started burning through her shield, making her flinch. After that, a massive explosion erupted. Right then, he pointed his sword at the trembling girl on the ground and mocked. Your strength and gear are way too crude. On this side, without a shred of hesitation, Arton shot forward like a gust of wind. The sudden move startled one of the soldiers, sending a jolt of fear through him. Right after that, she whipped her leg around and slammed a straight kick right into his face, twisting his features as he crashed backward onto the ground. She calmly landed back on her feet, then leaped into the air again, ready to unleash another strike. A barrage of precise face kicks left the soldiers too stunned to even react. She touched down lightly, letting out a soft, cold snort. This pathetic, and you still think you can play hero. Watching her performance just now, he turned to her with a curious look. Elastic aura, right? She nodded. Yeah, and your flame aura, aren't you? She flashed a small smile. Fighting you one-on-one might actually be kind of fun. Only now did Jelen stagger to her feet, cursing under her breath. You idiots. Clutching her face, she screamed. What the hell is this? You think you can just storm into our Hero Legion like that? House Levite won't let any of you walk away. For the sake of some filthy orphans you dare make race your enemy. I'll make every last one of you pay. Her words made Arton flinch. Her voice turned icy as she shot back. So you're basically begging for another beating, huh? He stepped up beside her with a quiet reminder. Arton, can you get the kids somewhere safe? His tone hardened. I've got business to settle with this one. I'm counting on you. She gave a quick nod. Got it. As she led the children away at a run, she kept glancing back, thinking to herself, this vibe is way too dangerous. She spoke softly to the kids. Hey, let's get out of here for a bit, okay? Back at the fight, Jelen's voice rang out again. What, only now you're gonna beg for mercy? Probably don't want the brats to see what's coming, huh? How considerate. A calm voice suddenly cut in. Looks like you've got the wrong idea. The little black rabbit's just dancing. Dancing, that's all. It's not something kids should have to watch, so I told them to step away. The air felt suffocating. Jelen's voice trembled with fear. Don't come any closer. But it was already far too late. He finished her with a single strike. The voice continued. Oh my God, you really are the March Hare, aren't you? After taking out the leader, he walked calmly toward the remaining soldiers trembling on the ground. He showed them no mercy. The voice rang out again. The Black March Hare just killed a knight, see that? Not a single second of hesitation. He turned back and replied, I'm used to it. Dealing with twisted garbage like this. Elsie stepped closer and asked quietly, were they really planning to kill your friends just to get their hands on Shate? He looked at her, thinking to himself, back then Elsie was still such a young, inexperienced great spirit. This might have been the first time she ever saw how ugly this world can really be. And yet, Elsie died trying to save that very world. Flashes of the past rose in the air, and the image of Elsie growing brighter filled him with quiet regret. She spoke cheerfully, Kyle, no matter what, I still want to find it. Because that's the reason to save this world. I just want to see the stars shining in the night sky the way they did before the Age of Calamity. He murmured to himself, once we save the world. Elsie, I'm sure the stars in the night sky will be even more beautiful than anything you ever imagined. So yeah, this world is absolutely worth saving. He stepped closer, gently ruffling her hair with so much affection that her emotions slowly steadied. She smiled brightly. Yeah. Then she went on, I was thinking I want to become the guiding star for all those poor lost stars out there. And now I'm going to say goodbye, sweet dreams, and see you again at the break of dawn. Staring into the big campfire in front of him, he still had thoughts swirling in his mind. The conquest objective still isn't complete. Does that mean Agon's hideout still isn't safe? Agon headed to the Lord's castle, while Elsie stayed here. Even without me around, Elsie alone should be more than capable of handling Levite's underlings. Which means the deaths of the orphanage kids were something even a great spirit couldn't stop. In that case, the current strategy can't guarantee the children's survival. While he was lost in thought, a familiar voice suddenly called his name. Someone was coming. Elsie instantly vanished into thin air. He turned and answered, stronger ones than the trash we just took down are on their way. She jolted. What? He continued, because we ruined their plan. She replied confidently, still, if the Black Rabbit and I team up. Before she could finish, he cut in. It's not just about fighting. Protecting the kids while holding them off won't be easy. She hesitated. That. He said there's a way. She asked eagerly. What is it? He answered. We go find Aeon. Hearing the name filled her with fierce determination. She clenched her fists tight, then suddenly exclaimed, but Lord Aaron isn't supposed to arrive in Raysar for another 3 days, he replied. Aeon's already in Raysar. Last night I confirmed the hero world's restricted zone has shrunk back to Raysar. Her eyes lit up. Really? Then you're right, Lord Aaron must definitely be in Raysar. He stepped forward, placed a hand on her shoulder, and spoke reassuringly. But we've already finished what we came for, so there's no need to take risks this big. The corner of her mouth curved into a satisfied smile as she said, You say that, but you're not backing out of this, are you? He answered, It could get seriously dangerous. She stayed confident. I became a hero because I admire the brave Lord Aaron. How could someone like me run away like a coward? Besides, if you go alone, won't Lord Aaron end up spoiling only you later? Her words made him raise an eyebrow. What? She went on. Anyway, you've already figured out how to find Aeon, right? He sighed. Yeah. She immediately suggested. Then hurry and bring him back. Until then, I'll protect this place. More images from the past flickered into view. Someone's voice echoed. Aaron, you're this strong, yet back in Raysar you never once thought about fighting Tartarus, Aaron replied. Because I'm terrified of the demon race. The other person pressed. But you did want to fight at some point, right? Aeon nodded. Yeah, so one day I made up my mind and went to the one spot where you can see all of Raysar, just to gather every bit of courage I had. The other asked, surprised, but you hate heights. Aaron answered, it's because I really wanted to protect that city. Protect Raysar, and the only place where you can see the whole city in one view is right there. The moment he arrived, a voice cut through. Who's there? He felt eyes staring down at him from above and thought to himself, the only true hero among the great heroes born in the age of calamity. So cowardly it's almost unbelievable, yet possessing courage so immense it defies imagination. He looked up and called out, I came here to pick you up. Aeon, hearing his name, asked curiously, You know my name? He nodded. Of course. Your little siblings at Agon's orphanage are in danger. Hearing that, Aeon startled. What? He continued, Tonight they might all die. We need your strength to save those kids. Without a second's hesitation, Aaron summoned pale purple power that wrapped around his body, then instantly transformed it into radiant golden energy that enveloped him completely. He turned toward him and asked, Have we met somewhere before? He stayed calm. In a not-so-distant future. Now's not the time to talk about that. The moment he finished speaking, Aeon shot forward like the wind. Watching his back disappear, he thought quietly, running for the people who matter. Whether back then or right now, that part of you never changes, So go tell every lost star on this land that I'll be the guiding light in the dark. Let's light up this path together. The scene shifted back to Artan, where an extremely fierce battle was raging. A voice boomed, Useless trash, looks like I have to handle this myself. With her swift agility, Artan easily dodged his incoming attack. Her counters weren't just powerful, they were brutally precise and far from ordinary. Feeling disrespected, he spun and unleashed another slash, this time laced with magic power, which made Artan flinch slightly. Thinking to herself, magic power, she landed and mocked, a mage trying to copy a warrior, aren't you embarrassed? He ground his teeth in fury, thinking, did this brat really wipe out my entire night order? I thought just keeping Aaron pinned would clear the path. He charged forward roaring. How pathetic, borrowing power from some magic tool while your real strength is garbage. Like a gust of wind, she closed the distance and drove a straight kick into his face, making him cry out in pain as his whole body flew backward and smashed hard into the nearby wall. She let out a sigh and said, We're not done yet, get up. Then a gentle voice suddenly spoke, Not bad at all, I wouldn't say amazing though. Mother was right, going up against surface heroes is still very dangerous. This girl was Talentunia Tataros, daughter of the demon queen Silituna. Seeing someone new arrive, Artan snapped angrily. Still some survivors left. She charged forward, shouting, I'll erase you right now. But her attack was effortlessly deflected by Talentunia. She covered her mouth with a mocking laugh. Oh my. Did you really think you could do it, little kitten? You're lucky I'm not eating you alive already. Seeing the wounds on her already healing, Artan was shocked. Demon race, how? There wasn't even a trace of demon scent. Talentunia explained, That, probably because I devoured the Moon Sovereign's arm whole. Anyway, I'm not interested in boring beastkin like you, so just die already. The moment she finished speaking, she swung her arm to strike. But the instant the attack launched, something blocked it completely. Seeing the figure appear, Talentunia grinned with delight. Finally decided to show yourself, Shape. Elsie replied coldly, My name is Elsie. Shaitan is just the sword I reside in. She smiled. Doesn't matter what you call yourself anymore, as long as the dark great spirit makes for a tasty meal. She was about to lunge when Elsie's magical threads instantly bound her in place. Elsie extended her hand forward, eyes burning with resolve, looking down at her own legs locked tight. Talentunia jolted. Wait, my body's moving on its own. In an instant, her function slipped from her control, turning her own body against her and finishing her off in a stunned, wide-eyed stare. Watching her collapse to the ground, Elsie continued, compared to 10 years ago when Agon and I defeated you, you really haven't changed at all, have you? The Spider Princess watched the chaotic scene in awe from behind, making Artan admire her deeply. That was incredible, so you're a great spirit. Elsie replied shyly, just a little trick, that's all. While she wasn't paying attention, one of Talentunia's legs twitched back to life, then shot forward and pierced straight through Elsie's chest right before her shocked eye. The impact also sent Artan staggering backward. Ah, she laughed with twisted delight. Haha, interesting, so interesting. Let's do that again, shall we? Without hesitation, Elsie unleashed a furious barrage of attacks straight at her. Artan rushed up from behind. Are you okay? With half her face already gone, Talentunia's voice still carried on. How's it feel compared to 10 years ago? A great spirit with no contractor thinking she can solo the daughter of the demon queen me. Let's see what a great spirit tastes like. Give me just one bite, okay? Staring at the grotesque maw opening wide, Artan leaped in and slammed a kick straight into it, yelling, no way. But the strike did absolutely no damage to her. Her voice distorted horribly. This little kitten. Those words filled her eyes with absolute terror. Then she remembered his words. That coward saved the entire world. If I want to follow in a hero's footsteps, I can't be afraid. I can't just stand here frozen. With her spirit reignited, Artan charged in for another attack. But this time Talentunia was ready. A leg shot out from behind and smashed straight toward her. All she could do was stand there, watching the blow come, taking the full force as her body was hurled through the air, crashing hard into the wall behind her. Talentunia's voice rang out. Wait your turn, I'll eat you for dessert. Trembling from pain, she slowly forced herself back to her feet, eyes heavy with exhaustion, thinking desperately, I have to stand up. Plays move, plays. Then from behind, a familiar voice called, You okay? The sight of him appearing made her eyes light up. Aaron emerged like a shining star and said gently, You've done more than enough. Not noticing the new arrival, Talentunia kept going with her meal. Haha, just give up already. From a distance, Aaron's voice rang clear. Let the girl go. Hearing him, she flinched slightly. Aaron's body began to undergo a transformation. Watching it, Talentunia judged, Beast transformation. But it's not a full moon tonight, are you a mutant? Now fully transformed, Aaron spoke in an icy tone. I said let the girl go. I don't like being challenged. Don't ruin my meal, get lost. Why are there so many annoying beasts today? Seriously. Her attack came flying, but Aaron simply reached out and caught it effortlessly. Then he yanked hard, dragging her straight toward him. One arm shot out and clamped around her throat. She choked out in terror. What kind of power is this? Without the slightest pause, Aaron slammed her massive body down into the ground, shattering the earth beneath them. Meanwhile, the dark spirit girl was a little stunned by the one who had just saved, and she asked unconsciously, Who are you exactly? Right as she spotted him, she immediately stood up and approached to greet him. Are you coming over to Leo's house to hang out? And Professor, what brings you here? Professor Herod pulled out a stack of documents and replied, I'm visiting the students' homes. You're the next one on the list, so head back home and stay put there. She answered softly, Yes, sir. Leo stepped out together with Zeiss. He spoke up. It's an honor to meet you, Professor. Herod responded cheerfully, Thank you for having me. Ah, and this is. From a distance, someone approached and answered, This is my house. It's been a while, Professor Herod. Those wrinkles seem to have multiplied quite a bit. Herod pursed his lips. If you don't want to get punished, you'd better behave yourself, Rene Zerdinger. Rene grumbled unhappily. How old am I already that you're still talking to me like that? Besides, my name now is Rene Plot. Looking down at the stack of files, he got straight to the point. Your son's potential as a hero candidate is extraordinarily outstanding. No one can even come close to matching. She gently stroked her son's head and asked curiously, Did the professor eat something weird? Why the sudden compliment? He handed over another stack of documents and explained, Take a look at this, Mrs. Plove. She reached out to take the papers and started examining them while the professor continued. Night Department, Magic Department, Summoning Department. He's consistently held the top spot in his year across all three departments. His leadership ability with the other students is exceptionally outstanding. However, this is just my personal opinion. Leo never hesitates when facing danger. His father looked a bit puzzled. What do you mean by that, sir? He went on, perhaps throughout the entire history of Lumern, starting from the first year. Very few students have ever displayed such overwhelming skills like Leo, a 15-year-old teenager continuously racking up impressive feats. These accomplishments rivaled those of the legendary heroes themselves. His father replied, "Then isn't that a good thing?" Riene said with some worry, "It can't be considered entirely good. Achieving great feats means betting your life every time. It's far too dangerous for a first-year student's journey. Even though I don't say it out loud, I'm genuinely really worried." He turned to ask him, "Leo, may I ask why you keep pushing yourself so hard like this?" He paused thoughtfully for a few seconds, then answered firmly, "Once I've set my goal to become a hero, avoiding challenges is impossible." Observing him, Professor Harrod thought to himself, "Indeed, Leo Plove isn't the type of student who simply admires heroes from afar." Recalling the words he had said before, "My goal is to completely eradicate Erebos. I only have one objective I want to accomplish." The scene shifts to the opening day at the city of Lumeria. Walking along the bustling street, he felt that this place was as lively as ever. He glanced at the sign of a shop in front of him. "Is this the cafe run by the academy? Gotta go in and grab something to eat." Right nearby, an argument was breaking out at that moment. "We're students from Lumern. Why won't you let us in?" The staff member explained, "That's exactly why. Please show your student ID." They started making excuses. "I forgot it. We won't stay long, just a quick stop." The blonde guy added, "I've been coming here the whole first semester. Don't you recognize my face?" Watching the scene, he let out a sigh and thought to himself, probably some hero candidates who got recommended for expulsion after finals. The black-haired guy kept pleading, "I just need to meet a professor for a second and I'll leave right away." "That's not allowed either." The other shook his head. "If you're not a Lumern student, no entry." He clenched his fists so hard it trembled. "If you don't get out of the way, don't blame me for getting physical." From behind him, someone stepped forward with a cold voice, too noisy. The sudden appearance of this person made him flinch a little in surprise. The man continued, "Lumern doesn't give second chances to those who have already been expelled. Just give up and walk your own path. The road to becoming a hero isn't only through studying at Lumern." The black-haired guy angrily demanded, "Who the hell are you? We haven't been expelled yet." Right as his words finished, the space around them instantly turned black and white, and the two kids vanished without a trace. The man turned to leave. "What a hassle. I heard the first years this year are supposed to be really talented, but seeing these expelled losers causing trouble without any shame makes the rumors seem way off." The staff member asked curiously, "What did you just do to them?" The man replied, "Don't worry, I just sent them somewhere far away." He muttered to himself, "Why did Kalyan call me here anyway?" Looking at the man, Leo assessed in his mind, "That ability just now. That man is definitely a dragon." Time passed quickly, and he arrived at the harbor along with the other students. This time, the one accompanying him was still Celia Zerdinger. She looked up at the sky and exclaimed, "Seeing this view really gives off that opening day vibe." From afar, a voice called out, "Leo, Celia, did everyone have a good summer break?" Seeing who was approaching, Celia excitedly shouted, "Chloe." I laughed, buried up to my neck in family stuff. Chloe turned to ask him, "What about you, Leo?" He sighed and answered, "Just the usual." Celia turned to interrogate him, "Attending Azonia's opening ceremony and you call that usual?" Hearing that, Chloe next to her gasped in surprise, "Azonia's opening." He smiled, "I'll explain the details later." Another person approached, carrying a big bag. It was none other than Carl. He waved enthusiastically. "Yo, hey Leo, Chloe, Celia." Celia pouted, "That's weird. I can't believe Carl actually survived all the way to second semester." He confidently shot back, "It's all thanks to my skills, you know." As the group gathered, Chelsea came over waving, "Ah, class rep." A deep, low voice suddenly cut through the cheerful atmosphere. "What a nice vibe. Youthful, full of energy, brimming with spirit and vitality. Meanwhile, I just feel myself getting older." Seeing this man, he muttered in his heart, "It's the dragon from earlier." The man introduced himself. "Nice to meet you all. My name is Riven, vice principal of Lumern Academy." Hearing the name, Carl jolted. "Professor Revenge. I heard he left the academy 5 years ago." Scanning the group of students once, he commented, "This year we have a total of 440 new students. Out of them, 346 made it to the second semester. That's an impressively high survival rate. People are even calling you all the golden generation." He continued, "But I'm the type who won't believe it until I see it with my own eyes. I want to verify your abilities once." He pointed toward the academy in the distance. "There won't be any boats coming to Lumern today. I'll be waiting at the main gate." With that, his entire body melted into black liquid and disappeared. Suddenly, he popped back up to add, "Oh right, crossing the lake won't be easy at all. There might not even be anyone who makes it. The way he appeared and vanished left all the students stunned. Carl's face turned ugly. Daily life at Lumern has officially begun. Right then, everyone started their journey across the water. He looked down at the water below and assessed. It's so vast you could call it a sea. And before the age of calamity, this place wasn't a lake, right? The center of the world is where Lumern Academy stands, but I hear it used to be dragon territory. And also the first place attacked when Erebos appeared. While he was moving forward, something suddenly shot past him like lightning. That person was none other than Durin. He reached out ahead and declared, "During summer break, I prepared everything to defeat you." Just as he was about to strike, a massive wave of water surged in and pushed them apart to either side. The one who did it was Eliza. She pointed and shouted, "We'll settle the unfinished battle from last time right now, Leo Plo." Chen Zia exclaimed excitedly, "Opening day and it's already this fun." Flying high above watching the students, a few guys said with great amusement, "Can't miss a show this good." Another replied, Yeah, take it slow." Back to the fight, Eliza commanded, "Ruri, ice barrage." 3 attacks flew toward him. But Leo didn't dodge at all and even looked thrilled. He extended his hand forward, using freeze skill. "This time you're not getting away." Right as his attack landed, Eliza and Ruri leaped high to evade. She smiled with delight. "I saw that coming." She continued ordering, "Ruri." On cue, the dolphin opened its mouth wide, firing a massive beam of energy straight at. Taking the surprise attack full force, sent sharp pain ripping through Leo's body. Eliza smirked triumphantly. "Perfect, Ruri, keep it up." But before she could finish, Durin charged in from behind like a gust of wind. Yelling, "You're my prey," Eliza Herzen watched the two of them fighting over him. Leo scratched his head and sighed. "So who's going first?" Durin said solemnly, "Obviously me." This made Eliza furious. "Don't make me laugh, it's my turn first." Seeing them argue over it, he proposed, "Then how about this? You two fight each other first, and I'll take on the winner. That sounds fair, right?" The two glared and growled at each other. "Makes sense. Fine, champion goes first." Durin Mora, "I'm really looking forward to testing Delphinus's power." She shouted, "Sea monster Gorgon." Instantly, waves enveloped Durin. From his side, he laughed excitedly. "Bring it on." Eliza charged forward, without hesitation at blinding speed. The two energies clashed with ferocious intensity. At this point, Leo ignored them and kept moving forward. First day of school and everyone's already full of energy. At this rate, everyone should make it to school safely. Probably no students left who can't cross the lake now. But in another corner, Carl and Ileana were completely calm. "No big deal," Carl said with amusement. "At this level, even if a Kraken shows up, it'd be fine." He kept thinking, clearly everyone's grown a lot stronger, but the opponent is a dragon who's lived for ages. It definitely won't end this simply. While they were advancing, a thick fog suddenly appeared, limiting visibility. Carl wondered, "Why's there fog all of a sudden?" Ileana added, "Probably just like mist. It happens here a lot." Black mists appeared even thicker now, startling Ileana a little. She slowly lowered herself to the ground, scanning around in all directions. Suddenly, everything went dark, but she had no idea someone had been watching her from the shadows all this time. It took her a few seconds to notice the presence. She decisively drew her sword, spun around and shouted, "Who's there?" Looking at the person, her eyes suddenly widened, because the one standing before her now was Professor Harrod, but his appearance at this moment was utterly abnormal. The scene shifts back to Leo's side. By now the fog had grown thick here too. He observed quietly and thought to himself. The fog appeared out of nowhere. He reached out his hand and sensed something. Is this dragon speech magic? The same kind listeners used long ago. The curse of the dragon race, created to counter the curse power of Tataro's dream enchantment. This curse forces people to fight the one person among those they know that they least want to face. He turned back to look behind him. The image that appeared made his eyes widen slightly in surprise. Memories from the past flooded in. In his case, it really was. Familiar words echoed in his mind along with the image of listeners appearing. "How far is it to Babylon?" 70 long miles. "Can you make it there by candlelight? And still return if your heels are swift and your steps light. You can reach it under the candlelight, guiding you back to reality." At this moment, the screen showed images of students floating on the lake's surface. Watching through the screen, the professors could only shake their heads in resignation. Sure enough, having first years face Vice Principal Riven's illusion magic is too much. Professor Sejin sighed. "Not very elegant, is it?" Meanwhile, Professor Harrod beside him was still intently watching one figure on the screen. He thought to himself, "How will it go this time, Leo Plove?" Back in his illusion, at this point listeners spoke. "Kyle." She pointed behind her. Go ahead. He looked toward the distant light and slowly walked forward, replying, I knew you'd say that. Thanks. With that, he headed straight toward the light ahead. She watched his back and smiled. Do your best. In the real world outside, Riven looked at the beam of light rising from the middle of the lake, feeling a bit astonished. Sure enough, dream enchantment is still too much after all. Right as he finished speaking, Leo suddenly appeared, passing right by him and quipping, normally people don't set impossible tasks as entrance exams, right? He glanced back and asked curiously, how did you manage to break the magic and get out? He smiled and answered, I just broke it and walked out. He walked over to a nearby bench and continued, sit down. I've held the position of vice principal at Lumern for a very long time. During that period, I've watched many students become heroes, but none of them ever dreamed of an ideal that went far beyond just the title of hero. People have watched this stagnant world for too long and gradually lost their passion. That's why I deliberately didn't want to see your potential. I'm sorry. He turned to ask him, so what is your dream? He answered confidently, to completely eradicate Erebos. His words made Riven flinch slightly. He continued, being disappointed in students after working as a teacher at Lumern for so long is understandable. He asked back, but do you know this? The other asked curiously, know what? He explained, the Wisdom King saved this world because he never gave up once. Even after failing thousands of times, even after being disappointed thousands of times, he said that wasn't a reason to quit. If you're a descendant of the Wisdom King, then no matter the circumstances, you're not allowed to give up, right? His fist clenched tightly upon hearing those words from him. He stammered, how do you know about my identity? He replied, I look forward to working with you more in the future, Vice Principal Riven. Watching his back as he walked away, he thought to himself, the great Wisdom King reminds me of that will. Just what kind of divine being is that boy anyway? Lumern Academy is holding its entrance ceremony for the new semester. The schoolyard is packed with students, all facing the main stage. In the waiting room, Leo Plove is sitting with his arms crossed when a familiar voice calls his name. It's Lil Luce along with Senior Hark. The girl cheerfully asks Leo about his break, and he responds concisely. Right after that, Lil Luce becomes incredibly excited, continuously praising Leo's performance in the department tournament, claiming he commanded the battlefield like a true hero. She appears flustered, considering herself unlucky to be surrounded by such exceptional people. Hearing this, Hark teases her, calling her the Monster Maiden because she is the strongest among the second-year students. Hearing that nickname, Lil Luce bristles, scolding Hark for using such a ridiculous name in front of Leo. But Hark doesn't care at all. He leans back on the bed and announces he will take a nap until the ceremony begins. Leo's gaze shifts slightly, as if something just caught his attention. Hark's habit of sleeping isn't due to laziness. His aura specialty is accumulation, a rare ability that allows him to store power and release it during combat. Seeing Leo looking curious, Lil Luce quickly explains that Monster Maiden is just a nickname the seniors made up to tease her. She asserts that she has a proper title, Master of Wind Spirits. However, a voice unexpectedly chimes in, saying that name sounds too ordinary. The person who spoke is Senior Alina Zeron. She appears from behind, hugging the girl and saying the nickname Monster Maiden suits her much better. After the teasing, Alina turns to Leo, reminding him that he had a favor to ask of her. Alina happily says she can fulfill that request right now, but on one condition. In return, Leo must help her with something. Seeing this, Hark, who is lying on the bed, sits bolt upright and calls out to Alina. The air grows tense. Hark grunts, asking if Alina is trying to mess with a first-year student again. Alina isn't one to back down. She tells him to mind his own business. The blue-haired girl panics, begging the seniors not to fight. Right then, another senior steps in, demanding everyone stop arguing in front of their juniors and head outside to prepare for the ceremony. Following orders, the group of three walks out onto the field. From behind, Leo quietly watches them. Suddenly, a voice calls out, startling Leo. Unexpectedly, Hark turns back and speaks to Leo seriously. He warns him to be careful with Alina Zira. Hark reveals that since she was a child, Alina has had a tendency to treat those around her as if they were her toy. Leo replies that he knows Alina is capricious, but Hark cuts him off, implying the problem is much more serious than that. He explains that the real trouble starts when Alina finds a special toy, and this time, it seems she has her eyes on Leo. Hearing the warning, Leo just smiles lightly and thanks Hark for the advice. Hark waves goodbye and leaves, not forgetting to add that he has high expectations for Leo, as outstanding juniors are always welcome. After that, the entrance ceremony officially begins. The principal stands on the podium, thanking the students for their bravery, which helped the second semester start safely despite many unfortunate incidents. But in Leo's mind, the ceremony is just a farce. He knows that after the incident at Azonia, the Tartarus organization will surely be watching. And worse yet, he suspects there is a traitor lurking within Lumern Academy itself, and that person might soon move to eliminate. Amidst the looming dangers, Leo tells himself he must always maintain high vigilance. The ceremony ends and classes begin. Two students are complaining about the vice principal's curse and the pressures of the first day of the semester. Suddenly, the classroom door swings open, and a cheerful voice calls out to greet the class. It is the professor of heroology. She announces that today's lesson will discuss an important issue that just occurred during the break. The class immediately buzzes, curious about what the issue is. Someone guesses that a new hero dungeon has been discovered. Professor Arishin begins to explain, recalling the event at the Azonia entrance ceremony, where a page that had never been opened before, the opening page of Hero Aaron, was unsealed. She continues, saying that the person who unsealed it mentioned a name, although it cannot be confirmed if that is the primal hero or not. But this is the first time in the history of the great hero. The name Kyle has been officially mentioned. The professor solemnly writes the name on the board, the surviving hero Kyle. Hearing that name, Leo just smiles faintly. He remembers now. R, the management robot, had heard his name from Aga. The class starts debating excitedly. Is Kyle real? But there has never been any record of such a hero discovered. The professor has to speak up to calm the class, emphasizing that currently only the name has been mentioned. Nothing has been confirmed. Chloe raises her hand, grabbing the professor's attention. She poses a hypothetical question. If the primal hero really exists, what would happen? This question ignites the class's excitement. Someone says the entire field of heroology will be turned upside down. Another points out that among the discovered hero pages, there are still those whose owners are unknown. Another student adds, speculating that one of those pages could belong to Kyle. The class erupts. That means humanity finally has a great hero. Amidst the lively atmosphere, Leo watches quietly. He didn't expect things to be revealed this way. On this continent, 5 races coexist. Humans, elves, beastmen, dwarves, and dragons. And among them, only humans lack a great hero. For the past 5,000 years, they have always carried an inferiority complex compared to other races. Leo thinks to himself, if the truth about his existence, Kyle, is revealed, then humanity can finally hold its head high. Another female student raises her hand, asking if Kyle is someone who possesses omnipotence. The professor affirms that the possibility is very high. Then she adds, after all, our school also has an omnipotent student. Immediately, all eyes turn to Leo. Leo remains silent in the face of his friend's enthusiasm. Carr even gives a thumbs up, proudly boasting, he's my friend. Arishin then announces that the main topic of today's lesson will be the study of the primal hero, Kyle. She asks the class what they know about this figure. After class, Leo and his friend Carr walk through the hallway after a training session. Carr feels refreshed, saying that shouting is how he ends his day. Leo is left speechless, wondering why his friend has habits like an old man. On the way, his friend curiously asks why Kyle is called the surviving hero. Leo replies nonchalantly, because he survived. Carr naively deduces that it must be because Kyle is very strong and survived many battles that he got that nickname. Leo doesn't deny it, but his gaze suddenly becomes distant. The truth is much harsher than that. In a dark past on a ruined battlefield, when countless comrades had fallen, he was the only one left standing. That is the true meaning of surviving. Back in his private room, ending a long day, Leo sits at his desk. He takes out a magical item, shaped like a pocket watch. Dark energy pours out from the item, flying toward the window and forming a summoning circle. A little girl with pointed ears and messy black hair appears. Leo calls her name, Elsie. Leo says he will introduce Elsie to his other summons. Elsie remembers. That's the phoenix and the spirit he mentioned before. Before summoning them, Leo warns Elsie not to reveal that he is Kyle, as he isn't sure how they will react. Elsie nods obediently. Right after that, the phoenix Fiora and the spirit Kyrian appear. Fiora formally responds to the summons, while Kyrian happily flies to Leo's side. Just appearing, Fiora immediately notices the new member and asks, "Who is she?" Leo explains that this is Elsie, a spirit he just contracted with. Hearing this, Kyrian flies in front of Elsie, introducing himself as Kyrian, the leader of the summons. In the lower corner, Fiora immediately objects, shouting that she is the leader. Kyrian turns to ask why Fiora is the leader. She lifts her chin and replies, because she was the first to contract with Leo. Fiora continues to preach, arguing that a leader must be dignified and have the highest rank, like her. She also tells Elsie to just consider her the captain and pay no mind to that insane spirit. A heated argument breaks out. Kyrian yells at Fiora, calling her a chicken pig, and Fiora retorts, calling Kyrian a fly. Witnessing the childish bickering, Elsie just covers her mouth to hide a giggle. Elsie turns to remark to Leo that they are truly lively children. Leo coldly corrects her. Not lively, just immature. Scene change to the next day at the outdoor training ground of the magic department. The professor's voice rings out. So glad to see you all again. Did you have a happy break? The students answer in unison. Professor Len, we missed you so much. The professor continues. During the break, I thought a lot about how to teach you in the second semester. Carl startles. What is he planning to make us do now? Professor Len continues. As you all know, as first years, you are receiving a lot of attention from the school. Surely you all know this, right? The students answer in unison. Yes, sir. The professor's gaze becomes sharp. Do you know why that is? Then he points to Carl. Carl. Suddenly being called by name makes Carl jump. He stammers, yes, yes, sir. The students in the back start whispering, partly because this class is exceptionally outstanding. If it's true, as Professor Len just implied, then surely it's not just because the second, third, and fourth-year seniors of the magic department haven't won a single match in the loose tournament, right? Leo thinks to himself at this moment. Is the loose tournament the match between Saron and Loomer? The professor explains with crossed arms. That's right, your seniors haven't been able to bring back any victories for the Loomer Magic Department for the past 3 years. Because of that, the professors of our magic department have decided that we cannot endure this humiliation for a fourth consecutive year. Therefore, in this second semester, I have prepared a class to deal with the loose tournament at the end of the term. Starting from today, you will be learning about hero magic. The flow of power radiating from the professor leaves the students below completely awestruck. His eyes become extremely excited. Hero mages throughout history each possess their own innate magic, symbolizing their individual character. Innate magic is highly personal, so teaching and inheriting it is very difficult, even though there are exceptions like esoteric traditions passed down through bloodlines or school. There is still a way to significantly reduce that difficulty. Does anyone know what that is? As soon as the words leave his lips, Chloe raises her hand to speak. It's the hero skill. As one of the rewards in the hero archive, we can inherit innate magic. Hearing this, Professor Len excitedly praises. An excellent answer, student Chloe. He continues, mages have studied for a long time on how to transform the innate magic obtained through hero skills into general magic and popularize it widely. And that is hero magic. In other words, the innate magic that heroes once used has been reinterpreted so that anyone can learn. Down below, Carl pouts and says quietly, easy for him to say, but if it doesn't align with your mana tendency from the start, how can you cast it? Honestly, the difficulty of that formula is hellish. Hearing this, Chelsea turns to remind him, stop looking a gift horse in the mouth. Be grateful you get to learn it. Besides Lumern, where else would you go to learn things like this? Seeing himself criticized again, Carl helpless responds, I know. Ileana next to them keeps cheering. Scold him more, scold him more. Chelsea continues, joining Lumern and getting to learn these things is already hard enough. Why are you still whining? Seeing the students below making so much noise, the professor reminds them, quiet down, everyone. All right, before we begin today's lesson, I will test your magical duel capability. At this, Abad below feels a bit interested. A magic duel, huh? Sure enough, dueling is the best way to grasp a mage's true strength, and it's also a way to see how well you can absorb hero magic. He looks down and suggests, who will go first? Then a small arm is raised. Me. None other than Ileana. She is excited. I'll go first. The professor points to the training field. Student Ileana steps forward. Looking at her, the students below start whispering. Hey, that traitor who trained with the night department last tournament. We don't need a two-faced brat like that, get lost. Facing these taunts, Ileana remains completely calm. Ha ha, I can't hear anything. I can't hear anything at all. That's the privilege of being dual attribute. Then she turns to Len and wonders, so who will I be dueling with? The professor replies, I have invited a wonderful guest lecturer for you. Thinking of this, Ileana startles. It couldn't be. It's not the person walking over there, is it? Then she turns her gaze toward the gate, where someone is walking in. That person's voice rings out. Don't be so tense. Do you really think I'll use my full strength against first-year students like you? And that person is none other than Professor Alba. Hearing this name, Ileana breathes a sigh of relief. Ha ha, that's true. Outside, Professor Len continues. Charge in with all your might. This is a chance to witness the magic of Professor Albi, who is considered the strongest in magic dueling at Lumern. The students below continue gossiping. What magic will he use? Returning to the battle, Albi's voice rings out. Begin. Ileana confidently replies, yes, I will do my best. Without hesitation, she lunges to attack, taking the initiative. First form, Shining Blade. As soon as the words leave her lips, countless magic lances shoot straight at Albi, but he doesn't dodge at all, standing right there. Just when the lances are inches from his body, they are suddenly stopped by something. Then, in an instant, a powerful surge of energy erupts from Albai's body, easily dismantling Ileana's attack. She had anticipated this, so she remains calm. Watching from below, the students are extremely excited. Carl worries and turns to Leo. Magic isn't working. Why does she keep firing? Leo doesn't respond, continuing to watch the battle. After a few seconds of thought, he answers, "No, look around there. Those light blades should have dissolved into mana, but even in their destroyed state, they are maintaining their form." Hearing him, Carl finally notices the blades falling on the ground. "Oh, you're right." Realizing what she is about to do makes Albai feel a bit interested. Ha ha. So this is Ileana Layden's trump card. She is incredibly excited. Strike. The students below are also excited. It's the innate magic she perfected over the break. Professor Len smiles to himself. In the first semester, that extreme offensive tendency was a weakness. Yet she is compensating for that with an even more powerful offensive tendency. However, she will still be docked points for that offensive bias. The light blades now fall like rain, shooting straight at Alba. He stands there observing the attack and praises. Excellent. At the position where he is standing, a large explosion occurred. After the collision, Leo stands outside observing, marveling to himself. To think a human body could use that kind of magic. The Elf King's magic, mirror force. By now, another Ileana has appeared on the arena floor. The students wonder, that's Ileana. Is it some kind of illusion magic? Looking at a copy of herself smirking makes Ileana angry, and she cries out, "What on earth? How dare you mock me? That clone just mocked me." She speaks while reaching out her hand to prepare another attack. "It looks like illusion magic, but I don't think it'll work on me." Watching from outside, Carl startles. Who is the real Ileana? This is another attack that gets neutralized. Ileana steps back a few times, thinking to herself, it's clearly using the same magic as mine, but why is there such a discrepancy? Is it because the clone created by Professor Albai is stronger than mine? Albai gently adjusts his glasses and reminds her, "Focus until the very end, Ileana Layden." As his words fade, the space around them vibrates violently, startling Ileana. Her clone clenches its fingers, crying out, "Shining rain." She startles and replies, "You can even copy innate magic." Without choosing a single overwhelming attack, she is defeated. She collapses to the ground, gasping for air. Albai stepped forward and reached out to take the young girl's hand. "Excellent work." The girl happily replied, "Thank you, sir." Professor Len looked down at the students below and continued to ask, "Who will be next?" Without waiting for the students to respond, Albai added, "Leo Plove, step forward." He wasn't surprised by this request at all. Looking at him, Albai said with interest, "I assume you are ready." He confidently answered, "Yes." He thought to himself, the elf's illusion magic and star magic are both focused on deceiving the opponent's eye. But Mirror Force is a clone spell designed to push the power of the copied subject to its absolute limit, and it is used exclusively for combat. After finishing the copy, his clone raised its hands high, preparing to launch an attack. Below, Abad was startled. Is that star magic? Leo, standing opposite, observed without missing a single second. And Chloe's eyes also widened, casting multiple spells at the same time like that, yet being able to use star magic to this level. Contrary to their surprise, Leo just stood there, watching the shadows attack rushing toward him. Behind him, Professor Len was extremely excited, thinking to himself, Senior Albai's Mirror Force is a target copying spell. The magic that the clone uses is, in the end, the magic of the original itself. Returning to Leo's position, he maintained a calm attitude and reached his hand forward. Instantly, a protective cube formed around his body, blocking the incoming attacks. Witnessing this scene, Len became even more thrilled. That's why he could dispel it so easily. It's a skill that any capable mage could perform, but the standard for a capable mage is still at the professor's level. Leo, you're going to be an unprecedented hero mage. Your name is destined to be remembered as the greatest mage in history through Lumern's magic. The attacks were still coming in continuously, causing the surrounding space to ripple violently. Professor Albai observed, thinking, I truly can't understand this anymore. How am I supposed to define this first-year student? He decided not to remain passive any longer, and small flames began to appear on his hands. He immediately unleashed a fireball spell, and numerous fireballs flew straight toward the shadow and Professor Albai. The professor continued to think, he's covered them with spells to increase their power, but even so they are just fireballs. So these things won't work. You're the one who knows that best, aren't you? Leo smirked confidently. This isn't a duel with a clone, it's a duel between you and me, right? Facing him, Professor Albai's expression was one of immense interest. Looking at the fireballs and the number one rushing in, he remained completely calm. As for Leo, with his own internal thoughts, he knew that when facing Mirror Force, the The reason to target the caster was to buy a brief moment of time like this. As soon as he rushed close to the shadow, it immediately used a wall of fire. Seeing this, he paused for a beat, then leaped into the air and unleashed an explosion spell. And then his mouth curled up as he unleashed another spell, Windstorm. The two spells combined to form a massive fireball, striking straight toward the shadow, but then it shifted direction to sweep across Professor Albai's position. The professor easily reached out his hand to deflect the attack, feeling to himself, so that's how it is. Seizing this opportunity, Leo lunged straight toward the shadow, then reached out his arm and grabbed its face. After locking his opponent down, he landed lightly on the ground. Witnessing that move, Chelsea exclaimed, "Wow, he took down the clone. How did he do that?" Carl, still not grasping the situation, muttered, "What? Is that guy Leo really in the same class as us?" The battle ended and Professor Albai walked toward him and asked, "Do you know about fairy magic?" He nodded in confirmation. The professor began to analyze. Instead of just dispelling the simple fire wall, you used magic to neutralize it while simultaneously obscuring my vision. And while doing that, you quickly approached the clone and dispelled it. The other professors seemed to just see him as a genius, but these words from Albai made him slightly surprised. Albai adjusted his glasses, sighed, and thought, "But you might actually surpass me before you even graduate." Thinking this, he said, "Go back to your place. Who's next?" The scene quickly shifted to the afternoon. Riven was lost in thought, looking out the window. Seeing this, the principal asked, "What are you looking at so intently?" Riven replied, "Just looking at the first-year students." The principal continued, "Well, what do you think?" Riven replied, "They are extremely excellent students. Among the generations I've met during my time at Lumern, they are so talented they could be counted on one hand." Saying this, he transformed into a wisp of black smoke, moved in front of the principal, and handed over a stack of documents. The principal asked, "This is," Riven explained, "These are the clues to the hero's dungeon I've found after 4 years of traveling the world. Even though I'm not certain a hero's dungeon exists, sending students there wouldn't be a bad idea." Accepting the documents, the principal exclaimed, "Over these last 4 years, thank you." Riven looked at the principal and said, "Kalyan, I know you called me here, not just because of the first year. I heard that a traitor has appeared within Saren." The principal clenched his fists nervously. "Yes, Tataros's movements lately have been very unusual. I'm old now and no longer a threat to them. The era of the Sword Saint is coming to an end. Riven, what do you think? Do you think our next generation is ready to deal with the upcoming crisis?" Riven turned to ask him, "Are you ready to hand this era over to the next generation?" The principal thought for a few seconds and replied, "I have always been ready." Hearing this, Riven's mouth curled into a slight smile. "Good, then I will follow your wishes." The scene changed to the next day in the classroom, where Professor Harrod wrote 4 big words on the board: Field Mission. Field missions start today. Hearing this, the students were startled and blurted out, "Field mission." The professor explained, "That's right. If you're going to be heroes, you must know how to solve problems that occur all over the world. Because it's practical combat, you'll not only cover the costs of the mission, but also earn credits. Of course, you must take missions suitable for your capabilities. These are real-life missions, so it is entirely possible to lose your life." Hearing this, the students below felt a bit of fear. The professor looked down, dejectedly announcing, "You can see the available missions on the main bulletin board in the classroom area." A while later, on the first floor, students were crowding around the bulletin board. Somewhere, Carl's voice rang out, "Hey, hey, stop pushing." Ileana also yelled angrily, "Out of the way." In a corner, seeing him standing alone, Chelsea approached to ask, "Leo, those places are all remote rural areas. Do you really plan on going there? The mission content is to take down a gang of bandits, too. You'll only bring yourself misery." He replied with a forced smile, "Yeah, I've wanted to visit that region for a long time." Hearing this, Alina stepped in from behind, the neutral zone in the southwest of the continent, taking down bandits. Seeing her, Chelsea was startled and blurted out, "Yes, Senior Alina." Elena was slightly disappointed. "Your vision is truly limited." Leo replied carelessly, "You only see what you know, I guess." He thought to himself, this region, even in history books, its exact location isn't known, but it is the place where a legendary city once stood. 5,000 years ago, the final defensive line on the ground was known as the Land of Origin, Guardsram. That is the land where listeners and I first met. In a hallway of the academy, a hurried voice rang out, "Gotta hurry there to grab a good field mission. If we're late, only the weird missions will be left." Hearing this, the girl behind him started and warned, "Hey, hey, watch out in front." As soon as she finished speaking, a collision occurred. The male student clutched his head and complained, "Where were you looking?" Before him, the figure of another male student appeared. With a dark face and a cold voice, he warned, "Watch where you're going in the hallway, you first years." His attitude made the first-year student flustered, and he quickly nodded. Yes, yes, I'm sorry. At the same time, Chen Zia also arrived and asked him, are you okay? Then she turned to look at the senior students. Who are those senior? Beside her, Eliza narrowed her eyes and observed before saying, those seniors are third-year representative Alina Geron and the Blue Moon team. Are we following her? This made Chen Zia curious. But why are they appearing in the first-year dorm? In response, Eliza's gaze tightened. Who knows? Maybe something caught the attention of the Lumeran Queen who's in this first-year area. Returning to the protagonist's perspective, he bluntly asked the person in front, so, do you have any business here? Alina stated her purpose immediately. This time, my conquest team has decided to explore the hero's dungeon. Join our team, Lee. This invitation didn't shake our protagonist in the slightest. I refused. This made Alina somewhat irritated, but she tried to smile. What did you just say? And Leo replied once more. As I just said, I will not be joining Senior Alina's team. His firm attitude left Chelsea and Carl both surprised and admiring. Did he just reject Senior Alina's invitation to join her team? So cool, as expected of Leo. On her side, Alina started to feel a spark of interest and evaluated him. What is the reason? Leo took out a paper and slowly explained. Because I've already chosen the place for my field mission. Senior Alina probably wouldn't be interested in a mission to take down bandits in a remote rural area, right? So, if you'll excuse me, I'll be going. Finishing his sentence, he quickly turned and left, leaving the crowd behind him murmuring incessantly. That first-year rep, he dared to reject Alina's offer. Senior Alina, let me teach him a lesson. On her side, Alina didn't seem to hear the murmur. She was just extremely interested and evaluating Leo. Let's see. I clearly used the tamming ability, though. Leo Plove, interesting. A mission to take down bandits, huh? Very soon, the news of the protagonist rejecting Alina's team invitation spread throughout the academy, even making it into the news. This made every brown-haired guy who read it laugh their heads off. Huh, the queen's humiliation. That's hilarious. At the same time, inside Leo's classroom, Carl was also reading the news and couldn't stop laughing. How does it feel to humiliate the queen, Leo? Leo replied calmly. It's just normal. Then he thought to himself, if I want to get into the Lumeran Forbidden Library, I really do need Alina's permission. But I refuse to be tied down to student life. I'll look into the Forbidden Library later. My current priority is to find the traitor within Lumeran. Unaware of his thoughts, Professor Herod quickly explained the mission. Have you confirmed all the requirements for yesterday's field missions? If so, don't dawdle here any longer. Get ready to depart. The scene shifted to the southwest neutral zone of the continent, the Garan region. Our protagonist just stepped out of the teleportation gate and looked left and right, commenting, so the Garan region feels like this, huh? Not far away, an old man with white hair witnessed this and started, then hurried over to greet him. A great hero candidate comes to this middle of nowhere for what reason? That's a Lumeran uniform, right? The hero candidate quickly explained, we're here to fulfill a request from the Garan region. Hearing this, the old man understood. Ah, a request. You mean the bandits, right? That's great. Because of those bastards, the people in this region have suffered so much. Next, after Leo went deep into the village, he realized something was unusual, strange. In the past, this whole region was Gadslan, right? Carrying this question, he walked to the front of a certain castle. The guard saw him approaching and immediately stood to block him. Stop. State your purpose for wanting to see the Lord. Leo reached into his pocket to take out the mission paper, handed it to him, and explained. We received a request to eradicate the bandits and came here for that. The guard didn't even have time to read the paper before judging him. A little brat wants to eradicate bandits. However, after he read the mission paper carefully, his face broke into a cold sweat. What? You're from Lumeran Academy. His rapidly changing attitude made Leo smile, and he asked, Can I go through now? Time passed quickly. The scene moved to the castle's reception room. Hearing that a Lumeran Academy student had arrived, the Lord quickly welcomed him warmly. I never expected the great hero candidates of Lumeran to lower themselves to this shabby place, so that you can rest immediately. Before the Lord could say more, Leo interrupted. No need, skip that. Just let me know where the bandits are hiding. The Lord quickly waved his hand to signal his servant. Very quickly, a map was spread out before everyone. An explanatory voice rang out. The bandits are camped in the ancient city ruins. It's unclear what era the architecture is from, but at the far eastern end, there's still a ruin left. Although calling it a pile of rubble now is also accurate. Leo stroked his chin and observed, then guessed. Is the origin of these ruins the defensive line of Gadslan? Then before everyone could finish discussing the plan, the guard who had been at the gate hurriedly rushed in to announce, My lord, we're in trouble. The Lord complained, I'm receiving guests, why are you being so rude? The guard, out of breath, hurriedly said, The thing is, more hero candidates have shown up. Hearing this, the Lord looked at Leo with wide eyes and asked, Are they the ones who came with you? And Leo was also confused. No, they aren't. Then he couldn't help but feel curious. Who could it be? There shouldn't be anyone else coming here. The guard's voice rang out again. The new hero candidates that arrived, they're from Saren Academy. Just as he said, the leader of the group was Hardin Dershan, the third-year student representative of Saren Academy. Seeing them enter, the Lord's welcoming sound erupted immediately. Haha, it's such an honor to face these hero candidates. Leo, on the other hand, was a bit curious about their appearance. Why are the seniors from Saren Academy? Suddenly a familiar voice rang out. Is that Leo? Leo looked ahead, slightly surprised. Lunia. The red-haired girl greeted him in a very gentle tone. What are you doing here? Leo silently observed her attitude and guessed. It seems she's in a situation where she has to pretend to be nice. Then he couldn't help but chuckle. Just be yourself. You'll get sick if you overthink it. His remark made her veins pop with anger. Haha, Leo, you're teasing me too much. Behind her, the remaining Saren students began to whisper. Did she just call that Lumern student Leo? Why, so that's Leo Plove, the one who dispelled the ancestors' magic. Hardin silently observed forward, as if he were pondering something. Setting that aside, Lunia asked, So Leo, what did you come all the way here for? Leo explained again. For my mission, I'm here to complete a field mission to eradicate a group of bandits in this area. Her eyes sparkled like stars at his answer. This is it. A way to get rid of these boring seniors, this is it. Lunia immediately snatched the paper from Leo and eagerly proposed. Bandits, huh? That's a big deal, Leo. I'll help you too. Naturally, her intention immediately met opposition from the other members. Hey, Lunia, what are you saying? Our original goal was, the red-haired girl argued back. But seniors aren't the people here suffering because of those bandits. As students of Saren, I can't just stand by. We're leaving. Just like that, she dragged Leo away, giving the senior group behind them no chance to react. Returning to the Lord's perspective after Leo left, he awkwardly turned to Hardin and said, Oh my, everyone, please sit comfortably. Let me prepare more chairs. The long-haired guy briefly interrupted. Only I need to talk to the Lord. You guys wait outside. He continued. We didn't come to the Garan region for any other reason, other than to investigate the ecosystem of this peripheral region of the continent. In other words, to learn about the flora and fauna there. The Lord was more and more surprised. Huh, you came all the way here just for that. Only then did Hardin state his true purpose. So, while we are staying here, I hope there will be no restrictions on our investigation. Lord, please grant us a permit. He said it with the tone of an order, and the Lord dared not refuse. Yes, I understand. At the same time, outside, the Saren students held a meeting. I didn't expect Lumern's first-year representative to be here too. As expected, Lumern already had the information that a hero's dungeon exists here, unexcavated. That is entirely possible, but to send only one first-year, that guy is arrogant beyond belief, the purple-haired girl sighed. And a brown-haired guy explained, Isn't he very confident? Rumor has it he's an all-rounder type. To this, the purple-haired girl felt a bit of contempt. Well, that makes sense. Those senior generations are terrible, because the second-year rep is just an ordinary kid with nothing special about it. As soon as she finished speaking, a reprimanding voice rang out. Oh my, what's wrong with our cute Lil? Our cute Lil is a child who always puts in her best effort and is also very kind. Last year, she had to take care of her peers, so she couldn't fully unleash her true power. The one speaking was none other than Alina. Her appearance made the other Saren students feel terrified. Is that Alina? Why is she here? Alina didn't seem to notice their fear and still said happily, Bad-mouthing other schools where I can't hear is your freedom, so I don't really care. But since I've already heard it, I'll give you a chance to apologize. Kneel down sincerely and bow your heads. She said this while stroking her hair. The situation became tense, as the Saren students were arrogantly demanding the Lumern side kneel and apologize. They believed it was an obvious fact that the second-year Lumern students were inferior to them, and didn't forget to mock the class rep, Lily, saying she should focus on training more. A purple-haired female student added, If you're not satisfied, then prove it with your skill. In the midst of all this, Alina Geron suddenly appeared with a cryptic smile. She strolled forward, reminding them that she had already given them one chance to apologize. The pressure radiating from Alina made the surrounding space grow heavy. She declared that the students had thrown away that final opportunity with their own hands. Inside the hall, a loud noise rang out, startling everyone. The students rushed outside to see what was happening. Dust filled the air, and several students were sprawled out on the ground, leaving their companions in sheer terror. They pointed toward the culprit, who was none other than the third-year representative of their school. Alina nonchalantly stepped on the head of the defeated student, sneering at the weakness of the junior. She remarked that a bunch of incompetents had no right to ridicule other schools. all while sensing an unpleasant aura of mana nearby. Witnessing the scene, Alina Geron stood calmly amidst the ruins. She turned to greet Haddon and sarcastically asked if it was because the seniors were too useless that she had to personally discipline these juniors herself. Haddon Dershan remained silent with a stoic expression, appearing unable to interfere with Alina's methods. Scene changed to the ruins, where Runia is displaying immensely powerful fire magic to punish a group of bandits. The bandits flee in a panic, calling her a witch amidst the raging sea of fire. Runia shouts in frustration, insisting she is a pure girl and not a witch, then continues to purge the evildoers who dared to bully the local people. A colossal pillar of fire erupts, incinerating every intention of resistance from the bandit gang. Leo watches from afar, thinking to himself that Runia's personality is very similar to Luna's, and he feels completely at ease leaving her to handle the bandits on her own. Leo strolls around the crumbling ruins of Gardthron Fortress, wondering how such a magnificent structure could have vanished without a trace after thousands of years. Suddenly, he feels something is off when his hand touches a stone wall. Leo's gaze hardens as he notices the anomaly. Strange black streaks appear on his palm, and Leo immediately recognizes them as black mana, the signature mark of the Tartarus organization. He realizes that this is actually just the top of the wall. The entire Gardthron fortress had been leveled and buried deep underground. Night falls and Runia sits by the campfire after a long day of fighting. She wonders whether Leo will return to school immediately after finishing his work or where he might head next. Looking toward the fortress shrouded in darkness, Runia debates whether she should invite him to explore the hero dungeon. She rushes over to find Leo standing alone, and Leo explains that he was just examining these ruins for a moment. Leo recounts the era after the catastrophe ended. Back then, the people abandoned this place to find new lands, and the fortress was left deserted before being attacked and completely buried by Tartarus. Leo tells Runia to get some rest to prepare for tomorrow's journey, and Runia boasts that she has already built a campfire over there. But they both suddenly freeze when they sense the presence of strangers. It turns out Haddon and Alina have been sitting there for a while, and they nonchalantly invite the two to sit down. Alina begins to tease them by asking if they plan to sleep together tonight, causing Runia to blush betrayed and deny it frantically. The four gather around the fire, the atmosphere becoming strange with the arrival of the two uninvited guests. Alina Geron introduces herself with great flair, and Runia responds with her real name, even though she still feels uncomfortable inside. Leo curiously asks why Alina's group is here when they were supposed to be exploring a dungeon in another region. Runia is stunned to learn that Alina is the third-year representative of Lumer. Alina leans close to Leo, stating bluntly that she left the exploration to others because right now, she is much more interested in him than that dungeon. Runia interrupts with jealousy, wondering where all the other seniors have gone, leaving only these two here. Alina mockingly brings up how the juniors threw away their chance to apologize, and adds that several people already had to pack their bags and head back to school early because of her. Runia poutingly asks about the upcoming exploration plan, and Haddon replies briefly that everything will proceed as scheduled. Alina suddenly moves in close, lifting Haddon's chin with her finger intimately, and declaring that just the two of them are enough to explore the hero dungeon. Alina continues to reveal that Lumern has also received information about the existence of an unexplored hero dungeon here. She turns to remind Haddon that he should learn to manage his subordinates better, her face unable to hide her smugness. Despite Leo saying he still has to complete his mission to eliminate the bandits, Alina nonchalantly ruffles his hair and decides the group will set off together tomorrow. To keep Leo from worrying, Alina tosses over the carcass of a monster and mentions she conveniently took care of all the bandits on her way. The conversation by the fire suddenly turns into a subtle competition between geniuses. Runia looks at Alina with suspicion, telling herself she absolutely must not lose in this race to find the dungeon. The next day, the group starts moving through the ruins under a torrential downpour. Alina does not hold back her praise for Leo, stating that his conduct far exceeds that of an average first-year student. She mocks that most students only learn about exploration through theory, while Leo reveals the aptitude of a true magic genius. Leo looks at Alina and remarks that her personality seems to have changed completely compared to when she's at school. He recalls the image of a proud queen at the academy, which makes Alina feel incredibly entertained and proud. However, Leo casually adds that now she looks no different than a foolish joker, while Alina's hand continues to ruffle his hair. Runia, standing behind, feels her face heat up, demanding to know what they find so funny. Haddon interrupts the fun, reminding Runia to focus on tracking traces, because if they miss a magical reaction, they could be in danger at any moment. Runia obediently follows the senior's advice, though she is still a bit grumpy. The group continues to walk, and Alina informs them she has finished checking her area and found nothing special. She doesn't forget to tease Haddon for being slow as usual. Haddon's sharp gaze appears as he replies that it is not slowness, but necessary caution. After one more check, Haddon affirms that this area also has nothing unusual. Under the heavy rain, the group decides to continue deeper into the ruins. Alina whispers to Leo that Haddon looks like that, but actually endures a lot, which is why teasing him always feels so refreshing. Suddenly, one of Leo's footsteps triggers a patch of ground, emitting a powerful surge of mana. Leo's eyes flash when he notices a sudden change in the space. He stops, looks straight ahead, and declares with full confidence that he has found the target. A massive magic circle with purple rays of light suddenly engulfs the ruin. Leo confirms that this is the teleportation gate leading into the ancient Gardthron fortress. Leo deduces that if this gate is still operational, it implies a stunning truth. Leo stands before the gate, which is radiating intense energy. He seems to have anticipated this. This proves that Gardthron Fortress deep underground has not collapsed, but remained intact for centuries. Haddon asks in astonishment how Leo managed to decipher these complex ancient magical runes. Leo explains casually that he was just analyzing the magical formula and trying to create a temporary portal, confirming that the entrance on the other side is still functional. Runia curiously asks where this gate will lead them, and Alina smiles, replying that the only way to find the answer is to step inside. Alina steps onto the stone platform and waves for Leo to join her. She stares at the magic gate, wondering if the Gardthron underground really is as intact as Leo said. A hand reaches out to touch the violently oscillating energy. Both Leo and Haddon focus intently, readying themselves for whatever they might face on the other side of the gate. Runia widens her eyes in shock as the magic circle reacts violently to their touch. A massive system notification appears, Hero Record Open, officially uncovering the ancient secret. The system confirms they have entered the world of the Hero Record with an opening chapter called Varharun, marking the beginning of a dramatic exploration. Runia and Alina look on in confusion at the surge of mana, exploding right before their eyes. Chaotic magical codes begin to shape a new world. Leo quickly realizes this is not a normal dungeon, but a hero dungeon. Information appears clearly. This is the opening chapter at Varharun. Leo's eyes reveal tension as he feels the space shifting. He is pulled straight into the vortex of mana, preparing to step into the ancient world of the elves. Waking up in a different form, Leo looks at his strange hands in shock. Sunlight streams through the window into a luxurious but unfamiliar space. He realizes he is standing in a grand academy hallway with classical architecture. The system board appears, but the objective section is completely blank. Leo thinks to himself that since this is a hero dungeon, having no objective is normal. Just as he intends to find his teammates, he accidentally bumps hard into someone carrying a sky-high stack of books. The whole stack of books falls and scatters across the floor. The little girl hurriedly bends down to apologize for her clumsiness. Leo freezes when he realizes the little girl in front of him is Luna. In the empty hallway, this unexpected meeting leaves Leo unable to react. Luna, the past version, is so flustered she nearly chokes when she sees the person in front of her. The little girl stammers, calling him Archint, making Leo realize his new identity. Luna frantically explains that she was skipping class just to study magic. Leo thinks to himself that this is an obsession dungeon, where he inhabits the body of a historical figure. That figure is Archint Ubesha, one of Luna's teachers. In the past, Archint was like a true father to Luna. Leo hands the books back to the girl and intends to leave. Luna looks up, confused, not seeing the teacher scolding her as usual. Leo walks away nonchalantly, ignoring the girl's surprise. Seeing that the teacher didn't scold her, Luna is visibly delighted, quite different from her usual cold demeanor. The little girl eagerly leads the teacher to her study spot. Luna obediently asks the teacher to place the stack of magic books on the table for her. The girl sits at the table, not forgetting to politely thank Archint. A shattering sound suddenly cuts through the dialogue. It is the leg of the chair snapping, causing Luna to fall backward. She screams in pain while Leo just smiles and closes the door. Leo walks outside, thinking to himself that he should spend more time with the girl, but the main business remains. He needs to find the other three before things get worse. If the hero record continues to go berserk, this dungeon will distort reality. Monsters could spill out into the real world and cause a major catastrophe. Leo observes the surrounding space, confirming this is indeed the world of 15-year-old Luna. Suddenly, a loud call rings out from behind, making him stop. It's Zira, the elf student, looks extremely serious. Leo is currently in the role of Professor Archint. He hears news that the students are protesting because he is late for class. He thinks to himself that this hero world is far more complex than anything he has experienced before. Student Zira hurriedly urges Leo to follow him to handle the tense situation at the academy. Varharun appears full of antiquity, an ancient city of the elves from before the age of catastrophe. Each of Leo's footsteps brings him closer to the center of the trouble. This place is a massive magic academy, reserved exclusively for the most outstanding geniuses of the elf race. Leo walks into the room nonchalantly amidst the gazes of everyone and offers an apology for being late. The hall buzzes with activity. The students here are all heavy candidates for the throne of Elf King. A student steps forward and shouts, insulting Leo for being an irresponsible and negligent teacher. He is Hyekian Basran, who comes from one of the most prestigious hero families in history. Leo remains calm, asking bluntly what he actually wants to demand. The crowd behind joins in, chanting for a replacement for Professor Archint immediately. Leo mocks to himself at this ridiculous excuse, while Zira, standing nearby, clenches his fist in indignation. Hyekian lifts his chin, asserting his identity as a threat aimed at Leo. Leo's eyes flash when he recognizes the name Hyekian, a traitor with a foul reputation in historical records. Hyekian Basran in history was a traitor who murdered his own kind and destroyed the mighty army of the elves. He was the very one who sold out Varharun to Tartarus during the first invasion. Leo reminds himself to keep a cool head in front of this historical criminal standing before him. He demands that Hyekian state the real reason behind his demand to oust the professor. Hyekian disdainfully asserts that Archint is completely unqualified to teach here. He plays his trump card. The real reason is that Archint has been protecting the stain of the race, Luna Rubinis. Luna is called the disgrace of the entire elf race, causing Zira to immediately flare up and shout right in Hyekian's face. The outspoken student angrily demands that the guy retract his insults toward Luna. Hyekian's eyes become frightening, and he growls, asking Zira if he dares to raise his voice. Zira is not afraid, calling the guy insane for daring to insult the lady. Hyekian lunges to grab Zira by the collar, calling Luna a low-born girl, not worth mentioning. The crowd of students starts whispering about Hyekian's rude and strange attitude today. Leo watches, immediately noticing the abnormality in his behavior and the way he speaks. He guessed that the person possessing Hyekian's body was none other than the third-year representative from the rival academy, Sarah. Leo unexpectedly declared that the duel could take place immediately, disregarding the academy's strict rule. He smiled enigmatically, thinking that if the opponent wanted to fight, there was no reason to refuse. This hasty decision left Zira stunned, as Professor Archint was usually never that lenient. The Saran representative also smiled smugly, pleased that the professor had given him the green light for this confrontation. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of Varharun, the Tower of God loomed, stretching straight toward the blue sky amidst the white clouds. A hand touched the floating stream of light, feeling the ethereal beauty of the ancient magical architecture. A young boy who looked very much like Aaron stood at the top of the tower, silently observing the city from above. Back at the academy, the students were incredibly excited and shouted loudly, "Herkian, take this opportunity to get him expelled." Hearing these words, Herkian gave a mocking laugh. "I'll show you what a difference in class really is." To those words, the protagonist just gently adjusted his glasses and declared, "Let's begin." No sooner had he finished speaking than Herkian let out a loud shout. At the same time, a source of green energy erupted from his body like a snake, and he lunged straight at Hardin. His powerful attack made the crowd even more excited, as expected of Herkian. Contrary to their thoughts, Herkian calmly muttered, "Is that all you've got?" On his side, Leo thought the same. If he's the third-year representative of Saran, he should be seasoned in combat. A master like that shouldn't lose to a flower in a glass cabin. Even now, it's the era before the disaster. The reason the far-flung elves fell was also because they were immersed in peace for too long. Because stagnation leads to corruption. Looking from Herkian's perspective, he didn't know how weak he really was, so he remained quite arrogant. "Let's see, how should I deal with you?" he thought to himself. Meanwhile, Hardin also began to launch his attack. A source of blue mana erupted from his body. Just feeling this aura was enough to make Herkian's expression change instantly. The surrounding audience was equally surprised. That Jira, since when did he learn aura? Through the information they were whispering to each other, Leo deduced one thing. It seems the owner of that body couldn't use aura original. In this era, elves possessing dual professions are very rare. Now, magic is basic knowledge for elves. But that only happened after the arrival of the progenitor, Nebula Luna. Elves at this time were not required to know magic. Returning to the battle, Herkian suddenly chanted a spell that surprised Hardin. Then he shouted loudly, "Learning a bit of aura won't change anything. Take this." Saying that, he launched two powerful magic attacks straight ahead. However, it still wasn't enough to make the third-year representative flinch. The force is indeed massive, but it's nothing special. As he spoke, he darted forward at top speed and immediately closed in on Herkian. This was followed by a magical explosion that filled the area with smoke and dust. When the dust cleared, Hardin's sword was held right at his throat. He couldn't help but sneer. "With just this pathetic level of skill, you dare to mock the progenitor." In response, Herkian still talked back. "That Luna woman is a progenitor. What kind of nonsense are you mumbling about?" His words seemed to have touched Hardin's final limit. "It seems you need a proper punishment. Prepare yourself." He spoke while delivering continuous punches straight to Herkian's face. It wasn't until the protagonist gripped his arm tightly that he finally stopped. "Jira, stop there," Leo said while turning to look at Herkian, who had long since fainted. Hardin waved his hand in protest. "Please don't stop me." Hearing that, Leo whispered in a tone only the person beside him could hear, "I'd like to let you keep hitting him too, but if this continues, it might hinder the conquest of the hero's world." Hearing this, Hardin immediately guessed his identity. "Leo, are you Leo Plove?" Leo nodded, explaining the situation more thoroughly. "That's right. For now, I will explain the information I've gathered, so for now, do as I say." The protagonist stood up and announced to the entire audience watching, "The lesson is over. Everyone, take Herkian to the infirmary. Jira, come with me. And you too, come to my room as well." The green-haired guy was slightly confused and asked, "If you mean a room, do you mean Professor Akin's personal research room?" Leo nodded. "That's right. I will reprimand student Jira, so lead the way." In another corner of the training ground, there was a white-haired girl watching them with a strange look. She licked her lips greedily. "Looks like a mouse has sneaked inside." The scene shifted to Akin's office. Hardin still couldn't suppress his anger. "I can't believe it. Who on earth is he to dare insult Lady Luna like that?" Leo comforted him. "Try to understand. It's just the circumstances of the era." When Hardin didn't quite understand, Leo started to clarify. "Listen carefully. The world we are currently in is the world before the era of disaster." The third-year representative seemed to have guessed the context. The disaster before the era of disaster. The records of the former heroes are no longer preserved in hero archives. Unless it's the world of the grand hero. Could it be? Without waiting for Hardin to finish, Leo nodded in acknowledgement. "That's right. This place is the world of the Nebula progenitor, Luna's world." Opposite him, Hardin jumped to his feet, as if he still couldn't accept it. "Where is the proof that this is the progenitor's world?" Leo replied nonchalantly. "Because I met her in person just a moment ago." Hardin's attitude became hurried. He gripped the protagonist's shoulders and asked anxiously, "What does the progenitor look like? Is she really like the flower that appears in the documents? Surely she is a very compassionate person, right? And she radiates a magnificent aura so brilliant that even the stars must bow down, right?" He just kept rambling on. It took a while before he finally calmed down. "I never thought the day would come when I would meet Lady Luna in person." Hearing that, Leo could only silently lament. If he saw her with his own eyes, he'd probably cry his eyes out. Thinking this, he remarked, "Let's see. She looks cuter than beautiful, don't you think?" Hardin was startled and exclaimed, "Incredible, is it her maidenhood?" Setting aside the matter of what Luna looked like, Leo got to the point. "Anyway, that's all the information I know for now. First point, this place is Luna's world. Second point, because this is before the era of disaster, Tartarus does not yet exist." The more Hardin listened to Leo, the more confused he became. If so, what is the goal of conquering this world? With the achievements the White Knights have made, surely it's not just a trivial accomplishment. In short, it's best to limit the use of star magic. Because it's a system of magic that never existed in this era, it will cause great chaos. As soon as he heard that, Leo suddenly started. He realized the purpose of this trip. Wait a minute. Star magic. People say Luna started researching star magic when she was still a student. Could it be that helping the birth of Luna's star magic is the condition for conquest? At the same time, a sound suddenly rang out from outside. "Professor Akint, the principal is calling for you." Leo was slightly surprised. Why would the principal want to see me? The person outside opened the door and stepped in, saying as he walked, "It's because of what happened in the lesson just now. And based on a high-level report from Barharlan, an order to detain student Jira has been issued." With this decision, Hardin also nodded in agreement and whispered to Leo, "I will comply for now." The protagonist started to feel that everything was becoming complicated. So, He asked the other person to take him to the principal's office. The scene shifted to a high tower. The green-haired guy stopped there. I can only escort you this far. Please go inside. Just like that, Leo walked into the tower alone. After walking through a hallway decorated with paintings, he suddenly opened his eyes wide and stood rooted to the spot. Before him was the Folium Scepter. Before the era of disaster, this scepter was seen as the symbol of the elf. This scepter had chosen Luna and shattered when she lost her life. Just as Leo was about to reach out and touch this scepter, a strange sound rang out. How wondrous. Leo looked up toward where the sound came from. The voice continued. Folium was displayed by the elf kings for a long time, and yet now it reacts to you. Seeing the face of the other person, Leo quickly recognized their identity. Right, it's now before the era of disaster, so the existence of gods is nothing strange. Those gods are transcendental entities, far beyond common sense. Before the era of disaster, these transcendental entities could roam the earth freely. Thinking of that, Leo hurried to bow. I greet you, great god. Seeing this, the god smiled. Why are you being so formal all of a sudden? But anyway, this is truly strange. That statement made Leo curious, so he asked back, what are you talking about? To this question, the god explained. As you know, gods descending to the mortal realm all have their power restricted. What we can grant you is at most knowledge. But why did you receive the protection of the gods? The protagonist didn't answer immediately but smiled slightly. How far have you seen? This calm attitude of Leo's made the god's gaze seem to change slightly. Look, you even know how to deal with gods. Young human, no, young man. Let me introduce myself. My name is Pibua, the principal of this place. He spoke while gently landing in front of Leo. The protagonist also introduced himself. My name is Leo Plo. Pibua continued. All right, Leo. Now answer my question. What miracle did you achieve that a mortal resident could become the master of the record system? The protagonist didn't rush to answer. He asked instead, the record system, do you mean the power to reconstruct the past like this? Opposite him, Pibua started stroking his chin in thought. You don't know for sure. I don't know who gifted you the record system, but it's truly irresponsible. Since you are the master of the record system, it wouldn't hurt if I explained a little. Regarding the power you call the heroic record, how much do you know about it? Hearing this, Leo quickly recalled everything he knew in his mind. It's a power that records the journeys of those who have achieved miracles to the extent of being recognized by the gods, and can reconstruct the past world as it is now. I know that if one conquers that world, they will receive a conquest reward. To this, Pibua nodded slightly. Conquest reward. In theory, that's not impossible. If so, this is truly a powerful system, which means this wasn't created by a single god. What miracle did you achieve that the gods would bestow such immense power upon you? Leo fell silent for a few seconds, then said directly, I saved the world. More accurately, I defeated Erebos. The words spoken from his mouth left even the god unable to hold back his praise. Incredible. I never expected a child from the lower realm to be able to defeat that primordial monster. Leo shook his head. That's not something I did alone. Pibua kept his smiling face and asked, Right, you said this was a miracle achieved with your comrade. On his side, the protagonist finally spoke about what he had been wondering for a long time. Why did the gods leave Erebos be like that? Responding to the question, Pibua explained with a reminiscent tone, that monster is clearly an existence equal to us gods. It's an evil beast that common mortals could do nothing against. Originally, light and darkness could not be separated. If this world is light, then that monster is darkness. That's why it exists, as an immortal evil beast from time immemorial. We gods, even though we couldn't destroy it, have always empowered the children of the mortal realm to chase it back into the darkness, for a very long time, maintaining the balance. But if the light becomes stronger, the darkness will surely become stronger too. Erebos has been accumulating power from deep within the darkness for a long time, and finally cultivated a great power enough to drive the gods off the earth. Perhaps that is the era of disaster you just mentioned, and you achieved a miracle that even the gods could not accomplish. To this praise, Leo didn't seem to feel any joy. Then what's the point? Everyone has forgotten about it anyway. His lament made Pibua chuckle. That is indeed a pity. Leo sighed. Initially, I was very angry because I was forgotten, but now I've decided not to care about that anymore, because I have work to do. When asked what that work was, Leo declared firmly, I will destroy Erebos completely. That declaration surprised Pibua slightly. He couldn't help but feel reluctant. When eradicating Erebos, you surely must have gone through unimaginable, terrifying trials. Your second life is surely a miracle, that even gods could not foresee. Leaving it to the next generation and resting is also a good idea. Even so, are you still planning to repeat that pain one more time? Leo stepped forward, answering with a firm tone. Yes, because I've already decided to do so. Pibua stood up and stretched refreshingly. The long battle is finally here, is it? As expected, the gods had a reason to grant you this world. Leo curiously asked. This world belongs to Luna, doesn't it? He chuckled and explained. The hero you mentioned might be the gift the gods bestowed upon you, meaning the heroic record was yours to begin with. That is also why only you could receive the special reward. This is a scepter made from my knowledge. It will surely help you a lot. Take it. He said this while tossing the scepter forward, which surprised Leo slightly. He quickly gripped the scepter and asked quietly, "May I accept it? This is an elf treasure." As if to answer the question, the scepter suddenly flapped. The god explained, Folium chooses its own master, and now it has recognized you as its master. Darkness has shrouded this world. I cannot elaborate any further, but that is all the best advice I can give you. Great hero, may blessings come upon your path ahead. At the same time, above a certain street, a strange sound rang out. This city is weird. It's obviously this bright, but it feels so comfortable. The commander said that most elves in this era are already decayed, so it's only natural for this decaying city to make us feel comfortable, right? The one speaking was Biner, a demon currently enrolled in Barharlan Academy. Responding to this, Seed, who had possessed the vice principal, also reminded, even so, don't be careless. Don't forget that there are elves who defeated our commanders in this era and even contributed to taking down that great existence. So Biner, what is the reason you gathered us here? Biner's voice quickly revealed his findings. It seems some mice have sneaked into the dungeon. Seed snorted, likely the hounds from the hero training school. Nearby, Salman chimed in, Dungeon Conquerors, what are the numbers? For now, we've only detected one. Salman, in the prison basement, the manager should be someone named Zira being held captive. Find a chance to deal with. Hearing that, Seed began to stroke his chin thoughtfully. This is truly troublesome. There can't possibly be just one conqueror. Hearing this, Biner's expression became even more twisted. So what? If so, that's a good thing, right? The history of the great heroes we venerate. Seeing their expressions when they witness it burn down and disappear is definitely worth watching, comrades. Concluding the meeting, Seed declared, even though we've faced difficulties in conquering this world, this is just a challenge we must overcome. By the will of great Erebos, we must destroy this history. Returning to the protagonist, he walked along the corridor, deep in his own thoughts. 3,000 years ago, when a piece of Erebos was resurrected, the existence of the hero world was revealed. After that, once the pieces of Erebos were collected, the heroic record was divided into 5 parts to establish hero academies according to each race. Surely the fragmentation of the heroic record wasn't just to establish hero academy. Perhaps the division aimed at Kyle's page. There is another suspicious thing here. How could Tartarus impact the heroic record that the gods created? Enter the Forbidden Library to find out the details. First, I must get Hardin out of the dungeon, then find Farina and Alina. Thinking this, a voice suddenly rang out from in front. Ah, Professor Akin. Leo looked up and asked, Luna, what's wrong? The mage girl replied with a confused face. Today is the birthday of His Highness Urgin. Leo quickly deduced that the person named Urgin was the king of the elves. On her side, Luna continued to explain embarrassedly. There will be a banquet held in the square of the World Tree. The thing is, I still haven't received an invitation. Leo felt slightly confused. This time is like a festival for the whole elf tribe. Luna hasn't received an invitation from Urgin. Unaware of his thoughts, Luna looked up at Leo with a pleading gaze. I really want to meet His Highness. Can you go with me? Leo looked at his old comrade, constantly recalling. Luna did not come from a prestigious family, but relied on her strength and overwhelming talent. As a genius girl, she stepped into Barharlan as soon as she enrolled. Her talent was recognized, and she once boasted that she had the backing of the Elf King. Luna couldn't be lying to us. Thinking this, Leo asked bluntly, as someone backed by His Highness Urgin, why didn't you receive an invitation? The mage girl started and then said sadly, what? My backing from His Highness Urgin was cut off a month ago. Hearing this, Leo's expression changed instantly. He had guessed that history had been altered. Of course, in the world of heroes, history can be changed at any time. But we only just stepped into this world of Lunas a few hours ago. Altering history from a month ago means that this world has already been shrouded in darkness. He recalled the cryptic warning from the god earlier. Leo looked outside, unable to keep his anxiety at bay. Darkness, to think Tartarus could even infiltrate a hero dungeon. Scene changed to inside the prison. At this moment, his friend Hardin is clutching his head, blaming himself. I'm such a fool. I should have been careful with every action I took inside the hero dungeon. But even if this is the ancient era, is the prison used to hold one's own kind really this dilapidated? Is the ancient past truly that different from the present? If I return to Saren, I'll have plenty to report. Thinking this, he suddenly spots two small figures walking outside and yells to interrogate them. Who are you two? A girl startles in a panic and replies, what are you asking? If you're asking about my identity, I'm just a slave. Hardin is even more surprised. He presses his face against the bars and asks further, a slave? Why, isn't this an elf city? The orange-haired girl looks bewildered and replies, you're asking a very strange question. Aren't all half-elves slaves? That statement is like a direct blow to Hardin's spirit. Anger swells within him, causing his hand to grip the bars tight. Slave elves. Are we actually turning our own kind into slaves? This history. Outside, footsteps suddenly sound. Next, a stranger kicks one of the two girls straight in the body and shouts, daring to spout nonsense. Your education for these slaves is far too poor. He speaks while continuously kicking the girl's body in front of Hardin, causing Hardin's anger to become even more intense. His teeth grind together. Stop it at once. What do you think you're doing? Hearing this, the stranger stops for a moment, then sneers. Is there a problem with me giving this slave a little punishment? Or is it that you can't accept what your ancestors did to create such convenient little tools? His words leave Hardin's face stunned. Before he can react, Sulman begins to use his magic, accompanied by a threat. I don't know how you got in here. You dogs from Saren are going to die right here. Hardin also guesses Sulman's identity, the Hounds of Tartarus. However, when he tries to use his own magic, it has no effect whatsoever. Damn it. Because of these shackles, my aura burst is being suppressed. Right after that, Sulman, with his arm covered in dark magic, lunges straight at Hardin. But at the most dangerous moment, a familiar figure suddenly appears. Sulman's massive hand is deflected away. Right after that, a magical explosion appears, sending dust swirling through the corridor. Waiting for the dust to clear a little, that figure unleashes another magical attack. Hardin inside the cell witnesses this and becomes stunned, asking softly, Elena, is that you? Elena smiles and turns her head to reply, Hardin, what on earth is that pathetic look? She also uses her magic to dissolve the shackles. Hardin admires. It's been a while, and you've grown stronger, Elena. She answers arrogantly, just look forward to the next battle. On the side, Marin also confusedly asks, El, you know how to use magic. Elena ruffles her friend's hair and explains, the El of right now isn't the same El, Marin. I'm just borrowing my friend's body to get rid of the bad guys here. This statement only confuses Marin even more. Huh. Is it an angel descended from heaven? Elena doesn't explain any further but says gently, Marin, how about closing your eyes until I tell you to open them? Can you do that? Marin nods. Yes, understood. Elsewhere, the growling sound continued. After getting hit by a few magic attacks, Sulman's appearance has changed completely. He curses incessantly. Damn it, this brat. Elena lets out a cold laugh, then stands up and says, why don't you just lie there? If you did, maybe I would have forgotten and let you go. As if unaware of his own condition, Sulman still gapes and shouts, I'll tear you to shreds, you pathetic hero candidate. His words remind Hardin of the time 2 years ago, when the magic duel took place between the first-year representatives of Lumern Academy and Saren Academy. Looking at Elena's seemingly indifferent attitude, Hardin feels a bit of anger in his heart. What kind of attitude is that? I'll make you look me straight in the eye. But before he can even start his magic, his eyes snap wide open, because by now he has already lost. The referee announces the victory belongs to Elena Jarrah. At that moment, I realized that in this world, there exist people who are destined to become heroes. Returning to reality, Sulman has managed to stand up. But facing him, Elena only offers a cold smile. This time, you won't get to leave peacefully. Immediately, she activates her magic. A series of chains begins to shoot forward. Sulman can hardly believe his eyes. His face turns pale. A guy like me is suffering defeat at the hands of a ragtag hero candidate. Elena mockingly retorts, to defeat me, you at least have to bring the Corps Commander's confidant here. Low-level magic like yours doesn't have a chance to be my opponent. She speaks while clenching her hand, and waves it, well then, goodbye. Afterwards, she turns to look at her little friend. Marin, you can open your eyes now. Marin hears this and opens her eyes. Elena reaches out her hand toward her and smiles. Let's go. Lead the way for me, will you? Scene change to the princess's private room. At this moment, a reminder sounds. Princess Serja, please straighten your back and smile more gently. Are you planning to smile like that at the party? Hearing this, the princess feels embarrassed. reluctantly adjusting her smile. Only when she sees that, the servant nods in satisfaction and continues. Excellent. You look absolutely beautiful, worthy of the title of princess at all times. Thank you, the princess replies. The person inside the princess's body is Lunia. At this moment, she is utterly fed up. To think even after coming all this way, I still have to fake it, she whispers to herself. Before the servant claps to signal the maids standing by, everyone, hurry up and finish preparing the princess. Following that, the maids rush in to spruce up Lunia. Once they are done, the redhead is so tired she feels dazed. So exhausting. How many hours have I been sitting like this? She wonders. Then she starts looking at everyone and thinks, and seriously, look at how many maids are serving me. I thought I was being dropped into the body of some powerful noble, but who would have guessed it's a princess? The ancient elves have a monarchy. What time period is it anyway? Before Lunia can think any further, the servant speaks again. Princess, before attending King Urkin's birthday banquet, you will go to the audience chamber to meet him alone. The audience chamber is the deepest part of Barharlan. It was created by renovating the interior of the World Tree. Please remember, this is a sacred place that is only opened when the Elf King visits this city. Hearing him say that, Lunia is slightly surprised. They use the World Tree as the audience chamber for the Elf King. Her moment of surprise is immediately spotted by the servant, who reminds her, "Your breathing is erratic again. Please tighten your core." "Ah yes," Lunia replies, but inside she is going almost crazy. Next, after finishing the preparation process, the two quickly move to the audience chamber. Along the way, the servant keeps reminding her, "You are not allowed to make mistakes in front of the king. The current etiquette is perfect. Please just pay attention to your smile a little." "Yes, I know," she replies gently, but inside she complains incessantly. Compared to the etiquette teacher in Saren, this is probably much heavier, to the point where it makes my ears want to bleed. For now, it's certain that this is a world related to elves. I have to regroup with the others, but how do I recognize them? I'll just go along with them for now to grasp the situation. Thinking this, the chamber door opens. However, from inside, an evil aura reeks out that is bone-chilling, causing Lunia's expression to change. She frowns, wondering, what is this? What on earth is this? Lunia panics inside. Before her eyes, the image of a terrifying entity seems to appear, making her face turn pale. However, after the reminder from the servant next to her, everything seems to vanish, leaving Lunia unsure if she just hallucinated. Entering the room, on the throne above, there is a blinding light. Then a gentle voice rings out, "Come here." Hearing this, Lunia's hand clenches slightly from tension. She steps forward, kneels, and bites her tongue. "Happy birthday to you." She thinks to herself, this is inside Barharlan's World Tree. Opposite her, the voice of the Elf King Urkin rings out again. "My daughter, Serja, lift your head. On the way here, did you encounter any inconveniences?" She lifts her head and replies, "Yes, everyone treated me very well." But the moment she lifts her head, everything around seems to have changed completely. She cannot even hear what Urkin is saying because of her extreme tension. What on earth is that? Is that a monster of Tartarus? Following her gaze, behind the throne, there seems to be a giant figure sitting and clutching its head. Then she refutes her own guess. "No, that's impossible. I've seen this before. It looks exactly like in the fairy tale books. It's a rebo." Scene changed to the protagonist's location. At this moment, Luna is still opening up. "Teacher Akint, turns out I might be an elf who doesn't fit into Barharlan at all. Honestly, lately I've been feeling so tired. Is the magic I'm pursuing something great? Even now, I don't know anymore." Beside her, Leo sees his close friend falling into a depression and guesses quite a bit. History has been completely distorted. Seeing Luna collapse like this, Tartarus's goal is clearly to hinder the hero. How dare they dirty Luna's world? Thinking of this, Leo becomes furious. He clears his throat and says, "Luna, in the future, you will become an elf who is more respected than anyone else. I'm certain of it. I know very well that the spell you have can lift you up. The words you once treated as your mantra back in the day, that in the future, you would become an existence that shines as brightly as the stars in the night sky." The encouragement from the protagonist makes Luna's eyes widen quickly. She has regained her confidence, proudly saying, "Right, it really is like that, isn't it?" Seeing this, Leo feels more at ease. "Exactly. This look suits you better. Now let's go to the party." Leo offers his hand. Naturally, Luna happily agrees. Leo also knows for sure that Tartarus exists in this hero world. If that's the case, from now on, I will eliminate. Scene change to the party side. Lunia is being surrounded by a group of people, forcing her to give awkward smiles to each one. But only Lunia knows how terrified she really is. Her hands are still shaking incessantly. She cannot forget the scene she saw in the audience chamber earlier. Why on earth is that thing here? Could it be that besides me, no one else recognizes it? It's too terrifying. What should I do now? She wondered. Before a confused sound rings out from behind, "Greetings, princess." Lunia turns around. The moment she sees that familiar figure, the feeling of fear seems to vanish. She stands up and walks toward the other person, Mu. How could I forget? If so, this place is her world, the ancestor of Nebula Luna. On this side, Luna also introduces herself. "I am Luna Rubina." Not far away, Seed is also watching everything, then grinds his teeth in frustration. How did that annoying wench get here? Clearly she wasn't invited. Why is this happening? He whispers aloud. Then Leo schools him immediately. You guys have always been like this. That habit of lurking like sewer rats is really your strong suit, isn't it? His voice is full of sarcasm, while Seed pretends to be clueless. What on earth are you talking about, teacher Akin? Hearing this, Leo sighs with a teasing tone when he sees him still pretending to be clueless. No matter how much you hide, that rotten stench still reeks. You're bold. You will pay the price for the dirty tricks you've done in this world. At this point, Seed doesn't bother acting anymore. He laughs coldly. Currently, I am the vice principal of this smelly elf city. You inhabiting the body of a lowlife teacher. What can you possibly do? You guys won't be able to do anything. The world of the great hero you worship will be burned and dissipated hopelessly. Just you wait and see. Saying that, he turns away. While Leo really wants to take his life right now, it's a pity there are too many people around, so he can't act. Just then, Luna returns. Leo turns and asks, "Did you talk to the princess?" Luna happily replies, "Yes, but it seems the princess has changed a lot. She used to hate me, yet now she smiles so brightly at me." Her words immediately make Leo associate it with one thing. Not long after, he finds Lunia to confirm. "Teacher Akint, greetings, Princess Highness." Lunia nods gently. "Yes, greetings, Teacher Akint." Leo kneels on one knee and speaks, which catches Lunia completely off guard. "But Princess Highness, do you happen to know anything about Lumern?" Thanks to that remark, Lunia guessed the person in front of her was very likely Leo, so she said she knew the Lumern student. The protagonist's friend, upon hearing the confirmation, felt a bit pleased. Who would have thought Lunia here is a princess? That'll make regrouping much easier. At the same time, an announcement rang out. His Highness Erkin has arrived. They turned to see Erkin slowly approaching, surrounded by countless people congratulating him. "You look splendid today, Your Highness. Happy birthday." Seeing him, Lunia awkwardly turned away. "Ah, Your Highness, Professor Akint, I must go line up." Leo nodded in agreement. She turned and left. Then Erkin's voice echoed. "Thank you all for coming to celebrate tonight. Don't worry about me, please enjoy the party." While they had a spare moment, Leo said to Luna, "You're nervous, not like your usual self at all." Luna replied with fiery eyes, "Of course I am. This decides whether I keep Prince Erkin's sponsorship. I'll win him over, no doubt." At that moment, Lunia suddenly covered her mouth and bowed slightly. "Forgive me, would you like to dance with me?" Hearing that, a smile spread across Leo's lips. He agreed, leaving Luna standing beside him, utterly baffled. As they danced, they whispered to each other, "You're Leo, right?" "Yes, Lunia," Leo answered. "How much have you learned about this world?" she asked. Leo explained, "This is the pre-cataclysm era, and this is Luna's world." The protagonist's answer confirmed the redhead's suspicions. She sighed, "I thought so." After seeing a young Miss Luna, "Do you have any clues about the challenge's condition?" Leo nodded and quickly shared his analysis. Originally, Luna could create star magic, but the star magic hasn't been fully formed yet. That's the most likely case. And another thing, Tartarus is in this world, right here at this party. His claim surprised Lunia. She asked, "Do you mean Tartarus is in the past?" Leo shook his head and explained, "Like us, outsiders have also infiltrated here." On her side, Lunia's face showed clear worry. She spoke her discovery. "That's entirely possible. Lumern, listen carefully, don't get excited. In this world, Erebos is here." Meanwhile, the sorceress Elena snapped her finger and summoned a gigantic pillar of lightning to strike her target. She said boredly, "How tedious. These attrition battles are so disgusting. Hardin, blow that stench away." Obeying her, Hardin swung his sword, producing a blue blade of spirit energy that cut straight forward, completely defeating his opponent. With no enemies left, Elena sighed in boredom. "What a nuisance. Why don't we try wiping everything out with an uber-powerful spell?" Hardin immediately objected. "No, there might be civilians here who'd be affected." The blonde shrugged and retorted, "Anyway, this place is just a dump. Who cares if it gets blown away?" Suddenly, a strange voice cut in. "That's not a hero's sentiment. People who want to be heroes are always so hypocritical." Only then did Elena's eyes show a flicker of interest. "Oh, hello." What snake slithered out from under a rock? Standing before her was Biner. She stepped forward, smiling arrogantly. "What an impudent bitch. Keep barking while you still can. Because you lot are about to be wiped out." Elena, unafraid, shot back. No matter how disgusting, a cockroach is still a cockroach. Have you ever seen a human die because of a bug? In response, Biner replied coldly, no, you are the ones who will die. Our god is about to awake. Alina put her hand on her hip and sighed, asking bluntly, if you mean a god, are you talking about Erebos? At that moment, Biner snarled, I forbid you to speak his name with that filthy mouth. With those words, a sinister aura began to emanate from her. It still wasn't enough to faze the blonde, who mocked, my mouth is very clean. I brush my teeth every morning, noon, and night. Don't assume everyone, as disgusting as you. I can't even tell if that's the smell of a corpse or your breath. Oh, maybe it's both. Each taunt from her made Biner tremble with rage. You cursed bitch, I'll tear you to pieces. Saying that, she launched her dark magic straight at Alina's position. Hardin swiftly raised a magical barrier to protect Marin. Worried, Hardin asked, are you okay? Then, in the next instant, both of their eyes widened. Before them was now a towering pile of bones. Marin's cold voice continued, you yap about fighting so much, how nauseating. Do you know how many hero candidates I've slaughtered? I am Biner True Bone. Her declaration made Hardin immediately recognize the demon's identity. Biner True Bone, that infamous fiend who slaughtered hero candidates for 100 years. She's a legendary monster. He thought that as he tried to reassure the trembling Marin beside. Opposite them, Biner formed a magical orb in her hand and shouted, what the hell do you think you're doing? I'm standing here and you're worrying about that fake over there. Hardin exhaled and kindly pointed out, you're the one who should be worrying about others. If she would fall so easily over this, she wouldn't be worth me risking myself for. Sure enough, right after he said that, a powerful surge of mana shot up into the air. The pressure was enough to make Biner break into a sweat. That's pink mana. I've heard of this before. Wait, could it be Alina Geron? The moment it uttered her name, its head was already flying off elsewhere. She stood there and said calmly, that's right. The severed head dropped right in front of Marin. Yet Biner's voice still echoed. That voice, I can hear his voice now. While she raged, Alina exchanged with Hardin. The god she mentioned must be Erebos, right? Hardin nodded in agreement. Seems so. Looks like this isn't just about clearing the hero's two worlds. We have to take down that monster first. Back at the protagonist's spot, Leo was stunned by what he just heard. Erebos is here. Lunia confirmed without hesitation. That's Erebos. I've never met him in person, but I'd recognize him instantly. No sooner had she said that than her eyes widened. Leo, look over there. You've reverted to your original form. As if thinking the same thing, Lunia felt herself slowly changing and blurted out, wait, does that mean I'm changing too? Leo tilted his head up to the sky, wondering inwardly, what on earth is happening? At that moment he saw the sky crack open. It was Erebos' flame. But before they could panic further, the crowd noticed their drastic change and yelled, who are you people? What did you do to the princess? They're human. Both of them looked ahead with worried faces. Leo thought, what do we do now? At this rate, we won't meet the challenge conditions. Over here, the hound seed couldn't hold back and leapt forward, snapping, you bastards, how dare you crash this ceremony? What are you plotting? Leo ground his teeth at the accusation. He thought to himself, this world is collapsing. Proof of Luna's existence here is vanishing. What am I supposed to do? While he still didn't know what to do, Luna stepped forward and asked bluntly, who are you? Where's Professor Akin? Silence began to fall over the crowd. The protagonist no longer had the mind to answer. He thought, this world is starting to collapse. Beating the dungeon is no longer the top priority. There's only one way to save Luna's story. We have to defeat Erebo. With that thought, Leo reached toward Luna and cast some kind of magic. A blinding golden light began to appear between them. A legendary staff he'd obtained not long ago materialized in his hand. He smiled and said, Luna, it's time to save this world again. I need your help. He held the staff out to Luna. Take it. The sorceress hesitated as she accepted it. Immediately she recognized it as folium, though she didn't know why it reacted to her. The gem on the staff flared brilliantly once more. Luna's mind was still tangled with thoughts. This guy is so weird. A human I should be wary of. But why? Why do I feel like I've known him for ages? What is this feeling? The protagonist asked her for help once more, and upon receiving the staff, Luna cheerfully replied, all right, I'll help you. Meanwhile, Seed the Hound was freaking out inside. Wasn't that supposed to be our achievement? How did it fall into an intruder's hands? This is getting complicated. I can't believe that bratty elf is cooperating with. But he quickly reassured himself. No need to worry. After all, faced with an omnipotent god, this world will be destroyed anyway. With that he turned and walked away. Lunia, stuck between the two, was completely confused. I don't understand what's going on, but I feel like I shouldn't intervene between those two. Hearing Leo suggest they go defeat Erebos, Lunia's eyes suddenly went blank. She shouted, you're going to take on Erebos. Do you think you can face that monster? Leo replied calmly. You don't need to be so terrified. The Erebos you saw is probably very different from the one we're facing. Leo said this because he'd sensed the presence Erebos gives off in this world wasn't whole. It might be just a tiny shard, not even intact. If that's true, then with our current strength, we still have a chance to win. There wasn't much time to waste, so the three of them hurried onward. At that moment, Leo remembered. It seems we haven't introduced ourselves yet. I am. Before he could finish, Lunia butted in. Hello, Lord Luna. My name is Lunia Elland. What an immense honor to meet you. I wish I could take a photo on this dreamy day. I never expected to see you in person and run right beside you like this. Although Luna didn't understand Lunia's enthusiasm, she cheerfully replied, Nice to meet you, Lunia. But is meeting me really that huge an honor? Lunia said in a voice full of awe. Of course, who in the world doesn't know your reputation, Lord Luna? Only then did Leo get a chance to introduce himself. I'm Leo Plo. Ignoring his intro, the flattery sent Luna's pride into overdrive. My fame has spread to the outside world that much. Seems my genius can't be hidden even if I try. Words from her idol left Lunia utterly gooey. So dazzling. I can't believe I'm talking to the progenitor in person. Only Leo felt completely numb with emotion. She reminds me of someone. Anyway, the three of them ran to the front of Sejin Palace and stopped. Lunia asked, Hey Leo, Lunia, so, what do you need me to do now? Didn't you say the world tree is being consumed by darkness? Leo nodded and briefly explained. Yes, there's a monster hiding inside the world tree. We're going to take it down. With that, he strode forward. The sorceress Luna was cheerful as if on a picnic. A monster, not a bad choice for my first glorious feat. When the door opened, Leo warned them both. There will be many obstacles. Brace yourselves. Sure enough, when they looked inside, Lunia and Luna's faces changed. The red-headed girl shouted, Where on earth did these monsters crawl out? From her view, a horde of orcs and werewolves was charging out from somewhere. Unfortunately, they weren't enough to worry Leo. He summoned his sword and noted, If Erebos is here, this makes sense. This place has basically become a demon den. Lunia perked up at that. All right, time to show off the flame I've perfected. Hearing the two, Luna wouldn't be outdone and stepped forward. You two are quite impressive. So I suppose I should demonstrate a little of what I can do. Lunia was so moved she almost cried. Oh my God, you're about to witness the progenitor's magic. From Luna's perspective, she first formed a sphere of energy in her hand, then released it into the sky, creating a blinding beam of light like a signal. This will guide Chloe and Hardin to them. So let's go, Leo said cheerfully. Luna replied, You going first. Then I'll cast an enhancement curse on you, swordsman. She spoke as she began murmuring incantation. Quickly, a layer of magical light enveloped the protagonist, making him feel an uncanny familiarity. Unbelievable. I never thought we'd fight side by side again. Before he could dwell on it, the monsters closed in. Leo quietly drew his sword from its sheath. A split second later, a cut sliced clean across a monster's face. With a single swing, he utterly wiped out the horde in front of him. His face was expressionless, utterly blank. Luna watched and beamed, not bad. Lunia, however, looked surprised. You've gotten even stronger. Leo, I can't be outdone. I've perfected my signature spell too. Gritting her teeth, she began casting her technique, blood-tinted flying bolts. Columns of light sprang up like jagged teeth, reaching toward the sky. Then she thrust her hands forward, directing all those red beams to slash straight at the monsters, shredding them in an instant. Luna nodded in approval. Impressive. I won't be left behind. Lunia panted with eager anticipation. I wonder what kind of magic Luna will use. A pity it seemed Luna's sorcery would be a surprisingly simple globe spell. But before she could fully cast it, a terrifying cry rang out. Luna gave a small, amused smile. She spread her arms and unleashed her magic, causing countless embers to flare up all around. Is this enough? Leo exhaled with relief at the sight. It's been a while since I've seen such raw, simple power used so effectively. Clear out, Leo. Luna snapped and flicked her fingers. Immediately, the fireballs rained down like a storm. The redhead watched in awe at the beautiful spectacle. So this is the progenitor's power. Incredible. As a result, with that simple spell, Luna easily swept the monsters away, prompting her to toss her head back in pride, while Lunia still didn't know what to make of it. Leo gently placed his hand on Luna's head and praised, Well done, you were amazing. The white-haired girl initially soaked it up with obvious enjoyment, but in the next instant, she snapped back to attention and grabbed Leo by the collar, demanding, You human, you're younger than me, right? So why are you patting the head of someone older than you? Leo smiled and answered, You're the childish one here, always waiting to be coddled with praise. Lunia took in the scene, and a thought suddenly occurred to her. Those two look like old friends. Luna retaliated by repeatedly ruffling Leo's hair. I don't need a kid to praise me. If anyone should be praised, it should be me. Leo nodded and let it go. All right, all right. Cut to Alina's location. Her battle with Biner was still ongoing. Her lower body had completely transformed into a formless mass and shot up into the sky. Seeing that, Alina calmly said, "Oh my, how rude," then gently unleashed a magic bullet aimed straight at her opponent, and immediately blasted apart Marin's lower body. However, Hardin also knew it wasn't over yet. This won't end that easily. Alina nodded in agreement. The spell was broken, isn't that so? Just as they said, Marin on the other side quickly restored his body, gritted his teeth and snarled, "You damned bastards, I'll chew you alive." With that, he unleashed a dark magic attack aimed straight at both of them. Fortunately, they reacted in time, leaping aside to dodge. Still, it was enough to make Alina uneasy. She's gotten faster. Is this the power of Aribo? While she was still thinking, Hardin shouted a warning. Before her stood a massive vortex of magic. With no time to hesitate, Alina thrust her hand forward and formed a magical shield just in time to block the incoming attack. The pressure it exerted made beads of sweat run down her beautiful face. This attack's force is worlds apart from before. Turning to Biner's viewpoint and seeing Alina beginning to be pushed back, she excitedly said, "You think I'm only faster? How stupid, how naive." The more she spoke, the more the monster's face showed extreme excitement. That only served to enrage Alina further. That hit actually hurt. What a nuisance. She clenched her hand tightly, released her magic, and shattered all the pressure bearing down on her. Meanwhile, Hardin stepped closer and reminded her, "Alina, this world is." Before he could finish, Alina understood and said, "I know it's fading, just like Marin earlier. But it's not disappearing because we've dispelled this area. The world itself is collapsing." At that moment, a beam of light blossomed in the sky above. Both of them quickly recognized the signal. That's Leo and Lunia's magic flare. They're signaling us to come there, right? They must have found a clue to get through this place. Hardin placed a hand on her shoulder and suggested, "Alina, I'll handle things here. You go regroup with the first-year students." Alina crossed her arms, worried. "Are you okay staying alone? That demon's gotten a lot stronger." On the other side, Biner also noticed the light in the sky and exclaimed in alarm, "That damned seed. Why are those damned hero candidates over there?" Hardin replied that he had it covered. So the blonde woman no longer worried. She left everything to him and quickly departed the area. Of course, Biner wouldn't let them regroup so easily. "You insolent brats, don't think you can go anywhere." She said this while unleashing her magic upward. However, at that very moment, her face split into two. The one who struck was of course Hardin. "Where do you think you're looking? Your opponent is me," he said with a face full of icy resolve. Inside Barharlan City, Leo swung his sword to slay the monsters before him and muttered, "Which way is the audience chamber?" Behind them, Luna rushed forward, continuously unleashing her magic, and guided the group toward the audience chamber. While moving, Lunia's face was drenched in sweat. She thought to herself, "Damn, what a freakish speed. I can barely keep up with his movements." Not to mention Lunia, even Luna was astonished. "Who is this kid? We've only met today, yet our coordination is unbelievably in sync, as if we've fought side by side for years." Before long, they reached the door of the audience chamber. Leo immediately called out, "Luna, prepare seriously." But at that moment, someone blocked their path. It was Seed. "Stop, how dare you set foot here, you lowly scum. You are never allowed to enter this place," he roared. While he was running his mouth, Leo lunged forward and cut off his head outright. "Why are you so talkative?" he taunted. Seed's headless body immediately collapsed to its knee. But his consciousness hadn't vanished. "This brat, he has a lot of battlefield experience. Biner and Salman are probably down already." Then he reattached his head and declared, "From now on I'll use my full power." With this divine-given power, the protagonist only sneered in response. "Trash is still trash. Even if you use Aribo's power, I'll burn you to ash." Seed let out a cold laugh. "You dare challenge me, it's futile." No sooner had he finished speaking than a tremendous explosion occurred before him. It was Leo's combined Crimson Flame and Scorching Heat technique. This sent Seed into panic. "What? How can a mere human wield the Phoenix's fire?" Leo openly explained to him, "Because I'm contracted with the Phoenix. I've studied it a bit." Behind him, Lunia immediately recognized it as very similar to her family's secret art. Back in the fight, Leo rushed in and delivered a devastating slash. Seed could only scream in agony. The attack also shattered the door. Leo's group stepped inside. Very quickly, they heard a strange sound. "What on earth are those noises?" Luna asked. Leo's close friend replied with certainty, "At last we meet again, Aribo." Before them sat the colossal form clutching its head, Aribo. On the side, Lunia suddenly noticed something and warned, "Leo, your hand." Leo looked at his obscured hand and shook his head. "I'm fine. It's only a copy of your flame," he said as he healed himself. The red-headed girl was stunned that even such power could be merely a replica. Luna stepped forward and asked, "Let's see, is that the monster you mentioned? If so, it's simple. Deal with it before it wakes up." She then conjured a barrage of fire orb spells in the air. However, Luna was somewhat worried. "Wait, Miss Luna, if you bring all up." Before she could finish, Luna smiled. She snapped her fingers, and the dazzling magic detonated inside the chamber. Luna froze almost to death at the sight, speechless. Luna, arms crossed on her hips, said, "It's no big deal." Unfortunately, her words were premature. When the dust cleared, Erebos' figure remained intact, completely unharmed. This wounded Luna's pride and made her want to charge and brawl again. "What? It's unscathed. Look at this thing." Behind her, Luna sobbed and clung to her progenitor, begging her to calm down. In the fairy tales, they said she was gentle and refined. Luna was puzzled. Even Leo felt Luna was a bit hot-headed. Luna kept losing her temper, determined to rush forward and teach Erebos a lesson, while Luna could only plead for her to calm down. Standing behind them, Leo thought, once Luna goes berserk like this, almost no one can stop her. It's nearly impossible. With no other option, he resorted to the surefire neck chop, move that works wonders on idiots. Luna gaped. "Miss Luna, are you okay?" "Hey Leo, how dare you hit Miss Luna?" Leo lazily replied, because she kept charging in like an idiot. Unable to tolerate it, Luna lunged forward, grabbed Leo by the collar and demanded, "Who did you call an idiot?" The protagonist took her wrist and calmly answered, "You can't defeat that monster by recklessly rushing in. Calm down." His words nearly snapped Luna back to her senses. However, Leo himself was puzzled. This is odd. Why didn't Luna's magic have any effect? Even without magical starpor, Luna's spells should have been overwhelmingly dominant. Besides, even if this is Erebos, it's only a fragment of. While they were still wondering, a shout rang out. "You insolent ones." Luna was surprised because Seed was still alive. His body trembled and crawled up from the ground, shouting nonstop, "How dare you be insolent before a god? You lowly creatures dare to trample this place with your filthy feet. I will never forgive you," he proclaimed grandly. But at that moment, Luna's silhouette descended from the sky and stomped him into a pool of goo. "Oh my, I came because I was worried about you two. Looks like you're both doing fine," she said. Seeing their senior arrive, Luna happily replied, "Miss Alina, you're safe too." Chloe immediately noticed Luna's figure and rushed over. "So this is the stellar progenitor." Luna, not fully understanding, smiled and answered, "I don't know who goes by that title, but it sounds cool." Chloe bowed sincerely. "It's an honor to meet you. I'm Alina Geron. Nice to meet you. I am Luna Rubinans." Right after the introductions, Alina immediately approached Leo with a beaming face. "Leo, are you hurt anywhere?" "Oh my, if I'd known I'd have come earlier." Her reaction puzzled Luna, facing a great hero, and that's all her reaction. Even Luna felt it was a bit odd. Putting that aside, Alina looked toward Erebos and asked, "What is that monster?" Leo explained that it was Erebos. The moment Alina heard that name, her expression changed instantly. So when they said a god was awakening, this is what they meant. As if reading her thoughts, Leo clarified, "Technically this is a fragment of Erebos and it's still fast asleep." Hearing that, Chloe realized this was their chance. Then great. Finish it off while it's sleeping. Too bad she hadn't cast her spell yet when the hound Seed's voice rang out again. "Stop, you blasphemer." As he spoke, his body shook violently, as if he was straining every ounce of strength just to stay upright. Seed's survival irritated Alina. "Why do villains always spout the same predictable lines? I'm sick of it. I'll crush you to dust so you can never be reborn." Just as she prepared to strike, a sudden pressure crashed down. The air inside the chamber changed completely, and everyone's faces went pale. They all looked toward Luna, and indeed saw him surveying everyone. Seeing this, Seed nearly went mad with joy and proclaimed, "Divinity, the supreme god has awakened. Now kneel and worship, you detestable remnants of those so-called great heroes. Before the flame of this calamitous age, tremble in fear," he declared, but was immediately smashed flat by the very god he worshipped. Then the monster lunged forward to attack everyone. Luna and Alina were rooted to the spot. However, there was no impact. Luna opened her eyes and saw Luna using magic defensively. "That monster is terrifying," she whispered. The people behind them couldn't help but admire. Indeed, even young, an ancestor is still an ancestor. We ourselves have no way to stop. At that moment, Luna suddenly noticed Leo had vanished. "Hey, more importantly, where did Leo go?" Alina glanced ahead. "If you're looking for Leo, he's over there. Right up ahead." By their gaze, the protagonist was forcing himself forward step by step against the power radiating from Erebos. A second later, the pressure emanating from Erebos suddenly stopped. But this thing had fully awakened. Alina asked anxiously, "What do we do now? How do you deal with something like that?" In front, Leo and Luna were supremely confident. Both replied, "What do you mean? Why ask such an obvious question?" They turned and said it with unabashed confidence. This snapped Alina awake. Strange, the freshman during the gate incident must have felt something like this back then. A feeling of awe. Well, maybe it's not so bad after all, she said softly. It seemed the pressure had vanished. At the same time, Hardin landed and immediately asked, "What is that monster?" The blonde was a bit surprised. "You're still alive." "That's Erebos." Hardin's eyes widened. "What? That's Erebos." Luna noticed he had brought someone else. "You're on the team too." Hardin froze, unable to process Luna's expression. "That's the stellar progenitor, Miss Luna." Fortunately, Alina cut in. "Save the small talk for later. Leo, what's the plan to beat that thing?" Leo quickly outlined the plan. "Luna and I will spearhead the front line. Senior Hardin, you cover our rear. The two in the back can safely support and intercept all of Erebos' attacks. Leonia and Senior Elena, you two support us from behind." Hearing that, Hardin hurriedly objected. "Wait, shouldn't we place a mage like Miss Luna in the back while you and I handle the front?" In response, Luna silently summoned her staff. "I hate hiding in the back just because I'm a mage. Besides, the only people who can stop that monster's attacks are this kid. And maybe might too." Her words embarrassed Hardin, because she was completely right. Luna declared, "All right then. Let's smash that damned black thing." Leo also shouted a warning to everyone. "Remember this. Once you get hit by the black flame, it never goes out. Do whatever it takes to avoid letting it touch you." Immediately after, Luna was the one who launched the first attack. She cast the Infernal Flame spell, firing a devastating strike at its body. Elsewhere, Pibua was happily watching the whole scene. "The world's collapsing and I don't care. Let's see, show me why you're called a great hero, Kyle." Erebos' flame, the eternal flame that never dies, because it consumes everything made of mana. No one can resist these undying black flame until Kyle shows up. Kyle's mana attribute is the natural bane of Erebos. At first glance, his mana appears attributeless. The protagonist recalled his earlier explanation to his old teammates. "Don't judge by appearance. It truly has no attribute. It's nothing special except it's top tier. What could let me stand alongside?" In response, the teammate merely smiled. "No, your attributeless mana is different from others, because your mana is purer than anyone else's. Purity means it has the potential to become anything. That's why you're special. In other words, your mana can become anything, Kyle. But looked at another way, it also means it's unaffected by anything, even Erebos' immortality. That's why you're Erebos' bane." Back on the battlefield, Leo also launched himself straight at Erebos. He concentrated a blazing stream of golden mana into his palm. As he closed in, his whole body shone like a brilliant star, his eyes fixed intently on the foe. He then used the purge skill, creating a vacuum that sucked all the black flames inward. Leonia and Alina froze. Erebos' black flames. They're gone. What kind of magic is this? Turning to Leo, who was the clearest. "This is a unique spell Luna crafted for herself. See that, Erebos? This spell has saved my life countless times in battle. It also once dealt you a fatal blow." With that thought, he shouted, "Attack now, Luna." Luna wasted no time and began casting her magic, creating countless giant magic circles that ringed the massive monster from all sides. Then her whole body shone with a radiant golden light as she unleashed her power. But this Erebos still seemed unaffected. It roared, leaving Leo puzzled. Why doesn't Luna's attack work? Could it be because she's from the hero world? That's very likely. Erebos is also an alien like me. If the attack from number 760 works, we're in trouble. To land a decisive blow on that monster, she has to burn even hotter. On the other side, Lunia gritted her teeth. She used the sacred fire skill, wrapping herself in crimson flame. At that moment, Alina gently embraced her and whispered, "So this is the Lundia clan's flame." Lunia quickly warned, "Wait, it's dangerous." But the blonde seemed unconcerned. "You're a dangerous kid, aren't you?" Lunia felt a purple magic flow over her and immediately realized the issue. "This part is sacrifice." Alina nodded and explained further. "Yes, it's hero magic left by the elf saintess Manhwa. This supreme magic, when cast, takes on the target's wound. Right now you have the strongest magic here. Your flame is like a phoenix. The more it burns, the stronger it becomes. But an elf is not a phoenix. You can't keep burning forever. When even your body can no longer bear it, that's the limit of the Lundia flame. Am I right?" Lunia's voice faltered, almost in tears. "But if that's the case, then you'll..." Alina cut her off, wiping her tears away. "Come on. I'm not so weak that a first-year kid needs to worry about. So burn even more. Show me what you can do, Leonia Alundia." By now, the redhead's voice was firm. "Don't come crying to me if you regret it." With that, she unleashed all her firepower, making the flames blaze more fiercely than ever. Meanwhile, despite her bold words, Elena couldn't hide her real worry. At Saren Academy, you must never let your guard down. Opposite them, Erebos refused to let them be and launched a magical attack forward. However, Hardin stepped in to block it, murmuring an incantation. Winds, answer my call. He flicked his sword free from its sheath. Then with a lightning-fast slash, he cleaved Erebos' attack clean in two. The residual magic at his back then produced a tremendous explosion. Just blocking that single strike was enough to bring him to his knees. So this is the legendary catastrophe. I can't stop it again. On the other side, Leo turned to Luna and said, Hey Luna, can you further strengthen Lunia's magic? You think you can. Luna looked at the terrible blaze Lunia had summoned and cried out in alarm. What? You want her to take control of a high-level spell and make it stronger? Be realistic. Make it feasible first. To seize control of someone else's spell requires an overwhelming skill gap. Besides, if it's a high-level spell with a complex formula, then taking control is almost impossible. Despite that, Leo remained confident she could do it. Luna paused, asking what? Leo praised her. Luna, you really are a genius. The compliment made her eyes widen instantly. She regained her confidence. All right, after all, I am a genius. In theory, it's not impossible, right? Seeing her like that, Leo snorted, predictable. Luna shouted, What? Leo smiled, I'm counting on you. Next, Luna faced Erebos alone again. She raised her staff. The gem set in it emitted a brilliant light, making Luna go blank. Wait, this incantation is familiar. It's quite similar to the spell I've researched, and also similar to the magic I'm pursuing. This spell is. Across from them, allowing no pause, Erebos launched another attack, aiming its massive hand at Luna. Hardin saw it and urgently shouted a warning. Then, a second later, Erebos' arm suddenly exploded in midair. The one who acted was the protagonist. He stood before Luna to protect her. Thanks to that, Luna's spell continued uninterrupted, while the protagonist was still struggling to fend off attack. Luna smiled. Immediately, her whole body radiated the light of the brightest star. A system notification appeared instantly. Quest: help Luna perfect the Stellar Progenitor's origin spell. Luna, the Stellar Progenitor, has perfected the star magic. Luna, standing beside Leo, cheerfully said, Leo, you won't die from this, right? The protagonist heard that and replied confidently, Of course not. From Luna's position, a brilliant light began to radiate, pointing straight toward the position of the monster Erebos. Looking at this scene, the protagonist also let a slight smile grace his lips. Meanwhile, Luna had gripped her staff tightly and whispered, If it has to be this way, then. On the other side, Elena and Lunia were still astonished by the power of the magical attack. Controlling the sacred flame, this meant drawing magic from the progenitor of the nebula. Before they could finish their sentence, a fierce fireball formed in the sky above. Luna's voice continued to ring out. Everything ends here. You annoying dark-bottomed beast, she said with a smile, then directed the massive fireball downward, creating a terrifying explosion. Its sheer weight crushed Erebos, forcing him to curl up like a shrimp. Everyone around stood silently, watching the spectacle. Luna wore a smile, as if she had already foreseen the outcome. Sure enough, just a second later, a monstrous explosion occurred, blowing everything away. A golden fragment landed gently in Lunia's palm. She whispered, It seems it's really over. We've defeated Erebos. Right at that moment, Elena could not contain her joy and hugged the red-haired girl tightly in bliss. I thought it would end up smelling burnt. Who knew the scent would be this fresh? She said while starting to sniff Lunia's body, making her blush intensely. What exactly do you think you're doing? Hearing this, Elena just winked mischievously. It suits my taste perfectly. This expression is so cute. Should we just kidnap you and take you back to Lumern? On the other side, Luna also landed and celebrated the victory. We succeeded. We destroyed that monstrous creature. And I have also completed the magic I have been painstakingly researching for so long. Saying that, she turned to look at the others. You little ones, I was convinced that the elf clan was rigid and formulaic, but I never expected there would be special people like you. The group turned back, embarrassed. Thank you very much, my lady. Hardin also raised his hand to his chest to show respect. Receiving praise from you is truly an honor. The words had barely left his lips when he collapsed forward. It turned out Luna had hugged both of them. Why worry about those formal rituals? Aren't we comrades who have shared hardships on the battlefield? Her words made them so embarrassed their heads were practically steaming. Being embraced by Lady Luna like this, is this a dream? No, this can't possibly be a dream. Behind them, Elena saw this and said amusingly, the goofy demeanor of these representatives from the Saren Academy. If we took a photo to save, it would surely be interesting. Just as she said this, her eyes opened wide. Leo walked forward, reaching out a hand to pull her up. However, this woman flatly refused. Don't go touching a lady who is on her own like that. Besides, shouldn't you take care of yourself first? Your wounds are far more severe than mine. Leo looked at his own palm and agreed slightly. I forgot, senior. While they were talking, Luna continued to call out. It is precisely because of that I have taken one step closer to my supreme magic. This immediately made Alina curious. The secret art you are aiming for. What kind of magic is it exactly? Replying to that question, Luna immediately pushed the other two aside and declared, don't be shocked when you hear it. She stepped forward slightly, as if preparing herself. Hardin and Lunia also felt nervous. The supreme secret art of a progenitor like her. What exactly is it? Unfortunately for their expectations, the secret art Luna mentioned was incredibly ordinary. It is the magic that makes flowers bloom. This statement made the group think of the kind of magic Leo had used before. And the group, including Elena, became blank. Magic that makes flowers bloom. Then the whole group turned to look at the protagonist with fascinated eyes, making Leo shy and unable to look back. On this side, Luna continued, in short, I will accompany you. You have a plan to leave here, right? To go out into the wider world outside, then let me go with you. The words had just ended when they were rejected by Leo. That won't work, we can't do that. Luna sighed with a bit of irritation and asked, why not? The male protagonist stepped forward, gently patted her shoulder, and explained, we have our own journey that we need to continue, and you have a path of your own. Luna lowered her head, seemingly still unsatisfied with the explanation. But Leo just gently comforted her. You will definitely find it. Great friends will join you in creating magnificent miracles. You are not alone at all. At that moment, Luna's world, the night chapter of Barharlan, was completely conquered. The space began to crack, signaling that Leo's group would have to leave this place. And Luna seemed to guess that too. She hurriedly asked, are you preparing to leave now too? Leo nodded. That's right, I need to go. He created a flower of light in his palm and instructed seriously, Luna Rubbanans, you will become a master of magic greater than anyone else. Save this entire world and receive the respect of the entire elf clan, and then be praised with the title of progenitor of the nebula. Because of that, don't be insecure about yourself anymore. Confident charisma is what truly belongs to you. At that moment, a giant magic circle appeared beneath their feet. It created a scene of a meadow filled with flowers. These words seemed to touch Luna's heart. She held a flower in her hand and smiled, answering, yes. A notification screen appeared. Challenge completion reward, folium. Scene shift to some strange space. Leo's group was suddenly teleported here. Hardin snapped his fingers, creating a beam of light illuminating the surroundings. At the same time, a piece of paper also silently floated down from above. Leo quickly caught the paper and thought silently, even though it's a bit damaged here and there, it's fortunate it's not as shredded as my books. Turning to Lunia's perspective, she seemed to discover something and exclaimed, wait a minute, Leo. Isn't the object you are holding in your hand folium? Hardin heard this, and his eyes went wide, while Leo just gently admitted, exactly. However, it looks like just an empty shell. As he spoke, he transformed the staff into a mark stored on the back of his hand. Meanwhile, Elena did not forget to tease. No one would expect that the first person on the continent to receive folium as a reward would not be an elf. If this secret were exposed, the people at Saren Academy would probably choke to death in anger. Ignoring her sarcasm, Hardin began to entice him. Do you want to transfer schools, Leo Plo? This remark immediately made Elena angry enough to pull his hair, while not forgetting to remind him, hey, you jerk, what kind of dirty trick are you trying to pull here? Hardin still ignored her and continued to invite him. The Saren Academy uniforms look much better than the ones at Lumer. Returning to Leo's perspective, he began to wonder where this was, so he cast his eyes to observe the surroundings. Suddenly, he was startled to discover before him the giant statue of Luna. And it wasn't just Luna's stone statue. Everyone quickly discovered the stone statues of others. Lunia exclaimed, look in this direction. This is the legend Duino. These are all magnificent, heroic figures. Not a single one is missing. The group voiced their remark. Meanwhile, Lunia discovered one thing. She couldn't help but exclaim, oh my god, could this possibly be Kyle? Before her stood the statue of the hero Kyle, who had been forgotten in the annals of history. After discovering the wall, she exclaimed, Kyle, the great hero of humanity, actually existed. With that thought, she hurriedly turned to everyone. Look at this. But mid-sentence, she noticed Leo distractedly staring at something. Leo Plove, what are you looking at? At that moment, the protagonist was staring at the stone stele. Inscribed on it were ancient characters meaning memories of Duino, Luna, Aaron, Lysanas, Kyle. The moment Lunia and Hardin read those lines, they could now be certain. Oh my god, Kyle was a real person. From Leo's viewpoint, a flicker of memory crossed his face. So this is the hero's square the people of Gadslan built to honor our deeds. At that moment, a sudden powerful tremor began, changing Leo's expression. Wait, could this hero dungeon have been built to protect Gadslan? Over here, the group watched the palace slowly collapse and panicked as they scanned their surroundings. Fortunately, they spotted a teleport gate and shouted, "There, I see a teleport gate." With no time to hesitate, the group hurried toward it. Sister Alina urged when she saw Leo still standing. Leo Plove moved. Leo kept his gaze fixed on the statue of his former comrade. His eyes held longing and refusal to let go. Very quickly, though, the teleport light appeared and whisked the group away. Time passed in a blur. Leo awoke in the recovery room. A familiar voice sounded, "You're awake." Seeing that it was Principal Kalyan speaking, Leo hurried to sit up. The principal stopped him. "Lie back down and rest. Even though it was only a fragment, you were hit by Erebos' flame blossom. Your survival is a miracle. You always manage to surprise me." The protagonist shook his head, refusing credit. "It was thanks to the other members of my team." Ignoring that, the principal pulled a newspaper from his coat and continued, "Your rescue has been widely reported across the world, especially about the surviving hero, indeed, the great hero Kyle." The headline read, "The surviving hero Kyle truly existed. First discovery of records related to the great human hero Kyle." While Leo read, the principal added, "This is a forensic portrait of Kyle drawn from survivor testimony. There is something I want to ask you. Is there any chance you have a connection to that primordial hero?" Hearing that, Leo answered with an innocent look, "What do you mean by connection?" The principal, a little troubled, tried to explain. Until now, rumors that the great hero Kyle was an omnipotent class were dismissed by scholars as baseless. Omnipotence is considered a legendary thing. And yet here you are, the top first year at Lumern, an omnipotent class student. Even if we assume your swordsmanship comes from Zerdinger clan heritage, you still possess extraordinary talent in both magic and summoning. I'll ask directly, have you ever crossed into Kyle's hero world? He asked, casting Leo a skeptical glance. Of course, Leo didn't admit it. "No," he said quickly. Kalyan asked, "You mean you were born an omnipotent class?" Leo confessed, "Yes, sir." He thought inwardly, perhaps Tartarus is watching me. No need to attract more attention. I'll reveal that after I recover some power from my past life. On this side, Principal Kalyan, still intrigued, asked, "Weren't you always fascinated by Kyle? I heard you even planned to start a club to study that primordial hero." Leo already had an answer ready. "Of course I'm interested. After all, the only omnipotent class known in history is the primordial hero." Hearing this, Kalyan had nothing more to ask and stood. "I understand. That answers my questions. Now rest. The same goes for you, Alina." In the adjacent bed, Alina cheerfully replied, "Yes, sir." Then she turned to tease Leo. "Leo Plove, you really have no connection to that primordial hero." The protagonist answered sheepishly, "I don't." Alina looked at him meaningfully, "But I feel like you do." When Leo asked what made her think that, she simply tucked her hair back and tapped Leo's forehead, explaining, "It's a woman's intuition." "Look, if you don't want to tell me, I won't force you," Leo Plove. "Didn't you say earlier you wanted to ask me for a favor? What is it?" The protagonist didn't state his request immediately but asked, "Will you accept it?" Alina nodded. "Yeah, I'm getting curious. Let's see how far you can go." Her words made Leo chuckle. "Finally, you're talking like someone my age." Seeing Leo's attitude made Alina a bit annoyed. "Look who's talking. You're the one acting like an old man." Putting that aside, Leo made his request. "I need access to Lumern's restricted library. I also want to research." Before he could finish, Chloe guessed, "You want to study the history of the hero records." "I understand. That's not something I can decide alone, but I'll do my best to get you in," Leo Plove. Who is he really? She wondered silently. Time quickly passed until the next morning. As soon as Leo stepped into the classroom, everyone erupted. "Look, the class rep is here." Ileana and Carl rushed over with admiring faces. "Leo, I heard you crossed into the Stellar Creators world. Did you meet Miss Luna? Is she as beautiful as they say?" Unfortunately, their interview lasted only seconds because Professor Harrod entered with a grim face. "You have 10 seconds to return to your seats." His expression frightened the students into saying, "Tell us the details later, Leo." Once the class settled, Professor Harrod announced, "Listen up. Starting tomorrow, we'll hold a joint class with students from other academies. It's a joint session with 3 other prestigious academies, the ones you listed as your second choices, including the Ute Knights Academy, the Emerald Magic Academy, and the Cian Summoning Academy. They were established to break Lumern's monopoly, but over time, they've simply become safety nets for Lumern's applicants. In other words, they've turned into places for students who didn't get into Lumern. That means if you get expelled, those are the academies you'll be transferred to." Time passed quickly. Walking down the corridor, Carl casually said, "A joint class out of the blue. That's ridiculous. They've never invited students from all those academies at once before, right? To that, Leo was blunt. Probably political reasons. Lumern's reputation took a big hit after several incidents in the first term. Chelsea completely agreed. Exactly. Most likely they want to show Lumern is still strong. At that moment, the vice principal approached. Leo Plove. May we have a word? Cut to the Lumern clock tower. At this point, Leo had been led here by the vice principal. Inside, the clock tower was entirely fashioned from dragon tongue magic, Leo noted to himself. Then when the door opened, he hurriedly followed, entered inside, and quickly spotted a mural of a gigantic dragon painted on the ceiling. Lysina. Leo whispered before another voice snapped him back to reality. You recognized me immediately. The true form of the King of Wisdom shouldn't be widely known among the races, right? On this side, the vice principal introduced. This is our lord. Leo immediately realized this was the Dragon King. A bead of sweat trickled down Leo's face, and he thought nervously, listeners, don't just teach me the dragon's ritual. It's definitely 3 taps on the right chest, where the dragon's heart is. Right. As he thought this, he began to perform the greeting. The air inside the palace suddenly fell silent. Then a few seconds later, a burst of laughter erupted, which took Leo by surprise. Above him, the Dragon Lord was giggling incessantly. This left Leo feeling flustered. What's wrong? Has the ritual changed in the last 5,000 years? As if sensing his confusion, Vice Principal Riven stepped forward and asked, Where did you learn that greeting? Leo answered vaguely, I learned it in a book. Is there a problem? This statement gave Riven a bit of a headache. It's not like that. On the contrary, it's perfect. However, before he could finish, Melina was laughing so hard she was in tears, saying, You look just like one of those old geezers from the past. Haha. Riven explained in more detail. That is an ancient ritual from a very long time ago. It's a way of greeting used by ancestors who have long since passed away. But these days, almost no one uses it anymore. It's quite interesting to see you using it. Leo felt a bit regretful because he had studied it so diligently. On the other side, after Melina finished laughing, she requested, Master Riven, could you step away for a moment? Hearing this, the man quickly took his leave. Then Melina's tone became serious. It is a pleasure to meet you, Leo Plove. I am Melina. Leo didn't want to waste time, so he went straight to the point. What is the reason the Dragon Lord wishes to see me? She was also straightforward. I wanted to meet you in person. Just as Riven said, you are very different from other heroes. She moved slowly toward Leo, asking with a voice full of gravity, Leo Plove, who are you really? In response to this, Leo only offered a faint smile. A reserve student, influenced by Lumern Academy. I am Leo Plove. Melina, seeing that Leo didn't know her status, introduced herself again. I am the Dragon Lord, the King of Great Wisdom, the inheritor of Listeners' will. Because of this, I am an existence that always craves knowledge and wisdom in this world. And as a result, I became convinced that the origin hero was real, but I could never find any concrete evidence. But just then, Leo Plove, you appeared. Proof that Mr. Kyle is not a fictional character. You are revealing that to the world by actively proving that all elemental magic is entirely feasible. Facing her logically deduced arguments, Leo still smiled and denied it. That's just a coincidence. But at this moment, Melina presented another argument. If that's the case, could you take a look at this? At that moment, from the empty air, a book appeared, covered in purple mana. Leo immediately recognized what it was. This is a 1,000-year-old fairy tale about the origin heroes. Melina's voice continued. Unlike modern stories, it contains the complete, true history. And according to these books, Mr. Kyle inherited the dragon heart of Listeners. A long time ago, I conquered Listeners' world and successfully reclaimed the pages. As a reward for that conquest, I have inherited a portion of Listeners' magic power. It is a great honor. I have controlled that power for a long time, but now that strength no longer obeys me. It's as if it just found its true master. So I ask you one more time, who are you really? Hearing her push this far, the protagonist no longer wanted to hide his identity. His tone shifted. Oh my, you're a sharp little one, aren't you? My name is Kyle. Currently, I am known as the origin hero. Although she had heard Leo admit his identity, Melina still couldn't help but be stunned. I still can't believe it. I never expected to be talking to the great hero in reality, and not in the hero's world. Leo asked calmly, Did you call me here just to confirm this, little one? Melina naturally had other business, so she said, It's not just about the poem. As Mr. Leo here knows, there are currently minions of Tartarus infiltrating the Hero Academy. Among them are traitors. We are hunting them down, but it's not easy. Her words didn't surprise Leo much. That must be the case. Even I couldn't sense anything suspicious, let alone detect any killing intent. Unaware of his inner thoughts, Melina continued to explain, but the goal of Tartarus is clear. They want to crush the young buds with the potential to become heroes. So, before she could finish, Leo cut her off. You want me to be bait? Melina nodded. Yes, that is correct. To Tartarus, there is no one more of an eyesore than you, Mr. Leo, right now. After all, you possess all elemental magic, just like the great hero Kai. So may I ask you, Mr. Leo, can I count on you for that? To this request, Leo was willing to help and did not refuse. That's not too bad. I'll do it. In exchange, I have one request. Keep my identity a secret, and only you are to know. Hearing that, Melina said heavily, please do not use the word request. I am only existing in this peaceful era because you created it. Once I know your identity, I will serve you with all my heart. Dragon Lord Melina, as the successor to the will of the King of Wisdom, I am always ready to offer this life at any time. She knelt before Leo to take her oath. However, the protagonist stepped forward and said gently, I didn't save the world for such noble reason. It was just because I was dragged into this by listeners. Melina was truly surprised by that fact. Leo smiled faintly and continued, even now, I fight only because I want to, so just live the way you want. That is enough. Time passed quickly. After Leo left the palace, Vice Principal Riven returned to ask about the situation. My lord, how do you feel about Leo Plo? She sincerely gave her assessment, naturally forgetting to hide the protagonist's true identity. Exactly as Mr. Riven said, he is truly a wonderful youth. He is completely worthy of the title of great hero. Riven looked up, sensing that Melina seemed very happy. Sure enough, Melina offered a smile full of assurance for the future. Thanks to you looking after the first-year students of Lumern Academy, they will surely grow up to be outstanding heroes. The scene cut to the protagonist's location. He was strolling leisurely down the street. Students from other environments looked at his uniform and whispered, is that a Lumern uniform? It doesn't look special at all. Just then, behind Leo's back, a voice called out, Hi there, you're a student at Lumern Academy, right? Are you participating in the magic class? This girl was Sela, a first-year student at Emerald Academy, one of the three great academies. Although Leo didn't know her, he guessed she was from another academy and replied, I am. This made Sela very happy. That's great. Our students have a bit too much academic enthusiasm. You're a magic major from Lumern. Can you help us? It's not hard. My name is Sela, a first-year student from Emerald. Just as Leo was about to introduce himself, he was brushed off by the girl. Skip the introduction. Could you help me with this? We're puzzled by this magic formula. But coincidentally, a Lumern student like you happened to walk by here. Because I really wanted to hear the opinion of someone studying magic at Lumern like you, I boldly called you over. This is a very popular challenge at our school. Well, can you solve it? Her words seemed a bit provocative. Naturally, when Leo looked at the formulas written on the table, he guessed it immediately. A glance is enough to see this is an incomplete analysis. They must be planning to embarrass me. I've heard students from other schools are often jealous of Lumern, but I didn't expect it to go this far. What should I do now? Well, I'll just go along with them and get it over with. At that moment, Leo spotted the head of the magic department, Len, banging on a window outside. This made Leo's face turn blank. He didn't understand what was going on. The teacher's attitude was scolded by the summoning department head next to him. As for Leo, he had no idea when they had gotten there. The white-haired woman punched Len in the head a few times while shouting, What kind of shameful thing are you doing? Len ignored her and continued shouting at Leo. Hey Leo, you must crush them. Looking at his teacher's fiery demeanor, Leo could only offer a forced smile, wondering if he was really supposed to crush. Oh well, I have no choice but to listen to the professor. Unaware of Leo's inner thoughts, Sela continued her mockery. Look at that, it really is tough even for a student of the Lumern Academy, isn't it? Before she could finish her sentence, Leo commented, it just needs a slight adjustment to be activated. It really is an interesting magic. Sela didn't believe him at all, really. In her heart, she laughed to herself. Don't make me laugh. That spell is absolutely impossible to activate. Making such a simple error in the formula. The kids at Lumern aren't any different, are they? As she thought this, Leo finished deciphering the spell. This is my decoding version. What do you think? He spoke up. When Sela looked at the board, her eyes widened. What the hell is this? How did he decode it like that? Not to mention the two of them. Even the students standing all around turned to look with disbelief. Can that actually be activated? No way. Is this magic really activatable? Turning back to Sela, she tried to stare at the board to find the flaws. While it might be possible in theory, practical application was a different story. To respond to that, Leo immediately used it to show her. This part is simple. As he spoke, a glowing yellow orb appeared in his hand. At this point, Sela could only offer an awkward laugh. Haha, so that's it. You were already researching this type of magic, weren't you? Leo innocently retorted. I've never researched anything like this. The statement left Sela speechless. Leo continued to explain. Instead of developing new magic, Lumern's techniques mainly focus on application or optimizing existing spells for combat. The more she listened, the more Sela was taken aback. Wait, so how did you decode this spell and convert it into an activation formula? Did you do it right here on the spot? Leo extinguished the magic in his hand and answered, I just did some mental math. Mental math is the easiest thing to do. At this point, everyone was completely stunned. How can a human do something like that? Everyone whispered. While Sela couldn't take it anymore, she turned around and ran away, crying as she went. The remaining companions hurriedly chased after her. Team leader, wait for us. Watching their backs, Leo scratched his cheek, feeling a bit embarrassed. He asked himself, did I go a bit too far? Elsewhere, Professor Len gave him a thumbs up, a legendary level hero as a weak student of Lumern Academy. Leo, you definitely have to major in this magic department. Magic is an art, he said excitedly, while being dragged away by the female professor beside. Talking about the 3 top prestigious academies, Ikote Knight Academy, Emerald Magic Academy, and Scound Summoner Academy. Even though they were prestigious academies without equal, for those who aspired to become heroes, they were always in second place. Which was because of this place, Lumern Academy. Scene changed to a large lecture hall inside the academy. At this moment, Professor Sejin's voice rang out. Very glad to meet you, the students of the 3 great academies. My name is Sejin. Hearing this, the students below whispered. Sejin is a world-renowned professor of Lumern. That Sejin, I heard many heroes were taught by him. Amazing. These words naturally couldn't escape Sejin's ears. It made him a bit arrogant, thinking, how long has it been since I've enjoyed reactions like these? After calming down from the excitement, the professor smirked and said, I am delighted that such a meaningful meeting has been organized. Although the time is short, an opportunity for us to interact and exchange values has been prepared. I hope this will be a stepping stone for you to move toward a better path. This general exchange class includes Lumern students. All participating students are first year. You will be distributed into first-year classes here to experience the lesson. I hope this will be a time for you to reap many benefits. That is all. Scene changed to classroom 1-5. Students from other schools were still a bit restless. It's so awkward. Are we really going to be in the same class as those people? Just as they were feeling confused, a greeting sounded outside the door. Very glad to meet everyone. My name is Carl Thomas, 15 years old, majoring in magic studies. Although it's for a short time, since we are in the same boat, I hope you will help me out. Then he said, I'd like to introduce my special stamina recovery potion, handmade by me. It's not just for the students in our class, it's also a highly favored item among the seniors. Following his words, a huge backpack dropped straight onto the floor. Carl continued, although the time is short, studying is bound to be exhausting. Therefore, specifically for the most special friends, I will sell it at a super shocking discounted price. If you buy a combo of 10 bottles, you will get a super cute keychain for free. This is a once-in-a-thousand-year opportunity. Following his advertisement, students started getting excited and pulled out their money. However, just then, a provocative sound rang out. I don't even need to look to know what kind of person this is. Your name is Carl Thomas, right? I came here to meet the seniors of Lumern Academy, not to meet a peddler. Furthermore, you're just a commoner. Am I right? The blonde guy with an arrogant face was Havendin Versen, a first-year student at Ikote Academy and also the crown prince of the Versen Kingdom. He continued, anyway, next year I'll be enrolling in Lumern. Since you'll be my senior, I'll use honorifics with you. On this side, Carl didn't seem to feel his provocation and happily replied, that's an honor for me, but who are you? Havendin crossed his arms and said with an arrogant demeanor, I am Havendin Versen. As soon as they heard his name, they realized this was the crown prince of Versen. Speaking of the Versen Kingdom, this was a powerhouse located in the north of the continent. It was a knight powerhouse possessing many illustrious knight orders. Notably, the 2 largest knight orders of Versen are the Winter Knight Order and the Snow Knight Order. They were all heroes whose names were in the heroic chronicles. Carl nodded slightly. It really is an honor. Opposite him, Havendin sighed disdainfully. It's amazing that you can stay at Lumern with that amount of mana. By the time I enroll, you probably won't even be here anymore. Not letting that arrogant guy say another word, the mage Chelsea stepped forward and scolded. Hey, don't be too arrogant. Apologize for your disrespectful attitude toward my friend immediately. Responding, Havendin questioned back. Chelsea Llewellyn, a direct descendant associating with a commoner. Friends with a commoner, huh? That's hilarious. At the same time, Leo's voice appeared. If you find it so unpleasant, why don't we try a contest to verify our strength? Verify strength, huh? Havendin narrowed his eyes and asked. Leo nodded, that's right. It seems like you are looking down on Carl's strength. If you're that confident, why don't you see for yourself? The strength of Lumern Academy. The arrogant Havenden waved his hand to agree, but had no intention of acting himself. Good idea, but I won't fight a commoner senior. I will fight senior Chelsea Llewellyn. Chelsea mocked, smirking, truly not knowing your own limits. Beside them, Leo nodded immediately. Then it's decided. Chelsea was startled, while Havenden declared, as for that commoner senior over there, my friend will deal with whatever. Saying this, the protagonist turned his eyes to observe his classmate Carl, while he still wasn't aware of the situation, and smilingly said, Chelsea, do your best and show them Lumern's strength. Chelsea's jaw dropped. Are you not thinking? The one who needs to show their strength isn't me, it's you. Just as they said, not long after, the orange-haired guy was thrown onto the training field. People watching gossiped. What? The one fighting the ICOT student is Carl. Who is the opponent? Look at that big bill. Carl's opponent introduced himself. I am Liquid Brick. I look forward to your guidance. This guy was the heir of the Brick family. In another development, inside a corridor, a mysterious sound rang out. I don't think this is okay at all. It's been getting a lot of attention late. The person in black and white clothes opposite nodded. I understand, so I will go straight to the point. Regarding the target, has the exact location been found? The mysterious shadow didn't answer but remarked, it seems this annoying quest is coming to an end too. The Great Library, the deepest part of the relic archive. That is where what you are looking for is kept. Is that satisfactory? The person in the cloak was satisfied. Very good. May the blessing of the Great Black Fire be with you. The mysterious person repeated the words. May the blessing of the Great Black Fire be with you. Back to the match, after hearing Liquid's introduction, Carl felt so scared he nearly soiled himself. If it's the Brick family, isn't that the clan that leads the Snow Knight Order? He's not someone to be taken lightly either. Up in the stands, Havenden saw this and sneered, mocking and pressuring his classmates to make them lose faith. Actually, Senior Leo isn't really an older brother. You don't even consider that Senior a friend, do you? In response, Leo simply smiled quietly and said, just watch. Back at the battle, after someone flipped the coin to start the match, a violent burst of lightning erupted around Liquid. At the same time, he gripped a sharp spear in his hand. He slammed the spear into the ground, cracking the earth into many pieces. Carl's eyes widened when he saw this. A fierce alarm rose in him, and he instinctively jumped back to keep his distance, thinking, if I were a fraction slower, I'd be pinned. All right, it's my turn now. Missiles. At the shout, countless crimson rockets appeared around Carl. They surged toward Liquid at lightning speed. Liquid treated Carl seriously too, flying with magic while deploying a large number of missiles at once. You can't underestimate this power just because the mana amount seems small. Still, that's all there is. With that, he activated his snow wave magic, creating a huge blizzard that headed straight for Carl up above. It finally produced a not-so-light explosion. Carl could only let out a miserable cry. The onlookers marveled in admiration. Amazing, who knew a knight could unleash such a massive area attack? ICOT Academy really can't be underestimated. If it were me, I'd have at least defended once. What a letdown, so confident to challenge for nothing. On the other side, Carl crawled out of the snow pile and shouted in accusation. Hey you almost skewered me. Oh man, facing you head-on is really tough. After saying this, Carl finally played his trump card. He controlled countless floating swords around him from all sides. And Liquid's expression changed, growing more worried. A wizard using weapons. Carl waved his hand, directing the swords toward Liquid at blinding speed. Along their flight paths, the blades were even wreathed in fierce flames. Liquid guessed it was sword magic, so he hastily used his spear to knock away the incoming sword. However, one weapon still slipped past his defenses, leaving a light wound on that handsome face. It turned out Carl had fired a sniper crossbow from afar. Oh man, missed, he said mischievously. Up in the stands, Havenden began to taunt. That's a lowly fighting method, shameless, truly common. In reply, Leo turned and sneered. Did you keep any manners when fighting Tartarus? Havenden's face froze. He couldn't say a word. Leo smiled and added, look closely at that fight. You should behave like that. Back in the fight, Carl began kiting, moving while continuously firing arrows. Caught off guard by this tactic, Liquid hadn't time to react before a vial of liquid was hurled straight at him. The vial shattered, covering his body in the liquid. Carl retracted his crossbow and explained, that's a specially formulated oil I made. It's extremely volatile, and once it reacts with mana, will ignite fiercely. You've seen this before, so you know, right? As soon as he finished speaking, Carl snapped his fingers. The magical swords on the ground began to blaze violently, which combined with the oil on Liquid to produce a tremendous explosion. His screams rang everywhere. When the blast finally subsided, Liquid lay flat on the ground, marking the end of the match. The spectators began to shout, so cheap, playing dirty. Hearing them, Carl felt no shame. Instead, he was proud, pointing to his head. It's clever, see, it's clever. Taking the opportunity, Chelsea turned to rebuke Havenden. This is the strength of Lumern Academy's weakest, this arrogant brat. Down on the field, Carl tapped his head with a surprise jab. Drop the weakest label for me. Havenden folded his arms and asked, in Lumern, is reliance on tools considered true strength? Chelsea replied confidently, of course. The one who survives is the strong one. Next comes our rules. Right, follow me and I'll teach you a few moves. Soon the two of them descended to the arena. Havenden said, I didn't expect to face Chelsea Llewellyn, famous for defeating Giggits. Should I consider this an honor? She replied boisterously, of course. You can go home and brag to your parents. Havenden quickly interrupted. Then let's begin. Let's see what your level is, Chelsea Llewellyn. A violent surge of power began to erupt from him, finally forming a mount and a long spear. Seeing the transformation, she quickly understood. So it's a wind spirit knight. Opposite her, Havenden spurred his mount and charged at lightning speed. In an instant, he closed in on Chelsea. The spear tip nearly grazed her beautiful face. A shockwave occurred as the sharp spear plunged down. Not bad at all, but mages will have trouble reacting to this speed, Havenden said with great confidence. Unfortunately for him, Chelsea completely dodged that attack. Wind isn't used like that. Saying that, she swung her fist and moved in to attack. Havenden raised his spear horizontally to block. A mage fighting up close. How bold. A mage daring to imitate a knight. He pushed with all his strength, driving Sidungsi back. But once again, Chelsea appeared behind him. Imitate a knight. When have I ever done that? Havenden's expression began to change color, but he still warned. If you cast magic at this distance, even you will. Before he could finish, she used her wind-breaking magic. A close-range strike that produced a horrific explosion. Havenden's weapon and mount were dispelled as a result. You neutralized my wind. What did you do? Havenden exclaimed. She answered confidently, I told you, it's not controlled that way. She slammed her staff hard into the ground, creating a massive vortex right in the middle of the arena. Havenden's body was sucked in and ultimately spun high into the air. Chelsea's voice rang out again. Know that this world is vast, you frogs at the bottom of the well. Havenden's body trembled. He couldn't utter a word. Just like that, Havenden's body crashed straight down to the ground, kicking up a pretty decent-sized explosion, while Chelsea cheerfully sprinted over to Leo to show off her victory. Leo, how did you like my performance? Hearing that, the male lead good-naturedly patted her head and praised. Not bad. Yet before she could bask in the glory for long, Havenden's voice rang out again, causing her to turn around with a hint of annoyance. What is it now? Gasping for air like a dying fish, Havenden wheezed. Chelsea Llewellyn, I admit defeat. This is the first time I've ever experienced anything like this. From today on, you are my target. I'll make you turn around and look at me. To do that, I'm going to train twice as hard. He declared this with a blushing, embarrassed face, immediately tipping off the surrounding onlookers who started whispering. Looks like he's fallen for Chelsea, huh? Ah, youth, such an amusing sight. On her end, Chelsea was ticked off to no end. Ridiculous. She hugged Leo's arm tightly, stuck out her tongue, and said, I wouldn't deign to give a human like you the time of day. If you want to confess to me, you'd better at least be as strong as Leo before showing your face here. Havenden muttered under his breath, as strong as Senior Leo. Coming up from behind, Carl walked over and patted Havenden's shoulder in consolation, meaning that she's never, ever going to accept your confession in this lifetime. That's what she means. Youth is truly pitiful. That's a legendary tier hero and an honor student of Lumern Academy we're talking about. Time flew by quickly. Scene cuts to the Grand Library of Lumern Academy. While Leo was present there, he suddenly caught the sound of Chenzia calling out to him, Young Master Li. The Hall of Heroes really is packed with people. She raised her eyes to scan the surroundings and guessed their intention. I bet everyone came here just to catch a glimpse of Sword St. Kalyan's blade. Leo nodded in agreement, most likely. Then, as if a thought had just crossed her mind, Chenzia chimed in. Come to think of it, young Master Leo has spoken with the headmaster a few times already, right? What kind of person is he really? Leo shared his candid personal impression. Well, he kind of feels like an old neighbor next door. This remark made the dark-haired girl burst out laughing despite herself. I bet young Master Leo is the only person on Earth who would describe the sword Saint in a way like that. She then noticed the book in the protagonist's hand. Oh, books about the origin heroes are notoriously hard to come by these days, and you actually managed to find one. Neat. The male lead looked somewhat surprised. You're into this stuff too. Chenzia happily shared. Of course. Didn't young Master Leo say before that you wanted to start a club related to the origin heroes? Leo replied. That's right. We just need to recruit a few more members to get it officially approved. Hearing him say that, she eagerly stepped forward. I haven't joined any club activities yet. How about letting me join? In return, try calling me Big Sis for once. She said this with a slightly embarrassed expression. But as if Leo would ever agree, is that really necessary? Before Chen Zia could reply to his question, their conversation was cut short by a different voice. You're Leo Plove, right? I've been looking all over for you today. The speaker was a blonde girl. She was Shasha Sien Lodren, a first-year student at Scone Academy, one of the three major academies, and the crown princess of the Lodren Empire. Leo nodded in confirmation and asked back, "That's me, but who might you be?" Looking somewhat flustered, the girl retorted, "You don't know who I am." Right at that moment, another voice chimed in to interrupt. "Don't be so insolent, Leo Plove. This person is none other than the crown princess of the Lodren Empire, Shasha Sien Lodren." The dark-haired guy speaking was Baden Zerdinger, a second-year student at Lumern Academy and a collateral descendant of the Zerdinger family. The two major hero bloodlines of the Lodren Empire were the Zerdingers and the Llewellyns. Even though those two immensely powerful families served under the crown, the bond between ruler and vassal remained completely unshaken. That was because the Lodren royal family was also a prestigious hero lineage that had produced countless legends. If the Zerdingers and Llewellyns were knights and mages, the Lodrens were summoners. Whenever the empire faced a crisis, the one who stepped up to defend the nation as the final hero was none other than the Emperor of Lodren. In Lodren, where the next ruler is decided purely on merit, if she managed to outshine all her siblings to claim the crown princess title, her capabilities must undoubtedly be extraordinary. Pondering that, Leo asked straight to the point, "I wonder what the crown princess wants with me." Shasha stroked a lock of her hair with practiced confidence and said, "I've come to meet my future vassal." Her remark caught Chen Zia entirely by surprise. The crown princess just chose young Master Li. Oblivious to Chen Zia's inner thoughts, Shasha stepped forward as she continued. "In our upcoming summoning class, would you care to escort me?" Whispers and murmurs immediately broke out following the offer. Did she just declare she's taking Leo Plove in as a future talent of the empire? Meanwhile, Leo muttered to himself inwardly, rejecting the crown princess right here is going to be a huge pain. What a troublesome calculation. With those thoughts, Leo put on a cold voice and snapped, "What are you blabbering about? I don't know any insolent brats like—" Right on cue, Shasha's lackey bristled and challenged, "How dare you show disrespect to the crown princess?" But Shasha stopped him. "Is there something about me as your prospective master that you find unsatisfactory?" she asked. And Leo gave a blunt reply, "Unsatisfactory? What kind of nonsense is that? Why on earth should I become your vassal? Our nationalities are completely different to begin with." Shasha reminded Leo in return, "Even though you're from the kingdom of Delan, you also hold ties to the Lodren Empire, seeing as your maternal family is the Zerdinger household." Hearing that, the crowd erupted into murmurs once again. Leo Plove's maternal family is the Zerdingers, so that's why he's always hanging around Celia. They're relatives. Now that's some juicy gossip right there. Leo let out an exhausted sigh. "I couldn't care less about noble houses or politics. Now if you'll excuse me, I'm leaving." Just as he turned to walk away, Shasha angrily stomped her foot and declared, "Hold on. Do you mean to say you want me to prove I'm worthy of being your master? Fine, in this upcoming joint class, I'll prove my worth right to your face." With that, she spun around and stormed off. Meanwhile, Chen Zia turned to the protagonist with eyes full of admiration. "Young Master Leo is getting more popular by the day, huh?" Leo replied with a voice dripping with exhaustion. "I'll gladly pass on this kind of fame." Before long, the joint class for the summoning course began. Professor Yura's voice echoed across the room. "Welcome, little chicks. From today on, the only thing you need to learn is how to summon and forge a pact with a powerful summoning beast." Amidst the students, Shasha raised her hand to speak. "Professor, isn't being able to control a powerful summoning beast just a given?" Before the female professor could answer, another voice chimed in. "An excellent question, student of Scone. But what if you have to control a summoning beast that surpasses your own ability? In times like that, a little love and affection won't cut it. Sometimes, you even have to put your life on the line." He spoke as he allowed his own summoning beast to land on the ground below. Professor Yura then introduced him. "Allow me to introduce him. His name is Ulta Rigdishan, a contractor bound to a Pegasus, and he'll be serving as our guest lecturer to guide you all today. Today, you will attempt to forge a pact with Ulta's Pegasus, Maria." A student nervously raised a hand to ask, what if we actually succeed in making the pact?" Ulta replied with absolute composure, "If you do, then you'll become Maria's contractor. Provided, of course, that you actually manage to pull it off." Yura added with a reminder, "That's right. Among you all, there happens to be one student for whom today's lesson will be particularly relevant." Leo glanced over at Shasha and asked, "Why is everyone staring at me?" Shasha stated with quiet confidence. That's because generations of the Lodran royal family have always contracted with Pegasus. Thanks to a blood pact passed down through generations, they've maintained a bloodline contract with a Pegasus. But that doesn't mean every past Lodran emperor could successfully summon one. If your affinity falls short, the summoning fails, but that's a failure that will never happen to me. I see, Leo replied with a deadpan face. While Professor Yura continued speaking, all right everyone, gather over this way. Try taking Ulta's advice to heart and attempt your pacts with the Pegasus. She then turned to Leo. Leo, I want you to assist Shasha in making a pact with the fantasy beast. The princess looked taken aback. Why does it have to be him? The professor explained. While it's not a Pegasus, he has already contracted with a remarkably powerful summoning beast. I'm sure his experience will be of great help to you. Leo, make sure you help Shasha out well. She even gave him a playful wink as she said it. Left with no choice, Shasha finally relented. Fine, whatever. I'm enrolling at Lumen Academy next year anyway, so I suppose I'll call you senior. To be honest, I doubt you'll be of much use, but since it's the senior's kind offer, I'll accept. The brat's arrogant attitude was starting to grate on Leo's nerves. This little girl is insufferable no matter when or where. She's really starting to piss me off. Maybe I should just tell the professor I refuse to help. With that, he turned as if to walk away, but Shasha quickly grabbed the hem of his robe. Hold on. Senior Leo really is a prickly one, aren't you? I'll tell the professor myself later, because I have no intention of becoming the laughingstock of the room right now. Come tutor me in private tonight. Just the two of us. She gave him a suggestive look and whispered, see you tonight then, Leo. Standing there in bewilderment, he didn't even know what to say. In his heart, he muttered, looks like I really need to teach this girl some manner. Shifting to another angle, Curran was currently teasing little Fiora, calling her a fat monster, which drove her absolutely crazy. Who's a fat monster? I won't let you get away with this. You thieving fly, give me back my snacks. As she spoke, she hurled a crumpled ball of paper straight at Curran. However, he had already set up a sturdy defensive fortress made of books, so he wasn't scared at all. He casually remarked, you're the one who ruined my masterpiece first. Just call me a sniper. This is still getting off cheap. Hearing that, little Fiora rolled her eyes in white-hot rage. A February toy made to prank students on the Beast Island is supposed to be a work of art. In response, Curran snapped back. What? How dare you slander my world of art? You need to be punished even more. With that, he opened his mouth and took a huge bite, leaving poor little Fiora to wail miserably. Stop eating. Meanwhile, the dark spirit happily sat by the window and whispered, looks like he'll be coming home late today, Leo. Shifting to the library area, our protagonist questioned Princess Shasha, even though you've made a temporary contract with Pegasus, why do you think you still haven't been able to form an official contract? The princess hesitated slightly before answering. That's because my abilities are still lacking. The male lead asked seriously once more. Don't you think your abilities are already sufficient, but your effort hasn't been enough? To this question, Shasha replied with supreme confidence. Senior Leo, I'm different from lazy geniuses who just rely on innate talent. I bear the heavy responsibility of leading the Lodran Empire, one of the strongest superpowers in the world. I believe I must always be the best in my field. Even though I could have entered Lumen Academy at age 14 like Chelsea, the reason I purposely chose SCON was precisely for this. It's to pacify SCON within a year. If we're talking purely about summoning arts, right now I could easily take first place among the first-year summoning majors at Lumen Academy. She recounted with immense pride. However, Leo disagreed. Unfortunately, that's impossible for two reasons. First, with your genius level, you can't defeat Warrenden, who's currently top of the summoning department. That guy is a monster. Second, just with a temporary contract alone, there are already 2 first-year students who can summon Pegasus immediately. Hearing this, Shasha's expression shifted slightly as she asked, who are those 2 people? Leo quickly listed them off. The first is Eliza Hergen, and the other is me. After hearing that, Shasha pressed on. Pegasus, do you know it's one of the 3 legendary prime beasts, Senior? Of course Leo knew about this. I know, and I can even form an official contract right now without needing a temporary contract. The princess seemed somewhat angered by his assertion. You say that, but Senior, you have no proof. Don't talk so casually about contracting Pegasus like that. Opposite her, Leo flashed a supremely confident smile. I said I can do it. Want to see? Without hesitation, Shasha immediately summoned her contract and demanded, fine, if you can do it, let's see you try. This is the standard Pegasus summoning magic. Leo looked at her with a knowing smile. If I succeed in summoning it, Lodran's Pegasus might just form a contract with me instead. Shasha stated with absolute certainty. If so, it just means the abilities of a royal descendant like me are lacking. I'll acknowledge that contract. Afterward, she thought to herself with utter confidence. There's absolutely no way. This person's spiritual power is way below mine. Yet the very next second, she was left dumbfounded. A few yellow gems began appearing before her. Is it a power outage? On Leo's end, his thoughts were completely different. The Severance Curse. Isn't it a bit different? But this is definitely the work of Tartarus. He pondered for a moment before turning to Shasha. There's no other way. We have to summon it. As he spoke, Leo reached out toward the orb of light in front of him, making it emit a brilliant radiance. Next, that stream of light shot straight up into the sky. It shone so brightly that it illuminated the entire exterior space. A figure landed gently onto the tabletop. Strange. This presence isn't Shasha. For someone without Lodran bloodline to summon me is already surprising enough, yet you summon me with such pathetic spiritual power. Just who on earth are you? She spoke while gazing at Leo with keen interest. However, Leo had no time for chatting. Pardon me, before I introduce myself, could you lend me a bit of your power? That remark caught the Pegasus off guard. You interfered with the contract. Right after, her spirit beast form recognized Leo and said, looks like we have to fight right now. The Pegasus was still wondering about his identity. If we haven't even formed a contract yet, how on earth could you influence me? Leo smiled faintly in explanation. Since it's only a temporary contract, there are still loopholes, right? I just squeezed through that loophole. The horse spirit temporarily accepted this explanation. That's incredible. Oh well, considering the alternative, this isn't so bad either. Shasha, I'll lend this young man my power for a moment. As she spoke, she turned to look at the princess, only to find that the princess's figure had frozen stiff like a statue. Leo quickly explained, that's a curse. We don't have time right now. With that, he swiftly leaped onto the horse's back, flustering the Pegasus. Wait, who gave you permission to ride me so casually? Leo answered sheepishly, the situation is extremely urgent. It might be a bit uncomfortable, but please bear with it for now. As he spoke, he gently stroked and comforted her, making her turn bright red. Daring to casually stroke a lady's body like this is so disrespectful. The protagonist could only offer an apology and asked her to move quickly. While flying, she introduced her name as Artie and asked for Leo's. Leo explained, Leo Plove. Setting that aside, Artie got straight to the point. All right, who's the enemy? Judging by Shasha's condition, looks like this is caused by Tartarus, huh? Leo nodded. That's right. They're infiltrating the space of Lumeran Academy. Artie's expression turned perplexed. They've got a lot of nerve, daring to infiltrate Lumer. Riding on my back to fight is fine, but can you handle it? Leo stroked her mane and teased back. If you get used to me, I won't let anyone else ride you from now on. At Leo's words, Artie sped up. Carrying such an arrogant and passionate brat won't do. Let's go. Switching back to the protagonist's perspective, while moving, he calculated internally. Though this curse is similar to the Severance Curse, it's slightly different. Right now, space itself has been altered. It feels like being trapped between dimensions. The principle is that only those who understand the nature of the curse can enter. If it's someone capable of using a high-level curse like this, before Leo could think further, a sense of danger rushed in from behind. Right after came a blinding column of red light flashing past the two of them. It struck a wall ahead, causing a sizable explosion. Next, that red attack reversed direction and headed straight back toward Leo. He immediately recognized it. These are homing magic bullets. Leo hurriedly shouted, Artie, speed up. Artie yelled back in startlement. That's not a speed you can handle. If we crash into something. Leo comforted her. It's fine. Aren't you Pegasus, the fastest among prime beasts? Surely you aren't going to let yourself get caught by these crummy magic bullets, right? Those words seemed to strike at Artie's pride. Her gaze turned dead serious. All right, you better hold onto your head tight. In the blink of an eye, Artie's speed surged to an astonishing level. To keep up with that pace, Leo activated his super senses. Just like that, the two streaks of red and yellow light began chasing each other. Finally, the red light failed to break in time and crashed straight into a bookshelf. Artie was somewhat surprised by Leo's capability. How can a kid like this even exist? A brat like this might even have better technical skills than early Lodran. She couldn't help asking, that's crazy. Are you a spirit knight? Leo shook his head. No, I'm an omni-elemental user. As he spoke, Leo cast a spell. A beam of yellow light struck the ground beneath, helping him pinpoint the enemy's location. It was the scarlet lightning magic. A hand slowly reached out from under the floorboards. The horse spirit was once again left in awe. You're combining spiritual power and magical power together. Just what is your identity? Before she could ask more, Leo cut her off. Focus. It's not over yet. At that moment, the enemy fully manifested before them, an ugly monster standing upright like a human. The image of the beast in Leo's eyes began to glitch, like a scratched disc. This forced the protagonist to focus and observe. Meanwhile, Artie had no idea what it was. To answer her question, Leo said, it's a fusion. From their perspective, the monster's form shifted slightly. Leo thought silently, were giants used as the fusion material? Thinking that, he gathered a sphere of energy in front of him. Then he channeled that energy directly into Artie. Under the energy's influence, her whole body began to radiate powerful energy. Her wings spread and she exclaimed in surprise, "What is this, kid? You've awakened my potential." Below, the monster started concentrating energy in its mouth. Then it spat out a forceful beam of light aimed straight at the two of them. When that purple light struck Artie's body, it barely caused any damage at all. Seeing that, Leo shouted enthusiastically, "Go, pierce through it." At his command, Artie became like an arrow of light, diving straight down, piercing directly into the monster and causing a sizable explosion. When the creature died, the barrier it had created also vanished. Only then did Artie turn and ask, "Who exactly are you?" Before the protagonist could answer, another angry voice rang out, "What's going on? Who dares cause a disturbance in the Grand Library?" Hearing that, the protagonist decided to make a run for it. "We'll talk later. Speed is what's needed now." Saying that, he fled at top speed. Time passed quickly. Cut to the principal's office the next day. The secretary gestured for the protagonist to enter. Student Leo Plo. Princess Shasha wanted to follow but was stopped. "Crown Princess Shasha, please remain outside." Inside the room, the head librarian pressed the protagonist. "Explain yourself, Leo Plove. Why did you dare cause chaos in the sacred Grand Library?" Leo turned his face aside and replied casually, "It was just an accident." This made the professor in charge of the Grand Library even angrier. "An accident? So many precious documents were destroyed in the Grand Library, and you call it an accident?" Ultimately, it was Principal Kalyan who spoke to calm things. "Calm down, Professor Brian. I understand why you're angry, but first the vice principal, and I will speak privately with student Leo. Then we'll decide the disciplinary measure." At that, Brian could only sigh and quickly left the room. After he left, Kalyan's expression grew serious as he asked, "We don't need to beat around the bush, do we? Is this because of Tartarus?" Leo nodded and spoke his thought. "Yes. It seems they're targeting the Hall of Heroes." Kalyan stroked his beard and pondered. "I see, a curse. Perhaps a sealing curse. That's something the high demon clans of Tartarus often use." On the other side, Vice Principal Riven interjected. "Leo Plove, as you know, keep this incident to yourself." Leo affirmed that. Then the principal continued, "Anyway, Leo, do you have any wishes? I want to reward you for stopping Tartarus." Leo wanted to say he hadn't decided on anything special yet, but then he seemed to remember something. He smiled brightly and asked, "Could you support our club teacher?" Not long after, the protagonist left the principal's office. Outside, Princess Shasha anxiously asked, "How did it go?" Leo shrugged as if nothing had happened. "It's fine, just got scolded a bit." The princess asked worriedly, "Was it my fault?" Leo shook his head. "No." This made Shasha breathe a sigh of relief. "Thank goodness. But thinking back, how did you do it? I can't believe you actually summoned Artie." At that moment, the summoning contract was also activated. Artie's form appeared with a reproachful voice. "How dare you push me into the summoning circle without my permission?" She said this while ruffling Leo's hair, and he could only explain that it was urgent. Artie still seemed angry. "Isn't that way too rough?" Shasha, seeing them talking and ignoring her, hurriedly spoke up. Only then did Artie remember Shasha. "Ah, hello, Shasha." Shasha asked anxiously, "What's going on? Why did the contract subject become senior lead?" The white-haired girl could only sigh. "It's complicated to explain. The initiative in my summoning contract that you inherited has been taken by this person." That question immediately stunned Shasha. Her face grew more strained than ever. That's something passed down generation to generation in the Lodron royal family." Leo smiled and reminded, "If I successfully summoned Pegasus, you said you'd acknowledge the contract, right?" Hearing that, Artie looked at the princess with a judging gaze. "Oh my, Shasha, did you sell me to this man?" Shasha began to fidget. With no other choice, she rushed to beg Leo. "About that, Senior Leo, I'm wrong. I'll do anything I can for you. Will you return Artie to me? I beg you." At that plea, Leo turned his face to the side. He sat down on the chair and demanded, "Kneel here and show me." As if by instinct, Shasha immediately knelt before Leo. Inside, she felt humiliating shame. What a humiliating scene is this? "But I must retrieve Artie as a princess of Lodron. Speak." Leo looked at her coldly. "Out of pride, you dared to put your contract partner up as a bet, and you still call yourself a summoner. Recklessness has its limits. As a summoner and a future emperor who will lead the nation's future, rash actions only bring disaster." The more Leo spoke, the more Shasha trembled uncontrollably. She could only stammer, "I'm sorry." Then, as if his lesson was complete, Leo told her to stand up and produce her summoning contract. "Never mind. At 14, mistakes are understandable. But if you aim to become a hero and one day an emperor who leads a nation, never forget today. Shasha still could hardly believe her eyes. You're really returning it to me, Leo reiterated. I don't habitually steal others' summoned beasts. The princess found it hard to accept. For a summoner, even offering one's soul to obtain a Pegasus would be normal, and yet he returns it so easily. He's on another level. Just as she was about to take back the summoning contract, Artie suddenly stepped forward and spoke. Hey, wait a moment. Does my opinion not matter? Hearing that, Leo withdrew the contract and said, after all, your original contract partner is the Lodron family. Artie nodded cheerfully. Yes, I've never changed my mind about that. However, after experiencing a summoner like you, I'm not inclined to return to Shasha for now. Shasha's voice, on the verge of tears, rang out. Artie, what does that mean? The white-haired girl reassured her. Don't worry, I don't intend to leave forever. It's just that I find it strange. As she spoke, she reached to sniff Leo's scent. Then she licked her lips and said with relish, the more I look, the more attracted I am. Meanwhile, our protagonist quickly figured it out. The strange principle of primal beasts is attraction to purity. In my previous life, I could easily form a contract with Pegasus for this reason, my pure mana attribute. Unaware of his thoughts, Artie leaned on Leo's shoulder and said, I want to stay by your side and watch you more, Leo. Leo, if you stay with me, you'll get into a lot of trouble. You even said that yourself. Artie's face flushed pink, her voice melting. After experiencing your skills, I can't let anyone else ride me. Her affectionate words gave Leo goosebumps. Shut up. Artie hugged Leo's arm tightly. I won't. If I'm forced to return to Shasha unsatisfied, every night I'll keep remembering your hand. The only one who can fully control and dominate me for life is you alone. A summoner who can perfectly command me. I've waited my life for someone to be my master. Leo Plove, so please take care of me from now on, master. And so yet another strange one had appeared.